to up to 110-mile-per-hour winds and even tropical storm conditions up into parts of the Big Bend, further down to the base of the Florida Peninsula. With that, we've got the storm surge threat, we've got the wind threat, but look at the rainfall that we're talking about. When we look at our excessive rain outlook, this pink color that we see here, kind of from Tampa Bay up to Daytona Beach, that is the highest flash flooding threat that we can get, to just put it in perspective. So especially as these grounds are so saturated, they're not going to be able to absorb the rain that is coming down at a quick going to get up to that 1.5 foot range as far as how much rain will come down, and it's really going to be on the north side of the storm. So as we get kind of further away from that, those rainfall totals kind of taper down to that 4 and 8 inch range. We already showed you some videos of some confirmed tornadoes well off to the east coast, closer to Broward County, areas around Palm Beach. So this tornado watch includes a big chunk of the state, and as these rain bands continue to move through, that is going to be a concern. That tornado watch runs through 9 o'clock tonight, and with these massive wedge tornadoes that we've already seen spin up, I think it's safe to say that this storm will be a pretty proficient tornado producer. As for our impacts, we keep going county by county, but it's important to continue to focus in on these specific areas. Gusts up to 100 miles.
It is now back down to at least 125 and Cat 3, and that's when it's still offshore, so it has time to weaken before making landfall, even more so. And it does look like, based on this, now the Hurricane Center is starting to also agree with some of the models showing that it will make landfall before 2 a.m. So more than likely they're pushing it. I didn't have a chance to read everything in totality. So again, I'm not 100% sure what exact time they had planned for landfall, but as you know, we were looking at models and there was about a 6-hour difference between what the National Hurricane Center did have earlier today for the 5 a.m. update and what some of the other models were showing. So I think we're going to just see that kind of squish together at some point here today. Bottom line is that the forecast doesn't change. Again, we are still looking at this cone of uncertainty having significant impacts, and even beyond the cone of uncertainty, we're going to have significant impacts across the area. But the great news here is that we are on target for this storm to weaken as it approaches, and the forward motion now at 17 miles per hour, it has increased in speed. Also, if you take a look at the pressure, it has also been increasing, so that shows a weakening storm. So all of these things are coming together as we had hoped. Again, that upper level shear more than likely is starting to kick in a little bit, helping to weaken it and limit it from organizing more and strengthening. All right, so as we're looking outside, you can see the winds are starting to pick up. It's creating that shake in the camera that we're seeing. We're also noticing more rainfall across the area, and it's getting a bit heavier as well across Pinellas County. We've got some of those moderate downpours, even some heavier downpours coming across the Skyway now. So we're getting to that point, I'd say anytime within the next hour, where you really should not consider going outside. We don't necessarily have the damaging gusty winds at the moment, but a threat that is going to start moving on shore fairly soon is this band right here, and this is where we're going to have a greater likelihood for isolated tornado warnings. So again, that is, I think, the threat that is going to approach us first. All right, now we've got a press conference in Hernando County, and we're going to go to that now.
Still forecast to get torrential downpours, anywhere from 10 to 12, maybe even 18 inches. It's going to cause inland flooding. The river is going to flood later in the week, but you can expect mass power outages, okay? Long-term power outages. And I'd like to turn it over to General Manager with Coochie River Electric, David Lambert, to talk a little bit more about that. Sir?
Good morning. Thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. We are significantly upsizing our resources in with Withlacoochee. We have several hundred line contractors and additional co-op personnel that are coming in as far away as Texas and Canada to come in to help us restore power. We will be, if necessary, opening a base camp right here in Hernando County. But, you know, we are still recovering from Hurricane Helene up in the Carolinas and in Georgia. So the availability of line crews is scarce right now. We have brought in a significant amount, but it will take a longer restoration depending on the impact within our state. So we want everybody to please be patient. We will get power back restored to you as quickly as we possibly can. Also, with the track of this hurricane coming down I-4 into that area, many power...
That is no longer a concern as a tornado warning. The cell itself currently north of this rotation tracker, so no concern there. This is the one that we're watching closely because, again, it has a large history of rotating, heading off towards the northwest, heading directly west of Clewiston. This one as well from Broward heading off towards the east from Miami-Dade to Broward County. That one's been rotating for a long time as well. That not a concern for us. The one that is a concern continues to be this cell just south and west of Clewiston. As we look at that reflectivity imagery, again, still seeing those bright greens next to those bright reds, which indicates that we could be seeing this tornado try and cycle once again near this area, passing almost directly over State Road 80 now. I know that area well from passing over to Wellington as well as off towards the East Coast from time to time. A long while back, again, it gets a lot more populated the closer you get into Clewiston, especially on that State Road 80, US 27 corridor. That is always a really impactful part of that area. And I know we're watching a camera so closely. Juliana, do you have any latest on the camera network you're watching not only from Lakeport but also from Moorhaven?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still just keeping my eyes peeled. I'm really not seeing anything too terribly concerning other than still the reasonable structure to the storms that you can actually kind of see more of the rain coming down here. So if we had a view on anything, I think it'd be out in that leftmost extent of this camera here. This is Moorhaven. This is from the Glades County EOC, and this is facing to the south and east. Also just Lakeport here, but this is looking over the water where you can still just get an idea of the structure of all the water now starting to kick up with all the strong winds associated with this rain. These are the two cameras I'm focused on the most, but otherwise still one of my main concerns here is just seeing still lots of drivers, which is, you know, not a surprise, and it's not a problem necessarily that people are out on the roads, but I just hope that they are aware that there is a tornado warned cell in this area. As of right now, though, not really seeing anything too concerning from the sky cams at the moment. This is the more, rather taking a step back and going big picture, we do have two tornado warned cells in Hendry County and cutting just by the northeasternmost corner of Collier County, but that cell in particular really not affecting many people at all. We're really focused on this Clewiston and Moorhaven tornado warned cell, as this is affecting upwards, I think, still of 11,000 people, if not more. Yes, closer to 11,000
routes that a lot of drivers may be taking. This is I-75, although it looks like the traffic camera may be frozen, but I can tell you that I-75 is clear this morning if you're heading northbound and out of Dodge. I-4 eastbound, we've been keeping a close watch on this traffic camera through Plant City, Polk County, all the way in toward Orlando. Not seeing any delays there, so that's a good evacuation route as well. A lot of drivers are asking me about the big bridges, if they're closed or when they will shut down. All of the bridges are open, but time is ticking, and we're getting close to when they will be shutting down. FDOT expects by mid-afternoon they will close. As far as the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closes, once sustained winds reach 45 miles per hour, that's when FDOT and FHP will work together to shut down the bridge. Crews are also monitoring the Howard Franklin and the Gandy Bridge. That's what FHP is doing right now. They'll speak with the Florida Department of Transportation when it's time to shut down that bridge. Courtney Campbell Causeway is being monitored by Tampa Police Department and Clearwater Police. Once we start seeing water pooling up on the bridges, that's when they'll close the lower lying bridges like the Howard Franklin and the Courtney Campbell. Do want to remind drivers, if you are evacuating and it starts to get bogged down on the interstate, eastbound along I-4, you can use the emergency shoulder from I-75 to Champions Gate. Also northbound along I-75, emergency shoulder use has been enacted from I-4 over to I-10. So that's just giving drivers an extra lane to use if they are traveling out of the Bay Area.
Now, you mentioned evacuations. The governor mentioned this at the top of the 10 o'clock hour. If you are looking for a hotel, visit florida.com/Priceline. So if you go to that website, hopefully you'll be able to find a hotel if you haven't already and you're looking to evacuate, because the time is now to get out.
And he suspended tolls. They're doing everything they can to make this as easy as possible for people to leave.
Yeah.
And Bayshore Gardens and Manatee County could see a direct impact from Hurricane Milton as landfall locks in. The area is made up of a lot of families. We know there are mobile home communities there as well as waterfront properties.
They were already working to recover from Hurricane Helene, and now Milton could bring some strong winds and strong storm surge to the area. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon joining us live now. Kim, on a personal level, we know that your family was impacted by the storm surge and Hurricane Helene, so you know all about it.
Yeah, Walter, Jen, it's kind of a hard thing. If you live near the coast, you really know people that were impacted. My parents lost their whole entire home. My mom's made the joke that by the time this one comes, her home may be completely gone and washed away. Just trying to keep it light for everyone. But where we're standing right now, this is the second story of a home here in Bayshore Gardens of Mr. Robert Prime. But we're going to show some stuff first. This is just some of the damage that Helene brought. Now you can see just the pile of debris field right here. Want to show you this home right here. This is a single-story home next to Mr. Prime's home. That water was almost completely up to the roof with Helene. So you can imagine with Milton, they're keeping a close eye on this. We were just looking at a map with Mr. Prime here. When we were looking at the eye wall, it showed it before the 11 a.m. update that it could potentially be coming right over here.
I mean, that's what it looked like to me all day. It looks like it's coming literally straight at us. So, yeah, it's we had 8 foot of surge last time. Looks like we'll have 10 to 12 foot this time. I didn't leave last time, but I think I'm going to head out here with you guys.
Well, I want to pull up some video right now. This is video that you took as Helene was moving in. So remember, that was Helene, which was several hundred miles away from us. Milton could be a direct impact for our area. Go ahead and talk about, you're a true born, raised Floridian, lived in Bayshore Gardens for decades, also a former Marine. Just, I guess, how do you even keep up the strength to keep going right now and help all your neighbors and yourself?
I think you just get up every day and know that this is just part of living on the water. It's part of living in Florida, and it's got to help each other out. We got to get through this, and we got to rebuild the state of Florida. And thank God we've got Governor Ron DeSantis leading the way.
I want to talk to you, too. You said the night that Helene came in, you were here. We saw the downstairs, which is severely damaged. Go ahead and just talk about just what that was like.
I think yeah, it was the first time that I really got ready for a hurricane. I put 2 foot of plywood up on the walls, and when it breached the plywood, I kind of came upstairs and just resigned myself to what had happened. And the most haunting sound you'll ever hear in your life is your furniture beating off your walls. It's a terrible, terrible sound, and you can't do anything about it. So we're all going to get through this. We're going to rebuild, and we'll get back.
For anybody who's here, because we know the mobile home park here in Bayshore Gardens, we saw lots of homes. Your home's very strong, rated for up to a Cat 5. You're a builder. What would you do to tell those people to leave? Because we saw the sheriff's office coming up here. You said that you're getting out because you want to protect your truck, yourself.
Yeah, I think if you're in a mobile home, you got to go immediately. And even if you're in a house in Bayshore Gardens and it was built recently, it's time to go. My house is built out of red iron. I mean, this is equivalent to an evacuation type building, and I'm leaving.
Thanks, Mr. Prime.
You bet.
Oh, well, guys, you heard it there. Manatee County still the evacuation zones that have been called A, B, C, manufactured homes, mobile homes. Yes, it's raining. Yes, the wind's starting to pick up a little bit. But if you can get out and get somewhere to safety, do it now, because we don't want to come and report on just what may happen afterwards. Jen, Walter, back to you.
You know, I can't remember. I got into a conversation with another parent. I think it was dance class for Alex or something. Here's something to keep in mind. Even if you're safe at your home, you didn't evacuate, if something were to happen, your child chokes on a Cheeto, something, first responders can't get to you.
Yeah, no, so first responders are still responding right now. There will be a time and a place where they will not be able to go out once those winds hit a sustained level that is, I can't remember the exact level right now, but first responders will still go out. Now, it is interesting with the Holmes Beach Police.
We do want to turn our coverage now a little bit further south to Manatee County, an area where Hurricane Milton could make landfall.
We do want to check in with ABC Action News reporter Casey Allwritten live in Palmetto this morning. Good morning, Casey.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, people here have less than an hour to really get on the Manatee County Transit buses and get over to shelters. That is ending at noon today. So make sure that people, if you live in this area, get on that transit system and get over to a safe location. And right now you can see it is raining pretty hard out here. It just picked up within the last hour. And a lot of wind is coming through this area, but we're feeling a lot more rain at the moment. I do want to also let you know that there have been 6 additional shelters that have opened up this morning in Manatee County because they are receiving so many people who are heeding that warning and they are evacuating their homes. So we have a total of 16 shelters that are now available for people to go to. Again, you still have time to go to that area and make sure that you are safe. Make sure you look up and see if pets are allowed there as well. I also do want to keep in mind where we are right now in Palmetto. We're near the water and we're expecting up to a 15-foot storm surge out here. So it is going to get pretty high. A lot of this area could be covered with water. We don't want to see anyone near this area. We know that some police, Palmetto police, were driving around the neighborhoods, and there's quite a few mobile home neighborhoods over here, and they were driving around, and a police officer came over and was talking to us, and he told us that he's now telling people who are planning on staying to write their social security number on their arms so they can be identified after the storm. Again, a very sobering message from the police department. We've got police kind of driving around the area with their lights on, just telling people you still have some time to get out of here. Do not stay home if your home is not safe. If you're not in evacuation zone, or if you are in an evacuation zone A, B, or C, or in a mobile home, you need to get to a safer location. When we were driving in, we saw a lot of those shelters are filling up, cars filling the parking lots out here. We saw also a lot of people still boarding up their homes. So again, just that warning of, if you are not in a sound structured home and you are in an evacuation zone, you need to get out. So just want to keep that in mind for everybody. This will get up to 15 feet of storm surge, which would be 3 times my height right now. So just picturing that, a lot of these homes could be underwater if this track stays the way it is, and we're seeing that storm surge that is being predicted right now. I don't know if you can hear that. I hear it. There's a lot of wind whistling out here because those winds are coming through at the moment. We also see some people going over the bridge over there. We have some cars going back and forth. There's actually a bus. I don't know if my photographer can zoom in over there, if you guys can see it, but this bus is going by. They're probably transporting people to shelters, but that's going to stop whenever the wind picks up enough to the point where it's no longer safe to drive. And that's when Palmetto police will also stop going out and talking to people and warning people, is when that wind picks up to enough speed where it's no longer safe for them to be driving around this area. So we will be going back a little bit further inland and just a little bit to bring you updates later today.
Away from the radar site, the greens are moving towards. This is that circulation right there. Now north of State Road 80, now east of US 27. That's going to continue heading off towards the northwest. Again, if you're watching in Moore Haven right now, I know you're in this confirmed tornado warning, and I know you're wondering what's going on. If you have the Wink Weather app, I'm sure that alert has continued to go off with those tornado warnings. We're here for you to watch this one. Again, you're just on the western side of this image. Of this viewpoint, and again, the strongest rotation looks to be building off towards the north. So again, let's get over to Juliana real quick. Do you see some lowering in that image behind you? It looks like you see some lowering right behind that telephone pole, that electrical pole there.
I do agree. You really see now the rain is starting to come down, so this cell is on the approach. So
looking at timing here, and the timing of landfall looks to be let's see. it happening sooner. So how about that? We were looking at it somewhere around midnight, and it was pushing the last time that we spoke, looking at about the 5 a.m. update. It would be somewhere between midnight and maybe 2 a.m. And now it's looking like it will be before midnight. Some models are bringing it as close to maybe 8 to 10 p.m. And now I think the National Hurricane Center is somewhere around 10 p.m. to midnight. So bottom line is expect it to happen a little earlier. In short, though, right now, we should all be in place and prepared for what we've been talking about for days. We're starting to see the weather really start to deteriorate. You can see along Clearwater Beach. This is the Hyatt Clearwater camera. It's certainly starting to shake quite a bit. The winds are picking up. The rain is picking up. You can see the waters in the Gulf are starting to get a little bit rougher. Still not dangerous at this point, but the weather is declining enough that you don't really have a lot of time to get very far before it starts to get dangerous. So again, you want to make sure that if you are sheltering in place, that you have got your supplies and you are all set and ready to weather this out. And it is going to be a longer duration, well, about 10 to 12 hours before we start to see a significant improvement in the weather. So again, from here on out, this is what we're seeing. We've got
Uber's going to probably shut down, and the citizens that did not evacuate are going to be stuck in their residence.
So you see right now, I mean, the weather will continue to deteriorate. Little rain right now, little breezy, gusty. So if you did have to make that last minute decision, now is the time to do it. They're especially worried about people in mobile home parks. A lot of mobile home parks in Pasco County, and they're just worried about them withstanding the winds and the rain and the localized flooding that's going to happen. So if you're in one of those areas and you know where you live, you know what happens.
This large and dangerous tornado. Lauren, where is exactly this is coming from? Where'd you get this video from?
Well, this is on X. We just got tagged with this. Wink News, one of our viewers here, I can pull up. Johnny tagged us a tornado in Clewiston, so he just posted this video. So we're just getting this in right now. Wanted to get that on the air as soon as possible.
I'm so glad that you did. So again, this confirms that tornado that is on the ground, that is passing north and west of Clewiston, passing just east of Moorhaven. You need to get into the center of your home right now. As Juliana mentioned, this is what we call a particularly dangerous situation with a tornado currently on the ground. This is a very large tornado. You could see this behind those mobile homes right there in the background. That lower ring there is what we call almost like a wedge tornado. It shows a very large tornado that's moving off towards the north. Haven't seen much debris with it, which is surprising. But again, there's not a lot that's in that way. This thankfully just passed west of Clewiston. This is one of, I'm sure, many videos that we're going to continue getting in here at Wink News, the Weather Authority. But thank you very much, Lauren, for pulling that up a second ago, and we'll see exactly where this was shot from. But this is just one of those spotters. Again, as I was mentioning, a lot of people moved inland because of this storm. A lot of people moved east and evacuated, and we have a lot of additional people here in Southwest Florida who are tracking these storms, tracking these tornadoes, as well as just to help not only emergency officials with warnings. I had a friend who actually is with a screen cage company. He said he works part-time and helps out with EMS, and he's out currently in Hendry County and in Collier County and moving around this area. So a lot of people do work on this very well. I do want to get a track on this real quick. Let's go back over to Weather One for just a second. Right now, if we're seeing this circulation, again, it's a large area of circulation just east of Moorhaven. What we're seeing is right there, east of Moorhaven. Moorhaven, you're on the western side of this. US 27 bends right there, right under the H in Moorhaven. That's going to continue building off towards the north. And I know I have a current view as well as we look this to the north. If this continues to hold together, which it should, but it is going to move over a wetland area on the western side of Lake Okeechobee. As we see that move over that wetland area, that'll be something we watch. But again, this is moving off towards the west. Northwest, should be heading towards Lakeport, close to Lakeport, near Monkey Box, Aruba RV Resort, Big Bear Beach. Let's move it over and see if it does hit Lakeport itself. near it, what time that could be going in. Again, Lakeport Church of Christ. Juliana, as I'm tracking this, I'm going to continue tracking it. Start pulling up some of that information of where people could go for some tornado safety as well as that information you had a second ago for those mobile homes too. That'll be good information to show in just a second. But again, beyond where this track is, I'm also looking a little bit more zoomed in to try and see right along State Road 78. I'm going to start naming some communities and naming some areas in this place that you should start taking some warning and start getting into your safe place. Lakeport RV Park. If you're in that area, hopefully they have a tornado shelter in that area. You need to get out of your RV and try and find a safe building, whether it's going to be a bathroom. I know they usually have concrete structures. There are bathrooms, a shower in that area. Hopefully something safe, because staying in your RV with that large tornado is not safe. Anything along Ted Beck Road off towards the east. Anything along Old Lakeport Road. If you live along Old Lakeport Road Northwest, as well as Hines Road, that's something we're watching where this is heading towards the north and northwest. Again, Lakeport Christian Church, right along 78. Again, we have that Lakeport Church of Christ as well. That's going to be in the path of this as it holds together and builds off towards the north. And then if that continues to move off towards the north, could continue to head towards the Lakeport Storage and Marina, Captain Bobby's Mobile Seafood, if that's still there, at Basso Farm Road as well. One final look. Let's pull up Taylor's monitor real quick behind me of that tornado. I do want to pull that up one more time. This was the view that we had a second ago as we had this moving through Clewiston. Again, a large, dangerous tornado passing through our inland communities and counties. Juliana's here with some more information to help stay safe as well as get safe if you're in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, as you had that track there, Monkey Box, one of the earliest spots that are likely to encounter this tornado at around 11:30 or so. It's currently 11:23. You still have a few minutes to leave. Cool. If, for example, you live in a mobile home, if you live in an RV, you need to leave. As Zach said, you need to leave that structure and find a concrete structure, a solid building to seek shelter in. For example, again, a bathroom is not a bad idea. A bathroom is more ideal as, for example, sometimes depending on the plumbing can actually help and act almost as an anchor as that goes underground. So those are sometimes ideal places to be, just let alone being usually interior to a building. So again, mobile homes, vehicles, if you're in a car, if you find yourself on the road, you need to get out of your vehicle and find shelter in a solid building. You do not ever want to seek shelter under an overpass. Manufactured homes, the second floor of a building is not safe, and around windows is not safe. Ideally, you want to be on the first level of your home or structure, the interior-most room of a home or building, ideally a storm shelter or a safe room. Again, hopefully, I think usually with RV parks, they do have a designated building that you can seek shelter in. Now is the time to do so. Absolutely no hesitation. If you can have the Wink Weather app handy, you can continue your stream so that we have the latest information. That way we can give you the all clear once this passes through. It's 11:25, and again, as of that last track that Zach had, you have at least still a few minutes, Monkey Box around 11:30 or so. Let me see if I can put this into play as well to show you visually. Again, the lowest floor, the centermost area away from windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I want to send it over to meteorologist Zach Block. He's got some more.
Yeah, we just got this new video in. Put that behind me in the Y monitor. Put that behind me real quick. That's a new video we just got in. I know Lindsay's over there helping us put this together. This is that large tornado that we're currently seeing. That is that confirmed tornado that was on the ground. If we can make this full screen real quick, I know that's as full as it gets. Okay, so yeah, so what we're currently seeing is that area. In fact, let me go over to Y real quick and see if that does help at all. No, yes, that is as full as it gets. So again, that's the current view of this large tornado that is on the ground that is passing through portions of Hendry County, almost into Glades County right now. This is the one that is heading just on the eastern side of Moorhaven. This is heading towards Lakeport. This should move over a part of the Lake Okeechobee area, the wetland area where the Monkey Box is located. That's the wetland preserve. If that holds together, that should be, keep the video up real quick. If that holds together, it'll keep passing just to the north, heading towards, unfortunately, a lot of RV resorts as well as a lot of communities with manufactured homes. So again, If you live near the Lakeport Storage and Marina, North Lake, that is an RV park as well as a manufactured home community. You want to try and make sure you get out of that.
We have caught on video here touching down in these storms. So generally speaking, if you're in Hendry County, if you're in Glades County, clearly the environment ripe for these rotating thunderstorms, and you just want to be staying home, hunkering down, let these storms pass on by. Another sort of zoom in on this tornado-warned storm in Hendry County. This is Dooley Grade Road. This is North County Road 846. This is Hill Grade Road. Again, we're talking south of LaBelle. That's where this cell is here, and this area of rotation appears to be tightening up here some as it lifts off to the north and west. Another tornado-warned storm in Hendry County with winds being clocked by radar at about 86 miles per hour. So even outside of the rotation within those cells, producing some very fierce winds. And real quick, Lauren, if you want to zoom out, get the full view, there is also the first true rain band from Milton washing onto our coastline right now. In this rain band, we are seeing torrential rainfall, and we are likely seeing wind gusts. I'm going to go ahead and check in on our weather networks what those wind gusts are, but I would suspect we are seeing wind gusts in excess of tropical storm force in this band lifting in. There you go, clocking some of those winds. 57 miles per hour near Port Charlotte, 65 miles per hour in northern Lee County. We're gusting over 50 miles per hour in and around Naples Park and North Naples. So tropical storm conditions in this outer rain band that is whipping onto the coast. There are a few areas of spin within this too. So basically the entirety of our coastline from 41 back to the coast. Those of you that have not evacuated.
Just off the coast to say Bonita Springs, over towards Cape Coral as well. And what the issue is as these start to work their way on shore and quickly move to the north and the northwest, up into our area, we are likely going to start to see some of these, what we have now, I have water spouts becoming tornadoes moving on shore. We've had a number of confirmed tornadoes already across Alligator Alley. You can see these are now working their way to the north. So some of our southern counties and the inland areas over towards Highlands County, over towards Arcadia. You're going to be watching over the next, say, hour to hour and a half for some of these cells that have been very, very potent, working their way up to the north and the northwest.
And this is heading towards northern parts of State Road 78. Lakeport, you're included in that tornado warning, and you need to seek shelter as this is on its way. Zach, what you looking at right now? Or do you want me to continue to, let's see here.
I'm trying to spot some of our cameras. This is from Lakeport, South at Harney Pond Park. Obviously seeing the rain currently coming down very hard in this area. I know we did get additional viewer photos and videos in that you could throw behind me as well. Lauren, run that real quick behind me and you could see, yeah, this is what we're watching. Again, this is a large, very large tornado. You could see that spinning there. That was heading through Clewiston. And Lindsay, you have information? That was, what was it? Burner Road in Clewiston. Let me zoom in and see exactly what's near there as well, because I do have a map over here. And that was a while ago, but I just want to see what areas were near this area because of the track of where it was going, as well as where it was heading. And again, that was the west side of Clewiston. Again, they shot that. Hopefully that signature was passing west of Burner Road because that was passing west of the Dollar Tree. That was passing west of Ventura Ave as well as Aztec Ave, passing west of the Clewiston Church of God. So again, we're watching that. But again, this is a current look. That was a while ago as that passed through Clewiston. This storm continues to pass towards the north, and this is a live look in Glades County from the Lakeport area. Let's go back and pull up some of those other counties that cameras that we have and see if a few work. Again, this is Glades County from LaBelle North. Again, let's go Moorhaven near Alvin Ward Park. I know this is right on the edge of Lake Okeechobee. If it does load, that did not. Let's go Moorhaven West. Again, that's the view as well. This is the camera that Juliana had a second ago where we had that viewpoint of trying to see exactly where we were seeing some lowering. Could be seeing some lowering there. But again, a lot of rain currently coming down. So let's get back to Juliana real quick. Again, we continue to get this information in. That storm is now past Clewiston. I know we continue to show you a video from Clewiston, but Clewiston, you are now safe. Do not worry, that pass just west of you. Obviously, you sent us that video. Thank you guys so much for sending that in. You're definitely our eyes in that area, as many of our individuals did evacuate towards the Clewiston area as well as inland. But Juliana, what are you currently watching? Again, you have the information latest for us.
Yes, yeah, that is a great reminder there that Clewiston is in the clear. This tornado warning, as you said, extended and continued from the Weather Service, affecting right around 1,600 people for Glades County, working its way to the north. This now is communicated as a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is active until noon. And again, this is focused on the Lakeport area, Brighton Reservation, and I want to keep an eye on the language here from the Weather Service. Again, this is radar indicated rotation, and also something that we've been talking about really throughout these several warnings that we've now been tracking is that we can see cycling, where the tornado, we had a confirmed tornado. We've seen the incredible video of a very large tornado that had worked its way through the Clewiston area. And what can happen is it can weaken from time to time. It can then lift, but then cycle through and strengthen again. It all just depends on the environment and how the storm wants to behave. So as of right now, though, still tracking to the north to at 35 miles per hour, northwest at 35 miles per hour. So this is really already the rain is coming over Lakeport. And I want to flip back over to velocity to check in with the Weather Service's radar visual. Still definitely a clear signal of rotation here, with green showing winds going towards the radar. Again, this is Miami's radar, and winds going away in red, showing this area of circulation working its way directly towards Lakeport. So Lakeport is starting to see the rain. Let's see if I can just put a rough track on this really quickly here, moving to the north 35.
And Juliana, as you're putting that rough track on, I will go back to you with that track in a second. Put that wide monitor camera view behind it. We keep seeing this.
At the moment, let me take this this toolbox off here, or let's go back right here.
And one thing,
go ahead, Francis.
And one thing, looking at this image right now, this is something that we call, I'm going to get out of the picture actually, this is something that we call a hook echo, where we saw that really good hook right there. So sometimes when we've noticed on at least the velocity, the couplet has come and gone and come and gone.
That I think I have ever seen here in Southwest Florida. This is larger than that January EF2 tornado back in 2016. If you lived in Cape Coral back then, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That was a large EF2, which was the largest tornado we had here in Southwest Florida at that time. Again, I was back here at Wink back then, covering Irma with Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt. He was on mornings. I was doing weekend evenings a long time ago with that. But again, we don't get these this often. We don't get these at all to get views like this. So to get views like this right now, this thing definitely continues to wrap in. What we're watching, coming to some of the dynamics of this, we have this inflow, these little thin clouds right there above this Toyota. That inflow region is what continues to feed this large tornado. Again, thankfully, this passed just west of Clewiston. If there's reports of damage, if there's video of damage, if there's pictures of damage, please send that in so we can get as much help towards you guys as much as possible. Again, this, if it's still on the ground, is heading towards the Lakeport area. The Lakeport Volunteer Fire Department, we had that mentioned a second ago. Watching them, hopefully they could reach out and see if we see any information from this coming in. But Lauren, great job getting this information in on what we're currently seeing from these pictures. I know you'll continue to find some more for us. But let's get over to Juliana once again, because Juliana, you're still measuring the wind speeds in this area. If it's together, what you're seeing behind that 58, that is actually the marsh of the western side of Lake Okeechobee. So that's some good news. But again, read us what you're currently seeing.
Yes, yeah, and I agree 100% that majority of the strongest portion of this rotation being over much more rural and unpopulated areas, but heading towards. So again, seeing some very strong winds and tracking to the northwest, right around 30 miles per hour. Let's see. I want to. Okay, we're doing some things here behind the scenes. Let's see. I just wanted to make sure. I want to throw another track on this. Tracking to the northwest, roughly here, and again, not picking up on any populated areas or rather destinations, I should say. Monkey Box is the main spot here currently in the forecast track. But let's put this into motion as well. This is the Weather Service point of view with rotation on that velocity signature. And it's still...
You are essentially located basically to the northwest of the tornado, roughly 7.5 miles northwest of the tornado. If you are in Canal Point, you are more due north of the tornado. Right now, about 10 miles or so, 10 to 11 miles north. Canal Point, please stay. If you're in Canal Point, please stay in your home. And stay in your
Sanibel, 1144. Punta Rasa, 1147. The Groves RV Resort at 1149. St. James City at 1149. Iona at 1150. The southeast side of the Cape, southeast Cape Coral, 1153. We have a tornado-warned cell within this rain band that is producing very strong winds right now. Now, if those of you in the booth listening, any camera view
along that line, it's not quite in our viewing area just yet, but this is indicating that we're more likely to see what we were just talking about. So we'll be keeping a real close eye on that. And as the storm continues to work its way in our direction,
this is a very healthy tornadic picture right there. It looks like it was taken from a vehicle that was possibly driving on 75 when they crossed over. So I have to say the good side of this tornado would be that it wasn't rain wrapped. So we were able to...
someone monitor, what's that? Go ahead and take Doppler 3. We have another view for you there of what we're watching here with this cell. Here's Margaritaville. So the cell is just offshore. You can see how the winds are blowing. Moving this around, trying to get a view of where that area of rotation would be. But in this case, you know, we call it a rain-wrapped tornado. If there's a tornado within this, there is heavy rain falling, and you're not going to be able to see it.
So where you see that P in Lakeport, that is obviously where State Road 78 turns to the north and east. So again, the Aruba RV Resort right there at the corner. Lakeport Christian Church is right there as well. And again, if that continues moving out towards the north, Red Barn Road. I just wanted to name some of those more localized roads in that area. For everyone who lives there, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about, but I just wanted to point that information out for you, Juliana.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Zach. And, you know, as now, if you can see, I don't know if we've mentioned it at this point, this is now a purple polygon or a magenta polygon indicating a confirmed tornado again. So when they had initially extended and reissued a tornado warning, it was not reconfirmed, and now they've confirmed it. They've vocalized this as a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that was located just offshore near Lakeport, moving to the northwest at 35 miles per hour. Again, using the verbiage, this is a particularly dangerous situation. You have to take cover now. And I'm assuming that we've got, let's send it over back to Zach. He's got more details.
Yeah, put weather one right behind me real quick. Here's a live look.
There it is.
It's right there. That's what we're looking at. This is the live look of this rotation. It's not reaching all the way to the ground. Again, this is, it looks like it's spinning, and we're getting updates every like millisecond or so. But this is what we're currently watching, that rotation as we're looking live. This is from the Glades Harney Pond South Weather Stem Network. Again, let me step out of the way real quick. I'm going to turn out that little dot for you for two. But we see this moving, and we could double box this as well like we did before with weather 2. I know there's just a little bit of a rain on the lens. The tornado is right behind this rain droplet. So again, here's the inflow. You can see that spinning right there. You can see the wind really picking up into it. In fact, you can see that live. This is heading right into the tornado itself. So again, we are watching this. Put the radar behind you and Juliana for weather 2 real quick if you can. Again, so we can see that side by side, that side box of what we're currently seeing. Again, this is live. This is the tornado on the ground. This is confirmed right here as we're watching this across the area. So again, I know Juliana's watching this as well. Just pull weather 2 full for a second in that side box if you can. Again, we're watching that live. Now, Lauren, you got a quick second too?
I do.
Yeah.
It's actually unrelated to this, but we have another one, and it's in Lee County. If you want to also show that, I know obviously we have a good image of this right now.
Is
but
that
just
confirmed or is that a warning?
This is a tornado warning for radar indicated, and it covers Cape Coral, McGregor, and other areas.
So let's zoom over there
for parts of Lee County. Times on your screen. St. James City, 11:51. The southwest corner of Cape Coral by 11:59. Pine Island.
To the storm that is very close to Pahokee. If we can go ahead.
Road, as well as Old Lakeport Road. And this is heading towards that area. And again, as we finally got that raindrop with the clear, you could definitely see that rotation right there heading off towards the east. So again, there's a live look as we're watching this build in. Let's pull Weather One full for a second too, as they're trying to work on both of these areas. We're not going to lose this image again. Yeah, you can see that rotation right there. That tornado is on the ground currently in that area as we currently see that heading off towards the northwest. This is heading directly towards Lakeport and towards the southeast side of Lakeport. So again, this has stayed on the ground. We've watched this same tornado, again, this same storm cycle a few times. We saw this live from our FDOT cameras an hour and a half ago, about 10 a.m. We saw that live. And again, we're currently seeing that live again. There's that tornado. I know I'm on the side of the screen. It's about to move out of this image right now, but we are currently watching that condensation funnel. Not seeing much debris. That's some good news. But we are watching this live as this heads just directly. This is over the marshland of the far western corner of Lake Okeechobee. So again, we're watching that live as it passes right near this camera network, and we're going to continue to watch that funnel continue to come down. So again, we haven't seen tornadoes like this in Southwest Florida since that January event in 2016 in Cape Coral. Again, still watching that cycle there. You see it spinning. This is heading closer and closer to you all in Lakeport as well. So again, keep that in mind and get to the center of your home right now. If you're in Lakeport, you definitely want to be out of the way of this storm. This is heading directly towards you slowly. Let's double box with Juliana real quick because Juliana is saying, what are you currently seeing with the one that's currently affecting Lee County? You saw the circulation. Yes. Is that as strong?
Yes, so a decent rotation signature from Wingside Doppler 3X. This tornado warning, I just want to kind of go through some of these warnings as well, because now we have multiple, one in Collier and one in Lee County. So there's a tornado warning active for Charlotte and Lee County here, encompassing Sanibel, Pine Island, up into just southern portions of Boca Grande, parts of the Cape, majority of Cape Coral, including Fort Myers Beach. And this cell here is the problem. This is working its way over Sanibel, heading towards St. James City. This is affecting upwards of 205,000 people. Let's slide down here. We also have a tornado. It's hard to see the polygon within the rain here, but there is this sliver of a polygon encompassing Naples, Golden Gate, up into Vanderbilt Beach. And I want to put a query on this to also get a look at exactly what this encompasses here.
You're already getting that heavy rainfall, but that's not the tornado just yet. The winds are probably going to increase too. Some gusty winds, you might be hearing that, but the actual tornado is still to the south of you. So going ahead to zoom back, let's see if I can zoom in closer to Canal Point. So there it is, Canal Point, getting that heavy rainfall over Bryant as well. Pelican Lake, the tornado is just to the south. If it continues to track basically north-northwest, Canal Point is in the path of the tornado. So you must stay inside your home and just stay put until the storm does pull away towards the north far enough. And eventually that tornado warning for these areas, once it is allowed to expire. But yes, it's going to be some time because, as you mentioned, the storm did slow down.
Yes, it's going to be a good chunk of time. This warning is in effect through 12:30, so 45 minutes. So get comfortable, get cozy, and find some
safe.
Peace.
Yeah.
Yes, so find some peace in your safe space because you're going to need to find a way to stay informed. But I need you to remain in that spot for as long as that warning is going to exist over your area. So the National Weather Service does not issue these warnings lightly. They are very particular about how they are going to be drawing those polygons too. So there's a reason as to why you're in that polygon.
This is concerning too because, we've talked about how many mobile home communities are in Okeechobee County.
That one is tracking 45 miles per hour. The one to the south in Collier County is tracking a little bit faster at 55 miles per hour.
Yeah, Julian, let's pull that up real quick. Go back to Brother One for a second as she grabs some of the information, and we just need to do a deep dive and a quick reset on everything that we're watching here all over Southwest Florida, because again, this has recently developed and has recently blown up in the last couple of minutes. We watched that tornado live inland. That tornado warning is still confirmed for Lakeport. So again, Lakeport, get to the center of your home. I know Julian's going to put up some of this information as well. This is what we're seeing as well. This big band of rain is now moving onshore, and we are seeing many warnings within this big band of rain. We have about 5 to 6 active tornado warnings right now. As we take you live and we look closer again, everyone in this warning encompassing Sanibel, Captiva, western parts of Cape Coral, everyone in Cape Coral from Pine Island Road south, including North Fort Myers, west of US 41. You are currently in the middle of this tornado warning. You need to get to your safe place right now as we continue to track exactly where this warning is going. Moving off towards the north-northeast. Rain rates also very heavy as we're watching this build in. Biggest thing we're currently seeing is that the cell itself is showing that big tornado warning again in effect until noon today. That includes Charlotte and Lee County, as that storm, again, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, was located near St. James City, as well as 8 miles south of Cape Coral, moving north rapidly at 45 miles per hour. Again, that tornado warning remains in effect for that cell moving north at 45 miles per hour. This is the cell that we're currently watching as I clear this out. And as we pull up the imagery of these cells rotating and moving through, the rotation that we're currently tracking is currently now across the southwestern Cape. In fact, we're seeing that lift off toward the north-northwest. As we look back in motion over the last 15 minutes as well, watching that drift in over the last couple of minutes where we've seen, again, that rotation heading over St. James City, heading over to the northeast, very broad, but that's exactly what we're watching, this circulation right there. So again, that is heading off towards the north-northeast at 45 miles per hour. Going to put a track on this real quick.
We will get through this together, and we will come back stronger. Now I'd like to have comments from the chair of City Council.
Watching that inflow, outflow, we're trying to make sure that that storm still has that incoming energy and it's responding with the proper outflow. And that's where we look at that rotation, and that's how we depict and discern that we do have
where to go in your home right now. And that is an interior room without doors, without windows. Put as many walls between you and this tornadic thunderstorm as possible. And what I mean by that,
some of the cities across central and southern Highlands County. This is moving to the northwest very quickly, 35 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated. We did have a signature in here earlier of a confirmed tornado. So if you're in this area down across central and southern Highlands County inside this warning, essentially from Lake Placid to the south, you want to go to that safe location in your house, because we do have a storm and a tornado that has been confirmed earlier that is working its way up in this direction. And this is very quick moving. You flip over and you look at the reflectivity, and you can really see that hook in there as well, which is
those
disturbing.
towns that Jim put there in the bottom left, that gives you how many minutes until, if this thing is on the ground, if it holds together, it's going to get to you. So again, we're talking about Highlands County now. This is just the first of what honestly we believe is going to be a lot. There'll be a lot of tornado warnings. There's another one in Charlotte County as well, and that's encompassing that huge area of rain that we've been showing you pushing on shore. And it wouldn't surprise me, Jim, as that moves northward, if that doesn't start to impact Sarasota warnings as well.
Yeah, I really do think that we're going to
west. Been there many times for some of those hurricane talks. I can't remember exactly the name of it, where veterans turn to the north towards Pine Island Road, get to your safe place as well. Cape Coral High School, Sunsplash, as well as Mariner High School and Cape Coral itself. All this rotation will be drifting through the western part of Cape Coral, lifting off towards the north. So keep that in mind. Get to the center of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is evacuation zone A and even B. So hopefully many of you have evacuated. If you haven't evacuated, this is for you. This is heading towards your area. Matt Lachey is going to be near this. Michelli's restaurant right there as well. I know there's the Publix as well as the McDonald's right there at Pine Island, as well as Burnt Store Road. You're in that area as well. So if you're in that corridor right along Pine Island Road to the east, really from that Walmart on Santa Barbara to the west, that is the corridor south and west, down Chiquita, down Santa Barbara, that you need to be taking your safe place and getting the most recent information and watching us here on Wink. Let's get over to Juliana as well. I know you're watching that one in Lee County. That's that one that you were watching rapidly moving off towards the north that is now moving onshore near Vanderbilt Beach as well as Bonita Springs. While you're doing that, I'm going to pull up some of our Bonita Springs cameras and try and track where that's going now too.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm pulling up my radar here on my phone as well just to double check. So this is moving right around 50 miles per hour. So I want to put a track on this because that's definitely the best rotation signature that I've seen on Wink's Live Doppler 3X. As Zach said, this is the tornado warned cell connecting really the northernmost extent of Collier County. So right now, just offshore from Vanderbilt Beach, working its way to the northwest at 47, so closer to 50 miles per hour. So I want to put a track. I'm going to up this to 50. And you can really, what you're seeing is the blues next to the greens, indicating reasonable rotation. So actually I want to make this a little more to the north and northwest, likely going to be a Lover's Key approach here. So again,
that is a confirmed tornado. Those are the types of tornadoes that this has been producing so far this morning. And I just wanted you to realize that when we tell you there's a tornado warning for Highlands County, folks, and it could look potentially something like that, I need you to get into that interior room, Jim.
And this was from a cluster, the same cluster of cells that we've been watching. So all these cells that were down across Alligator Alley that confirmed tornadoes down there, these are the same ones that are now moving up into our southern portions of our viewing area. I want to go ahead and just talk about some tornado safety really quickly here, just to give you an idea of where you want to be inside your house. So you want to go away from those, you want to go towards the interior location, avoid the windows in your house. So this is highlighted with that bathroom. So that's a really good place, right towards the center of your house in that lowest spot in your house.
For most people, that's a bathroom.
Yes.
It really is. And if it's a closet, I'm sure that it's probably not cleaned out enough for you to get in there. But for typically, yes, it is that interior room that we're looking for. You know, as Jim is bringing that radar back out, that vicious line of rain from Bradenton all the way down through Bonita Springs, there was no doubt there's got to be some 50 to 60.
Potential. We had a water spout that washed on shore, that washed right over the causeway. From a cell that I'm tracking with 100+ mile-per-hour winds right now. I want to get these times back for you here. The Southwest Cape, the storm is arriving as we speak. Right here, the southwest side of Cape Coral. There's Del Prado. There is Cape Coral Parkway, the southwest corner of Cape Coral, Sands Boulevard, Beach Parkway West. This is moving to the north and west. Potential rain-wrapped tornado, a tornado-warned storm in Cape Coral, even outside of this rotation here. This is producing very, very fierce winds right now. Let me dial down to street level to get into what we're talking about here. Some of these roads for you. El Dorado Parkway, there's Rose Garden Road, Sands Boulevard, Southwest 25th Place. Again, the southwest corner of Cape Coral. This is where this area of rotation is lifting right now, quickly off to the north. Perhaps the north-northeast at about 50 miles per hour, and even outside.
These water spouts move onshore, and then they can weaken right when they move onshore. So let's go to Weather One real quick with me, analyzing that. But again, this is all embedded within a lot of rain. This is not going to be the tornado that we were tracking in inland Glades and inland Henry counties. The reason why is those cells were by themselves. As those cells are by themselves, they're able to rotate, they're able to cycle, they're able to constantly reform and develop and move off towards the north. These are water spouts that have been offshore. Once they move onshore, they do get wrapped up rather quickly. As we saw, that rotation tracker has changed as it moves onshore. There's a lot going on right now, so actually let's turn off the lightning. Let's turn off even some of the other warnings. We're going to watch those two warnings right now as we're watching the flood advisory. We have that. It's raining a lot in Collier County. The flood advisory is in effect. But here's the latest on these tornado warnings that we're currently watching across Lee County. And I know we're watching these closely because, again, what we're pointing out is almost three different areas, three distinct areas of the red, red area, red area. Those each 3 distinct areas were once rotations offshore that are now embedded within a line moving off towards the north. We could see that based on our reflectivity as well as our velocity here at Wink. And the biggest thing, I don't see much in terms of rotation currently in Cape Coral. So this is good news. I know you're still under the warning. We're going to watch this closely for you. But this is just a lot of wind heading through central Cape Coral. Really, from Veterans Memorial Parkway off towards the north, that's where the heaviest rain is currently at and the highest winds. The biggest cell we are going to focus in on with the highest winds, even if this is not producing a tornado in this area. We are seeing very high winds in this corridor south and southwest of Bonita Springs. Again, I know we're high in the sky. I know we're getting a little bit lofted with Wink Doppler 3X, but that is 107 mile per hour wind with possibly that water spout that's been moving onshore to Collier County, moving off towards the north. We're watching that closely because, again, even if we aren't seeing that water spot hold together, this rain is moving so fast onshore and so fast to the north that that's going to be then causing issues and power outages as well as big issues over the next couple of miles. So let's put a track on this as well. I'm going to make this track larger because of that ability of it encompassing a larger swath moving in. I know we have a lot of information coming in as well. Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt also just walked in. He's still getting ready this early midday hour. We'll get over to him in a second, as well as he did just come in to bring us the latest too. But here's a track on where this cell is going. This is going to track right along US 41. We're looking at Bonita Beach Road right now. In fact, really from that Publix at Bonita Beach Road as well as US 41, that area off towards the north, right along US 41 through San Carlos Park, Spring Run, that is near Coconut Road, Coconut Point Mall right there, the Hyatt just west of that. So again, this will encompass everyone who lives from Coconut Road off towards the south right now. This includes also old US 41 heading towards Bonita Beach Road. That also includes everyone in that corridor, really from Three Oaks Parkway, I-75 west is where this large swath of the wind is going to be heading next, building off towards the north-northeast. Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt, who just walked in as well. Matt, it's been a busy morning. We've had 2 confirmed tornadoes that we saw on cameras inland, and now we're dealing with this, the largest part of the storm now moving onshore. Help break this down for us.
That's right, and we are tracking these multiple areas of rotation, and I would even say, guys, we're in the back here where we have so many tornado warnings right now in progress. What we need to do is have, and Zach, when you come back, we'll have you cover some of them. I'm going to cover that as well. So we will be able to basically get you every single spot that we have currently being warned. So here is, first off, the highest priority because we know it is on the ground, and that is because of this pink polygon, and it is this storm right now across areas of Glades County. There is your hook echo. This has been responsible for a large wedge tornado as it crossed over State Road 80. Wedge meaning that it was wider than it is tall, oftentimes indicative of very destructive tornadoes. Multiple viewer pictures and videos coming in of that, and there is going to be your rotation. The Brighton Reservation, seek shelter immediately. A tornado has been confirmed on the ground and likely doing damage. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Basically analyzes if we have any debris, and there is a bit of a signature, but there is your classic hook. And let's zoom on in, and granted, I'm going to take this off. You will see some of the areas that are right now being impacted, and it is not too far off from the Miko Camp landmark. Lightning indicated obviously with this storm. We also now would like to take you to the other tornado warnings. This is going to be around, looks like the Citrus Center, State Road 78. That's where we have a tornado warning right now in effect. Now let's take you to the coast as we have multiple tornado warnings. We have one as it extends across areas of Charlotte and extending into Lee County. It's a mess. One of the dynamics here, we need to factor in the fact that it would be rain wrapped, and that means it's harder to visibly see. So we don't want to take any chances here. What you want to do is get to the lowest level of your home, away from windows, insulate yourself as much as possible. Let me double up and take a look at another radar, and there it is. So if we could, Juliana, can you take a look at the Matt Lachey camera? That is where it's going to get close. So, guys in the back, I'm going to prep Juliana on weather 4. She's going to try to get up the Matt Lachey camera. Zach, if you have it, let's punch up Zach's camera as well. And if anything, guys in the back, let's do a continuous 2-box. Zach in one, me in the other.
Oh, okay.
And that way we can show both radar and the visible at the exact same time.
Yeah, this is looking towards the east, Matt, and this would be the viewpoint that we want to see because it'd be passing directly just east of Pine Island Sound. As you can see that image behind you, and that's where that system is going. It looks like if it's still maybe a minute or so away from passing over this area, I'm going to let you explain it as well, but you see those greens and those reds, that would be passing directly over that Pine Island Matt Lachey corridor from State Road 78, where it moves back on to Cape Coral.
Yep. So here would be the trouble spot, and you can see the area of lighter green and blue. That's wind heading in one direction. We have red, an area of conflicting wind. That is where we either have rotation within the cloud, we have a water spout that's on the ground, or water spout over water, or we have that water spout that pushes on shore and could become a tornado. So, Zach, correct me if I'm wrong, you have that camera that's looking east, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we should be able to get a very good view. And I tell you what, buddy, if you could, maybe we'll take down the banner. That way we get a little bit more of a visible as it tries to pass on by. So this would be happening live on TV if it does in fact do that. So there's going to be your area. We get these scans every couple of seconds, and now I'm going to move that rotation up a little bit. Zach, the forward progress of this is, let's see.
That should be moving north-northeast at 45 miles per hour when I tracked it when it first moved on shore.
Okay, so 45 miles an hour. Let's time that out, and that way we can tell you who is going to be in the projected path, and that is going to be, let me switch over to velocity. I mean, this is good. I would say at this point, Matt Lachey, high priority, ASAP, your safe spot. Let's do the storm cone. And this is even going to be working its way into areas of extreme Northwest Cape. So time now is 12:03 within seconds for Matt Lachey, the Pine Island Church 12:04, and then the Matt Lachey Pass Aquatic Preserve just 60 seconds after that. Okay, and we're going to continue to look at the very latest on the live shot to see if we have any areas of a touchdown. So we're going to continue to keep that up.
Matt, you can definitely see the wind picking up and definitely seeing the palm trees on that side of that image swaying a lot more, the camera shaking a bit more. And in fact, Lois just told me that a reporter or an anchor just called in to say that they had hail on Pine Island.
How about
a viewer called
reports
in?
Of hail. You don't hear that very often.
We did not have that on the chart for that. This is a strong system moving on shore right now. You can see the wind definitely picking up right now. Hopefully the rain holds off, but it looks like the worst of it, as you mentioned, at least that high wind threat from this potential tornado now passing near this camera on Matt Lachey.
Yeah, I tell you what, let's go to full temporarily. We'll get a really good look here of
you
the
see
camera.
Internet's holding off a little bit.
And this is going to be the tornado warn cell, and this is a live look of the highest threat area, and this would be essentially crossing over Matt Lachey as we speak, and we are looking at this live. What a storm. Look at all the people, my goodness, on the road. If you know someone right now that is in Matt Lachey traveling, you have got to give them a heads up. Look at the lower visibility, the gusty wind.
I mean it's becoming maybe a little bit more obscure, but you're seeing signs that we've got debris, and you definitely have this a bit further to the south as well.
When that debris is lofted up and the signal is sent out to the radar, it hits that debris and it notices it's something solid, so it sends back that brighter color. And that's how we know that yellowish color, that green, that there's something else it's detecting besides just rain in there, and it's debris being lofted, whether it's branches or whether it's parts of buildings or trees, we don't know. But that is a sure sign, Jim. And you've been talking right where Highway 27 intersects as you're going down toward LaBelle and Moorhaven. That's where that signature is right now.
Yeah, I mean, because what we're looking for with with a weather radar, we're looking for raindrops. And so the radar, it knows what a raindrop looks like. And when it picks up something that is not shaped like a raindrop, we know it's something different, and that's debris. And that's how we can tell. I mean, just the simple science behind how that works is basically we know it's not a raindrop. So what else is there? It's debris. Yeah. And so that's what we're seeing with that. Just kind of going out wide once again to see what exactly we've got going on here.
And not only, if you look at and you see the warnings on there, but we put the radar into motion just for a few minutes, you can see all of this activity sitting out over the Gulf, and all of those thunderstorms, those little, they look like little fingers, don't they? You see them? Yep. Any of those can be rotating. Any of those can produce, if you will, a tornado. There are those little fingers there, and it's just, you get this massive friction as these intense winds are wrapping around the storm, and now they've hit the land, and that friction of the land, and you're starting to get that spin, and this is sort of the onset of the whole event, folks, because outside of that, the rain is coming down tremendously heavy from Bradenton southward, and it's now moving over the Skyway. So St. Petersburg and Tampa, that heavy rain is not too far away from you folks as well. You know, Jim's looking at that, you know, the rainfall rate. And Jim, I know it's not going to rain for an hour in one particular spot, but you get an idea, 6.5 inches of rain per hour in that band, 5.7 in the other. You may get a half-hour long band, but you're going to pick up 2 to 3 inches of rain in it. Yeah, and anytime you get something like this is just that absolutely torrential downpour. I mean, when you're in a storm like this is about as heavy of rain you will ever see in your life coming down. So it's just, you can't see more than maybe 20 feet in front of you. And not only that, but you're throwing in easily some tropical storm force wind gusts to go along with some of those downpours as well. That's when you're really going to see those winds just really ramp up when you're getting into some of those downpours. So while the coastal areas are beginning to get that very heavy rain and the wind is going to start to pick up, it's the inland locations, and we're dealing with the tornado warnings. And this is going to be like this for the next few hours. But the heavy rain along the coast, Jim, and then, of course, the tornadoes right along the coast and inland is sort of the onset as Milton continues its path toward this area. And you can already see just over the past 12 hours, I mean, we're just getting started here.
As well as the tornado tracker. And we do have a little bit of messiness here. We'll have to see if that starts to brighten up with various colors. That would indicate if we had debris that was being lofted into the air. So again, to reiterate, according to the National Weather Service, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Lee County. And reading the report, 12:06, a confirmed tornado was located near Matlacha. That's the one that we talked about. Broadcast media confirmed the tornado. Please take this seriously, everybody. And we
Matt,
also
look at Weather 2. Pull up Weather 2 or Weather 1 behind Matt real quick, too, because you could see this, the rotation history that went directly over that camera. I know we have a lot going on source-wise in the back. Thank you guys so much upstairs for changing this behind Matt. Look at that behind you, that rotation history. Obviously, we just saw that pass directly over Matlacha. From there, that will continue building off towards the northeast. So if you live on Burnt Store Road, it's just important to mention you need to be getting into your safe spot right now because this is a strong storm passing to the north. Burnt Store Road, West Cape, Northwest Cape. Everyone from Burnt Store Marina south, this is going to continue passing towards your area, lifting off towards the north. If you're still there, hopefully you were evacuated. You're in Zone A, but if you are still there,
kind of losing that sign of the debris, and that may just simply because we're much more in a rural area and we're just not picking up as much debris in this. You're still definitely seeing a rotation a little bit more broad right now with this. So, you know, it might be an indication that this is somewhat lifting. It may not. Again, we're very far from the radar site to the actual center of this. So it's something we're just going to continue to watch here as we go through the next few minutes here. Because, I mean, with that one...
I know it's going to be hard to see much because of the rain, and sometimes you get these rain-wrapped tornadoes, and you can't even see it. So sometimes there's tornadoes that you cannot even see that's out there until it hits. So that's why we want you to get to a safe place right now. So there's our private sky aviation services camera as we look down to the south from the airport. And so we'll let you know as soon as we see any kind of indication.
Watching also the tornado that's on the ground. That is going to be in Glades County, approaching Highlands County, there is going to be your classic hook echo. And treat that as a tornado that is in progress on the ground. Had a history of putting down a wedge tornado in Clewiston, Moorhaven, as it crossed over State Road 80. So situation at hand here, we have, if you're wondering what all the colors are, the red polygon means that a tornado is possible at any point. And then there's a level one notch above that. When it goes pink, that means that a tornado has been spotted. It is confirmed on the ground, and that's the difference between these two. Now, we need to treat both of them equally with the amount of seriousness that they deserve. And as we switch back over to the velocity, we can see that those two areas in particular, there's the one, and then there's going to be the other towards Cape Coral. Zach, you have more updates on your end. Do you have the chat up from the Weather Service?
I do have a track on that one that is currently just south of Estero. You can see that there on Weather 2. I do have highlighted in the rotation tracker the two areas we were watching. The one that we saw live moments ago, now passing north of Matlacha. The other one currently directly over, it looks like the Back Bay, just east of Fort Myers Beach. This is heading towards the northeast. In fact, if you live anywhere from really the Forest Golf and Country Club, anywhere north, all the way to the north from Shadowwood Preserve, all the way north from there, including the Spectra apartment complex where US 41 turns to the north and west. Of course, where Alico Road connects with US 41 there as well. Everything north of that, all the way to, of course, where the Walmart Supercenter is on Gladiolus Drive, US 41 in that corridor. This is heading into that area now. The rotation is not as strong as the one we just saw in Matlacha, but that's the one that we were watching move quickly to the northeast. To read some of those times off, again, Estero Islands is passing now north of Estero Island currently. It's now through the Back Bay, the Forest, 1220. Get into your interior room or closet now if you are still there. Cypress Lake community, same for you all. Fort Myers, if this holds together, continue passing off towards the north. Page Field at 1230, and then the Forum area if that continues to pass to the north. So this is everyone from South Fort Myers to North Fort Myers. This area of rotation is moving quickly, and that was just a new update. As I turn off those rotation trackers, I'm going to zoom in real quick, Matt. Again, I'm not on screen just so you can see it. Here's where the rotation is right now. This, as you can see, just west of Corkscrew Road and US 41, just west of the Hertz complex there. In fact, just west of Coconut Point Mall. It's directly over the Hyatt Regency of Coconut Point. Currently, Spring Run is on Coconut Road. Shadowwood, two great golf clubs in that area. Been there often, near the Estero Road often as well. Again, from Corkscrew to the west, that's the rotation. Now over West Bay, and this will continue drifting towards the north, may even head towards San Carlos Park. Matt.
Yeah, hey, thanks so much. And, you know, we are here for your safety. We have, in my opinion, 3 areas that are suspect across Lee County. Here's going to be the first one. Let's point it out. What we're looking at is the velocity product. It indicates wind heading a different direction. Here's one, and this one is going to be pushing to the north. We analyzed that, Zach, at about, what, 25 miles an hour?
That was at 35, that one near Matlacha.
Okay, yes. So then we have another one right here crossing over Pine Island Road. And this one specifically is around, there's a Southwest El Dorado Boulevard, Burnt Store Road. Seek shelter if you see specifics where you live. And I tell you what, let me go even tighter. And this is going to be, let's see, Southwest 26th Place, Citrus Park Parkway. And then we also have an area that is tightening up, as Zach had noted. This is going to be, let me switch over to another radar.
You can see that hook there.
And this
also,
is getting pretty significant and tightening up.
Yep.
So we need to also seek shelter within this area from the Forest, South Fort Myers towards San Carlos Park. In progress that we have a tight area of rotation. Let me switch radars. Let me also take a look at what's called the correlation coefficient. A bit of messiness in there, nothing too definitive, but we need to treat it like we have the possibility of something on the ground as it is working its way to the north.
What you're hearing, Matt, is an extension of that tornado warning from that first cell you just pointed out. That is still passing, again, directly over Corkscrew Road.
To our location right now, I think, as this moves quickly off to the north and east. I want to draw a track for you, 50 miles per hour off to the north. This is going to go right towards downtown Fort Myers. I apologize for the scrolling going on. I'm just trying to get this as accurate as I possibly can as this moves toward downtown Fort Myers. Some times for you here. The Forest at 12:17, Villas by 12:20, Brookshire by 12:20. There's an update. Emerald Pines by 12:21, Green Gate at 12:21. I'm going to keep this track here. I want you at home to keep an eye on these as they update. But again, we're talking a pronounced area of rotation, a tornado in this cell that is moving through the South Fort Myers area right now. Let me get down to street level. This is racing quickly, moving off to the north and east at 50 miles per hour. This is over the Villas area now as we speak. Trying to get in and zoom in on that cell so we can get a closer look at what we're talking about here, the roads we're talking about. The area of rotation is just west of 41. This is moving up Cypress Lake. There's College Parkway. There's Cypress Lake. This is moving right up and to the
between Jamaica Bay and
Jamaica Bay.
near that Walmart right there too.
Yep. So there's going to be your area of rotation, and we would be seeing this from Cypress Lake to the Forest where you have that contrast. Let's time this out so we know who is going to be in its projected path. And I believe this is going to be, let me go back and then forward a little bit.
And I did want to double box real quick while you're doing that with the tornado safety tips, because again, if you're in this area that Matt's about to track, you need to get to the center of your home. This is an area that people are not evacuating in, especially as you get towards US 41 in central Fort Myers. I know many individuals right here are watching our coverage right now. What you should be doing is leaving your TV on, bringing your family into an interior wall or closet, an interior bathroom, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, because as Matt's about to track, this is a large area of some rotation, at least nonetheless, very heavy wind moving into portions of central Fort Myers, Matt.
Yeah, so here would be the specifics, and this is a densely populated area. It is going to be Villas, it's going to be Bell Tower, it's going to be Page Field, and eventually downtown Fort Myers. Now, for us here in the studios, it looks like the worst possible rotation should be just to the west of us here at Wink, but we will continue to keep you in the loop on that, towards North Fort Myers High School, Suncoast Estates, and more areas of North Fort Myers. If you are on this list, please seek shelter ASAP immediately. We've had multiple tornadoes throughout the day. Oftentimes with tropical systems, they can cycle, where they intensify, then they weaken, and then they cycle back. And there is the area of rotation. Okay, let's take a live look from the Forest on Weather 4. We have a camera. This is from the fire department on Weather 4. This gives us a visual, and this is essentially looking to the northwest. So this will be a live shot. Thank you so much, Juliana, where we are looking at that tornado-worn cell. And according to Wink Live Doppler 3X, it is tightening up. Okay, so let's go back to Weather 2. We'll do that 2 box. And it is tightening up. Let's zoom on into this one.
Yeah, in fact, we have a couple of cameras. This is also the view from San Carlos Park. From the other fire station there, the larger view that looks actually back towards this view, towards the forest. And right now you could see just a lot of heavy rain coming down. Not too much wind in this area as of yet, but you could see the wind picking up now in that area. The other camera we just had was right at the corner, just north of Alico Road, as well as just north of the Alico Road US 41 interchange right there. Yeah. Again, just north of that Publix. That's where that camera view was. Again, Fort Myers at the Forest. And Matt, you're watching that. That rotation very strong still in that area as well.
And this one too in Northwest Cape, crossing over Burnt Store Road. We don't want to forget about that one. That one as well has an area of rotation. Let's circle that out as it is pushing to the northwest. But I would say the most pronounced one at the moment, and this is a pretty serious situation, is going to be Hammond Stadium to Whiskey Creek. If you have any damage, if you have any tower.
North, yep.
Honestly, I think this is at Bell Tower.
Yeah, right at Bell Tower, yeah.
So it continues to tighten up. It is going right up US 41. There it is for the possibility of a tornado going straight up 41, pushing to the north at 35 miles an hour. This is some serious business, as it is going to be there before you even know it. We're not doing this to scare you. It's for your safety. We want to make sure that everybody is getting these updates. They're taking it seriously. Rotation pretty pronounced on Wink Live Doppler 3X through a very densely populated area. Let me take a look at our correlation coefficient. What that basically means is we have the ability to see if there are things in the atmosphere that stand out from rain, and that includes debris.
And
we
Matt,
would know that.
I'm going to side box this with you, not to cut you off real quick. There's a velocity next to your product as well. So you can explain both side by side and how that definitely tracks what we could be seeing in the air.
So this right now I'd say is a little messy. We would look for a definitive bulb and a pulse if we had a confirmed tornado on the ground, but we can't rule it out at this point as we are tracking these multiple tornado possibilities.
We are talking some very fierce winds within this cell. Jason, I don't know what you're seeing on your end there, but if you want to take it over, you can take a look at what you're seeing on your end.
Yeah, you know, we have a lot of products to detect some of that rotation, and this is another one that looks at the shear inside the storm or the cell. So this is a little bit of a different color coding compared to what you were seeing with meteorologist Jim Dickey. But I want to highlight the area of concern right now, and this is right around the villas out toward McGregor Boulevard and Highway 41. Do you see that little pop of color? This is our NBC2 First Alert live Doppler radar picking up on that rotation so we can isolate the area where we're looking at that potential tornado. So let me clear this off, and we're going to go as close in as we can to see exactly which areas could be dealing with that tornado. So this is right along College Parkway up through Pine Manor as we go a little bit farther north. If you're near Colonial Boulevard and US 41, so this entire section and really all the way out to I-75. So Colonial, US 41, McGregor Boulevard. If you live anywhere in this zone, you need to go to a safe place. Get away from the walls, get away from the windows. There could be a potential tornado with this cell, and we're looking at all of our cameras to see if there's any ground.
Let's do a storm cone on that.
And this is a bit delayed, that rotation tracker on your side of the monitor as well. That is that rotation that Matt's about to track as well. This little blue area, it is a little bit delayed because we have so many products here at Wink that it's hard to get everything loading in, matching the same. That's where it was, and that's what he's tracking right near Page Field. This bit of rotation currently right along Crystal. Looks like Crystal on the northern side of the villas, Crystal Road.
We're trying to go through the whole weather forecast for you, but these tornado warnings won't let us, but we're doing our best.
I'm sure we're going to get to it at one point. We're going to just talk about the radar a little bit more here. Now, to the north, not to forget any of these areas right now. We're just not focusing on them so much. Let me clear off all the stuff that we've got going on here right now so we can actually see the radar. Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, points north. You've got a lot of rain, but you don't have any of the severe weather threat yet at this point. Although, as you look up just to our north, you're seeing some of these cells up here. You're not seeing any spin in that, but you certainly have some pretty strong cells now working its way up towards Sumter County up into Citrus County, and then you see just kind of this dot. You see all these little cells. So what happens is you get these outer bands, and then as they spiral around, you get these
This is now passing north of the villas. Again, Crystal is right there, as well as the villas to the south. Again, here's US 41. We're currently seeing where that racetrack is. The Culver's right there. I think the Chipotle is also right in that region. The PDQ right there. This is heading off towards the north, heading towards Villas Elementary. So if you live in the villas, this is now clearing your area, heading off towards the north in that area. If you live near Page Field, where the U.S. Post Office is on the northern side of Page Field, this is going to continue passing directly between US 41 and Metro Parkway. So we're watching that currently. And I know, Matt, this is one of many areas with not only the rotation that we're watching, just very heavy rain causing, I know, flooding on the roads right now as well. So everyone should just be staying put and watching our coverage here at Wink.
And, okay, so now what we'll do, Zach, if it's okay, we're getting some visuals on the storm. So let's do a two-box. Let's punch up. You said we had in the back some traffic cameras. Okay, and tell me in my ear where this is.
That's Colonial Boulevard and Fowler.
Colonial and Fowler.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Colonial and Fowler, as this storm is continuing to work its way to the north and northwest. So Colonial and Fowler, there's a live shot, obviously heavy rain, gusty wind, and this would be on the eastern side of the tornado-warned cell. South wind coming in and producing some gusty wind, and the possibility for straight line wind.
Look at that wind really pick up right there with all this drivers now going through currently.
Yeah.
You can definitely see that wind really increasing as that is passing directly over Colonial right now. And that hook still evident behind you, Matt.
Yeah, still evident. And we also don't want to forget, next up is going to be Charlotte County. So Charlotte County, we have another, this is the one currently that worked its way through Matlacha, and there was a confirmed tornado according to the National Weather Service. And then this is going to be working its way towards more areas of Charlotte County, so we need to watch that one too, and it looks like it's been tightening up. But let's take it to the one right now near downtown Fort Myers. If we could, let's punch up the downtown Fort Myers camera on the left box. Downtown Fort Myers camera, and let's keep,
I could throw it up there.
Let's keep that there. Yep. Yeah, let's keep that there because we are going to get a visual. The problem is it is very rain wrapped. Sometimes you can see a definitive area, but what we would see, let me switch back over to the velocity signature. It is going to be right here. I would say it's on top of Allen Park. So see that contrast around Allen Park and Riverside Park? That is where we would have the possibility for a tornado that could be on the ground. Seek shelter immediately. Let's do a time lapse as well as a forecast cone of where this will be heading. As you can see, the visual, and this is going to come into view here if we have something on the ground. I would say within the next maybe 2 to 3 minutes, if not sooner. Yeah, Fort Myers High School next up. Edison and Ford Winter Estates, mentioned that earlier. Looks like Buccaneer Estates, Littleton Elementary, that would be north of the Caloosahatchee areas of North Fort Myers, Northeast Cape, and then Suncoast Estates, Suncoast Elementary.
Watch both of these areas, and then just more of that band working its way through, quite likely, as we try and make our way through this. So we're going to end up seeing some more warnings as well. But this is now the 12 p.m. advisory. Winds still at 145 miles an hour. It's moving to the northeast at 17 miles an hour. That location puts us 175 miles to the southwest of us here in Tampa. So this is still a Category 4 hurricane. The wind shear, that will continue to weaken this more as we go through the rest of the afternoon, heading into this evening. But even with that, this is still going to continue to be an extremely dangerous, extremely destructive hurricane, especially as you get on that right-hand side, on that southern side. That's where we have the biggest potential for that surge. You see the track right now really hasn't shifted all that much, and we've been talking about this. When you see us go through time and we get closer and closer to the event, you see the cone starts to narrow. Remember, this cone only has to deal with the air and where we expect the actual center to move through. This has absolutely nothing to do with the effects. The effects extend well beyond this. We've talked about this at length. On that southern side of this, where we're going to see the storm surge. We're going to see the strongest winds. But even on this northern side, which quite often we talk about that left-hand side, the weaker side of the storm, and it is going to be relatively weaker, but still, we actually have a cold front that's working its way down over the state. And so this is somewhat of an unusual situation because now Milton is starting to interact with this cold front. So that's why we're starting to see it weaken because of the wind shear. We're starting to see that some of it being eroded away because of the dry air. But it also, it allows for that northern side that is interacting with this cold front to actually ramp up a little bit stronger than it normally would be. And we also see a lot more rain on that northern side. That's why we're going to see so much more of a threat north of the track with the heavy rainfall. And the rainfall amounts that we're talking about between 5 to 12 inches of rain, and we could see some areas up to 18 inches of rain. So if you look at this track line and you see, hey, I'm on the northern side, I'm on that left-hand side of this as it's moving, that's the areas that we're most likely going to see the heaviest rain with this that extends all the way across the state through Orlando, all the way over to the Cape and heading out into the Atlantic. These are the areas areas that are going to see the heaviest rain with this, and to talk more about the winds that we're currently seeing with this, and more of these impacts as far as a storm surge. Dave, I know you're sitting there ready to take that over.
You know, Jim, as I'm sitting here looking at these forecast points, the forecast point tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. puts this as a Category 1 hurricane right along or close to I-95. So I'm assuming this is the 8 p.m. point over here. The storm is moving quicker. The forecast path early this morning actually had it making landfall close to 2 a.m. It's going to be quicker than that because, I mean, if you just do a calculation, 175 miles southwest of Tampa, moving northeast at 17, what, about 10 hours? Okay, but if this is going to make landfall to the south, it would be sooner than that. So it's likely to be before midnight we make this landfall, and then we push those hurricane force winds completely across the state. We talked about these winds that are gusting to 47 now in St. Pete. I got 39 in Clearwater, so we're getting there with those tropical storm force wind gusts. The sustained tropical storm force winds are still a bit to the south, but they'll eventually move in. Now, as it makes landfall, this is exactly what the Hurricane Center is forecasting. In these red shaded areas, Tampa to Orlando, hurricane force winds gusts maybe over 100 miles per hour, depending upon how strong the storm is when it makes landfall, and exactly. Then 110 mile per hour winds going across the state, but they'll be weakening as they do. My point is this: most of Central Florida will have at least strong tropical storm force winds, if not hurricane force wind gusts, much later tonight. When we had Helene move through, it was basically storm surge. It was almost all storm surge, a little bit of wind. This time it's going to be bigger storm surge on and where the storm makes landfall to the south, okay? Plus 6 to 12 inches of rain, isolated 18, plus hurricane force wind gusts, plus tornadoes. We have a lot of different aspects of this storm, and throughout the entire viewing area, each of you are going to experience something different. Some of you more aspects than others, but everybody will experience something. Where the storm makes landfall into the south, that 10 to 15 foot storm surge. So if you kind of look at the storm surge potential, this is based on the current forecast. You can see as you're getting southward, you're getting up to 6 foot of inundation in parts of Holmes Beach, Bradenton Beach, over to Cortez, if this plays out exactly as the forecast track says. And once you're getting down into Siesta Key, now you're looking at the 9 feet of inundation with the current forecast. And then as you're going south from there, you're getting into the Charlotte Harbor area. They're going to have a big inundation as well. So storm surge, even though the storm surge may be lower in Tampa Bay, the heaviest rains are north of the center, which really puts Tampa, Orlando, all the way to Daytona Beach in this high chance of excessive rain. These high rain chances, these high excessive rain chances, they're not issued a lot, but we have a lot of Central Florida in that. So 6 to 12 inches of rain with isolated amounts to 18 inches. So that is going to cause a problem in of itself. Plus the storm surge on and south to where it makes landfall, and the winds, and of course those isolated tornadoes. Let me show you something real quick. We got time, right? We got all the time in the world right now. So as this storm is approaching the coast, notice something. Where is all the rain? It's north. It's not to the south, because that drier air, that wind shear is eating up this western side. So it's forcing everything up to the north. So 11 o'clock tonight from Tampa north, I mean, it's just going to be that blinding rain and wind as well, with more wind to the south. Notice as we're getting into the morning hours, as the rain pushes out, the tropical storm force winds may hang on till early on Thursday morning, and then things will start to get better. I know we still have all kinds of stuff going on the radar, but we've talked for about 40 minutes, Russell and Laura, so we'll give it back to you guys for a couple of minutes, okay? And then if we have another tornado warning, we'll jump right back in with you, okay?
It's important. It's important.
Thank you. Well, our inland areas will be experiencing impact from Hurricane Milton, too.
By the time it reaches Polk County tonight and overnight, it will still be a hurricane. Fox 13's Carla Byron is in Polk County right now with the latest.
Yeah, the window to make last-minute preparations is closing. Milton is expected to impact Polk County during the day with tropical storm force winds. Later tonight, that's when the hurricane force winds are expected, which may reach 70 to 90 miles per hour. The flood threat has actually increased significantly since yesterday. Rain totals of 6 to 18 inches are being forecasted. There will be downed trees, which can damage homes, as well as downed power lines. People will lose electricity. If you live in a manufactured home, officials say to try and seek shelter elsewhere, stay with a friend or maybe a member of your church, or if you have no other choice, stay at one of the 19 county designated emergency shelters, which can house 38,000 people total. So far, there are 2,800 people at those shelters right now, so there's still plenty of room. There are pet-friendly and special needs shelters as well.
There's parts of this county that have flooded in the past. We have no way to accurately predict where flood impacts to homes and businesses will occur, but if those areas have flooded in the past, assume that they're going to flood again in this hurricane today. So again, it's important to get out. If you're going to another location, do that quickly.
With widespread flooding, officials are concerned about their regional wastewater treatment systems, so they're asking customers to reduce their use of water as much as possible beginning 48 hours prior to then through the storm to help reduce pressure on wastewater systems. So what you can do is reduce the length of showers, limit flushing of toilets, don't run dishwashers, and don't do laundry unnecessarily. Now, when the hurricane has passed, officials are urging people to just stay off of the roads, to stay at home, because they want emergency officials and first responders to be able to help people and basically just be able to do their jobs. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
We receive lots of emails from concerned viewers trying to get information about their specific area. We're getting to each of our local counties throughout the coverage of Milton.
In the meantime, there are ways to access that information if you did miss it. Walter is here now to show us how.
Laura Russell, good morning to you. Shelters, evacuation zones, closures. All of this information right here, fox13news.com. That's our website, constantly updating it. And I wish I had a camera. We could have gone into the newsroom. There's about 5 or 6 people standing by, and they're updating this constantly. Now, to view it, all you have to do is visit fox13news.com, go to the homepage. Then you can scroll down to the county-by-county guide. You click that.
Thank you once again back into time. Deltura, seconds it will be there. Please, please seek shelter as it is going to be heading to the north. Let's time it out. This is going to be, don't worry about this, that's something else, but one spot that's sticking out, and it is going to be working its way towards Deltura, all the way towards the Holy Trinity Presbyterian Church, Lake Fairways, and extending all the way towards the Charlotte County line. Zach, if we have updates that are coming in from those areas, please let me know in the back. Make sure that everybody is safe and that hopefully any type of damage is limited. But that is very suspect, according to me and Zach here.
Yeah, I'm looking at that area right now too, just seeing this. There's and I don't know if that new warning was for that one we were watching. It includes an area far from central Lee County as well. That includes an area back towards the south, including Daniels as well as Colonial and the entire Midpoint Bridge. I just think there's so much that is spinning here and falling apart, Matt, as well, that it's going to continue to be something besides that one you're seeing right now. That one does look evident of a strong area of rotation that, again, is now building towards the north. And you can see that very small near Lake Fairways, as well as, again, Deltura Island Coast High School right there on the southwestern side. This just passed east of you on Bella Vita, as well as the Island Coast High School area to the eastern side, now moving north along US 41. And I think that's right north of where Del Prado, of course, connects with US 41 too, Matt.
So if you see your streets, and even before we get there, if you're in the path of the storm, what you need to do and turn up Wink on the TV. That way you can hear my voice and Zach's voice as you go to the closet, the bathroom. Make sure that you're towards the interior as we continue to relay those updates. But I believe, in my opinion, that this is going to be near Lake Fairways towards US 41. If you see some specifics here on your street, let's go to full on my camera. That way they at home can see it a little bit better. And that is going to be around Circle Pine Road, Brooklyn Drive, Applewood Road, And you can even see some of the neighborhoods.
Yeah, if you live in
this
Herons
is going to be
Glen,
next up.
if you live in Herons Glen, you got 2 minutes before this is on your doorstep. Herons Glen is right behind Matt right there. If you live in Herons Glen, this will cross over US 41. Herons Glen is right there. 1242, this is heading right towards Herons Glen Boulevard. And then if it continues lifting off towards the north, as Matt will continue tracking it, should pass just north of US 41 and then along I-75 as we get south of Tucker's Grade as well as Jones Loop Road as well.
Chris and Lois, are we getting any updates, social media, news about that area?
No, we're getting pictures from the ones inland earlier today, but we're not getting these. But we are hearing from people who are in the areas of like the Allen Park Elementary area where they're hearing terrible weather outside.
Yeah.
They're shuttered in their homes.
Okay. In North Fort Myers, if you are seeing any type of damage, we're also trying to look on social media. If you have any type of damage, if you are hurt, if you need help, first off, make sure that you call 911, but also let us know so that way we can be able to facilitate those to your location so that we can get some help. The spot that is going to be the most troublesome right now is near Pine Lakes.
Reports of a confirmed tornado, Moorhaven in Glades County earlier today. That just came across the chat, and this is now moving north. So soon it's going to be more of a St. Lucie County situation. Okeechobee County, you're looking pretty good. Places like Up the Grove Beach right now, you're just on that edge right there of the polygon. Sherman, you're looking good. Taylor Creek.
That will work in your favor.
That works in our favor.
Captain, how are you feeling right now?
I've been through it before, lived here all my life, so just another day in Florida.
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We're going to stay in touch throughout the afternoon. I appreciate that.
We're going to be watching for you. There's these individual cells. So we have FDOT with I-75. Go ahead and take that full so we can get a look at what we're seeing there. Tucker's Grade we have now. Go ahead and take that full. That's 75 near Tucker's Grade. So that's a ways off to the south of where that area of rotation is. We're talking right along Bayshore right now in the North Fort Myers area. Moving quickly to the north at 50 miles per hour. I'm going to get a track on this for you.
Of pie that we're in compared to where the tornado, compared to where the hurricane is why we're seeing the perfect rotation of these cells around the northeastern edge of where this hurricane is going. Again, this hurricane is staying offshore of southwest Florida. It's staying offshore of Lee County, and this will continue heading off towards the northeast, making landfall near Sarasota County, possibly that Sarasota-Manatee County line later on tonight around midnight to 2 a.m. So we still have a long way to go with this. But, Matt, I just wanted to show the big picture. That's the reason we see all this activity, because the eye is now due west of Collier County and Lee County. Let's get back to you an analysis on that storm you're currently watching as well.
Well, they confirmed the tornado warning.
Okay.
So it is a confirmed tornado warning as we expected here because of the debris signature that popped up. We are right now trying to get analysis on specific neighborhoods, who had the damage, and we are also getting new pictures in, Chris and Lois. It was posted on
the north side here. And so again, that is a little bit closer to Lake Okeechobee. And you can see how the red, and ignore this, it's just because my hand touched the screen, but it is where the red and the green are very close to each other. So this is showing storm rotation. This is not a radar image in the sense that it's showing rainfall. It is showing wind direction. And when you have very strong winds in red going in one direction and very strong winds in that bright green going in another direction, that is indicating that you do in fact have rotation. So again, the radar signature that we're also seeing is hook shaped, and that is another sign of when you've got rotation in a storm. So we do have an active tornado warning in that area, and if you are around Sebring, you're just kind of on the edge of where this storm, if it holds together, that it would be headed. It is moving to the northwest at about 35 miles per hour. It's unlikely to hold together that long, but again, if you are anywhere in this area.
National Weather Service office to the Miami National Weather Service office. So sometimes you have some pretty much crossing of those radar sites. And so we do have to go back and forth oftentimes when we're in that gray zone. And so it's good to confirm with that hook that I'm watching. Again, this is north of Marcy. It's moving north towards about 25 miles per hour. It looks, here we have the newest radar image. It looks to be due east of the Upgrove Beach. And I have to say, just from playing with the radar all morning, that's probably about 2 miles towards the east of Upgrove Beach and 710. So
cool. They can intensify, they can weaken and continue that, so on and so forth. But now we have another threat area, and that is where you see this contrast of red as well as green. I'll switch radars, and you can really see it pretty pronounced.
Matt, we're getting confirmations as well for some friends in the villas saying they went into their bathroom, their ears popped due to a pressure drop. Yep. And they didn't say pressure drop, but you know the ears pop, and they said it sounded like a freight train. Which is typical of what came over the villas about 20 minutes ago. So even though it's hard to analyze each individual one, these things are producing, and each one has to be taken seriously. And just to confirm what you're currently seeing as well, I'm also uploading a picture I got from another friend from Matt Lachey. All the power poles are on their sides. The power poles have fallen over too.
And we have a report from a viewer.
Bring up Chris's mic.
We have a report from a viewer of what they believe to be a tornado touching down right near Bell Tower.
Near Bell Tower, okay.
So that's south of the villas. That confirms that other comment too. Yeah, near the villas area. And then what you're seeing, Matt, too, on the side is what we just said, that Matt Lachey picture. When we saw that live on the camera, what you're seeing, that is the damage that was produced with those power poles now tipped over on their sides from, it looks like straight line wind damage from now, but we saw that live with that damage coming through. So thanks, Lauren, for popping that up for us. But let's get back to Matt. You can pull his Weather 2 full screen because, Matt, that looks like a hook still behind you in North Fort Myers along US 41 Business, US 41 right now.
Yeah, and I'm concerned that this is going to be working its way now into Charlotte County. This one, let's switch over, and I'll show you where that is. And do we have any, by the way, traffic cameras along mile markers 143 to about 148? I think by this point it's crossing it, but a very strong and pronounced signature that is being picked up on Wink Live Doppler 3X. There's going to be your hook. And the possibility of a tornado is indicated right here. Now, what we're going to have to look for in this shot is you can almost see how the curl is not fully curled up. But if we go into time...
I have the Babcock Ranch camera up on Doppler 2 ABC. Bring that up. I just want to see what that's looking like right now. The area of the strongest winds is just off to the west, but those winds are howling all the same. The rain going sideways. Again, the area of rotation is to your west. And if either of you, Lauren or Jason, can try to swing that camera so we can look more to the west, because this is looking off to the east towards our interior areas there in Charlotte County, but certainly not something you want to be out there in Babcock Ranch either. But bring it back to me here. We can hone in on that area of rotation once again. Let's put a track on this. This is going into the forest here, so moving away from 75, but a very pronounced area of rotation, a very dangerous storm. If you're watching from the Babcock Ranch community or any of those areas along...
we're using ours and we're using Tampa's. And Tampa's, that's what I have up right here. Tampa is basically indicating strong rotation. That's going to be your contrast of red, green, and lighter blue. But that's well up in the sky. We're talking like 10,000 feet. So the rotation is strong there. But then as I switch to Wink Live Doppler 3X, you can see that it doesn't necessarily look like that, but it's starting to get closer together. So we have a real good look. If there's something on the ground, we're going to know about it because it's only a couple miles away from the radar. But what we're going to be looking for is where we have a sharp contrast almost together of red and green. This is a little suspect, so is right there. Thankfully, this is a very rural area of... it's a pretty rural area of Charlotte County, but eventually it will be working its way into more populated areas. Let me take a look here and double up to show you that. And granted, we do have some towns and some communities, and we want to make sure that we seek shelter around Perry Ranch Road, Cook Brown Road, Huffmaster Road, as well as let's zoom on in. Got some farms, some agriculture, St. Vincent Avenue. Those are some of the specifics that I believe is in a very troublesome spot. And do we have Wink Live Doppler 3X, a live shot ready to go?
They're going to pull it up from upstairs for us if they can and two-box it, as we should be able to see that. Is that facing to the southwest, Juliana or Lauren?
Yes, it should be facing to the southwest.
Okay.
Okay, and let's keep with it. I tell you what, let's keep up the shot. Let's move the camera a little bit. It should be popping up soon behind the Doppler. Yep, so that would be the general location. So we'll keep that up for a bit, and we'll see if we see anything indicative of something on the ground. There are a couple spots. There's one where it could be. There's another within this line. You know, sometimes when you see a little pocket of, you see that little bulb, that can sometimes stand out as an area where we could have a tornado and an area of stronger rotation. Zach, updates on your end?
Yeah, I'm looking at our camera network right now, just trying to check all these things. Getting a number of individuals who were just reaching out, asking about some of the other tower cameras, which from Brad Dodson, one of our station managers as well, trying to help us figure out what's going on across the area. Always have to try to check in and see what's going on. Visualization rise across the board. But what you're currently watching right now, again, behind Matt, he's doing a scope of trying to analyze the current view. In fact, you could quickly pull up a Weather 1 real quick behind in Matt's source if you want for a quick second. You can leave the camera up because we're watching that. And what we're currently seeing as well is just this large area of a new tornado warning as well, Matt. This new tornado warning also now includes
cloud and possibly a tornado being created from the outer bands of Hurricane Milton. Look at that. Again, this is a powerful hurricane, and landfall is projected for later tonight or early Thursday morning. But this is a funnel cloud caught by our FDOT camera. Pretty concerning for sure. Our coverage turns now to Polk County.
And that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Jada Williams. She's live for us in Davenport. Jada, what's it like out there now?
They will rather over-prepare you than under-prepare you. Sometimes the polygon will be a lot larger than the specific small threat area, but, you know, safety first. And in my opinion, this is the area that is of greatest concern. Let's confirm that. It's around Royal Palm Hammock, and that will be heading very quickly to the north as it crosses over US 41.
Matt, I just received confirming video from a buddy who lives in Herons Glen of a tornado that was down in Herons Glen. So that is that one that you're still watching.
Video picture damage?
Video, not damaged yet. He lives on the, I think right off of the side of Herons Glen. He said he's got video and he just sent that towards me. And I'm going to try and look at that.
Zach, okay, and there it is. It's happening right now. See how the curl is in this, let's punch up, let's go to full on the Doppler. Let's go to full on the Doppler. We got a good look at it, and let's see if we see anything, as Wink Live Doppler 3X is not too far off. And this would be in the general vicinity of where that would be. Now, granted, it is rain wrapped, but let's see if we see it. This is as close or as good of a shot as we're going to get of it. And it basically, folks, what we would be looking at is behind the Doppler. Behind the Doppler, and I would say on the right-hand portion of your screen, it is fairly rain wrapped. Let's go back out. And the National Weather Service, okay, now let's do the two box. They have confirmed that we have a tornado on the ground with this storm.
Yep.
Okay, so, and it is very pronounced. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. There it is, tornado on the ground as it is. There's your debris signature, and this could be fairly significant. Let me go back into time. Let me see when it touched down. Time now is 12:54.
There's Herons Glen right there. You can see it
right
past
there.
That little yellow. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So, folks, we have a tornado that is on the ground. Zach, can you tell me the speed in which it is going?
Yeah,
it's very close to Wink Live Doppler 3X. Let me zoom in to show you where this is. Oh, boy. Rickard Lane, Old Farm Road, Babcock Ranch. You're in the clear for my wife and little boy watching. You are in the clear in all of Babcock Ranch. It is going to stay to your west. Different story, and this is likely a storm that is producing debris that is being lofted into the air and I'm not seeing it so far on our Skycam shot on the left.
This is moving north at 25 miles per hour.
25 miles an hour. Thank you so much, Zach.
Yeah, heading towards Paradise Park. If it holds together, that should be heading towards that area. Maybe the west side of Paradise Park. Could stay west of 31, but we may see a crossover 31 soon.
Yeah, let me go big picture.
Should be west of Paradise Park.
And you said 25 miles an hour?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, this is kind of a blessing here in that it will be moving over the Cecil Webb State Wildlife Management Area, and largely rural. However, there are some general spots that it will be working its way towards. Let's switch back over to Wink Live Doppler 3X and show you the area where we have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. And what we're seeing here, folks, is the red is rain. The red is rain, and what we have here with a various color is debris that is being lofted into the air. Our radar knows that because it knows that this is rain and that this is something else. It is tree limbs. It could be parts of people's homes. So we need to send a crew and send help to Old Farm Road. Let me repeat that again. Old Farm Road and Rickard Lane in southeastern Charlotte County. And I would even say that let's time this back a little bit. And it touched down right there at 12:53. And then it worked its way, crossed over Old Farm Road and Rickard Lane. And let's do the new latest scan as the debris ball is racing to the north at about 25 miles an hour. There is, if you're wondering what that ring is behind me, that's the radar, and it is getting these scans. There's your classic hook across southeastern Charlotte County. Again, to reiterate, I like to say who's in the clear and who's not. Babcock Ranch, you are in the clear, and Tropical Gulf Acres, you are in the clear. It's going to go right in between. It's just east of I-75, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. There's the curvature, and it would be right there. Let me see if we have any streets that it's crossing over as we speak, and it would be very close to. Let me take off so I can see the satellite image.
Yeah, Matt, I'm actually scouring through Google Maps myself right now, trying to see. Thankfully, it is a blessing that this is not in a most populated area at all. It is very much open. In fact, when I did this, did the view myself, besides where the Cub Scouts always want to go camping out at, west of 31 and beyond some of the open land out there preserved for wildlife, it's pretty open, thankfully.
But you know what's next up is going to be Burmont Road.
Yes, Burmont Road, as well as the Camp Miles is right there on Burmont Road. The South Florida Motorsports Park, if you live in near that area, that's in there. Hall Ranch is right there, as well as that new development that is just near that Florida Motorsports Park, again, back over there too.
Juliana or Lauren, can we move the Doppler cam more to the right? That way we can look northwest.
Yes. Yeah, I got it. You got it.
And that would be able to get a good look at it.
Yeah, and that looks like it's going to be staying just on the western side of 31, which you know that territory, living there, Matt, that thankfully the western side is the better side of 31 compared to the eastern
Zach,
side.
here's the game plan. With that tornado on the ground over a very rural area, we have multiple other tornado warnings that are right now in progress. We'll get back to the other one momentarily. I just want to make sure that all the bases are covered and everybody's safe.
I've been watching the new one in Lee County that we had a new warning for. That included Lehigh Acres as well as Fort Myers. Downtown Fort Myers. We had those alerts going off a second ago. I've been watching that. If we're seeing some circulation there, Matt, I do want to have you take a look at that almost on Lee Boulevard near Sunshine Elementary through Lehigh Acres, Harsh Elementary, seeing a bit of some reflectivity changing there. You can see almost
looking at this one particularly that's in Charlotte, kind of heading up toward DeSoto County. This is an extremely dangerous and large tornado that is confirmed. And a lot of times, Jim, hurricane tornadoes are relatively small, but in a case like this, we're getting some big-time rotation within these bands of rain. That'll give you an idea of how powerful Milton is. just in general, and how it's again moving closer and closer. And as it does, the impacts are getting, heavier and heavier.
I want to point out something. Now, we were showing some video earlier of some tornadoes across Alligator Alley. We had that just amazing looking video there. These are different because what you're seeing there, look at that. It's just amazing, because you've got rain-free areas, and so you're seeing a long range to these tornadoes, and you get that classic video that people take of tornadoes. Now you go back to the radar, and we look at these areas, and this is down in the Charlotte County, working its way up towards DeSoto County. But as I circle this area that we're really honing in on right through here, and then you look at the actual radar, you see it's inside of all this. So if you're in this area, you can't count on actually saying, hey, I can see it, it's coming. You are in torrential rain. This is embedded in there. You don't know it's coming. So this is what's working its way right up towards Arcadia, up into DeSoto County, and so many of our southern counties continue to see exactly that.
Yeah, and this is one of the great things about the radar and being able to look inside and see what the winds are doing.
Obviously, you keep hearing the alerts coming off, as you just saw as well. We're getting the alert to shelter in place now as the winds are now picking up. Again, Alva, this is heading towards you in the next 5 minutes. The Franklin Campground, if you live near that area on the northern side of the Caloosahatchee, heading towards you around the next 10 minutes. So again, this big area of wind now passing through northern Lehigh Acres, now passing, heading towards you all in River Hall, anyone along State Road 80 towards the east, even LaBelle, if you're watching. This swath of wind will be heading towards you guys too, and then this will pass over Bayshore Road.
This is where the core of the rotation is that we're concerned about. Tornado warning for another 28 minutes, lifting north very quickly at 30 miles per hour. Michael, Shannon?
From an individual. So they're going to most likely, closer to the coast, be rain wrapped, and then they're more individual as you get out here, like in Highlands County.
Yeah, and this is not a situation to try and get that video that you want to post on social media. Because number one, it's obviously extremely dangerous, but number two, you're not going to get the video because these are rain wrapped. You can't see these. They're so embedded in all this, but they're extremely dangerous. These are the types of things that can basically they can
kill. But in the distance there, we're looking at an area of rotation, trying to zoom in the camera for you so we can see this as well. This is from the Edison Grand in downtown Fort Myers, and there you go. We are looking at in the distance there again, looking toward North Fort Myers, heading over the Caloosahatchee. It's difficult to pinpoint a lot of these because a lot of this is rain wrapped. We are seeing these with a lot of heavy rain, but as you look there, if we can see this as we look in the distance, but again, a lot of this is hard to depict with all of the rain. I want to get back out to radar so we can see what we're tracking as well. So we are looking at this again. This area of concern, particularly over.
Again, the one they're talking about.
So here, this is where you're going back to. This is at 12:40. So what we're about 45 minutes ago. Then you can see that developing just north of Fort Myers. That's where we got that confirmed tornado, and then continues to work its way onto the north, right up through Charlotte County. So this is that cell, where we had that confirmed tornado, and continues to show quite a bit of rotation. It does look like maybe a little bit more of a broad rotation, but I'm just kind of noticing right through here, you're still seeing, while it's not nearly as strong, you're still seeing that rotation kind of splitting off from this. So that's what you get with these. You get these rotating cells, and sometimes you get one tornado that lifts up, and you get another one that forms just a couple of minutes later.
It's going to be a few minutes before that gets into DeSoto County. So let's watch this one. Let's keep an eye on the one east of Sebring. Head back to you guys for just a bit, and then we'll come back. Any more information, well, any more warnings, of course, we'll pass them along to you. Elsewhere, listen, the rain is really beginning to come down. The winds are beginning to pick up. So you are where you are. let's stay here for the duration of the storm. Okay, guys, we'll be back.
All right. Thank you, guys. Nice work. And we want to remind you that we are still waiting on word from the governor, so we will bring that to you live as soon as that happens.
Now, if you're in an evacuation zone in Pinellas County, officials say
as Hurricane Milton continues to work toward the Florida Gulf Coast. So let's switch this back over to radar and just show you the overall picture of what we're dealing with. So you can see the eye wall of Milton sitting well off of our coast, but as I play this back.
Okay, so right now what we're talking about is the latest update. This is going to be canceled for Martin County, which is some great news. But the bad news is if you're in Okeechobee or if you're in St. Lucie County, you still need to be weather aware. Just getting a check of that velocity. We're still looking at that inflow and outflow. It's a little bit of a broader.
And that's something that we are going to have to watch. There's a live look on the left from Babcock Ranch, camera pointed to the northwest towards this storm, which did produce a tornado touchdown earlier. If you are just tuning in and just joining us. Okay, we have FDOT cameras. Okay, this is going to be mile marker 111, mile marker 111 live shot, showing some of the conditions right now along I-75 and watching
that's
for
towards
areas
the
of
Road
rotation.
near your other tornado warning that you're looking off towards the south as well to try and put that into perspective. That was that one that was in Collier County, that area of rain lifting to the north too, to try and put that into perspective. What we're currently seeing, not too much from the camera perspective right now, but right now we're watching that camera, and I'm also watching an eye from that Estero Department, Fire Department Station number 45 camera to see if there's any lowering there too. So we're just scouring our full camera network here at Wink to try and help visualize everything that we're currently seeing on Wink Doppler 3X.
Okay, say that again in the back. Okay, thank you so much. Tell you what, let's bring up the fire department camera again. Let's see if we have that, Zach. See how we're doing, and we're getting those updates. This is the one cell that is currently near Corkscrew Road.
Yep, and you can see the wind starting to pick up there. We do have this is I thought it was a still image for a second. It's not. It was just so still there wind-wise, and now the winds are beginning to pick up. I was just texting a buddy who lives in the place. He's keeping an eye out for us as well. He put his shutters up the other day as this was approaching. Again, yeah, that's the hook. It looks to be just east of the place, but again, the place is especially built pretty far on that eastern side.
Down a little bit in the Babcock community, allowing us to see that, an indication of the dynamics within this cell. The wind's so strong that the rain not really able to even fall through that right now. Lauren, you have something to add?
Coming in from the National Weather Service chat. So we are seeing damage reports from La Paloma Boulevard in North Fort Myers. So this was confirmed from that tornado on the ground again from La Paloma Boulevard in North Fort Myers. So this would be as you cross over the Caloosahatchee and you head up 41 into North Fort Myers. This is damage reported near the Deltura Golf and Country Club. Of course, feel free to send in any of those damage reports to us. But again, that coming from the National Weather Service, that damage reported at 12:50 p.m. at La Paloma Boulevard, that cross street Del Mar. So we're going to continue to monitor the National Weather Service chat for any damage reports as we continue to monitor these warnings.
And that cell is still showing very strong rotation. Go ahead and bring this back full so I can show the folks at home the areas we're talking about. This is the cell that, by all accounts, looks to have had a tornado on the ground for quite a while now. A long track tornado with this cell that is crossing Burmont Road west of 31, by far and away the best signature. A few other areas I'm watching to see if they can spin up a little bit further. We have one off to the north and east, off to the north of Bayshore here. As it's crossing over into Charlotte County. We have a second area, another area near the Babcock Ranch community. That's a little bit of a broader rotation area, but we do have some very strong winds there right now here too in that area. I'm going to take a look at the broader view. Let's get a wide picture of everything.
He drove up 441 and said there was quite a bit of damage near some railroad tracks, a lot of trees down. Again, fortunately, it is a lightly populated area, but we'll let you know what we see when we get there. Again, we are heading west right now on State Road 76 from Indiantown out towards Port Mayaca.
Okay, so thank you so much, John, for updating us. I hope you're able to connect with some of the people that were in hopefully safely near that system, because we did see it pretty much drive through Port Mayaca. Jen and I were talking about it a lot this morning. We followed it from Pahokee.
Maybe in like southern Brevard County. Look, this can all change in the next 6, 8, 10 hours. But what will happen on the east coast of Florida is you will have the possibility for storm surge there. May not be 10, 15 feet like we could get on the west coast, but it's going to kind of be the opposite. If you're on the southern part of the storm, a lot of the storm is going to push the water away from the east coast. But if you're on the northern side of the storm, the counterclockwise, it's going to bring surge in. So places like
Brevard, looking towards the southeast, because that was, again, the circulation east of the Place Boulevard. Again, yeah, he just sent us the video of a picture of that lowering that just passed by, and we may be seeing this one continue to develop as well. If it does, it's heading towards Lehigh Acres.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at some other areas of rotation. We have multiple. Let's take a look at Collier County. Man, nothing that's sticking out too much. A couple areas where they are sticking out more than others, but nothing too concrete. We obviously have this one that has been strengthening, as Zach and Juliana had noted. Let's see if we have any type of debris that's indicated. Nothing too definitive. If that changes, we'll let you know. And if you've been watching this coverage for about an hour, you guys got a good look of what a confirmed definitive tornado looks like with this debris tracker, and you can see the difference. This is not really sticking out like it did an hour ago with that confirmed tornado touchdown in Charlotte County.
We have a couple other areas here that.
What's that, Chris?
We have a couple other areas here based on what you all have been tracking that look like people are seeing things. Pine Island Road from a few minutes ago when you were covering Pine Island Road, Lake Fairways.
In White Touch.
Let's punch up White Touch.
Right. Damage, yeah.
Yes, that's the picture that just came in. Yeah, Northeast Pine Island Road. I believe that's an FDOT facility. I'm not 100% sure, but you can see the damage that looks like it would be consistent with a straight line wind or a tornado, right?
Yeah, and basically the protocol here is unless we can physically see a tornado on the ground, National Weather Service has to go see the damage, and they try to determine if it's straight line wind or if it's in fact a tornado that has been on the ground. Let's go back to that tornado warned cell with the strongest rotation. It looks like it's cycling, Zach, a bit.
Yeah, it definitely does. I've been watching the velocity myself as well, and it definitely looks like
from Milton. And we will work on contingencies to make sure we're able to have a supply of fuel. But people should just understand, we've got a lot of fuel on hand from the state. There is a lot of fuel still left at the ports that will be re-engaged from dockside once the storm passes on the west coast. But we could potentially have some of these ports that may not be able to open right away. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. We've been talking about the debris. That mission was an emergency mission to help local communities who suffered a lot of debris and were not getting the debris moved quick enough. Places like the Barrier Islands in Pinellas County, Barrier Islands in Manatee, and even parts of Sarasota Barrier Islands, they worked through the night.
Hearing from Governor DeSantis on the latest on the storm and getting ready for it and in the anticipation of what's going to happen once it's done. It's impressive. 50,000 linemen pre-staged to get to work as soon as the storm passes to restore power.
Yeah, and we know that FEMA is already in place too, so the pre-staging is already well underway.
Who will be impacting next as we follow along these vectors? And I'm just looking at this system pretty much going over, I believe that is 68, and then it looks to cross over the Florida Turnpike and head towards the Yeehaw Junction. So we're going to continue to look at this system and
for seconds, if not a couple minutes, and then they left. Zach?
They did just reissue that warning for Charlotte County into DeSoto County for the one that you are watching.
Okay, so they have continued that. So next up is going to be DeSoto County. Let's take this seriously. This has a history of putting down a tornado, and here's that brand new tornado warning for DeSoto County, and that does include our friends in Arcadia, Nocatee, Fort Ogden, to name a few. Those are next up in the path of this storm.
Yeah, this one is affecting 10,000 individuals. The Charlotte DeSoto County issued at 1:12. That warning is now set to expire 2 o'clock. So again, they're just watching this because they're saying basically it just can't keep recycling and reforming along and east of US 17. That will continue lifting off towards the north as we head into the next hour and a half or next 45 minutes or so. Right now, it's about 12 miles east of Punta Gorda, moving north at 25 miles per hour. I think a lot of these cells are moving north still at 25 miles per hour, Matt.
And still some pretty strong rotation. What I do like to do during this tornado coverage is say who's in the clear. And who is in the clear from this nasty storm in Charlotte County crossing over DeSoto County is going to be Deep Creek, Harbor Heights, Cleveland, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte. You guys are in the clear at the moment from this worst storm that looks like it's trying to cycle again, Zach, and tighten up. And it also...
those fires are very difficult with the battery to put out. And we have had people that homes have burned down as a result of those EVs being in the garage when you had storm surge. So if you can, you want to move that to higher ground and try to prevent saltwater intrusion. So we've had evacuations now in effect in these counties on the west coast of Florida. I know there's now some evacuations on some of the east coast counties that I had alluded to with the storm surge threat in the barrier islands on the east coast of Florida. The conditions are starting to get bad. You listen to your local emergency managers about when it's too dangerous to go out. In many parts of Florida, you probably could still go to a shelter, but you're starting to see major weather events happen. I know there were some tornadoes, massive tornadoes. I mean, just these like unbelievable tornadoes that you're seeing. So the hazards are increasing.
That they don't feel safe in. There's still time to evacuate. One of the messages the county and the state has been pushing in recent years is evacuate tens of miles, not hundreds of miles. Now it's too late to get out on the interstates and try to travel out of state. You're going to get caught in traffic and maybe gas shortages. So if you have friends inland or a more secure structure, we recommend you go to those places as a shelter. But we do have general public shelters open for shelters of last resort.
And constantly evaluating the weather situation as you're watching part of your county to be tornado warned at the moment.
Thank you so much, Zach. And this is going to be working its way. We mentioned this a little bit ago. Nocatee, Arcadia. If you are on this list, serious business. Looks like even on the corner part of my screen, Zach, this one as well near State Road 72. Looks like that's in Sarasota County. That one tightening up too. But these are going to be the threat areas here. Get to the center part of your home, away from windows. Make sure that you are insulating yourself, putting as many walls from you to the outside as possible because of the potential of flying debris going through the air. And basically what happens is we get these new scans every couple of seconds, every couple of minutes, and that's why we want you to stick with us so that way you're safe and taken care of here at Wink during this storm. And you know, the hurricane didn't even hit yet. This is just the additional rotation aloft that these storms are getting fueled from, and they have put down multiple tornadoes so far today, including a large wedge tornado in near Clewiston, crossed over State Road 80. Zach?
Yeah, in fact, what you're talking about too is we look back and do double box with Weather One as you're seeing. Here's the update on Hurricane Milton. Again, we haven't talked about it in a little bit because we're watching this. The eye of Milton is currently to the west, due west of Collier County. In fact, as we put a track on it and measuring it, it is about 100.
And basically just plowing right on towards the north. So at times you may actually have a tornado on the ground. At times it may lift, but it can very quickly come back down to the ground. That's why we're seeing these warnings just continue to get extended further and further to the north. So the locations that we continue to watch down into DeSoto County, but if you're into Hardee County, if you're into southeastern Polk County, these are working their way right in your direction. In fact, you look into Polk County, in this one, it is just about ready to cross the line. So not a whole lot of population out here, but you do have, going a little bit further to the north, you have State Road 60, you have Indian Lakes Estates, you have Lakeshore, and you can see as the radar updates continuing to see these work their way now into Polk County, and these are just going to continue to race on towards the north and about to somewhere between about 25 to 30 miles an hour. We now have a new tornado warning. This is for Hardee, Highlands, and Polk County, and this goes until 1:45, and that is this one right here. And so that includes Sebring, that includes Avon Park, and then works its way up just to the south of Frostproof. So you see all the areas inside of this new box, which there's so many of these on here. I'm just going to go ahead and draw on here which one is the new box compared to which one is an existing box. So that one there, flashing red, is the new tornado warning. That one goes until 1:45, which includes Hardee County, Highlands County, Polk County, working its way to the northwest at 25 miles an hour. So this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located very close to Sebring right now. So no confirmation with this one at this point. But again, with all of these, at this point, you treat each and every one of these as if it's a confirmed tornado, because you just want to get into that safe location. You don't want to wait to hear that, yes, it has been confirmed. That's just, at this point, that is somewhat semantics with this.
Kind of at the point where I'm just going to tell everybody that's east of Highway 17 in Polk County and Hardee County, just stay inside. Get into your interior room. These things are popping up pretty quickly. So from Lake Wales to Frostproof down 27, going in, Jim mentioned 60. Now 60 goes over toward Yeehaw Junction, and that whole region. I need everybody to be, well, obviously you're inside, but inside that interior room, because we've had numerous reports of damage from some of these tornadoes. We've actually seen video of some of these along the East Coast, and these have been pretty hefty and pretty strong, at least from what we've seen and what the Weather Service has been telling us.
So just with his latest warning, Frostproof in about 47 minutes. Lemon Grove, 27 minutes. Avon Park Lakes, 29 minutes. Highland Lakes, 29 minutes. These are the areas that have to. You basically you want to go in that safe spot in your house.
And what's interesting is typically when we get tornado warnings around here, they're not typically this long. But these are long duration. These have been long sitting on the ground. Jim showed you all of that rotation. So they've been going and going and going, and maybe they spin back up, but then they've been spinning back down again. So this is that whole, it's well inland, folks, but you see that rotation tracker, and you can almost follow this rotation all the way from South Florida northeast. And so it stands to reason it's not going to stop right there. It's going to go right through Polk County as well. And that's why we're saying, hey, east of Highway 17 into Polk County, and especially east of 27, get into that interior room, turn the volume up, and we'll let you know. But these storms have meant business inland so far this morning.
Yeah, just amazing to see all these tracks. These are what we call long track tornadoes. Yeah. Now, they aren't necessarily on the ground the entire time, but you're seeing the indication of that rotation for just such long periods of time. Just to kind of give you an idea here, this here going for nearly 60 miles with the track of this, and at least a period of time this was on the ground for sure, because it was a confirmed tornado at points along the way. Now it does look like they're starting to cancel some of these into Highlands County here.
Lift towards Glades and Hendry. We'll watch the threat for tornadoes wind down. The cell of most concern right now, it's that one right there. Let's dive in. This is in northeastern Charlotte County. This is just north of Vermont Road. This is tracking northward towards the Sparkman area. Yeah, this rotation has clearly tightened here just west of Vermont. So as you go up 31 and begin to turn to DeSoto County, that's the area we're talking right now. We're going to watch this one very, very closely. If you're watching from Arcadia, this cell is heading in your general direction. Let me get a track on this for you. These cells are racing to the north at about 50 miles per hour. This one, another area that has really spun up and appears to be, by all indications,
last minute people, putting up their shutters, trying to ensure their safety around here. But yeah, just possibly tracking down any debris, any damage that we see around these areas.
All right, perfect. And I hope you don't run across too much debris, since we are going to be talking about, as you already know, the strong winds as well as this tornado threat. And we do have currently, I just want to make you aware, we do have a tornado warning that includes St. Lucie County, the western portion of St. Lucie County. It looks to be actually probably a good like 20 miles away from where your current location is. But just want to make you aware of that instance and as well as that threat.
Yeah, so right now we are on Bachelor Street and Abraham Avenue. We're turning left to right here. Once again, showing you these homes with the shutters, taking those necessary precautions that they have to for, like you mentioned out there, those winds and potential damage that is on the way here.
Okay, well, I really appreciate your time and thank you so much, and make sure you do stay safe and just follow along safely with the radar as you're meandering around the western portion of St. Lucie currently. Again, we do have that tornado warning in effect. It looks like we have a new warning that's now come out for 2 o'clock. That's going to be for just Okeechobee County now. So it looks like the St. Lucie portion will expire at that 1:30 time frame. But I want to note that although this is just only for Okeechobee, and we're actually looking at that impact currently near the St. Lucie and Okeechobee border. But I just want to note we have a lot of rainfall ahead of that tornado threat. So that's one thing that you do need to be aware of is first you're going to deal with the rain, then you're going to see the wind, and then you're looking at again that threat of dealing with that tornado or spin up. So we're going to continue to monitor
it's basically falling right along one of these track lines. You get these track lines of rotation. They work their way right up through these areas, and that's yet again following right on that. And so we go right back into that area, and you can see that rotation right there, just crossed into Polk County. And this is the area that we're watching. This is moving to the north at 25 miles an hour. So we'll go ahead and let's draw a track on there.
Let's track that. Let's see when it's going to get over Highway 60. Not that there's a lot of people out there on Highway 60, but Indian Lake Estates in about 25 minutes or so for you. This tornadic storm, Alcoma, Lakeshore, Babson Park. So right around that Highway 60 area, Jim, you're looking at about 30, a little over 30 minutes for this to work.
Yeah, there you see Alcoma, 39 minutes. So you've got time. You've got time to take cover in any of these areas. But at times, this has been a confirmed tornado on the ground. Still seeing a sign here that we may have a tornado on the ground. If we don't, we certainly have enough rotation in here. At any moment, we could have a tornado on the ground. So let's kind of move this over a little bit.
You know, let's try to get ahead of this. Let's go to northeast. Let's go to northern Polk County because I want to look at Haines City, Davenport, over toward Champions Gate, back to maybe even the Auburndale area and Haines City. Right now, you don't have a tornado warning, but we're trying to get ahead of it because everybody else to the south of you has had one, so it stands to reason from Winter Haven to Haines City to Polk City, all the way up to that Four Corners area, including Davenport, and that's about going over I-4. This is where we potentially are going to have more rotation and perhaps tornado warnings moving forward. I'm just trying to keep ahead of it.
We've had this cell. I mean, it's just had such over 60 miles now that this has shown signs of rotation and at times a tornado on the ground. So where I have this white box, no, you're not under the tornado warning right now. But if we continue to see this rotation with this, these are areas that this is going to be moving to in about 45 minutes or so. So Dundee, Haines City, Davenport, up towards Champions Gate. We all know the Champions Gate area, just one of those exits along I-4. Everybody seems like in the world stops for gas right there. Over just to the east of Polk City. So along I-4, probably in about 60 minutes. So you're definitely, once you're up in this area, you've got a lot more population, especially over towards Auburndale, just to the east of Auburndale, and Winter Haven, Cypress Gardens as well.
Yeah, and I just want to point out to folks that are just tuning in right now, we have a lot of tornado warnings to your south, and we're just kind of letting you know, Haines City, Dundee, Winter Haven, Auburndale, and those spots, that all that rotation is coming your way. And while you don't have official warnings yet, you know, you got to keep that in the back of your mind in the next 30 minutes or so and just get into that interior room once that warning does get issued. And we've got multiple ones. The purple ones that are blinking are actually confirmed tornadoes. So that's the difference between the blinking red and the blinking purple. They're both tornado warnings. The purple ones are confirmed.
So right now we've got three main areas that we're really focusing in on. This one, it looks like to the south and west of Sebring. You have another one which is now working its way to the south of Arcadia. Zoom in to this area here because you're seeing quite a bit of rotation in this. This looks like it's, say, east of Fort Ogden. Put a little distance on this here to give you an idea. Running 9-10 miles to the east of Fort Ogden. This is moving to the north. I think all of these were running to the north or the northwest about 25 to 30 miles an hour right now. Then we have another one as we go a little bit further out, and we'll work our way up towards Sebring. Here you see this area. This will work its way into the northwestern corner, or northeastern corner rather, of DeSoto County, and then also we have, or I'm sorry, Hardy County, and then we also have this other one which has now worked its way to the south and east of Frostproof. So this is in Polk County right now, and again, this one is also working its way on towards the north and the west right now at about 25 miles an hour. So we're going to continue to watch each one of these areas. Go out a little bit wider here, and I think we look at some of the rain. Again, we're seeing these very strong bands working their way along the coastline. The other thing that you notice earlier, we were looking at this eye. You could really still see a pretty definite eye. You're starting to see it's becoming a bit more eroded. Now, part of it is just, it's hard to see all the way through the eye wall just with the intensity of this, but we're also really starting to see this become more and more eroded away. Now, we're going to continue to watch that as we go through really the rest of the night and into the evening. The satellite imagery there showing more and more of that wind shear starting to become an issue for this. So that is going to continue to weaken the storm, but this is still an extremely strong storm. There you see that strong wind shear that we've been talking so much about. There's also some dry air that's worked its way into this. There's also a cold front working its way through this as well. Look at these winds. St. Petersburg currently gusting to 53. Clearwater currently gusting to 57 miles an hour. So right now, this is at 145 miles an hour. And as we head into tonight, nearing the coastline, you notice that track not moving a whole lot, but still, we're talking about the effects on that from the center into the right. That's where we're going to see the largest impacts with this as far as the storm surge, and then we have the rainfall with this, and basically everybody is going to be dealing with these hurricane force winds as we head through late this evening and through the overnight hours as well. Dave, I know you're standing by to talk a little bit more about some of these impacts as well, which are really concerning at this point.
One of the first things, Jim, that I've noticed from the 11 o'clock and how they trying to change the track and give you all that is how much faster that this is moving. Earlier, I believe the 5 o'clock advisory had a landfall at 2 a.m. Now, at 8 p.m., it's sitting just off the coast. So it is moving quicker. So moving northeast now at about 17 miles per hour. At some point, it's going to stop the northeasterly movement and kind of slow down and move more east-northeast to take that path across the state. So at some point, you'll notice that the forward movement might slow down a little bit, and that's going to be your sign that it's likely turning more east-northeast rather than northeast. But yes, it is coming down. It is going to make landfall within that very narrow down cone. And looking ahead, I still feel that, of course, where it makes landfall in about 20 to 30 miles south, devastating storm surge. But north of the eye, there's going to be another problem, and that is going to be the rainfall. Look at this tonight. Look at the rain coming down. Notice the absence of rain over the southern part of this storm. The west and southwest side is being ripped apart, just being sheared, okay? So the rainfall is way up here on the northern side, and that's where 6 to 12 inches of rain with isolated amounts of 18 are possible in a stretch that goes from Tampa through Orlando to Daytona Beach. That whole I-4 corridor is going to be inundated with rain and some flooding, and this is why we've said, well, you get to be where you're going to be and you're not going anywhere. Now, by tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, it is starting to settle down. It is starting to move away, and then from there, we start the cleanup. But look at the rainfall accumulations. This yellow swath, well above 7 inches of rain, and that is Tampa north all the way across the state.
And there, yeah, there it is. A little bit of a signature that has been popping up. I'll take it back into time. Yeah, and no doubt about it, it's got some strong rotation. If we could, let's get up FDOT cams. I believe this curl is in the mid-70s for the FDOT cams. So let's see, guys, if we can get ready to go.
Pull up Weather 1 side by side because I have the full camera list right here that I'm clicking through trying to find everything for you too, yes, Matt. This
Zach,
is how we did it this morning. We found everything as well.
I'm thinking that we need to pick up something in the mid-60s. Make sure that you pick northbound. That way we can look west towards it, and we should be able to get a good look at this storm as it eventually is going to be crossing over Alligator Alley in I-75. There is the area of rotation that has been indicated, very pronounced on radar, as it will be working its way to the north and northeast, and it's that spot right there. Now, currently, it's over Big Cypress, but it will be working its way over people that are still on the roads that are crossing over I-75 and Alligator Alley. Zach?
Yeah, I'm watching a few of these cameras right now, looking at this just to try and shift and see what we're currently keeping an eye on. Again, mile marker 66. That could be looking off towards the south as we look at mile marker 69 that look more towards the road. But again, some of them look northbound, some of them look southbound. I think the best one that we should keep an eye on, I think, is mile marker 65 right there, just for the holistic view. But that looks like it's heading looking towards the southbound lane. So we need something looking back towards the other way. Maybe even mile marker 63. Let's see the rest area there. That is now shaking quite a bit because of the wind. You can see the trees moving quite a bit as well. I know our FDOT resources have been fantastic with utilizing and moving all these FDOT cameras. That's been good so far. So again, I'm going to keep watching these cameras, man, and see if we can see anything pop up here in the next couple of minutes as that gets closer and closer to 75.
Yeah, so what we'll do is we're going to divert real quick because it's over Big Cypress and it's not towards the alley yet. So, Zach, I got another one that's rotating pretty good. You see that one in Glades County? Look at the hook echo right there that is being picked up on Wink Live Doppler 3X. That's several miles to the east of Palmdale. No tornado warning on it. They may change that momentarily. There's your rotation. Bright green and blue right next to red. That's wind heading in conflicting directions, and that produces rotation. We'll also take you to, let's for some peace of mind, take a look at the rest of Southwest Florida. There's a little notch there that sticks out, still pretty broad. Let's take it into DeSoto County, where we have areas of some rotation and some spin. There's one right now starting to approach the DeSoto Business Park, as that will be heading to the north and northwest. Switch over to the reflectivity, basically what it looks like on radar, all the various colors, the heavy rainfall, and that will be approaching State Road 70 in areas of Arcadia over the next 15 to 30 minutes.
And that's a new tornado warning just prompted a second ago, Matt.
Oh, that's the one? Yeah, I thought they
for
would
Glades
do that.
County. Yep. Yeah, that's far inland Glades County is that one. As you're seeing on the side of your screen, just here's the big picture view. In fact, I'll zoom in a bit as well, highlighting the entire state of Florida, and then, of course, Milton and the eye wall currently off to our west. The eye wall is looking very ragged. Wind shear is now eating away with some dry air at the southern and southwestern side of the storm, as was expected. This looks to be the most prolific band that we're currently seeing move through the area. And again, because of this, we are currently seeing all these tornado warnings be prompted because of the angle at which these storms are moving around the center of circulation that is Milton, a Category 4 hurricane still with 145-mile-per-hour winds. And as Matt is doing a deep dive analysis there and sees what we call a meteorological donut hole, Matt, what are you currently breaking down over there? Because that looks like a signature that we usually try and watch as well.
Yeah, it's looking a little suspect. So at a minimum, we have a tornado warning, and this is just, it's been very active for parts of the area, especially closer to Lake Okeechobee, in addition to the coastline. So let's take a look at some of the stats on this, as it is working its way to the north at 40 miles an hour. This is going to be working its way deeper and deeper towards the Brighton community. In effect until 2 o'clock. Time now is 1:38 for Glades County. As we switch over to the velocity signature, basically the wind, and it is showing an area, especially in Glades County. Let me take this off. That is, I think right now, fairly rural. So because of that, let's go back to the tornado-warned cell as it is approaching Alligator Alley. And this was an earlier confirmed tornado. That's why it's a different color than the red. It means it's been confirmed. And there would be the area right there in the process of crossing over Alligator Alley in I-75, and we'll try to get a camera up there shortly showing that, because it should be doing that momentarily.
Matt, Juliana has something. Juliana, what do you have from back there?
Got an I-75 camera at mile marker 65 facing west, so that's the I-75 north. It's facing, I believe this is, I have to imagine this is mile marker 65. Facing west. So I'm seeing the precipitation over I-75. You can kind of see that there, and potentially in the back they could take that maybe more full. I just don't know if this is F.2, it sounds like. I'm not sure about the mile markers, if we can get confirmation if that's east of that cell and facing towards that cell. It looks like it must be.
It should be, with the way that the rain is facing.
The afternoon, since we've been here around noon here in Palmetto. It's, you know, this is a city, it's actually known as the best kept secret in Florida. And right now, this best kept secret is certainly paying very close attention to Hurricane Milton. Of course, we are in the center of Manatee County. We are adjacent to Bradenton, near Sarasota, in between St.
Now moving over 75 in that area.
Yeah, I actually think the worst part of the storm is probably crossing over the interstate.
These tornadoes, and they look...
That direction, it may be obscured from the rain, but let me switch over to the velocity. Yeah, and it's where you have this contrast here. There is Alligator Alley, it'd be right there as it pushes to the north, upwards of about 40 to 45 miles an hour. And I would say right now it's probably crossing over the interstate as we speak. There's the live shot in the left-hand portion of your screen. This is going to be, what, mile marker 65? Am I seeing that correctly? Mile marker 65,
yeah, 65,
and we are
Matt.
looking
Yep.
Northbound or west on Alligator Alley.
And I'm looking also from mile marker 66, just 1 mile away, looking also in the same general direction. Not seeing too much lowering there, only seeing, again, a lot of the rain currently coming down.
Like this one, boarded up, and the mayor says expect services like water, sewer, and electric to be out after the storm for days, possibly weeks.
This is the reality of a direct hit from a powerful hurricane in our area. This is not a storm that we will recover from quickly. We have a long road ahead of us, but we will recover and we will rebuild together. We will all need to be patient and help our neighbors and our family members.
They expect to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep the operators of those sites safe. They'll close the sites if 5 to 7 feet of water get into those sites, or if the winds get unsafe for those operators and they have to evacuate them. They will let residents know beforehand if that decision is made. Officials are urging affected residents not to flush toilets, shower, or do laundry in that case. City officials hope to get those plants back up and running within 24 hours if they do shut them down, but they say it could take longer. In St. Pete, Kaylee Tracy, Fox 13 News.
And you can see a little bit of green next to some red. New scan just came in, crossing over the interstate. Looks like it is a touch weaker. We're going in the right direction with that, but still can't rule out a quick spin up along Alligator Alley. This is the mile marker 65. Camera shaking.
So the projection, the possibility, of course, with Milton is looking at 3 times that amount of water. I mean, if you just look at me, I stand, you know, about 5'8", and if you look up, I mean, that's essentially putting the entire city underwater. And of course, these are projections that would be closer to the water, which we're not very far from. I mean, look, the city of Palmetto sits, they are surrounded by water essentially on 3 sides. Manatee River is to the north, Terra Sierra Bay is to the south, and of course Tampa Bay is to the west. And so this is a small coastal city that, yes, is used to storms, yes, is used to dealing with flooding and excessive flooding, but Milton certainly has this area on high alert, and at least from what we're seeing, people are certainly paying attention to it and taking it very seriously. Back to you guys.
All right.
Thank you, Katie. It's really sobering to hear the storm surge versus how tall she is and how it would like cover that entire area.
Certainly concerning, yeah.
Truly.
Also, I didn't know how tall she was, that she was
There you
actually
go.
5'8", yeah. Well, and I remember when Casey said it, she said she was like a little over 5 feet. It would be 3 times her height, which, again, being 5 feet myself, it's like, wow, you realize like how high that actually is.
Yeah,
it's
Some of the conditions along Alligator Alley. Zach?
Yeah, I'm looking just a current review across the area. The whole storm by itself, I know we haven't talked about it for a bit, but I know when it comes to the hurricane, we've been watching it closely and saying, when should people be sheltering in place? We've had our phones going off from Lee County, Collier County, as well as Charlotte County telling us now is the time to shelter in place. Matt, we could even just double box you real quick too. I just want to break down where we are at in terms of where we are in terms of the Milton wind field. If we look at weather 1 double boxed with anything else you may want, we are currently seeing those tropical storm force winds moving in across parts of southwest Florida. Again, if anyone is upstairs and can double box weather 1 with either Matt or even just the camera view of that, we could break down the latest, because holistically speaking, we are still tracking Hurricane Milton here as it's moving in. Again, what you're seeing is Milton's wind field now moving in across southwest Florida. This is the time that we are asking everyone to shelter in place. I'm not sure if you want to go out with the heavy rain and this threat of tornadoes anyways, but if you thought so, now is a time where conditions will continue to worsen. I know we're seeing this threat of tornadoes currently, but as we head through the evening hours, as we head into the overnight hours, this is when the worst of Milton will be moving in. Again, the latest from the National Hurricane Center, having the hurricane force winds of Milton impacting Charlotte County, definitely Sarasota County, Manatee County, and DeSoto County closer to 11 p.m. and midnight tonight. So from now through
more north following the storm, right? So I could expect this tornado warning possibly to be extended further into St. Lucie County, northward over Tradition, Port St. Lucie areas. So this is definitely something we have to watch continuously, because that tornado threat will continue for the rest of the day and going into tonight as well. I'm just going to put this radar here in motion and just to show you how these are tracking basically towards the north, but they kind of shift towards the northwest too. Okay, so they could potentially maybe stay away from the cities, but the fact that this one developed a little closer to those East Metro areas, this could definitely it will go over I-95 eventually, but it could get closer to areas like Palm City up into Port St. Lucie as well. Michael, Shannon.
I think we're going to throw it over to Kate, and we certainly know Kate.
Just to the west of Avon Park, or west of 27. And this would also be headed either to the north or northwest at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. So as we zoom out here, you can see across the area, we've got...
you can just see how wide the base is of that one. This tornado came down through the Hendry County area as well, all kind of part of a number of systems that kind of came up from the south and then made their way up to the northeast there. So these are new pictures that we're actually just getting from damage of that tornado, and taken by Jeanette Noonamaker. So Jeanette, thanks so much for sending that in. We'll just kind of cycle through some of these other pictures. Again, you see one from Emily Hager here.
Mm-hmm. That's by the Bell Tower
interior damage
park
there.
Area. Wow, you can see and we knew that there were some definitely downbursts of wind and some issues. And of course, again, this is the Bell Tower area, not too far from some of the other damage that we were showing you. But look at that! Wow, it's right by 41.
Yeah, we had that system that kind of came up through Gladiolus and 41 in that area, and then here you see the branches down. Definitely a lot of wind, and I think what made this. Well, I do know what made this system so dangerous, and a number of them that came through was the horizontal rainfall, and the danger there being rain-wrapped tornado systems that could be coming through the area. It makes it dangerous because you can't see them. You can't see the funnel. So you don't know 100% for certain if what is going on is a tornado.
That's why our meteorologists were so adamant about getting to an interior portion of your home or whatever structure you're in, because again, you can't see these tornadoes when they're rain wrapped, but my gosh.
And it just seemed like one was right after the other. I mean, it was a solid 2 hours of just
nonstop.
tornado warnings coming out here and there.
Nonstop, and you can see some of that wind there. We do have new pictures as well. I think we have more tornado damage.
Is this off Colonial right there?
Okay, that's Colonial and De Leon.
Yeah, that's just right down the road.
Not too far
That is
from
as you're coming up on that bridge that goes over 41.
You can see the 7-Eleven awning there damaged.
So that's just down the road from our television station.
Not too far from Edison Mall to give you an idea of where exactly that is. We also have some video of, let's see, that's Colonial and...
Is that still Colonial?
Oh, that's still De Leon? Okay.
We're just getting these photos in real time.
We're looking at them with you.
We're looking at them for the
look
first
at this
time right
tree
now.
cell.
They're all coming in
And we appreciate
minute by
that.
minute.
Thank you for sending these in. I believe we have footage of some flooding as well.
There's something from Savona.
Here's
Fort Myers right here. Savona's in the Cape Coral area, but that's Fort Myers. Just these heavy rain bands that were just coming through with that first band of Milton.
And it was that first major band that we
First
saw.
major band. And I mean, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but certainly under my recollection of covering a number of hurricanes here in the area, that was probably one of the more active first bands of a hurricane I've seen. Probably in all the years I've lived in Southwest Florida.
Certainly with tornadic,
that kind of activity.
tornadic influence and issues. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that kind of thing ever. That many in that. You can see the rain almost sideways. Okay, this is the one we were speaking of. This
a
is
clear marking here of some rotation. Our radar was picking up some pretty tight rotation earlier. This is a tornado warning. You definitely want to be in a safe place right now, away from windows, inside of your home. This is going to cross north-northwest. It's going to head over Lake Wales and up towards 27. Up the line there, you've got Haines City and the Dundee community. Watch this storm carefully. You might get a pop of some stronger winds. Just had a cell move past Avon Park, Highway 27. This signature here doesn't look as well pronounced as the one to your north and east over toward Lake Wales, but still. Walk over here and take a look at the radar and show you what's going on. This cell coming into Highlands County now. Now, this one is a little farther away from Highlands County. From the radar, but the signature here certainly indicates that there is strong rotation. And all afternoon and really late in the morning, any of these cells that have been popping up, they've been producing tornadoes from time to time. It's this area right there. It's just coming into southern Highlands County. This one is going to track pretty close to 27. So if you live Lake Placid, Sebring, Avon Park, maybe that intersection of 27 and 98 in the Sebring area, this is on your way, on the way here, probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Brief tornado. All of these areas of rotation are in the southern end of each cell. So the way this is going to work is that these cells will be moving in. You'll hear a lot of heavy rain, gusty winds with the rain, and if there is a tornado, it'll be on the very end of the rain. So it'll rain, pour pretty heavily, then there would be that brief tornado, and then the whole thing stops and it moves by. Typically in tropical systems like we see here in central Florida, as these move by, they tend to be a little bit weaker and quicker moving. Allie's running the radar for me this afternoon, or Shay is. All right, Shay, thank you so much for that, adjusting the radar. So we've got the wind data here. That's why you're seeing a lot of green and red, indicating whether the wind is moving toward and away from the radar. And we're watching that radar carefully because it shows us where those areas of rotation will be. Now, for the next several hours, I think the area of concern is going to be mainly east of I-75 in terms of any widespread tornado threat. These cells back here towards Lake Okeechobee and the East Coast, the I-95 corridor, these are the ones that are going to produce most of the activity, but some of these are going to drift back north over towards our area. So I think Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands counties probably going to see them first. We'll have to watch all the activity closer to the coast. Right now we're getting a bit of a break Northport over toward Bradenton as you watch the eye of Milton now showing up on the radar. Yeah, this thing is that close. So there is Bradenton, there is Sarasota, there is the eye. Now, there's the distance, only about 100 miles away. It's moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. So that's a little over 5 hours, maybe 6. Now, the Hurricane Center does think that this will be slowing up a little bit in their last discussion as this thing turns towards the coast. The heaviest winds in this storm, the ones that we're really concerned about, start with this rain band right here. These are going to be your strong tropical storm force winds. So when this solid area of rain starts to move onshore, that's when I would start to expect to see winds 60 gusts, maybe 65 at times, sustained probably in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. The hurricane force winds are beyond that. They're closer to the center right there. Now, I know this looks like it's half a hurricane right now. I do think there is more convection on the southern end just looking at the actual storm on satellite picture. The radar is probably just not penetrating all the way down. And the farther you go away from the radar, the higher it is looking at the storm. So we're not getting a true picture of the structure of the storm with the radar. We'll get that as it gets closer. But it already looks on the radar like it's that northern eye wall that is where all the action is. You see the reds here, the oranges, that's where all the activity is, and that's the area that we're going to be concerned about after landfall, wherever that landfall location is. The Hurricane Center still thinks it's going to be somewhere between maybe Bradenton and Sarasota. Could be a little farther south, could be a little farther north as this system jogs. Remember, hurricanes do not take a straight path. They're not following a track. They're not following a line like we love to draw for you on a map. They wobble back and forth. There are a lot of forces that move the eye back and forth as it heads toward the coast. So it's not going to take a perfectly straight line. It may wobble toward the east for an hour and then suddenly wobble to the north for an hour and a half. And that's how you get that northeast motion. It's not steadily necessarily moving in that direction. So those tropical storm force winds, the stronger ones, not too far from the coast. So folks in Venice, Englewood, Sarasota, over towards, of course, Siesta Key, back over towards Anna Maria, doing the distance here, right, from Anna Maria, 25 miles or so, this first outer band of some strong winds, moving at 17 miles an hour. So it's 2 o'clock now. By 4 o'clock, a lot of this is going to start to approach the coast in the next couple of hours. What you're getting now in these in that northern eye wall, and that's still several hours away. Definitely probably after 5 or 6 o'clock that we start to see those. There you see the distance, shade drawing that from the mouth of the bay down toward the northern eye wall. You're looking at about, let's say, 70 miles roughly to the south and west of the bay at 17 miles an hour. 3.5, 4 hours away. So that puts us toward maybe the 6 or 7 o'clock hour for some of this to start to approach. If it continues at 17, the Hurricane Center does think as Milton is approaching the coast, it will start to turn a little bit more east to kind of follow that trajectory the way I-4 shoots across the state, going a little bit north as it goes east. They expect a similar kind of a swooping motion.
Likely more trees down over the next 24 to 36 hours as we work our way through the effects, the impacts of a large Hurricane Milton in the Gulf of Mexico. So there's going to be differing impacts through the counties as we go. But right now, South County looking better, Palm Beach County, but it is Martin County, southeastern St. Lucie County, portions of Okeechobee County that we are watching for tornadoes activity. So again, if you've been watching us, listening to us, you know a lot of these possible tornadoes have been confirmed. So we are seeing really heavy rain there just to the left of Okeechobee and also just to the east of Okeechobee. Also heavy rain in that strong storm with possible rotation right there in central Martin County, still to the east of Palm City. I'm hearing reports that we have Honey Rodriguez live out in Canal Point. Honey, what are you seeing? What can you tell us right now?
Kate, so we just pulled over to the side of the road. There's a man who was actually on his way home from work. He lives in Martin County, but there's a lot of debris here on the road. He's actually with a shovel. He's got some equipment in his truck, and it's just trying to pick up a little bit of it. We also saw an FPL truck just down the road. I'm going to have a photographer, Chris, kind of show you this area. We talked to somebody in Pahokee who told us that they followed up what they described as a tornado or something that looked like it, not a traditional cone-shaped tornado, if you will. And so we headed up 441. north this way, and this is where we saw sort of that debris scattered everywhere. Tree branches, as you can see here, just really snapped in half. And I mean, this one, the one I'm holding, Chris, this is like a little branch. The one all the way over here, I'll walk you to it. This is a pretty thick tree. And I mean, just like what you described, Kate, often on TV as we're covering tornadoes, it's just that, you know, a branch literally, or an entire tree just snapped in half. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. There's smaller branches all throughout this entire area here. About half a mile, I would say, at least of, you know, fortunately, obviously, no homes on this side, which is great.
Hey, honey, I know it's probably,
as I mentioned, FPL crews are here. We saw a line down.
Honey, you can hear me? Honey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Kate.
Okay, so honey, I know it's hard to tell
ma'am.
From where you are, but sometimes if it's tornadic damage, you can kind of see things a little, the damage a little twisted, maybe a sign twisted, tree branches twisted, straight line damage, everything is kind of down in the same direction. And you know, that's why the National Weather Service team will be surveying. I was just wondering if you can tell at all if it seems like the damage is kind of bouncing.
Next video comes from North Fort Myers, video of some tornado damage, it appears, in Lake Fairways Country Club, which is north of the Shell Factory, where Old 41 and New 41 meet on the west side there. One viewer tells us as many as 20 homes and RVs in there have been damaged somehow. We've seen overturned homes. There are certainly some power supplies, snapped debris strewn around. Again, that is North Fort Myers about an hour or an hour and a half ago.
Now we're going to take you to Island Coast, and there you see a home with the fence just completely knocked down. This was taken at about 1:25 this afternoon. Typical of maybe straight line winds, but there is a possible tornado in that area. That will have to be determined later.
Let's head inland just a little bit. A tornado caught on camera. This is viewer video from Burner Road in Clewiston, and look at the size of that. This came into the newsroom about 11:30 this morning, courtesy of Sarah Walker. These were the earlier rounds of tornadoes our meteorologists were covering this morning, inland first, and then the ones that we've been mentioning along the coast.
Now we're going to go to I-5, where we have video of a possible tornado. Doesn't look very possible from the view of that. It's hard to tell if it's actually touched down, if it's a water spout, but there looks like there might be a debris ball at the bottom of that. It looks like it is a touchdown tornado. This was sent to us by a viewer about 11:35 a.m. We assume this is near the alley, but we aren't quite sure where on I-75 they were.
All right, so let's head back to North Fort Myers right now. We have gotten a lot of videos from North Fort Myers. This is flooding, the Island Vista Mobile Home Park on Zebra Drive. This came in.
When there's bad things happening, look for the good things happening, because when something bad happens, people are jumping in to help others, and that's, you know, a little uplifting when we're going through these very dangerous weather scenarios. So, Hani, thank you very much for bringing that, and I'm sure we'll be coming back to you in time. Thank you for that. So we still have multiple warnings.
We are far from the radar, and it is picking up debris way up in the storm. That little blob right there is debris on the radar in southern Highlands County. That means a tornado is on the ground in southern Highlands County now, and it is headed towards the city of Lake Placid. Sylvan Shores to Lake Placid, Highway 27. I need you inside. If there's debris this far away from the radar that it's picking up, that means there was a tornado on the ground here, or there could still be a tornado. This far away from the storm, this could have been debris that was lofted minutes ago, and it's taken some time to reach that altitude. But that is telling me that there's definitely some debris on the radar. Up to the north, not seeing it as much. Let's go back to... There could be some there. Let's go back to the velocity, Shay, and take a look at this storm here in northern portions of DeSoto County. So we've got a potential tornado on the ground approaching Lake Placid. We can keep both of them on the screen right there. That's fine. And then there's another one between Arcadia and over towards Wauchula. This one's about to cross the Hardy County line. It's going to stay east of 17 for the next few minutes. Anyone along 17 between Wauchula and Arcadia, you are in that danger zone for this storm. Potential tornado on the ground now crossing into southern Hardy County. There's that little pop of blue you see there. That's the other storm that we're watching. This one had debris in the air as it crossed into southern Highlands County, and now it's approaching the Lake Placid area, likely. we should assume that a tornado could be produced at any time, or that a tornado is still on the ground with that system, and that is very important. Treat this system very, very carefully. Up towards Lake Wales, folks, I'm not forgetting about you. Zooming in on this, looking at this storm, I'm kind of watching it on my radar as well. Maybe opening up a little bit, but still the potential for a tornado with this at any time. This one is probably the one that's headed into the most populated area. This is going to be anyone along 27, just to be safe, between Lake Wales, Winter Haven, Haines City, and Point Siena. This is over towards Osceola County. So if you live between the Osceola County line over toward 27 in Polk County, north of downtown Lake Wales, this is the area where we're going to need you to get inside and away from windows. This storm here
today, and you can see, yes, that does indeed look like a possible tornado in the LaBelle area around noon.
Some video of strong storms in the island coast area in Cape Coral, too. This looks like something we showed you already, but the island coast area in Cape Coral also reporting a lot of strong weather. Viewer sending it in at about 12:45. Thank you for sending the videos. If you have video of any damage, and let us know what's going on in your neighborhood. Tell us where you live. Tell us how you're doing. Tell us what you're going through. And if you can safely send us pictures.
Working their way through. And so this is really all just part of one large band that is working its way through.
To see this tornado outbreak that's coming through. And of course, we know that watch extends through tonight. And so as these rain bands kind of continue to move in, we do expect more of these to kind of pop up. Now, kind of just pointing out now, we have a confirmed tornado there in Highlands, Florida, and we've got another latest update coming in right now for that, but it does look like that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. So those in that area, we need you to make sure you're just staying in your safe place. Get there if you're not already. Particularly very dangerous situation coming from the National Weather Service. So you need to take cover now if you're in those areas. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground there in central Highlands County. And this is a large and very dangerous tornado located right near Lake Placid. It's moving north about 20 miles per hour, Jim.
Yeah, so this is the, we've got so much on the radar here. I'm going to highlight the one that specifically that we're talking about. That is the newest in the latest warning. Notice it's flashing purple. That tells us it is confirmed right now, and this is working its way right near Lake Placid. I'm going to zoom in here so we can get a better idea. So you see Parker Island, Lake Placid, basically right up 27. This is the direction that this is moving right here. This is moving to the north. At about 20 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, very close to Lake Josephine, it looks like, Archibald as well, Placid Lakes and Loretta. So all of these areas, a lot of lakes up and around these parts, and quite a few people, you know, living and, you know, having homes right there in these areas. So, you know, quite a few people, you know, kind of right in line of where this very dangerous kind of storm and tornado is traveling. So we need you to get in your safe place, not near any windows, as we continue to just ride this out and watch this. This warning set to run here for the next 20 minutes or so, but we're continuing to kind of highlight this area right near Parker Island, where we are seeing some indications of some rotation, some potential debris that we may be able to kind of see here on our radar indicated area. But yeah, you can see that right along Highway 27 and kind of stretching out to Parker Island area, looks like.
Yeah, so you've got a Highway 27, you get up towards Taft.
On the ground, likely to produce damage in that area. Over my shoulder, by the way, I'm not going to forget about you folks in Hardy and DeSoto counties. This storm has weakened, okay? This was brief. There might have been a brief touchdown just east of 27, but that's now gone. Now I'm looking to the south. Coming out of southwest Florida, there's another storm. I assume there is a warning for it. If there's not, there will be. There is. So there is a warning for this storm in southern DeSoto County. This one as well is radar indicated. So not confirmed, but there likely is the possibility of a tornado-producing storm moving into southern DeSoto County. The number of warnings with this, pretty impressive. I mean, there's probably easily a half a dozen just in the counties.
Yeah, here the wind's picking up. We've had some rain off and on right now, mostly a wind maker, but we'll stick with this and bring you more updates as we see them. For now, live on Minnesota Key, Taylor Wirtz, Week News.
27. So kind of these areas that we're focusing in on.
That's this area right here.
But to think about, we can't see it, but to think about a large wedge tornado on the ground, that's very scary. And we have continued to see some of these videos and pictures of these really massive tornadoes that are spinning up with all of these rain bands and all of that friction that is going to continue to occur as these kind of whip across the state, really.
Yeah, I mean, and this is something that you're not used to talking about here. When you start hearing something like a large wedge tornado, it just gives you an indication of how much power is in these storms and how quickly these spin up. And these are very large and destructive tornadoes. And then on top of it, they're long track tornadoes. So we're seeing these go for miles and miles and miles. And we just continue. I was showing this earlier. Let me go out a little wider on this, and I'll show you this. We look at the tracks here. And so what we've seen with this, as you just kind of draw the lines on here, you can see we see these green lines. And basically, we just continue to see these tracks over and over, and you see where these are going. Wow. These are working their way right through these areas that we have these confirmed tornadoes, and then they work their way up into Highland, or up into Polk County rather, as well. So we're just going to continue to see this, and I just don't think we're going to see much in the way of any let up from this. It will continue to be a situation like this, and then on top of it, you have so much rain in this. So these are all rain wrapped, very dangerous situations. So you've got the torrential rain, you've got the very strong winds. Some of these winds are gusting right now 45, 50 miles an hour just because of the rain and all the strong winds that are in this. And then on top of that, you have an embedded tornado in there as well. So just again, looking at these, this is the one confirmed tornado. I mean, this looks about as dangerous as it gets right there.
Yeah, and moving right into Lake Placid. I mean, that is, not a very populated area, but there are a lot of houses right in and around there. I know a lot of people who have houses in this area. So there are certainly a lot of little towns here, and so very dangerous situation as we think about kind of the sheer size and strength of a wedge tornado of this kind of magnitude, of the size that we're seeing here on our radar indicated kind of storm velocity, where we're seeing those winds kind of heading toward the radar, away from the radar. That's where we get that indication of some spin. That's what we look for. But of course, now we know, we have spotters in this area who are seeing, and we're going to continue to see if we maybe get any of that video or pictures of what these spotters on the ground are actually seeing here in the Lake Placid area.
Yeah, just zooming in, I mean, here you see Highland Park Estates. You're seeing a lot of little roads in here. This is obviously this is a community, some subdivisions here in and around 27 heading to the north. So there are plenty of homes.
Here is the area of rotation that has been indicated as it is right now over Lake Placid. And again, to reiterate, there it is. There's going to be a rotation near and just east of Lake Placid for this serious situation in Highlands County. If you're watching me, seek shelter. This is going to be near Lake Placid as it is pushing to the north. Let's also give you an update, the situation at hand with the hurricane, as we are getting those updates as they come in. If we have any deviations in the overall track of the storm, and it's moving along so quickly, I got to move the camera. There it is. And there has been a wobble. So, and this is going to happen.
So you're looking at Sebring at 225, Lakemont coming up at 230, Avon Park at 237, and the Alpine community at 230.
Wobble to the north, and it looks like that has flattened out and has now started to work its way northeast. And if you extrapolate that out, that would be around the general vicinity of where the short-term forecast is from the National Hurricane Center. And, unless it goes due east, which it's not expected to do at this point, that would have it moving, the core of it, into the northern half of Sarasota County.
Tornado warning, and all of us are going to start seeing those winds picking up as the circulation of hurricane.
And out towards 441. So the biggest concern right now in our area, there are several storms that are producing some light rotation. The one in Polk County, I'm least concerned about. The ones here in Hardy and DeSoto County, there is a little bit of rotation south of Zelfo Springs, where that little notch is right there. I don't think this one's on the ground. If there is, it's going to be something very brief and weak, a little pop of wind. I think the big story here, or the one that is most concerning, is the storm in Highlands County. There is definitely still a tornado on the ground here. This one does look rain-wrapped. It looks like it's right in the middle. Shay, if you leave this, take the loop off for me if you can, and just zoom in on that 27, Lake Placid, Sylvan Shores. It is wrapped up in this rain, in this ball of rain. This is heavy rain, lightning and thunder with a tornado.
The energy here in the atmosphere, the energy that these storms and these tornadic storms are feeding off of, just a very dangerous situation, and something that we're just...
Doors, we can't even find the plywood from that. We had 4x8 sheets of plywood over the front doors, and that was completely blown off. So we're scattering because we have paperwork everywhere, and we're just trying to pick up the pieces the best we can and secure the building because the hurricane is coming.
Yeah, and speaking of...
The tornado is down here, is that the winds around Milton, the strong winds here, the winds are increasing with height. The debris is being picked up, and it's quickly being moved toward the northwest along 27. That's 66 and 98. There's 98. So the debris ball, where there's things in the air flying, is coming up on 98. The actual tornado is most likely farther south. This is going to be down towards Lake Placid and Sylvan Shores. It's basically on top of Sylvan Shores now. Not necessarily where we saw the highest rotation. We're looking so high up in the storm that the tornado doesn't just go straight down from where the rotation is. It could go towards that. If it were to lean in any direction today, the tornado would be down toward the south and east of that area of rotation, but it really could form anywhere or be on the ground anywhere in that area. Multiple cells now down across southwest Florida also that we're tracking, and then additional cells heading back. Now, if you're watching from the Tampa Metro, if you're watching from St. Pete, Clearwater, I'm not trying to forget about you folks, but we just don't have the same level of urgency with the weather here. It's raining. The rain is heavy. This is going to cause localized flooding, but we shouldn't be on the roads anyway. So this is not as big of a concern as what's happening to the east, especially
in northwesterly direction, about 20 miles an hour. And I think we're starting to get some signs.
You know what, I wonder if this is a picture of the wedge tornado, because this was about 17 minutes ago in Lake Placid. So this might actually be it. I'll try and get this kind of clipped over, and maybe we can show it on air. Just the sheer size of this, a pretty scary looking storm, and to be kind of traveling right there along a state highway and see that off in the distance, I mean, that is just terrifying.
Yes. So again, we're watching this.
Is that the wedge tornado you were talking about earlier? That is the wedge. So now, it's not guaranteed that this is what's on the ground of this size in Highlands County, but this could be a considerable tornado. The National Weather Service labeling the threat level, the damage threat, with the Highlands County tornado as considerable. So they are looking at this. They've got spotters on this tornado. They are calling it a confirmed large and dangerous tornado near Lake Placid. That was the last time they updated that warning, and it is headed up toward the northwest along 27, and it is on the ground. They do tell you, take cover, and we are telling you the same, take cover. For the folks
out there, one of his managers caught this video. This was, I believe, around 10, 11 this morning, and sent it in. If you can take any weather videos safely and send it in, please do, because I suspect we're going to see more severe weather pop up through the afternoon hours. A big day, to say the least, for all of South Florida. So look at every one of these red polygons is a current tornado warning out there. And we obviously have
east of Cypress Gardens. I'm going to go ahead and circle the area that we're talking about right through here. And this is working its way to the north and northwest, about 20 to 25 miles an hour. So up towards Davenport, this is an area that it is heading in your direction, and then eventually up towards I-4, over towards Champions Gate, to the east of Polk City, and also Lake Alfred. Lake Alfred very close to this as well. So if you're in any of these areas, you want to take cover now, because we also have what looks to be a tornado in this area as well. working its way very quickly on towards the north and the east. Now, we've got so many areas that we're tracking. We also have down into Highlands County once again, also Hardee and DeSoto County. Those in Hardee and DeSoto do look like they're starting to weaken. The rotation with those, but I think one that we're watching most closely is along 27 with the latest update on the radar. Does look like this might be starting to weaken. I probably want to wait and see a little bit more as far as the scan on this, but we had a very definite rotation. If I back up the radar here, just going back, that's when it was moving right over Lake Placid. We go forward in time to current time, and you're seeing this is starting to become a bit more elongated. You're not seeing nearly as good of a sign of rotation here. You're starting to see more of these strong winds, but you're not seeing as much of the rotation with this. So this may be starting to weaken, but if you're in this area near Coleman, up towards DeSoto City as well, and say just to the south of Sebring. I want you to go ahead and I want you to stay in your safe location right now because we still do have a tornado warning that goes until 2:30, so another 10 minutes in this area. But it does look like potentially this is starting to weaken. But we have seen this a number of times throughout the morning and throughout early this afternoon.
Now arriving, the time to shelter in place is now. Do not be out on the roads. A mandatory evacuation order remains in effect for zones A and B in Lee County. We've been monitoring traffic data, reports from our municipal partners, as well as our local first responders, and we're really encouraged at the number of individuals who have evacuated in the last 36 hours. If you have evacuated, please take the time now to notify your friends and family members of where you've gone and where that safe location is, in case you lose cellular or internet connectivity. And please remind them to be patient, as it may take some time to restore these services after the storm. As of 11 a.m., 6,786 individuals are in our shelters.
I do want to ask you, Steve, when I know the basic colors, the green, the yellow, the red, but I noticed that when you zoom into the map, we see almost like a purple or pink or something. What does that mean?
Yeah, well, that could be hail, although there's not usually a lot of hail in hurricane thunderstorms. But that one right there that just moved into Sebastian, let's take a close look at that, because that not only has purples, it was showing up a little bit of black too. That's likely hail embedded in that storm as it works through. It's just there's a radar beam. It usually hits water droplets, but sometimes it'll hit a harder surface like ice in the atmosphere, and that's certainly likely in that storm there that is moving just to the west of Fellsmere and moving north at about 40 miles an hour. You'll notice the little brief spots where the little black area there, that's more than likely hail embedded. Is it reaching the ground? Tough to say. It's high 80s, low 90s out there, and a lot of times the hail will fall and melt before it hits the ground. But that is an indication of either torrential rains or hail embedded in that thunderstorm cell. I'm going to widen out once more. James is going to join me here in a second and show you exactly the whole the area, the entire viewing area, I should say, as we get into the late afternoon. There we go. There's a little bit better view of it. So big storms. Oh, good. Let's go to John Barron. He's in Port St. Lucie. John, can you hear me? It's Steve Weigel.
Yeah, hey, Steve, I can hear you. Actually, just about 4 minutes ago, we had some very close lightning. A couple of strikes almost.
But I think the area that we're most specifically talking about is this right here, which at one point was a confirmed tornado, but at this point, working its way right up 27. This is moving. It says at 2:22, this was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Sylvan Shores, near Lake Placid. This is moving to the north at 30 miles an hour. So again, same basic areas that we continue to watch with each one of these cells. And again, you have so much activity as far as the rainfall. That's what you're looking at here. You're just looking at all the heavy rain with this. And notice the lightning's on. You're just not seeing a lot of lightning, which is very typical when you have these tropical systems There'll be lightning near the eye. There'll be some lightning sporadic through it, but for the most part, there's not a lot of lightning that is associated with tropical systems, but you have that torrential rain, and it comes down about as hard as you'll ever see, but you also have embedded it in these bands, and what is causing all our issues right now are the spin-up tornadoes. Typically, you see these, they spin up, they travel 10, 15 miles, and they lift. And we see another one develop somewhere else. But what we've seen with this is essentially long-track tornadoes, which have gone, maybe not continuously, but the same cell has continued to produce and prompt tornado warnings, and at times confirmed tornado warnings for 50, 60, 70 miles. So it continues to be
throughout the storm. Our area hospitals may also lock down, which would prevent access for transporting ambulances. A few other quick notes from the staff here in the EOC.
We're talking about what people are seeing here. This in the Lake Placid area. This picture was snapped right around 2 o'clock. That was exactly when this warning was issued. Very good reason for that. That looks like it's just outside the highway. You can see that car there driving by. A massive wedge tornado. A very dangerous situation, especially given, you know, how close we are talking about this to, you know, highways and some of the towns there. I know there's a little airport there that was mentioned in one of the places in line, and so we're still continuing to see some signs of rotation there on the radar, but just the sheer size of this, pretty incredible that we are seeing such large tornadoes that continue to spin up. And you know, we talk about some of the ones that we've also seen. This is the one that we saw just a little bit ago. You can see this one's a video right around Palm Beach County. We've had some of these far east into Broward County as well, and so these are very large, very dangerous tornadoes, something we don't always see as we're talking about these hurricanes. You know, every hurricane is definitely different, but this one has already...
The presentation of the storm on the radar, I would definitely agree that there probably is one. All right, so we got some reports. Shay, go ahead and click on those. Let's see what we got. Probably the observed tornado reports here that happened earlier as this thing was entering Highlands County. These boxes, the reason they're like this is because we've got 2 weather service offices issuing for these 2 counties. Highlands is in Tampa. The county to the south and east is down across the Miami area. So yeah, so video and images of
homeowner Rick Confilty, he actually just left. He spent this morning continuing to board the place up. That orange car was actually floating during Helene. He's the last person I see here. He's going and evacuating to a ranch in Arcadia, but he knows all of his neighbors have left. Now, I do want to show you what the harbor looks like right now. Now, this morning, probably around 11, it was choppy, it was gusty. There was a lot more movement. You actually couldn't even see to these buildings on the other side. The visibility was
we are seeing quite a few lightning strikes, more than what we were seeing just even 30 minutes ago. It's been picking up a lot.
Okay, yeah, stay safe, John. There is a lot. James, can you, there's a lightning counter button too. If you could just kind of push that off to the side of the screen, at least we could see, you know, how many strikes. It looks like we're talking about 100 there on that lone storm itself. That is a bad thunderstorm there, and that's why we have the tornado warning in effect for this storm here. So it is moving around the Turnpike and 95. And
pretty much that storm. So the tornado warning for Davenport, Polk City, Winter Haven, Lake Wales, that continues. But I do not think there is a tornado on the ground with that system anymore. I think it has lifted, and that's going to be probably the strongest one that we've got. There are still some stronger cells down south of our area across southwest Florida, but right now none of the cells here look like they're going to be producing any tornadoes, at least in the near future. So we can go back to focusing over on Milton. There you see the radar rotation. Earlier we had bright pops of blue here indicating strong indications of that of rotation, and a tornado on the ground south of Sebring. Sebring, still take the storm seriously. You definitely want to be inside and away from windows during this tornado warning, but I do not think this tornado is on the ground anymore. I don't think it's doing any more damage. So that large
between Sebring and Lake Placid, this one that is south of Sebring showing more and more signs. Right now over DeSoto City. Remember, this was the one that, for time, this was a confirmed tornado. And that's, I believe this is the one that we actually have the picture of, as it was even further to the south. So not necessarily on the ground at this point, but we're definitely seeing a possibility that it could be on the ground in this area. I want to flip over, see if we see any signs. Not seeing any signs right now. A little muddled with the radar data to see if we are actually seeing any debris, but we're definitely seeing some rotation. There you see it right near DeSoto City, also on that western side of Sebring, right over the lake. And then basically where the road kind of splits off around Sebring, you get 17 going one way, you get 27 going the other way. So we've got some signs of some rotation there. We also have some signs further on towards the west, over into Hardy County, in and around Lemon Grove, or just to the south of there. And then we've got Wauchula over here right on the edge of the screen. So this is basically to the south and east of Wauchula. With this rotation, as we scoot the radar over, you can see where Wauchula is on there as well. So lots going on, and the radar is just littered with all these warnings. We just continue as quickly as one warning goes away, yet another warning comes up, yet another spin in the atmosphere. So at this point, I think we're watching 4 distinct different areas right now, and you see all the warnings on here. And of course, over on the eastern side of the state as well, they were expecting to see this activity later on today. And you see over towards 95, over towards Port St. Lucie, over in Osceola County, over towards Sebastian and the Satellite Beach to the south and west of there. They are dealing with these as well. Another area that we essentially almost forgot about, but it's still there. This is near Dundee, basically working its way right up 27. So Hayden City to the east of Lake Alfred. I'm still seeing a lot of strong winds. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of do a little query of some of the winds in this, and this is up. This is higher up in the atmosphere, but indicative of what kind of winds we're looking at in this area. As you look at the actual reflectivity of the radar, this is intense line of storms working its way through right near Lake Alfred, along 17, stretching down towards Dundee as well, and Haines City pushing up towards Davenport, just to the south of I-4. And all this is very quickly working its way in that north and northwesterly direction, 25, 30 miles an hour right now. We look for some of the rotation in this. And definitely, we're seeing signs of rotation from Dundee to Lake Hamilton, basically right along 27. These are the areas that we're seeing the strongest amounts of rotation in this. And so these are the areas that
Charlotte County and the Southwest Florida region have already experienced several tornado warnings, and there has been a report of damage in the El Jobin area due to a potential tornado. Milton's strong onshore winds will continue to elevate waters throughout the day and into the evening and morning time in the form of life-threatening storm surge. This could reach heights up to 15 feet, and once it reaches its peak sometime in the morning hours tomorrow, it will slowly recede, so we will see elevated waters for some time. Residents should evacuate while it's still safe to do so. As a reminder, emergency management or emergency services crews will no longer operate on roadways once there are sustained winds of gale force within the county.
It's a Wednesday, literally. I mean, they're still out there taking pictures, probably, you know. Yeah. This is just Key West. You've got to be, you're a special person. You're down there in a hurricane, and they take pride in that. Dangerous, of course. Key West floods. It's an island out in the middle. I'm sorry, I missed that. We got one more. We've got more Siesta Key. We've got live pictures from Siesta Key as well. We can take a look at those. This is over towards Siesta Key, and you see Gulf is probably starting to rise, starting to see some water out there. This is going to happen slowly at first. Now, with Milton coming in a little bit earlier, at least in the Bay, that was a low tide cycle towards early in the evening. The high tides were more toward midnight. That might help. As Jason told you, they did revise the surge forecast for Manatee and Sarasota County. It was down to, Jason, remember, 9 to 13 feet? 9 to 13 were the numbers. Earlier this morning, it was 10 to 15. So that's certainly an improvement. Now, 9 to 13 is still much higher than what we saw down towards Siesta Key in Helene. That's still going to be a higher number, and that's the low end of what they're seeing there. There was a satellite picture. You can go back to that, Shay. That's fine. You can play that and loop it, see what's going on here with the storm. There is the system. There is the hurricane. Notice not looking at a well-defined eye anymore. There obviously is an eye in there, but because it's experiencing some shear, it's fighting these strong upper-level winds, the eye is at least covered by cirrus clouds, which is why we can't see it. Or it could be.
As far as the the possible tornado reported in the El Jabin area, do we know extent of damage yet for that?
Scattered reports from crews that are still out in the field, but you know, some vehicles that might have been damaged.
Okay, we'll continue to monitor anything coming out of the Charlotte EOC and keep you updated. In the meantime, we want to show you some pictures that have come into our newsroom. This showing a damage to a roof. This is near Allen Park Elementary in Fort Myers between 41 and McGregor in the heart of the city. That was taken about 1:50 this afternoon. Another, just look at that, the damage right to the top of the home, tree landing right on top of it.
Some pictures coming in of a tree that fell on top of a car. This is also in Fort Myers. You see the car to the left of the screen there, sent in about 2 o'clock. That is a huge tree that came down. There's a better view of the car.
And let's take you now to near Page Field. Similar area, and you see all the tree damage in, looks like in Pagefield Commons, just after 1:30 this afternoon. The Lee County Sheriff's Office posted this video of the damage there. So this was right in line with that same tornado path that we were following earlier.
And some pictures of a possible tornado damage that we've been showing you this neighborhood. This is a different look at it. Mobile homes destroyed here. This is the Lake Fairways community on 41 north of the Shell Factory. Debris scattered everywhere. Several homes here damaged to some extent, according to the folks that live there.
And let's go to North Cape Coral right now, where we see images of trees just torn apart, laying on the ground there. Look at that. Just the tops just torn off the top of this tree. This is in the Bella Vita community in North Cape Coral.
All right, we're going to check in with Matt right now. He's got something for us. Matt.
Yeah, we have a brand new tornado warning in effect. This is going to be in Glades County for Lakeport. A large and extremely dangerous tornado has been recorded here, and this is going to be, once again, until 2:45. And the area in pink is the worst threat area. And let's zoom on in. I'll show you where the main pocket is of rotation. And you can see it's sticking out quite a bit right here. And this is a very dangerous situation near Lakeport in Glades County. Strong area of rotation right now over the water. It's going to be pushing on land and crossing over State Road 78. It's pushing to, let me put a time lapse on it, pushing to the north at around 45 miles an hour, and that is going to be eventually working its way towards the Brighton community. The Brighton community, we will do a storm cone on it. And hey, Nikki, in Weather 2, can you try to find, we do have a Lakeport camera. We do have a Lakeport camera, and we will try to get that up. There it is. Yeah, there it is. And we'll see if we see anything. And wow, look at the conditions on the left. Strong wind, heavy rain, and we'll see if we have any visibility on this powerful storm as it is pushing on shore. Live shot once again, Lake Okeechobee, Lakeport, some of the conditions as the bands of heavy rain and wind are working their way through. But this is a pretty significant signature here. Let's also take a look to see if we have a debris ball that is being picked up, which is certainly possible as it eventually pushes on shore. I'm going to switch to Miami radar. And right now it's a little bit messy, but that's always subject to change. So again, the report that I have right now is we have a very serious situation where 721 meets State Road 78 in Glades County. Likely there is a tornado that is on the ground. It was previously confirmed. And let me once again show you the specifics here as it is pushing to the north at about 45 miles an hour. A large, the report is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Lakeport, moving to the north at 45 miles an hour. So what this is, these are the outer bands associated with the hurricane. And what you're going to see here in this track, in white is where it was coming from, the red is where it was heading, and within these outer bands we have had areas of rotation. And here's a time lapse to show you that this storm has shifted a little bit more to the northeast, a bit of a wobble, or it could be its continued track towards eventually the Florida coastline. But again, to reiterate, for
edge of that, well, not the leading edge, the core of this is into Fort Pierce now, and that means some big winds, some very gusty winds, damaging winds potentially, as John just showed you with that storm cell as it moves very quickly to the north. I really want to show you kind of the times of arrival for this as it moves a little farther north. Sometimes we haven't used the storm tracker a lot lately, so it's kind of like riding a bicycle. You'll get it, but it'll take a couple of minutes to actually do it. Now there's a better look at it. Yeah, that makes it a little bit easier. So Vero, Florida Ridge, along Oslo, along Florida Oceanographic, along US 1. There's a look at Indian River County in 95. So that's the bottom FDOT screen, and the Port St. Lucie is up top. So that storm is moving from Port St. Lucie. You can see it's starting to improve there, but headed into Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, and it is a real mess. Again, safe room is going to be a word or a couple of words you're going to hear a lot, because these storms have the potential to do some serious damage. Not just this one, but this other one that was tagged with considerable damage potential that is right along the Okeechobee and Indian River County line. I want to bring in James again because he's watching the overall picture. We're going to keep an eye here, James, of course, on what's going on with the latest warnings, but we're trying to break them down. This is very reminiscent to Irma, isn't it?
It really is. You get a little bit different direction. They were all coming in and off the ocean, remember that? But now just coming in out of the south. A lot of people want to know, well, how long is this threat going to last? Well, we do have the tornado watch, and that goes until 9 p.m. tonight. And it's pretty much as this thing is making landfall. We have all this moisture, tropical moisture pulled up. I was just outside. It is so tropical feeling out there. A lot of instability here to it, and a lot of natural instability because of the rotation of the storm there. And we get in this right side of the storm here, and that's the tornadic side, and that's what we're looking at. Look at all these warnings. This map is just a mess. Every dark red spot is a tornado warning out there, and like Steve was just tracking, we have a bunch of them. One in St. Lucie County approaching Fort Pierce. That's what Steve was just showing. One exiting
neighborhood and just check and see what else is going on. As you can see, this home right here, the windows are out. There's bricks everywhere. There's pillows on the ground. So much furniture, so much debris left from the tornado, and neighbors are again just concerned and worried, making sure that everybody is okay. We're going to go around here the neighborhood for a little while and check to see what other neighborhoods are affected. But for now, live in Fort Myers, Zoe Warner, Wink News.
Hey, Zoe, let me ask you a question if I could, if you can hear me. I'm just very worried about their safety there. I'm surprised people did not evacuate. Did they return when they heard about this, or were they there all the while?
Yeah, Lois, it seems like some neighbors did stay here while they were in the tornado, but some neighbors have been hiding in the bottom of their home. I talked to one neighbor who said that he heard the tornado coming and he got in his bathtub immediately, him, his wife, and his cat, so they were able to stay safe from the tornado. But now neighbors, it just seems like neighbors from other communities who weren't really as affected are just coming over to check on the neighbors who were affected. If you can see right here, a neighbor is just bringing stuff from his home, taking stuff out. It looks like he was affected by the tornado as well, but we don't know for sure if anybody has been hurt yet. Just speaking to neighbors, nobody has been, but we're going to go around and just try to check with other neighbors to see how everybody is doing.
All right, yeah, and hopefully they'll check and then get to someplace safer, because that's not obviously a safe place for them to be. And that area very consistent with, if you were watching all the tornado warnings earlier, North Fort Myers, Northeast Cape Coral, there were a lot of reports kind of coming in that area, and that was probably the worst of the damage we heard in that
I mean, there's so many mobile home parks in that section of 41 in North Fort Myers and in North Cape Coral, and there are new technologies to strap buildings down, but it's still not a place that's recommended to stay in for any type of tropical weather, and especially with the tornadoes that can be involved with them.
Yeah, we're going to have a full day and night of that.
Yeah.
Let's check in with Annette Montgomery live on Minnesota Key, and that area certainly has had its share of troubles. Annette, how you doing?
Well, I mean, even as a viewer or somebody that doesn't have a degree in meteorology, look at the hook echoes. You can see one right there. In tradition, our Terry Parker's in St. Lucie County. We're going to check in with her. But Terry, if you're listening, right around the tradition area, also one starting to pop up. What is that? That is Midway Road. in St. Lucie County. And then, Vanessa, let's head up into our folks in Indian River County real quick, as they are under that tornado warning as well for, it looks like, the coastal sections from Lakewood Park, Treasure Coast International Airport, right around US 1. So this is going to be more of an impact for the beaches, the St. Lucie, Indian River County line, the beaches, and as we head up towards State Road 60, 20th Street, and towards Vero Beach. But again, do not. We're seeing the ground truth on what's going on.
Well,
I'm not here to scare you. I'm just keeping it real with you. This is a
yeah.
very dangerous situation ongoing as we speak.
Chris, we want you to bring in Terry Parker again. Is she? Oh, we lost Terry. Okay. We thought she was in that area where that was happening right now. I do know, though, she was also going to start heading south at some point to get down to Palm Beach County, where we are seeing what's happening in the Lion Country Safari area. Chris.
All right. So we're just getting reports. Vanessa, let's go back to that Midway. We're just getting reports that the emergency manager reports a tornado in progress near Midway Road. We just talked about approaching the Fort Pierce area. Midway Road approaching the Fort Pierce area. Emergency managers are getting a report of a tornado on the ground that is right through Midway. And what's that cross street, Vanessa?
Gordy Road?
Gordy Road?
That's
okay.
just east of Midway Road and Miller Road, just heading towards Mueller Road.
Now, how far is that away from US 1 and Midway?
Which is a couple miles.
Okay.
Or less than a mile.
So this is in Fort Pierce.
And it's heading towards the turnpike.
Headed towards the turnpike
Yep.
again. So if you live Fort Pierce, the turnpike, Midway Road, around that area, Indrio Road is next. Heads up, there is a tornado on the ground, as we're just getting reports from the emergency manager out of St. Lucie County. And we're watching that as well. Look at that, look at that couplet. Red, green, coming closely together, tornado on the ground.
Is there a crossroads there with Midway Road, or that we're seeing
Vanessa said
specifically?
it was
Vanessa,
Gordy.
Gordy, okay, Gordy and Crossway, okay. West of the turnpike.
And that's east or west of the turnpike?
West of the turnpike.
West of the turnpike.
Okay, so you're in that area. You need to be aware of that. Get to your safe room as well. Chris is analyzing this radar as we speak.
And there's that one little red square right there who's running an impact checker. Yeah, that's usually winds that are up and over, what does it say, 58? So those are damaging winds right there through Midway and Gordy, west of the turnpike.
Yeah, here's the storm tracker. So Florida Ridge, just north of downtown Fort Pierce, Vero 315. I suspect the leading edge of this is going to be into Vero before that. But this is a dangerous storm, a confirmed tornado on the ground because of this storm.
30 minutes, and we're on the range of several radars here, but you can clearly see bright red next to bright green and even some lighter blue because of a tornado that has been reported on the ground, Brighton Reservation. If you have pictures, if you have videos after the fact, I want you seeking shelter right now. Please let us know here at Wink. Again, to reiterate, we had the tornado warning that was in effect. Okay, guys, I'm going to toss it back to you, and I'll continue to come in as necessary with these updates.
All right, Matt, we'll check back with you soon.
That's what we've been saying as well,
And
because
if
it's
you hear,
dangerous.
if you hear the cracking sounds outside or popping sounds outside your home, consider that a tornado, because it could potentially be a tree that is coming down. Especially, we have very saturated grounds right now, so any tree with a shallow root system is going to be the first to topple over. So it is a very, very serious situation. I also want to mention too, we are simulcasting right now on our radio partners, which is WRMF 97.9. Sunny 107.9, New Country 103.1, X 102.3, 96.3.
Sorry.
Yes,
no,
absolutely.
because we don't get these, we talk about them on air all the time, but we're getting a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning being issued from the National Weather Service in Melbourne. That is the real deal. That is life-threatening for this tornado warning for northeastern Okeechobee County, western Indian River County, Brevard and Osceola County, because it is traveling very quickly. Let's go to that cell, Vanessa. This is a particularly dangerous situation. They say take cover now. Watch out for flying debris. This is life-threatening. If you're in a mobile home, seek some sort of shelter. That's what they're saying, as this tornado is on the ground. Now, this is the highest level of wording from the National Weather Service and what we call a PDS issued for those counties.
Explanation points I might point out and demanding seek shelter now. I'm reading this right now as you're speaking.
It is a very frightening situation.
Let's go street level, Vanessa. I know it's not a very highly populated area, but one of the best signatures. Look at that pop of green. And you can see it butts up against that area of red. That is a strong couplet. So just imagine, just look at this radar image and just imagine that the winds are swirling around each other, and that's the tornado when those two colors meet together on our radar.
Please be in your safe room right now in northeastern Okeechobee County, eastern Indian River County. As Chris just said, this is the highest level threat for tornadic activity that we're hearing from the Melbourne office.
All right, we have video north of Becker Road. Can we take a look at that? All right, this is the ominous view we're seeing here. Is this sending for a viewer? From a viewer, I would assume.
Can I take over?
You would see just the clouds there, the debris it looks like on the side of the road. I'm not sure if this something has come through, but you clearly see the debris here. The limbs on the side of the road, on the shoulder there. So this is north of Becker Road. A viewer sending this in to us. You'll want to take this very seriously. Again, if we talk about these winds and you see these speeds popping up at 39 miles per hour, those twigs break small branches. That is when you'll start to see, and this is well over 39 miles per hour when the tornado comes through.
Vanessa is gonna, she takes a little break. She's been here for 10 a.m.
Yes,
since
10
a.m.
Vanessa has been on air all morning long doing an amazing
since 10 a.m.
Yeah, but this is ongoing right now. So now I do have First Warning Meteorologist Brooke Silverang and Sandra Shaw joining me as we continue to this debris tracker. Sandra, that's what you're on right now?
I am, and we're not seeing it right now, but a PDS, you called it, a particularly dangerous situation. We do see that velocity, and we also see these storm reports from tornadoes that have already been recorded. We had the Port Mayaca tornado that we were tracking earlier this afternoon, and then now in Palm City we have that tornado 2 actually that have been confirmed. And then let's go to Okeechobee, where we have another tornado that has been confirmed of the storm track. Brooke, are you on 1? I'm jumping on 2 right now.
Okay.
So.
Yeah,
So
we have another tornado as I'm on 1 here that is been confirmed near Basswood Estates in Okeechobee. And as we look at Okeechobee heading into that Fort Drum area, we're seeing the signature of where we have more action right around the Usaw Junction, Yeehaw Junction, and Blue Cypress Lake, a particularly dangerous situation. I'm zooming in, Chris, to State Road 60 and Northeast 36 Road, Florida State Road 91 North. And, to see that wording, it's just been verified when we've been looking.
From the side of the home, but on this side right here, you can see so much furniture, vacuums, windows being broken, so much furniture on this side and debris just laying out. Again, this is from the tornado that just hit this community, and neighbors have been going around in their golf carts talking to us, talking to other neighbors, just making sure that everybody is okay and safe. And it sounds like from the looks of it so far that everybody is safe and sound, but we are going to keep going around the neighborhood just making sure that everybody is okay. But this home right here is for sure flipped over and totally damaged, as you guys
that are and some video from the earlier tornadoes that were moved around the lake, and one in Clewiston, one around Belglade and Pahokee. And this is one of our strongest storms right now. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground, now working from Fort Pierce into Vero Beach, into the Oslo, crossing Oslo. Some of this is working in around A1A. James, you ready to go? Taking a look. Oh, okay, you've got the Palm Beach County storm. Okay, let's take a look at that.
Yeah, let's take a look real quick. We got the tornado warning for this one now too. The one we were just looking at here in our western communities here, just west of Arden. Yeah, you can tell in the velocities now too. You see the green little circle there and next to the red. So this is a radar indicated tornado though, and you zoom in and take a close look. It's mainly over farmlands here, and the West Palm Beach Canal kind of goes up to Canal Point there, crossing over Conyers there. And this will continue to move northward very, very quickly. It's moving like 45, 50 miles per hour. And you see the tornado warning watch box there. Pretty big because it's going to cover some ground very quickly. As we take a closer look, it is just about some farmland. But if we stretch it out here, in 24 minutes, it's going to get all the way to Indiantown. So not a whole lot of time. Indiantown should pay attention to this, and once you get into the warning here, you need to take cover immediately because these things really come up very, very quickly here, and they're moving pretty much straight south to north at the moment. So that's the only city right in the path of this too, as it moves up quickly, and you can see it's already superseded where I put the arrow on because it's moving so quickly. Now elsewhere, we do have this up, this is Fort Pierce, of course, we were looking at that, the possible tornado there, and then you could tell right here, see this area right here? See the the red and the green, another tornado heading towards Blue Cypress Lake there in western Indian River County. It's right here, you can't see it, but right there. So anywhere around Blue Cypress Lake and western Indian River County, this is coming in very quickly, and it will move through Indian River County here in a matter of
Palm City. Heads up. You can see right there, that is the Turnpike, Martin Highway, as we approach the western side of Palm City. So as you're at the Turnpike and you get towards Martin Highway, I-95, and I'd say north of Bridge Road, High Meadow, and then you get a Martin Highway, that area, that's where we're seeing that very strong cup. That's also, I'm looking at it, that is also, in my brain, a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Yeah, it is, Chris. Take a look at Weather 7 here, and you can see that the cone is up here in this tornado right across, like as you said, Indian
Weather 8, correct?
Weather
8, okay, let's
don't
go
know,
to Weather 8.
I'm on the other Barron. It's 8, actually. Sorry, I was on 7 earlier. But you see, as you were saying, where you saw that signature with the velocity and the winds going the different directions, take a look at these Doppler winds, Chris. I mean, we have hail size reported with this. We have a 33,000-foot tall thunderstorm that's producing this active tornado. You see the reds and greens coupled together, and you see the impact. So right here where the red is, that's where we have an active tornado on the ground.
Let's go street level to that.
Yeah, let's go street level and see where we are specifically. So it's US Highway 98. Let me,
Chris, I'm like really concerned it's going to be passing over 95 shortly. It looks
like. Are we talking about that?
The one just south of Tradition again.
State Road 80 and Florida 700, Chris, is what we're street leveling.
Let's just reset real quick and we'll get back again. So what we are watching now is multiple very dangerous tornadoes on the ground through Martin, St. Lucie County. So what we need to do is, if you're under a warning, I'm sure you're getting the not only the warnings from us, them on your phone, your devices, of stuff of that nature. Treat this as a tornado on the ground. This is a very dangerous situation. I'm being quite frank with you. Very dangerous with multiple tornadoes on the ground, and this is a very life-threatening situation, especially for that county up towards the Indian River in Okeechobee County. And again, we have not seen tornado signatures like this. I've been here for a while. Sandra has also been here for a while, and it's hard to see these types of tornado signatures.
To witness it on our live cameras this morning, and Vanessa and I literally tracked a tornado that started out in the middle of inland unpopulated Broward County near Alligator Alley and tracked it for 2.5 to 3 hours all the way up into southern Palm Beach County. It skirted all the way around the perimeter of Lake Okeechobee and then maintained its presence all the way up into Indian River County and Okeechobee County and then it continued to go north. It's just out of our area. But if you take a look at what we see now, we have near Indiantown an active tornado.
I agree with what Brooke was just saying. She's concerned that this is going to cross 95.
Yeah.
And that's going to go back across Becker again into that Tradition area of St. Lucie County.
That this one in Indiantown is
this one just to the east of Indiantown. Yes. Thank goodness it's not over Indiantown. It's east of Indiantown, but if it travels in that general vicinity, it will be crossing 95 and Becker again. So this will cross into St. Lucie right along Becker and still looking at a very decent signature.
You can see it moving fast. I mean, it's moving to the north at about 30 miles an hour, and it does look like it may cross 95.
And to reiterate, we have 15 active tornado warnings right now. And as Chris, Sandra, and Brooke have been saying, treat it as a tornado watch that is right outside the door because this could pop up at any moment.
Angela Rozier is live in St. Lucie County. Angela, you're right along Midway Road. What are you seeing? Because we are seeing multiple.
Anyway, but we're seeing a lot of flooding here. Now we are back moving again, heading west to that area where we were hearing from you guys. That there could be a possible tornado. Again, that was near the area. We were there earlier this morning attending the EOC news conference. It's out near the fairgrounds area. So we approach I-95. I'm trying to get my video up right now, but we're getting some interference with the signal right now. But again, we are approaching I-95 right now. There is, the traffic signals are working here. Further west from the sheriff's office that we passed a few moments ago. We're passing LTC Parkway right now. As
severe thunderstorm, confirmed tornado, about 10 or 15 minutes ago from emergency management. From this one that is moving now away from Fort Pierce into Vero Beach. And then a little bit farther north. A little farther south from there, we also have another cell.
See, look.
That is another tornado warning for the Treasure Coast. So we have, I mean, so many of these are overlapping too. And there's the one in Palm City and Port St. Lucie. That is another cell that has shown some rotation to it. This one right here, that is in effect. Oh, we got a little bit too close there. Sorry about that. That's in effect until about 3 p.m. So literally one after another pushing through. So Shannon and Tanya, it's a busy afternoon, and as we're telling everyone, just know where your safe room is, and if you get under a tornado warning, get in there and stay there until the threat is over.
Yeah, we know this is a really serious situation on the Treasure Coast, so we don't want to go too far from this.
Yeah, and we just want to make sure to give everyone the latest on the track of Milton, because this is just the beginning. But if you could just give us, like, where is Milton right now, what direction it's heading in, if you give everyone kind of an update.
Yeah, just a quick reset. We're going to the top of the hour here. So for those of you who are just joining us, we're continuing to track Hurricane Milton. Obviously, Milton's outer band starting to cycle through and spread and spiraling all through the state of Florida, kicking off this tornadic activity that you were predicting and forecasting yesterday, Steve. And if we could, as we keep a close eye in one split screen here, we're watching these cells pop up. We've been tracking them since 9:45 this morning. Our team has been on these, and it has been one polygon after another in these extended and protracted hurricane watches.
And people are curious. They want to know, where is the storm right now? Correct. You know, when is it going to arrive to Tampa area and then cross over our state? So that's the latest information that we want to pass on to you. So you can see it right now, right there in Milton, heading be pretty much when it's hitting the Tampa area. It looks like it's going down to a Category 3. And then heading across the state. We have these feeder bands that are coming through that Steve Weagle's been talking about, with the tornadoes that are popping up or the rough weather that's popping up. So Steve, if you could share more with our viewers.
Yeah, no, okay, well, we're just getting in the 3 p.m. advisory, so let me take a look at that first. Sorry about that. 3 p.m. advisory, so let's take a look at that first and show you the storm. There it is, about to make landfall later tonight. Category 4 at 3 p.m. Winds down to 130 miles an hour, so that's at least a little bit of good
there
news.
in Okeechobee, can we, here we go. This is what we just saw a short time ago from St. Lucie County. We saw from Clewiston earlier today in Pahokee. But again, Chris, this underscores just how serious a situation we're dealing with in terms of tornadic activity, Chris.
I'm just getting word from the Weather Service, because remember, our viewing area is split into 2 weather services. Palm Beach County is serviced by Miami Weather Service, and the rest of our Treasure Coast community, including Okeechobee, is serviced by the Melbourne office. So right now, the Miami office has said they have confirmed 7 tornadoes already.
Wow.
From the earlier tornado warnings. So that's what the Miami office is saying. We haven't heard from the Melbourne office, because obviously they're busy, you know, they're glued to the radar. But you can see again as we take it, this is Terry's shot, correct?
No, this is a viewer video north of Becker Road. We showed this earlier, but this was an area of concern as well.
And you can see the strong winds move through the debris across that
debris
area.
on the roads. And Chris, when we're talking about spotting National Weather Service, they go off a viewer video as well as seeing it in person, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, do we have another piece of video from Okeechobee County? Here we go.
Yeah. Oh my God.
A second video capturing this tornado on the ground.
Coming in.
And this is some of the aftermath in Okeechobee. I mean, look at this. You can see the debris there on the ground. Hard to make out what that is right there. But we know from someone who texted Chris a little earlier that a car flipped
Dixie
in Okeechobee
near
Dixie Ranch Road. Thankfully, the people who were in that car are okay, but this was probably going back an hour ago that we first got that information about someone whose car flipped. But you can just look at the skies swirling.
Well, let's go back
in this
if
video.
I can. And hey, guys in the control room, again, thank you so much for being fluid with this coverage, because this coverage is very fluid with all these warnings. If we can go back to that, the actual scene, the tornado run through our areas again, it is just, you look at the video in awe, because you're thinking you're looking at something out of Oklahoma or Tornado Alley.
You do.
No, this is Okeechobee County.
We don't see this.
And the wedge tornadoes we were pointing out earlier, which are just as wide as they are tall, throughout our area as well. Okeechobee specifically here. Do we have an exact location for this? Or I assume this is viewer video, but we're seeing it from all over our area. Tornado warnings up until about 3:15, 3:45 as we're on air with you right now, making sure that you get to a safe spot. This is viewer video. We have a lot coming in right now. We've been on air with you since 10 in the morning, so get to your safe spot. We're talking about that room without any windows near you. Download our app so you continue to watch us. Tiffany, I understand you have more.
Well,
video
I
coming
just,
in.
and speaking of just being in your safe room, I did get a text from a friend who says they are on the county line in Indian River County, St. Lucie County. They're grateful to have the warnings that you all have been giving them. They have been sheltering in place. Not sure what is to come for them, but as you know, if you're in Northeast Okeechobee, Western Indian River County, and really throughout our 5-county viewing area, we have been dealing with this dynamic activity on the radar. Martin County confirmed tornadoes there. We had something at Line Country Safari earlier in central Palm Beach County. We've got this Okeechobee County. We also had from earlier today the tornado we saw in Clewiston in Pahokee. Chris.
All right, so let's go back to, I've got Sandra joining me as well as we're tracking this together. Sandra, that PDS tornado warning, thank goodness, around Blue Cypress Lake is in an unpopulated area of Western Indian River County.
Yeah.
So that's better news. That's I don't want this to be in a highly populated area, but I am now concerned with a blow up in that rotation for that St. Lucie County storm that is now around Midway. And this is going
so this
to be
is Blue Cypress Lake, where it was called a particularly dangerous situation with the tornado. But we're going to, as Chris said, move down east to St. Lucie.
So this is around Fort Pierce North?
Yes,
just
and look,
northwest of
take
that.
a look. I see the signature, Chris. Where the impact is right here. Angel Villas, Orange Avenue, and Hartman Road, street level tracking south 35th Street. You need to be in your shelter right now, all the way up to West Engle Road.
Also a very
active
populated
tornado
area.
warning, and it's headed toward Angel Village, Sunland Gardens, St. Lucie Village within 3 minutes, Indrio, Lakewood Park, Chris Viking, Florida Ridge, Oslo. This is populated area. South Beach, Nevins, and we are showing, the signature here for an active and dangerous tornado. Take a look at the height. I mean, okay, so I'm showing you this because it's high elevations with the thunderstorms, but these funnel clouds are rain wrapped. And we are seeing this with this sort of tornado that is going through, but with much more intensity that we typically see in South Florida. So I'm going to zoom it in here where you see this velocity. That's the reds and the greens together. That's showing a signature of where there's some tornadic action right now. And that's verified by our tracker right here with the velocity. Let's see if there's any hail with this one. No hail reporting with this one. The shear track shows how it moved up. Look at these shear tracks. If you look at that dark wine color, it shows the path of these tornadic cells that have been moving up from the south to the north. So we have our Fort Pierce situation, our Okeechobee situation, and Blue Cypress Lake, which is active now. And then we have this situation here near the Angel Villages that is moving in through St. Lucie right now. And you're getting blasted with blinding rains where you can't see. We're looking at our St. Lucie sky camera, and it looks fine. But, I thought it was interesting that what Taylor Hernandez was saying when she was tracking that Port Mayaca tornado. It was sunny, it was fine, and then Chris, she saw those clouds moving really rapidly, and it's almost a surreal environment. Like, you feel like you're in the Midwest or something. And she knew, because she's from Texas and went to school in Oklahoma. She said, I knew, and she was right on it tracking it.
I do want to get at the top of the 3 o'clock hour now. Vanessa is going to give us a update on Milton because we're now getting these hourly updates. Vanessa, what's the latest on Milton as we're just a few hours away from landfall later this evening?
Yeah, so the latest, my mic is on now. There we go. So Hurricane Milton, as of the 3 o'clock advisory, this is a position update. The pressure has risen 948 millibars. It is weakening right now. Still sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. It is currently still a Category 4 hurricane heading towards the west coast.
He did stay for Helene. He told me with Milton, he's just not messing around.
It's getting too scary. There's no sense in dying for a storm. This one's bad. When the harbor overflows, it just, you get nothing you can do about it. It backs up.
Okay, we apologize. We clearly have lost some communication with Liz right there, but you can see what she's watching along Charlotte Harbor, an area that floods often.
And all the water in all the different directions around the street there.
Right, swales are full.
They are.
And they will fill more.
Much room for it to go.
Yeah.
Wink News anchor Taylor Wirtz and Annette Montgomery live covering Manasota Key for us together. That weather there looks worse than the last time we talked to you guys. Does it feel that way to you?
Chris, I'm sorry, my AirPods are a little spotty right now, but we're in the bay behind Englewood Beach, and a concerning sight here. We've seen several boats out floating in the water, and there appear to be people on them as we've heard music, and you can see the water and that wind have drastically picked up. It's getting a lot rainier now, and that wind is whipping. We're kind of keeping an eye on some of the piles of debris around us.
If you're over towards Lake Wales, or maybe just to the little bit of the west of Lake Wales, and then back towards Eagle Lake. These are the areas right now I think you probably want to take cover. You want to be in that safe location as well. We've seen definitely some signs of some rotation. We had some in and around the Auburndale area. You are now out of your warning. Up towards Auburndale, in and around into the east of Lakeland. That does look like that has weakened. That warning has now expired for that area. So right now we have 2 active warnings in the area, one into central and southern Polk County, extending down towards Sebring, and then that other one in extreme eastern and southeastern corner of Highlands County. You look at the radar, again, just absolutely amazing to see the number of warnings across the area, that we just continue to see each one of these bands. And the other thing that you notice is you're seeing more and more that southern side of the storm that is getting eroded away. And so that's something that we've been talking about, that we've noted would happen with this, but we're also seeing so much of that weather on that northern side of the storm. And that's going to continue to be more of an issue here as we go through the rest of today. Now, again, circling back and talking about that 3 o'clock advisory, right now you're seeing maybe ever so slightly slowing down to the northeast at 16 miles an hour. The winds have been steadily but slowly coming down. Early this morning, 6 o'clock hour, these winds were still 160 miles an hour. This is still a Category 4. So is it going to weaken some more? More than likely it's going to weaken some more, but this is still going to be a very powerful hurricane. We're still going to see that storm surge, even with the weakening, that storm surge, that doesn't change. It's just at this point, it's a matter of who exactly ends up getting the worst of that storm surge, and that is going to be from the center of where this moves on shore into the right, or in this case, to the south of this. So if it takes a track like this, in large part, it will help to spare portions of Tampa Bay. Now, there's still going to be some storm surge that works its way in, and the way the winds are, it will still cause some significant flooding in some areas, but this could at least alleviate that worst case scenario of what we've been fearing across Tampa Bay. But
the car was crushed, not flipped.
Crushed.
Crushed. Not
safe,
flipped.
correct?
And,
Safe.
and we are hearing from Denise
And they
Whitehead.
were okay. And they were okay.
Yeah.
Denise Whitehead, the public information officer for the Okeechobee EOC, says there are damages in Okeechobee, and of course we have seen them and we've heard firsthand about them. They're still assessing the areas. They know there are multiple touchdowns of the tornado, according to Denise, and of course our meteorologists have already stated this. No specific number of affected areas that they know right now, but they do know one place was a local dairy and others were residential homes. So their crews are going out as soon as it's safe to do so. They're out there right now trying to find out just exactly what kind of damage they're dealing with in Okeechobee. We know we've seen some already, though.
This is crazy.
We just got video in.
Our viewers sending this into my Facebook page. I mean, I don't know.
We'll
We can't really zoom in, but working to effort this wedge tornado. Tiffany and Steve.
Yeah, Emily Chandler just emailed us in saying she saw 3 back-to-back tornadoes in Okeechobee. She sent the video to us. We're going to try to get those to you now. And what you're looking at on radar, just so we're aware as you're watching this, those blinking red triangles, those are warnings. So many around our area, videos coming in, Tiffany.
And we know already from the National Weather Center, we have 7 tornadoes already. That's just out of the Miami office. We expect to see many more once we hear from Melbourne as well, but 15 active tornado warnings. And we also just got video into the newsroom. We're going to try to get it to you quickly, but a tornado cloud near Oak Hammock, Port St. Lucie.
I just want to point out that also the tornado likely that was in Okeechobee County started off as maybe a water spout from the south, and it looks like we have two more water spouts that you can kind of make out right here clearly. So we are picking up on some rotation that we do have right around the middle of Lake Okeechobee. So if these eventually do continue north, moving over land, these can also be tornado warned. So water spouts, once they hit land, are considered tornadoes.
And
Chris.
Brooke, Glenn joins you as well. You know, I'm looking at we're all looking at this together, and it's just unprecedented. I'm just going to go ahead and just keep it real. Glenn, we have that PDS tornado warning. That is,
at least in my years at Wink, that I have seen, very comparable to the one we had in 2022 in January, the one that went through Lee County. We have never had in Southwest Florida an EF3 or higher tornado. That one may give it a run for its money. Hope everybody was okay, taking it seriously. We have unfortunately had a tornado outbreak in Southwest Florida and across the entire peninsula. National Weather Service, they said they've issued like over 40 tornado warnings and still counting. So on that note, you know, when can we at least get one dynamic out of our head with this storm? And let's talk about that tornado potential. It's going to be elevated at high spots as we go throughout the
following these storms, because this is when you will start to see the damage there. You don't know what you can run into, what's out there on the roadways. And this is without flooding. Imagine if these roads here were flooded, you wouldn't even be able to see all the down lines and down power poles there here in the Fort Myers area.
Yeah, and a few hours ago, it was in Sunrise in Broward County where we saw a tornado that was spotted nearing Alligator Alley, nearing I-75, and I can imagine the fear for those drivers as they're out. Of course, you know, we have been warning people to stay in, but you're driving on a busy roadway and you see that up in the sky to your right or to your left, just terrifying, no doubt, for drivers and people across these areas with these tornado warnings right now. So as they continue to move into our area, the threat of them in Metro Orlando, stay at home if you can. If you want to be hunkered down. Yeah,
have the plan of where you're
really concerned about, especially as it took that little jog to the southeast yesterday, and then it made that turn to the northeast, and we were looking at how it may come in along the coast.
So let's go. So again, this is a fluid situation. Let's go ahead and do street level, Glenn, because as we're just getting word from the Weather Service, a tornado may be developing east of I-95 near the Indian River, St. Lucie County line, moving northward. So let's go street level and kind of give our viewers about where this is going to be and what neighborhoods this could be in.
I'm going to let Brooke, I'm going to move over to the other computer here so I can see a little better. I'm going to let Brooke man it from right here.
Brooke, go ahead and zoom on in and do a little street level zoom into where that is to kind of give our viewers where the streets are, what kind of neighborhoods this is.
So yeah, we are looking just to the east of Lakewood Park, east of Florida Ridge. And as we take a look at our impact tracker, it is picking up on winds again over around 60 miles per hour there. And if you live along 25th Street Southwest, along Florida Ridge, the Nevins neighborhood, just to the southeast of Vero Beach, this is where we could see a possible rotation tornado, Chris, likely in this area.
This is right in that area. We've done a lot of school talks for Lakewood Park Elementary School, so this is right off of
So let me go and get a fresh look at the rotation within this particular storm, and it continues to be right along 192. So we're going to be now moving just a little bit past Deer Park. This is going to be on the east side of Osceola County, working north at about 30 miles per hour. There's a pretty good wind coming in along 192 over here. I don't really see the opposing colors. We have some red and some darker red, so there's a little bit of speed shear there, but nothing that appears to be rotating at this time. But this particular storm continues to be a long track system. And you can kind of tell here as we widen out a little bit, we've lost some of the contrast in color. So we're still keeping an eye on that. That's rural areas. So let me work my way farther to the south here because we have yet another one. And you can see where the contrast in colors is back. It is in far northwest Indian River. That is Brevard. That is Osceola. So that again
northbound to this, or you're in the opposite direction?
That's correct. I'm headed northbound. As of now, we were in the Port St. Lucie area. We were actually driving down south when we noticed that truck flipped over, and then we decided to come right back around and head northbound.
Did you notice any other vehicles that were also affected by this?
Yeah, there was not any vehicles that were affected by this accident precisely, but
almost getting absorbed into the bigger one. And that trend will continue as we go deeper into the afternoon and extending into the evening. But let's just take a look at some of the wind that is being analyzed right now offshore on the local radars.
For now in Okeechobee County, Rachel Perry, WPBF 25 News.
Tornadoes, we're also tracking Milton. Remember, that is going to be a landfalling hurricane over the next few hours. Vanessa Vanette joining us now with the latest on Hurricane Milton. What do you got, Vanessa?
So still a Cat 4 hurricane, sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, the pressure 948 millibars, and moving northeast at 16 miles per hour. As you can see, is approaching landfall in the next couple of hours. I do expect this to make landfall around 6 and 7 o'clock this evening, just south of Tampa and near Sarasota, between Sarasota and Port Charlotte later in the evening hours. Let's talk about the latest forecast track. If you're just tuning in, it is going to be crossing the state of Florida later on tonight and into the overnight hours, and then the thrust for severe weather will continue across our viewing area as this storm approaches landfall in the next few hours. You can see all the rain spreading across northern parts of Florida.
And we are still seeing very strong wind shear with this whole core, but that's going to be that tornado warning over by Winter Haven until 3:30. David, we're going to keep extending these warnings over time. It's just going to happen.
No doubt about it. And another thing, Tom, we got to start worrying about is the threat for flooding rains. We now have our first pair of flash flood warnings that have come on the board. This will be the first of many, many, many flash flood warnings we're going to be dealing with here in the next 12 to 24 hours. We got a huge flash flood warning. You can kind of see it behind me. This is for Polk, Hillsborough County, goes all the way south towards Fort Myers. That's going to go until 6:15, but that's likely going to be reissued. And then up into parts of Flagler County, you have picked up a lot of
evacuation. The other side over here is in Zone B. So really, neighbors, the ones that have decided to stay, will be keeping an eye on this flooding here, just making sure that they are safe. There's still a couple hours to do so, but if people are going to leave, you're going to want to do it while it's still daylight, because this flooding hazard can sometimes be really hard to see as nightfall comes. For now, we're in Sarasota. Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
Yeah, for some of our counties, it's getting too dangerous, really, to travel because of all these tornado warnings. So you can find more storm coverage right in the palm of your hand.
We're watching as well, and every time we see new rotation in the atmosphere and we see a tornado warning issued, we'll also let you know that it could be continued moving up a different area here. So we have some moving up through Clewiston now. All of these flashing polygons are current tornado warnings, and they are all over the place right now. You see the tornado warning there, Martin County, St. Lucie County, Okeechobee County, up into Indian River County. Look at this really tight couple. This is the red and green here. And what you're looking for when you see something like this is you're looking to see those different colors merging together. One color, green, is as rainfall and wind moving toward the radar site, red moving away. And so that means you have winds going in different directions here, swirling around each other. There have been some very significant hook echoes. I know a lot of people here are familiar with that. It's when you look at the precipitation, you can actually see the hook, the turning of the winds. When we're talking about tornadic activity, the best thing that we can do, and I know a lot of viewers have been down here for a long time, they have seen tornado outbreaks in different hurricanes. The best thing we can do during this time is just tell you exactly where they are right now, where they are moving, so that you know when to take cover immediately. Forecasting down the road, we'll be able to do that more as things calm down a bit. But when we see another long rain band coming in like we do down to our southwest right now, that is something that we're concerned about. All these tornado warnings here are going to start to sweep up as this rain band moves into our viewing area, especially over the lake, up into Okeechobee County, up into western parts of Indian River County. So that kind of forecasting we're going to continue to do right now. But we're also going to stay in the minute, as Chris has been doing, Vanessa, of course, Sandra, Brooke has been here for a long time today, and we're going to stay with you all the way through this afternoon, through this evening, because we do expect this to continue to increase. I know that seems crazy because we're already seeing so many tornado warnings, but there is still a lot of energy coming in from the rain bands that are closest to Milton. Milton is still on the way in. The closer it gets, the more of these swirling rain bands we're going to see. So we have this tornado warning that expires up in Indian River County, right by Blue Cypress Lake right here.
sandbags ain't going to do nothing when the water's 4 feet high. You know, there's nothing you can prepare for. You have to make sure you're safe, your family is safe, and that's it. The material things, they're going. There's nothing in this house I can use, nothing.
As the rain and the wind picks up, again, the concern over storm surge flooding and flash flooding still remains. It's just a matter of what.
You said the Indian River County one just east of I-95 going in from St. Lucie County to Indian River County, a new tornado warning there for that cell up to the north.
Okay, so going from Fort Pierce in toward Vero?
Yeah, the one just crossing the county line, yeah.
All right, so let's take a look at that. That's this one here. Oh. For some reason it doesn't want to click sometimes. There we go. Look at the tornado warnings in this. I mean, it's hard to pick out.
Yeah, the one with all that lightning on it. That's
this one right here. The one over Vero.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So this one here. Oh, there is a bend in the reflectivity too there. So this is over St. Louis. Moving. It's just north of Fort Pierce, downtown Fort Pierce, tracking along US 1. It looks like that one there, James, right here. Zooming around St. Lucie.
Yeah, just north of Fort Pierce now, about to cross over the county line. They said it's just east of I-95.
Oh, just east of 95.
Just east of 95.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But yeah, all of that stuff.
So this whole entire storm here, yeah. It looks like this is nudging a little farther east at the same time. Looks like more of an impact along US 1 and A1A. But there's an incredible storm there too. And all these are tornado warned. Every one of these cells has a tornado warning with it. And as I've said many times, this is a situation where, you know, we'll get tornado warnings in the summer, but this is from a hurricane, and tornado warnings in a hurricane usually involve getting confirmed tornadoes in your area. I think I have a couple of slides I wanted to show you. Some safety tips. You want to find a safe room in your house, lowest level of your house, interior room, windowless room. And this is not only good for tornadoes, it's also good in a hurricane if the winds get really, really strong and you feel like where you are is getting compromised, and maybe the roof is coming off, you see some debris around, maybe debris has gone through a window. You want to get in that safe room and just stay there until the storm passes. And if you have children or pets, you know, bring pet toys with you, bring toys for the kids, because especially in a hurricane, you may be there for
real estate for tornadoes to grow and develop. But that was just some of the video we've gotten into our newsroom from the tornadoes that were moving through earlier today. And that was in the southwest section and southeast section of Florida. We've had kind of dueling rain squally bands, these feeder bands that come through there producing all this issue. So Metro Orlando, we are still closely monitoring this particular cell that's over here on the east side, and this is the one that is producing some very heavy wind and rain and continuing to move toward the north at about 30 miles per hour. I put a storm track on there, but no city showed up, but we're north of 192. There's another storm that's on the south side. This one is continuing. Oh my goodness, look at that.
Yeah, and Tom, I'm looking at this here. This is really powering up here. This would be, and kind of get your bearings here. So this is the turnpike. The turnpike's going to miss this tornado. Right here, this is the Brevard, Osceola County line. This is very rural area, so if you're listening to us on WDBO, this is not going to impact 95, the turnpike, but we're start seeing these greens and reds really starting to come together here. Also notice the lightning beginning to uptick. Got 41 strikes here in this image, so that's an indication we have a supercell here that's beginning to probably intensify a little bit more, and that's going to be moving. You see our arrow right there. It's going to be moving almost due north, slightly north-northwest. The tan line is going to be US 192 there in rural Osceola County. So something we'll be keeping a very close eye on here, Tom, but we're definitely seeing a cycle uptick with this storm. Earlier I checked over with debris and I did not see anything. Check again. Yeah, we may have a bullseye there.
Yeah, I got it right there.
Yeah. So again, this would be rural Osceola County, but if you live in this area, far eastern Osceola, kind of right along the Osceola-Brevard County line, south of US 192, a pretty serious situation could be developing here, Tom.
Yeah, so what David, go ahead and point to that, David, and I'll point to this. Yep. So that's going to be, that little spot right there is that where we have probably some lofted trees, things like that, and it's really, really highly reflective. It bounces back very well on our radar, and we can tell that it's a big object, not just a small raindrop. So that's going to be very closely co-located with this. So there's our first tornado warning. This one appears to be weakening a bit, but still could be damaging as it comes in across northern sections of Osceola County. Then this one has refired, and that's the one that we could see at least some lofted debris of some sort that is continuing to move toward the north and probably just a little bit west of due north. So let me track that. Let me go 35, 37 miles an hour just so I get a few people in the way for a time of arrival. So here is the whole. Again, Deer Park, Holopaw, 192, Harmony over here. Stay in your safe room as that tornadic thunderstorm continues to rapidly lift up here to the north. And David, I'm going to also keep an eye on the new cells that are coming across southern Brevard County as well, because these are going to really pack a wallop at the same time. So we're in Indian River County right now. These are working up toward the Vero Beach area. Strong rotation here. Another one near Fort Pierce. They're just lined up. So we're going to be watching Sebastian coming up in the next few minutes, and also up toward Floridana Beach and Melbourne. So you need to go ahead and get hunkered down. Those tornadoes warnings will probably continue. They've been longer track tornadoes, which is unusual for a tropical system, but this is a very unusual hurricane, as we know. Big, powerful wind field. And again, the wind shear is pretty extreme. So that's over rural eastern sections of Osceola County. We get real-time updates from the Weather Service as far as the what they're seeing, what reports they're getting. Again, we are getting more of these flash flood warnings because we're getting very high rain rates. We've got some down in the Martin County, Indian River County area. And again, as you saw some of the video, if you want to do a 2-channel real quick and show some of that video from the tornado damage while I continue to monitor this right now. We're still over pretty rural areas. We can go ahead and do that and show you some of the damage that we've seen so far. But these are some big rotating storms, rural areas, fortunately. Florida Turnpike, southern Osceola County. This is going to be on the east side of Fort 41, where it's got that little boot heel right through there. That's going to be a tornado likely on the ground. Extremely rural areas here. That's going to be south of 192. And boy, look at that thing hook up. This has been a very intense storm. This almost reminds me, David, of what we would see during an El Nino winter.
Absolutely.
Back in 1998 and in 2007 when we had these long track tornadoes.
If you've lived in Florida for a while, you know that normally when we start dealing with really significant tornadoes, a lot of times it's in the winter months. Unusual because a lot of us in the United States, we think of tornadoes in the spring and summer months. But yeah, this is what we're seeing here. I worked Irma in 2017, Tom. I do not remember tornadoes of this magnitude, and we had, I believe, over a dozen tornadoes in parts of Brevard and Indian River counties as the outer bands kind of worked its way in. So a very similar situation. We're at the bottom of the hour now at 3:30, so let's kind of reset the scene for everybody. So this is the wider perspective on early warning Doppler 9. The flashing red boxes you see here, those are multiple tornado warnings. They are primarily in effect here for just the outskirts of Metro Orlando and then down towards the south into parts of Osceola and sections of Brevard County. But right now, the worst of the tornado threat is kind of in rural eastern sections of Osceola County with these 2 cells that we're watching right now. The flooding threat is also beginning to increase as well. Flash flood warning in effect for the majority of Polk County. We now have a flash flood warning in effect for parts of Flagler County. At this point, none of us really should be out and about, but the flooding threat is really going to begin to tick higher here in the next several hours. The rainfalls continue to increase in the Metro Orlando area, and I want to zoom out here because what you're seeing into sections of Polk County is the beginnings of the first major feeder band, and I'm going to put this into motion. This band right here that you see stretches from Lake County kind of through Lake Okeechobee here in Okeechobee County. This is going to be the first real band of wind we anticipate, and that's going to pinwheel its way up into Metro Orlando here probably in about an hour or so, I would say, Tom. So this is when conditions will really begin to go downhill. So we've been stressing you really need to hunker down. If you haven't done so already, maybe you have a family member still out and about finding gas or something. In about an hour or so, we need to start hunkering down.
We've got a phoner.
Well, we're going to go to Rachel Perry momentarily. She is live in Okeechobee. She's going to show us some of the damage. But before we do that, Jade Jarvis is joining us.
Jade's in Indian River County, seeing a lot of action there as well. Jade, where are you? What are you seeing? Explain to us.
Hey, guys. Yeah, so we are currently at Vero Beach. We're actually right on the eastern edge of the Vero Beach Regional Airport. And I can tell you it's been pouring for, I want to say, the last 30, maybe 45 minutes. Visibility is incredibly poor on the roads, and the water is already starting to pool in these shallow swale areas on the sides of the roads. Retention ponds are quickly filling up. I mean, I'm sure you can hear it, just the sound of the rain falling on the car. It's honestly, if I did not have to be out here for my job, I would go home because you can't see anything. It's really, really treacherous to be driving. We're really trying our best to stay safe and go slow. And yeah, that's just what the conditions are right now, like are in Vero. So we're actually watching you guys on the live stream so we can kind of see, because we all also are under a tornado warning here. So we want to make sure that we're safe wherever we're going.
That is the number one priority, is that our crews stay safe. And yes, we have more than a dozen active tornado warnings. We've actually had 60 since midnight. So we understand that. We want to make sure you stay in a safe place. So we're going to let Jade get to a safe place and be where you need to be.
We're really going to have to make sure the Holopah Community Center, right on the east side of 441. We've got Salem Road, Topeka Avenue, several of these communities that are right there on the south side of 192, because Holopah is 192 and 441. Get in your safe spot. If you have one, get inside interior part of your house under some sturdy furniture. Grab that bike helmet. Put a mattress over the kids, get them in the bathtub. I remember when I was 3-4 years old in Oklahoma City, we had 3 tornadoes go over my property. My mom put me in the bathtub, put the pillows and stuff on top, said don't turn on the water, but you're in there to stay safe, and we had to go right over our house back then. So this is going to be the tornado that really, I think, is going to be the grinder coming up through here. We're also watching this cell, David. It's not quite as wrapped up as it was here, but this is going to be working into far southeastern Orange County. Again, this is a very rural area, but if you're right along 441, this is going to be just really halfway, just on the east side of Harmony. So we're going to be watching Harmony. You may be just too far.
We're starting to see the surge. We're getting bands of rain here now. Definitely feeling some of those gusts. I mentioned this in my last live shot. There's about a little whistling sound here because of where sails would be on these boats. You can hear them just moving in the wind. I also want to talk to, if we're seeing high water here, you know those people in those homes over there are seeing more of the same. And this is the type of surge that we're starting to see, and this really isn't nothing yet. We're just watching as this water comes up, gets higher and higher, and if people are in those homes there too, they're starting to see more of the same. But this is our last live shot we're going to do.
Hurricane force winds coming through here, and things were so concerning that the city of St. Petersburg put out a warning because of the construction cranes that are set up working on the new building towers in downtown St. Petersburg. There's 4 different construction sites, and those things can only stand so much. We have seen cases in other cities where they have blown over, where they have crashed down because of high winds over 100 miles an hour. So the warning from the city was, if you live near one of those, and fortunately we're not close to one of those where we are right here, you should relocate.
Radar, Tom, so lifting its way up towards Fontana Lane, and I'm going to kind of tilt it a little bit, and also into sections of Donovan Cruz Road. I wish I had more, points of interest here of streets, highways, but we just don't have anything major here. But if you live kind of right along Kenansville Road, this is a very, very dangerous situation here. We likely have a tornado on the ground, and you can see this is what Tom's talking about. This is this hook right here, and we're getting a little bit of a stronger reflectivity signature, which is an indication we may have debris lofted in the air right now. Also some lightning, so this is a pretty intense thunderstorm moving northbound. And I'll put a quick storm track on this. Again, we're going to put a storm track on the core of the system where we think there's the threat for the tornado. And
we're about 15 minutes away from the Holopah area right now, David.
Yep, so we'll put a quick track. I don't think we're going to get a ton of cities here. Everything's kind of moving off towards the north at around 30 miles an hour. So yeah, so there's no major cities that our computer model is keying in on, but this is the area that Tom is talking about. And the cell up towards the north, Tom, does look a little bit weaker now. It's a little bit broader in rotation. This is the one that's getting a little bit closer to the more populated area, kind of the far edge
of metropolitan Orlando. But yeah, pretty serious situation in eastern Osceola County, it looks like.
All right, thanks, Dave. Just a quick reset, some of the warnings that we're tracking. Nothing yet for Metro Orlando, although we're watching these storm cells south. No warning on these yet. Moving in across Metro Orlando now, very strong wind shear in the atmosphere, and these storms have been feeding off of that, and very, very classic what we call hook echoes showing up with these particular storms. And we will see this all the time where I'm from back in Oklahoma, but we don't see that little appendage right there. See that hook right there? Right in there where it hooks around is where we likely have a tornado on the ground, but it's in rural areas at the moment, but moving right in toward Holopaw, coming up right at the 192 and 441 is where Holopaw is. So again, this is going to be producing at least some wind damage, heavy rainfall, and
Tom, if you go back over to the debris detector, this is almost a no doubter now. I mean, we're getting some darker shades of blue here.
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so is that actually 2 right there, David? I see.
You know, I think this. I think the second one, that may be a false scan.
A little artifact.
Because it kind of extends back a little bit towards the turnpike, but that highlight of blue there. Right along Kenansville Road.
Okay.
That's almost a lock, I would say.
Yeah, so this is definitely, you can see that it really sticks out like a sore thumb. So that is a tornado on the ground. It is picking up debris, tossing it several thousand feet up into the air. And you can see the latest scan coming on through. So that is tornado on the ground approaching the east side, because Holopaw is right here. Gosh, I hope we can thread the needle, get this on the east side, but this is going to be moving right here on the outskirts of Holopaw. I'm going to put on the latest, here's Holopaw proper, and here is Harmony up here just on the west side on 192. So this storm cell is going to be awfully, awfully tight as it moves toward the northeast. I'll put a time lapse on this over the last just 15 minutes, so you can kind of see it working its way north at 30 miles per hour. So we'll track it right there. There it comes, and that is debris. This may be just, I don't know, heavy rainfall, but boy, that sticks out. It's nice, it's round, that's just lofted debris. Here is Holopaw. There's a tornado. So again, if you're in the Holopaw area, lowest level closet bathroom, this is going to be west of Melbourne and Palm Bay here, but we're still keeping an eye too. And again, I'll leave this debris detector on the map, but there is that debris. That's probably just very heavy rain, but I can't rule that out as some possible debris that's being lofted. And we also have some other debris signatures showing up with heavy rainfall that's coming in from the south as well. So this storm has had a bad history of being a bad storm.
And Tom, we got a new tornado warning. Actually, excuse me, a pair of tornado warnings coming on the board here for Polk County, and they're going to go right up to the Davenport area along I-4. So this is a brand new tornado warning. I'm waiting for the second warning to pop in. We'll go to the more reflectivity data. So it's going to be till 4:30 for eastern sections of Polk County. This includes Lake Wales, Haines City, Davenport. This goes right up to the county line. So if you're in Champions Gate, you are knocking on the door here of this tornado warning. Your cell phone probably went off in the last minute or so. And then I'm waiting for the second tornado warning to pop in here, but we got a pair of tornado warnings. And again, this brings I-4 back into the equation here. I-4 basically from around the rest area.
Good time to be out and about. You definitely want to be hunkered down somewhere, sheltering in place. But if you are going to be out and about driving, if you are still needing somewhere to go, thinking about evacuating, let's talk really fast about my safe driving tips. If we can go over to maps, and I'll run through those just real quick. We're going to talk about...
And debris scattered along the lawn and the grass there. It is just can show you what one tornado can do to that small neighborhood there. Just frightening.
A tornado before the hurricane.
Right, which we know is going to be incredibly intense. We turn now to downtown Sarasota, where we will definitely see both storm surge and those...
The Deer Park area, and also into Holopaw, which is just up here to the north. Here's Holopaw right there. So this particular tornado could be producing damage right now approaching Holopaw. This may just scoot on the east side of Holopaw. I've got my Google map out here because it's going to be moving toward the Holopaw Neighborhood Park, which is on the eastern side of Holopaw, about right over here. So hopefully we can put this just on the east side. It's going to be on the Holopaw State Forest. and just near the Triple N Ranch Wildlife Management area. So that kind of gives you an idea how rural this property is. But
Certainly,
we're going to have
up over towards Frostproof, over towards Hillcrest Heights, heading up towards Lake Wells. There's population in this area. You've got Bach Tower in here. You've got some communities right along 27 heading up to the north as well. Let's go out wide once again and look at just all the rain continuing to spread through these areas. And then as far as the rainfall mounts, we're just continuing to watch more of this piling up right along the coastline, and then just so much of this starting to spread inland as well in the Sarasota,
which is right here. So this is going to move just on the eastern extent. Hopefully this can just miss those homes through there. But 192 corridor, and that eventually, David, is probably going to get up into southeastern Orange County as well. And fortunately, the east side of Orange County, relatively rural in that part that we're watching. So there's our little tiny tornado, but it's going to be relatively big by Florida standards. Very well. Hold a pause here. We can thread the needle. I hope so here, getting across far northeastern Osceola County. But that is
a great level of surge here in the Sarasota County area. But the track, as Milton gets closer and closer to Florida, will be important to look at because, as our meteorologists have said all along, slight wobbles here or there can really make a difference in some areas. And as the rain kind of calms down now, we get a clear view off in the distance there. That is Bird Key, St. Armand's Circle in the distance there. It was kind of hard to see just a minute ago because of all of the wind and rain, but you can see the silhouette of palm trees and homes out there right now. As of 7 o'clock last night, the county shut down access to all of those barrier islands. There is no reason to be out there right now. We were out there yesterday, though, before 7 o'clock, and just talking to the maybe one or two homeowners that we found out there. They are just distraught right now. You got to think Sarasota County has really bared the brunt of this hurricane season in Florida so far. There was Debbie back in early August. You saw areas inland in Sarasota along Philippi Creek. They flooded so severely during Debbie. Then there was Helene, of course, just 2 weeks ago. This area saw so much damage. The barrier islands did as well. As we were driving around out there yesterday, some debris removed, but by and large, St. Armand's Circle, Lido Key, there was still debris everywhere you looked. Talking to some of the people out there who were making those last-minute preparations last night, they worry about, 2x4s, pieces of drywall that have been ripped out, couches, cabinets, you name it, could turn into missiles if this area...
All things have pretty much been on track with what we've been watching over the last couple of days. Now we zoom in on where it is now, and we're still seeing this storm a little bit off our coast to the south and west, maybe about 100, a little over 100 miles there. And so we're still talking about 130 mile per hour winds as this storm has slowed down just a slight bit, but still moving to the northeast about 16 miles per hour. That pressure at about 900.
On Milton as we continue to track Hurricane Milton, just hours away from landfall. Vanessa, what do you have?
Yeah, so right now, still a Cat 4 hurricane. I do expect this to weaken before landfall as a Category 3 hurricane, a stronger Category 3 hurricane.
Conditions, regardless of whether we have a warning or not, are really going to go downhill, Tom.
Yeah, and thanks a lot. That's a good reminder here. 3:45, if you're listening on radio or on TV, we have a substantial tornado outbreak ongoing. It's mainly been across southwest Florida. We've had lots of video coming in of damage along the Fort Myers area and also in southeast Florida. This is the concern right now, and this is, again, in extremely rural areas south of Holopaw, but this is going to be very close to the eastern side of Holopaw. So we get over by Topeka Avenue, Salem Road, the Holopaw Neighborhood Park there on the east side of that rural community that is basically from 441 through 192. So that particular storm, and of course we have Deer Park right over here near the county line.
Will not be able to respond to you wherever you are in this county, so you really don't want to take any chances here. If you need to get to an emergency shelter in Sarasota County, the time to do it is right now, and really that window is so small at this point. Again, people just hoping and praying for the best. We were out on Lido Key yesterday. I was talking to a woman who took on 3 feet of water in her home there during Helene. There's part of her that wants to move away, but then you think about all the good times here, and that's kind of the catch-22 that a lot of people are facing right now. They don't want to continue to do this every year, but they do enjoy this beautiful area when it is beautiful outside. Send things back to you guys in studio for now.
All right, Chad, thank you. We want to welcome in our chief meteorologist, Dennis Phillips, who is now joining our coverage continuous until, of course, and after this hurricane makes landfall. So, Dennis, you've been watching this thing for days now. Are you surprised with how it's coming in and the wobbles we've seen?
Well, I can't say surprised, Wendy. And by the way, before we get going here, let's kind of say how the next 6 to 12 hours are going to go. So, obviously, we're going to be on continuous. Greg has been working, Shay has been working, Jason is here. We're all here, clearly not going anywhere because going outside is not a smart idea anyway. And we're just going to kind of be rotating through our group, and we have a new meteorologist on staff as well. Allie's going to be in here as well. We're just going to kind of go through the process because right now, as Wendy said, look, there's no reason to be out. I mean, Chad said, yes, there is still a window of opportunity that's closing quickly. Honestly, if you live in Sarasota, I think that window has closed because you're now picking up the leading edge of the heaviest weather, the strongest winds, all right? So let's talk about where we are in terms of expectations, okay? So when we look at this right now, clearly there's your eye, right? This storm, and I'll tell you, last night, if you were watching at 11 o'clock, the models, the NHC still had a 2 or 3 a.m. landfall. The models were going faster. They were going landfall maybe 10 or 11. Looks to me like it's going to be even faster than that. Now, granted, we are expecting this to slow down a little bit in some areas. But here is the issue, and this has been the issue for the last couple of days. Wendy just hit the nail on the head, those wobbles. Wobbles are absolutely positively unpredictable. There's no one on Earth, there's no model on Earth that can predict them because there's so many factors that go into play. And what we have right now is exactly what we talked about yesterday and the day before. Remember how we said, as this is going to approach, you're going to have a lopsided system. Matter of fact, I think yesterday we were saying south of the eye, it might still be very windy, but you could very easily see stars out at night when this goes overhead because all of the major heavy rain and the deep convection is on the north side of this. So, even if landfall, and we'll talk about that in a minute as well, even if landfall is Manatee or maybe northern Sarasota County, the bulk of the squally weather, I think that's the best way to describe it, the very gusty winds, the incredibly heavy rain will be on the north side. So we've got so many things coming into play here. So we'll go back to our first point. Hurricane winds expand 35 miles out from the center. That's still pretty small. Now, it's getting a little bigger, but it doesn't have a lot of time to get bigger. And not to mention, we think this is going to weaken some as it gets closer. So this is not an extremely large storm. Within that 35 miles, the number we've been saying from day one, I think 5 to 7 miles near the center is going to be where the heaviest wind is going to be in relationship to the hurricane itself. You have two different areas of troubling weather. You've got, obviously, the eye and the winds right at the eye wall, right there, where they're going to be extreme, probably 100 to 110 mile an hour in some spots. But that is going to be in a very small area. So let's say landfall would be Bradenton. I'm throwing it out there. I'm not saying it will be. Let's say Bradenton, for an example. 5 miles in any direction is where the bulk of the wind will be, but yet the heavy rain is way to the north. Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, Pasco County, you are going to already have, but you are going to get some really serious rainfall totals. That is not surge, nothing to do with surge. That is freshwater flooding, and we are going to see that. Matter of fact, we already have flash flood warnings in effect for part of Pinellas and Hillsborough County, and that is simply because of all the rain, and obviously there is a lot more coming in. So there's your eye, and like we said, if you draw a line east to west, south of this, there's not even raining. It's because of that shear that what's happening is literally the winds aloft are pushing this off to the east-northeast. And in doing so, it expands the wind field, but it weakens the wind field overall. So you have a larger area of tropical storm to minimal hurricane force winds, but you still have right around the center That's where the winds of probably 100, 110 are going to be in a very small area. A couple days ago.
Milton. County officials tell us that citizens, that people need to evacuate, but the time really it's too serious and the time has passed now.
Where you are now is where you're going to be during the duration of Milton. We do not advise you to go anywhere at this time as the conditions are rapidly getting worse. The Skyway Bridge is closed. EMS and fire are no longer responding to the islands. Bridges to the islands are also closed. More road closures are expected. We will do our best to update them as fast as possible. Please visit mymanatee.org/storm for those updates. Again, where you are now is where you will be during the duration of Milton.
County officials add that as of right now, there are no preemptive plans to disconnect power to any areas of the county.
They also say that levels at the Lake Manatee Dam have been lowered in anticipation for the heavy rain that is associated with Milton.
Now, some of our inland areas are already experiencing effects of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, by the time it reaches Polk County tonight, everyone there will be feeling those hurricane-force winds. Fox 13's Carla Byron is in Polk with the latest.
That's going to be very high reflectivity. That's going to be the actual tornado. If we were looking at it from the side, you would see that tornado vortex going up into the clouds. So,
and Tom, they just extended, I think you may have that on the board there. They just extended the tornado warning there into Orange County a little bit further.
Okay, so yeah, so that particular tornado warning now just on the east side of Holopaw. Gosh, I'm sure hoping we can keep this just east of Holopaw proper, and there it is working. That's going to be the tornado likely right here. This is going to be some wind flow kind of running into the storm because these tornadoes are wrapping up. There's air rushing in all around, forward-flank downdraft, and all these other things that are in the mechanics of this tornado, but it's going to be just on the east side. Just on the east side.
Now, one thing to note is the Weather Service saying severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and it does look like the rotation may have broadened out just a little bit, Tom.
Yeah.
And I just did a quick pass here on.
It's moving, what, 16, 17 miles an hour? That's 4 hours. So if it slows down a little bit and it's forecast 2, maybe it's 5. But this will not be a 1 or 2 a.m. This will be a 10 or 11 p.m. So in terms of impacts, we're really now just starting to get into it. Yes, we've been talking about the tornado warnings. And I'll tell you, normally, and you guys know this, if you've lived here long enough, you've been watching long enough, and if you're new, you're learning now. Normally, when you have a hurricane, we see lots of tornado warnings. Very rarely do we ever get verification that they made it on the ground. We have already seen we've shown it on TV. I've seen pictures on Facebook, you know, down in Miami as well. These are sizable tornadoes. So in these very far extreme bands here, and there's still tornado warnings in northern Highlands and southeastern Polk County. There is absolutely the potential for some EF1 tornadoes. I mean, some pretty legitimate sized tornadoes. All right, so let's recap the overall stuff here, okay? This is the latest. Winds of 130 miles an hour. It has weakened. The pressure continues to rise pretty quickly. That's good. The higher the pressure, the lower the winds. The lower the pressure, the higher the winds. But the fact that the pressure is rising means it is weakening. Everything is going as expected in terms of intensity.
They are working hard, and they're still at it, trying to pick up all of the loose debris. But unfortunately, she says they will not be able to clear all of it out before the storm, but they are still out there doing what they can before Milton makes landfall.
Our solid waste is still picking up that road debris. We're not going to be able to get, household debris. We're not going to be able to get to all of it, but they have picked up probably 70 to 80% of it. And just to put it in perspective, they have done in 2 weeks what normally takes 3 months or more to get done. So they are out there in this weather doing what they can all the way up to the last minute.
Many areas like this neighborhood in South Tampa, they have evacuated, but Mayor Castor says that if you have loose debris and you're able to, do your best to help secure it. Tie it down, move it to a shed, whatever you're able to do to make sure it does not become an airborne threat or get pushed by floodwaters in front of storm drains and only lead to an exacerbated problem. By this point, officials are also asking that we all refrain from excessive water use. That means short short showers, hold off on laundry and washing the dishes. Anything we can do to reduce the strain on our sewer system is really going to help out when the rains pick up throughout the day as Milton approaches. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan reporting.
Boy, we do appreciate all of our city and county workers who have really been hustling.
Big job on their hands.
Yeah. Roads are shut down. Most of the bridges closed now. Stay with us.
Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton.
But we are just so close to having this go into the bay and potentially bumping up the surge from what would likely, like I'll call it like I see it here. If you have a landfall in Sarasota or just north of Sarasota, you got a surge of 3 to 5 feet in the bay. I don't see anything higher than that if that landfall is that far south, because you will have a legitimate offshore flow. Now, as it moves across, you might see a little more water coming in. But what's happened, and I'll explain why. What's happened is over the last 3 or 4 days, you guys have seen 10 to 15 feet all the way from Pasco County, through Pinellas County, into the bay, and into Sarasota. And there's other sites that are using the actual forecast track from the Hurricane Center to determine the surge. Here's why you're seeing that 10 to 15. Because the Hurricane Center wants to make darn sure that every person out there sees what could be the worst case scenario. They don't want anybody afterwards saying, I didn't know. Makes perfect sense. Now, the challenge with that is the forecast, the official forecast, is well to the south of where that would be a 10 to 15 foot surge. But again, the Hurricane Center believes, and I agree with them, it's tricky, it's a challenge. Because I've had this question 11 billion times in the last 2 or 3 days. I don't get it. Why is it 10 to 15 feet?
I want to put a quick storm track on this activity here, because one thing I'm starting to notice here, Tom, is this is starting to tilt into parts of Metro Orlando. So I'll put the laps on here. And so you can see this was moving north, 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 and now it's starting to tilt a little bit more northwestward. So again, luckily, we are seeing some weakening there of that rotation, but these are supercell thunderstorms still holding together, and they are going to begin to now look, at least push their way into the eastern suburbs of Orlando around 417, and then eventually possibly into downtown. The angle will be kind of difficult to know for certain because a lot of it's going to depend on Milton, which is a couple hundred miles away out in the Gulf of Mexico. But you can see here, we could be talking about in the Lake Nona area here in the next few minutes. In fact, I'll stop the laps for everyone. Lake Nona here in the next 3 minutes, Wedgefield in 7 minutes, Flamingo in 8 minutes, Christmas in 12 minutes, Taft in 14 minutes, Belle Isle in 17 minutes. That's not a tornado. That's just when the stronger rain and wind will begin to impact your particular area. So it does look like this is now starting to turn in a more northwestward direction. So let's kind of reset this.
You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by.
That we have the tornado warnings as well as the heavy rain. Switch over to Wind Climb Doppler 3X, and what we have is going to be bands of fast-moving rain and some squalls zooming on by areas of Charlotte County. Here's a time lapse, and look at how fast they are moving by. And when the rain picks up, that is where you could get those gusts of wind. Tropical storm force, according to what I've seen.
We are no longer looking at models. This is when you throw the models out the window and you look out the window. It's called nowcasting. And it's no different than what you're doing. So with all the technology and all the science and all the models that we have, when you get 4 to 5 hours out, look, there isn't any kind of a magic, well, let's look at the high, super duper resolution model and see how it's showing. No, the models are the models. They're math problems. It's all they are. And when you get this close, no one on earth can predict where those wobbles are going to go. So as you're sitting,
it's been raining on and off all day long since this morning. I want to just show you out here. This is actually my house. This is the golf course that has been shut down. You can see it gusts, and then there'll be a break, and then it'll gust some more. One of the things that people are really going to be looking at is just some of the damage that we're going to see. As you can see here, we have a pool cage. Several of the neighbors have screened in lanais. Of course, these are items that we're all expecting that will go up. I already started to see some of our screens, which it's not a huge deal. But just as those winds continue to increase, as Milton moves on to shore, these are some of the impacts that we'll be looking for. Want to show you some video right now. We took some video earlier about 2-3 hours ago at the Ringling Bridge in Sarasota. The good thing was we didn't see any cars exiting. So that means, talking to Sarasota Police Department, that a lot of people had heeded the warnings about getting off, about the possible even worse storm surge than what we saw with Helene. No one is...
This rotation heading up in 2 minutes here. Sunland Gardens in about 11 minutes and Harmony Heights in about 13 minutes. These storms have been doing some damage today. We have had some reports of some injuries as well. Sometimes when we're having a tropical event like this, we get the little spin-ups, we get some reports of some little trees down, some things blown over. This is not that. This is much different from that, and we are seeing stronger, more powerful tornadic activity moving up through the area from south to north, picking up a little speed recently with some of the rotation that we've been seeing, not in the actual rotation speed, but in actually the movement of the bands moving 40 now.
Area for tornado damage at this time, but we may have just had a tornado cross the highway. Gosh, look how close that was. Deer Park's over here on the county line. This is over here to the west. Hopefully everyone down there has dodged the proverbial bullet on that. And again, this is going to be pretty rural areas, northeast Osceola County. That's going to keep tracking toward the north and east. I'm also watching here, David, it looks like we're starting to tighten up a little bit here east of Lake Nona, Innovation Way.
Yeah, we are. You are correct.
I'm going to be watching this like a hawk. We have a terminal Doppler radar, which is south. I've been there south of the airport, and it's really fine-tuned for turbulence and wind and things like that. So it really shows that very, very well. At least there's some broad rotation with this. So here's the beach line. Don't have a warning on this yet. This is kind of coming out of that warning. They may issue a new one, but this is going to be in the Lake Nona area. So we're getting closer to the big population centers across Orange County.
It's a little hard to see there, but as long as we're getting confirmed tornadic activity, I mean, we're not going to brush it off in any way. This is very concerning as this moves up into southern Palm Beach County. This is not a heavily populated part of our viewing area. There are people out here, though, so we want to make sure everybody is safe, and we do want you to know it's heading up toward Brown's Farm here, towards 6 Mile Bend in about 29 minutes. We'll see there's a look at the rotation right in there, and you can see the poly.
As far as the storm goes, we've got multiple hazards that are underway. This is going to end up being one of the biggest tornado outbreaks from a tropical system on record in our state. This has been incredible today, and these are not the ones that we usually see that are elevated and don't reach the ground. We had a big tornado down in Milton that moved across I-75. Big tornado in North Fort Myers, and multiple tornado warnings all the way up and down the spine of the state. As I said, one of the biggest tornado outbreaks on record from a tropical system. So we covered that. There will likely be additional warnings issued, but a lot of them could be up here and over here. So we'll watch it. We'll let you know. At the same time now, there's so much dynamics in the atmosphere. Get a little front in play. The hurricane is kind of transitioning from a pure tropical system to more of a kind of a system that has more winter characteristics, and sometimes that transition can bring additional energy into the storm. You can kind of see the eye. Well, here's the eye, and it looks like it's open to the south and southwest. And the weakening process that we talked about, when I woke up this morning very early, couple hours sleep, and checked the situation, it was still a Cat 5. And it was getting fairly close. But as expected, the environment near us just does not support a Category 5 hurricane. It's down to a Cat 3, maybe Cat 2, Cat 3 at landfall. That is the diameter of the eye. And look at the heavy rain. So we're talking freshwater flooding, and some of the rainfall potential numbers may be 1 to 2 feet, 1 to 2 feet in areas near and around Tampa Bay as the hurricane moves on shore. Now, a lot of
in right now, lightning is not something you see a lot when it comes to tropical systems moving in because it involves really high clouds and a lot of ice crystals colliding to create that activity. But because the atmosphere is so warm, sometimes in tropical systems you don't see as much lightning. But when we're talking about these individual thunderstorms inside these rain bands, then we do see more of that activity.
That would get into a much more populated area along the 417 there in the eastern suburbs of Orlando there, Tom.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot, David. Kind of looked like maybe I was getting a little bit more of a debris signature showing up on that cell right there, because that was the confirmed tornado This is on the east side of Holopaw, but very, very close to Holopaw still right now. And let's see if we can watch this together as it comes through. Okay, so here was the debris signature. There it comes, there it comes. So that's what they saw coming right across. And it's kind of hard. We don't have anything clear yet, but we're going to keep an eye on this, David, to see if we pop up anything additional out of that. But I want to give folks fair notice here in southern sections of Orange County that we've had confirmed tornadoes on the ground, lofted debris, hopefully no one impacted directly. This is rural areas still at this point.
And I'm sorry, Tom, we need to go back to velocity there on MLB. We got some very significant now rotations. The latest scan that just came in, and I'll zoom in a little bit tighter here for everyone. But this is this is some very significant signature here, and this is right where this is Holopaw. Right here. So we're talking north of Holopaw, right around Turnaround Bay Road. Here's Old Brick Road, Tram Road. And where you see this green and the red come together, that's a pretty strong signature we're seeing.
What a dangerous situation. I know you guys were talking about a car that was flipped over earlier and a lot of stuff that was happening earlier. So again, there's another view of another tornado, Alligator Alley, from this morning. Just a very widespread storm. You could see that it touches the ground. It's just,
I can't think. I mean, I've lived in Florida almost my entire life, and I can't remember that type of tornado, that form of tornado, something that large. That's not something we typically see down here, but unless we have something like this going on. But boy, oh boy, that looks like something that you might see from the Midwest down to, and Chris and I both lived in Texas, something like that you would see in the distance, but not here. And that's the kind of tornadic activity we've been seeing on and off throughout the day today. Let me send it back over to Chris at the desk real quick.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Again, we're going to monitor that situation. Again, it's not in a very highly populated area, so we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. But
north of us, the surge should not be too bad, but from the landfall point south, the numbers are going to be pretty high. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, the hurricane is weakening, but it brings so much momentum with it, and the core of the storm is still pretty much intact. It's going to be pretty rough. What time is it now? 4:09. Thinking landfall like maybe 8, 9, 10. 8 to 10 makes sense to me. And then the storm moves across the state and brings with it more rain and wind as it goes inland. So that is the center. Look at all this heavy rain all along I-75, all the way up, all the way over the Skyway. And this stuff's really, this is the type of rain, because you've got moisture coming up from the Caribbean. This is the type of rain where it rains literally as hard as it can rain. Kind of reminiscent.
Sure, these are the sustained 74-mile-per-hour winds. These are the ones that Dennis was letting you know a second ago that extend out 30, 40 miles from the center, right? So 74+ mile-per-hour gusts in that band. The sustained winds will be shortly after that. And then the 100+ mile-per-hour winds, the ones around the eye, are right here. This is the pocket with 125 mile-per-hour winds. So we've got about a 3-hour period before we start to see those winds moving onshore. If it makes landfall farther south, we'll have a little bit of a stronger system. If it makes landfall a little north in Pinellas County or Hillsborough County at the mouth of the bay, we may get these numbers down to 115, 120 as the system is clearly in a weakening phase compared to its rapid intensification Cat 5 days a couple of days ago. So that's the first thing I wanted to point out on the radar. I also want to point out that in Hillsborough County, in Manatee County at Holmes Beach earlier today, we had in 1 hour 4 inches of rainfall reported from emergency managers, and we are still getting
is to kind of show where the core is. And again, this is one of those situations, again, when the hurricane's off the coastline and the Hurricane Center kind of draws some of this, they have to broad brush it because they don't know exactly where the center is going to be. So this is probably not going to be as large an area as we just showed you. Wind gusts now, St. Pete 55, Clearwater 44, Tampa 31. As far as surge goes, the winds are all blowing offshore. That's good to see. But the problem is the hurricane's kind of moving this way, pushing water with it. So you get fighting factors. You've got the water wants to come in, and you get a strong wind trying to blow it out. And it's kind of a factor that's going to have to really be determined at the end by where the center goes. Just a reminder, south of the eye, the winds blow onshore, higher storm surge. North of the eye, winds blow offshore, much lower surge. So we'll be watching it. We got a couple more hours at least We're going to watch this kind of live step by step.
And populated region of Metro Orlando, Tom, and one we'll be keeping a very close eye on.
Yeah, fortunately, this is not the strongest rotator we've seen. That's still going to be the one that's north of Holopah now, north of 192. This is the rough center of this, and this is the problem we get into when we get these tornadoes wrapped all up in rain. The signatures are not as profound, and actually that's a good thing because that means they're probably not quite as strong. But that particular tornado could be producing damage here on the east side of Lake Nona. So this is going to be, again, still in a relatively rural area here across southeastern sections of Orange County, but we're going to be getting in toward the Lake Mary Jane area and on the east side of Lake Hart, which is over here as well. So if you're in the Christmas area, we're keeping an eye on you as well. This is going to be the beach line, Azalea Park, Lake Nona, Lake Hart. This is a very
shoulder of the bay. It looks like the ocean over there with the white caps, and we have just seen them breaking against that seawall, even feeling it against the cement at times. And St. Pete PD says that they've seen flooding across the entire city. They're urging you to please stay off the roads because these conditions are expected to deteriorate. As you just heard from Paul, officials say that we will see those hurricane force winds around midnight. And a note, city officials here, they expect to have to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep operators of those sites safe. That will happen if 5 to 7 feet of water get onto those sites or if the winds are unsafe and they have to evacuate those crews. Officials are urging affected residents, if that happens, do not flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry for a period of time. That will put strain on the water system. You will be notified if that does happen, though. City officials, they say they're hoping to have that back up and running within 24 hours, but with a lot of unknowns with this storm, of course, it could take longer, and we do know they have state and federal resources in place to help get that back online after it is safe to get back to those facilities to do so. But just to reiterate, that has not been done yet. You will be notified if you are affected, if or when that does happen. But as far as conditions down here right now, we're at Dock Fords. That's pretty close to the pier if you're familiar with this area. Right now, as we said, the wind is picked up and those waves from the bay keep crashing over that seawall, guys. Back to you.
Dock Fords, a very popular restaurant. We wish everybody who's there right now well. Kaylee, thank you.
Well, you won't be getting over there to St. Pete where Kaylee is right now because, as expected, many of our bridges are now closed. That includes the Howard Franklin Bridge. As
the
you can
hurricane
see,
that's coming in, that it might impact your neighbor's home as well?
No, these homes withstood Ian, but a tornado just, it destroyed the house.
Yeah.
I don't think the winds from the hurricane will be as bad as what we just experienced.
Yeah. And so talk to me, some neighbors on the other side who have just gone through the same thing said it felt like a boom or a train at some point too. What did it feel like you guys were going through that?
It all happened pretty quickly. It's hard to describe, but yeah, it just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, obviously Matt is pretty speechless at this point as the whole neighborhood kind of looks like this. It's destroyed. There's debris everywhere. Homes are bricked apart. Windows are broken. Everything is just
tornado precautions. Baldwin Park, Union Park, Goldenrod. This is going to be a potential tornado on the ground right now, and we're watching this one. This is a much larger circulation. You can see the difference in size here. This is the one that we have a clear shot from earlier. We could see the tornado that was reported coming over 192. So that's going to be now northeast of Holopah. That's rural areas. This is getting into a more populated area once we get up toward Lake Hart and Lake Mary Jane. So continuing to track numerous tornado warnings now. Very heavy rain in Brevard County. And I'm keeping my eye here, David. We don't have any official tornado warning for Brevard County right now that I can see.
Correct, yes.
This warning coming up from the south that's the one that produced the wind gusts of 66. We see that hook right there? Right over Fort Pierce. So that's another hammer coming north right along Highway 1. So we'll keep an eye on that as it works from Indian River County northward. And again, we still have this tornado. This was a tornado report coming right over. And boy, you can still see, David, that hook echo is very, very prominent still on the east side of the Lake Nona area, or southeast side of Lake Nona. And again, here's the storm relative velocity. We subtract the motion of the storm so we can just see what the actual rotation looks like. That one is starting to spin pretty good here, and that one is clearly still probably producing a tornado that will be on the ground, rural areas here, northeastern Osceola County. And David, you were talking about this earlier. This is kind of a rain band that's starting to rotate in a little bit more toward the west. So
yeah, it's going to be, I think, a really close call here in Metro Orlando as to how close the core of that in supercell. And that's what really these storms are. They're supercell thunderstorms now, ahead of our rain band that's just right here. And so you can kind of see the movement. It was north, 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 north. Then it started to slide a little bit towards the north and west. The reason we can't know definitively, like if it was wintertime and we had a bunch of supercells around, is the direction of this is going to be tied to Milton. Everything that we're doing here is tied to Milton. So however Milton moves is how these cells are going to move. And that's why we think
on the drive down from Tampa to Bradenton today, Milton's rains arrived.
Your car is basically coming out just past here.
And so did we, gearing up to go live. 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, that's about what the wind gusts are approaching right now in this early stage of Hurricane Milton. We talked to a couple that lives in that home, Carl and Gigi from Boston. They're going to stay there. They didn't board up, but they tell me they feel safe. Let me ask you, you guys are here. This is your home. How do you feel? What are your thoughts right now?
Well, a little nervous, obviously. I mean, the buildup of this one, it's a little scary. But trying to ride it out, I mean, as best we can. We do have shelters right around the corner from us, and I work up the street. There's a place I take care of the elderly.
5 hours from Milton making landfall on the west coast of Florida. Winds of Milton are at 130. Now get this, EF2, that type of damage, we're also approaching 130 on the winds. So these tornadoes are doing just as much damage as we could potentially see as Milton moves onshore. Again, still looking for a landfall.
Listening to us on WDBO or watching us, it's really coming down right now. That's going to begin to lift its way northward here, and then we're keeping an eye on these thunderstorms. And just before you went to me here, Tom, update from the Storm Prediction Center, the tornado threat they're saying is continuing in the east coast of Florida, including the threat for a strong tornado or two. Environment will continue to support the risk of tornadoes, a few of which may be strong over the next few hours. So this tornado outbreak, I don't think is going to end here in the next hour or so. We could have more warnings in Brevard.
We're set up to go here from, I call it Hurricane Hotel, coming in here. It's basically an Airbnb home. That's the relay from what you just saw, the image behind me, up and running right now. Obviously, we've got the power. So this neighborhood right now still has power, and we're hoping it stays that way, obviously. But everyone really here is prepared, even though they are riding out the hurricane. And we're about 3 miles south of the Manatee, the river, and we're about a few miles east of the Intercoastal.
Things like that, because if that holds together, it's going to be bringing at least a lot of wind along with it, probably over 60, 70 miles an hour, if not some rotational wind higher than that. But that storm right now is on the east side of Lake Nona. This is working up past the beach line, 417. If it holds together, even if it doesn't, it's going to break up but bring a lot of wind and heavy rain along with it through Conway. And we're watching very closely the east side of downtown Orlando and into Baldwin Park. But the biggest rotation on radar clearly now, David, is still this long track supercell. A supercell meaning that it has its own environment. It can stay on the ground for a long period of time. And this is something we don't often see here coming out of a tropical cyclone in Florida. It's very hard to get the right ingredients to sustain a storm of this intensity for this long a period of time. And so far, knocking on wood here, we've been able to avoid a lot of the big major areas of our population center here in Central Florida. But we're still keeping an eye on that. I'm just using our live Doppler radar. This is all part of tracking and watching and multitasking.
Within the last few minutes, I would say the wind has certainly picked up. We're in Pinellas County for people who are joining us right now. We're in Seminole, where we are away from the evacuation zones. As you drive around this area, you guys, this storm surge is not going to be the concern as much. You see the rain coming down, of course, But what we're seeing in neighborhood after neighborhood, which is encouraging, as you see right over here, is some windows that are boarded up. It's more of the wind that is the concern as Milton makes its way over. And we spoke to some folks in the area. I'm out here with our photojournalist Randy Wright and one of our reporters, Robert Boyd, who spoke with a neighbor next door to where we're at. This is a gentleman that is from Buffalo, New York, and said, you know what, I'm deciding to stay. This is different, certainly, than a snowstorm, but he has also got storm shutters that are outside of his home right now. Again, this is in an area that is a bit higher up. It's not in the immediate evacuation zones, but as we were driving around earlier as well, just because we're joining you all for the first time, something we've been reporting on these last couple of weeks is all of the debris that is still here from Helene. A lot of that picked up in some areas, a lot of it not in others. So that continues to be a concern as well, as we have gone and seen different areas that are shut off. Earlier today, some of the bridges, the Howard Franklin Bridge, as we were making our way out to this part of the county, closed moments after we came across it, maybe around 12:30 this afternoon. We also were over near a bridge that was blocked off that would have brought you out to the Treasure Island area, Reddington Shores area, Indian Shores. This is all in an attempt to...
But we talked about how angry and ferocious the water looked off of Naples, and you can see it crashing up in Marco Island as well.
I want to take a look at this. This is Matlacha by Matlacha Park. This was around 3:20, and you can see in this video what appears to be the funnel cloud, possible tornado there touching the ground. There were so many tornado warnings earlier today, and you can see some of the damage that is out there already that this storm has brought.
Yeah, when you talk about earlier this afternoon, in virtually every live shot that we went to with our reporters, you could hear the warnings. All of our phones were going off while we were on the air at the same time. So, you know, it really was quite a couple of hours there as far as the tornadic activity is concerned.
And that's some of the stuff that you're going to want to be careful of tomorrow. Those tree limbs that are
on the way, but it's getting pretty close to the coast. So it's, you know, it's going to be someplace kind of in the zone because the center's here. It's not going to be here, and it probably won't be here, and it's not going to be up in Pasco, so it's probably just going to be right in this zone, and a lot of that will determine how much coastal flooding we get in Siesta Key and up the road towards Holmes Beach and up the road into Anna Maria and then into Tampa Bay. We'll continue to watch that. As of 4 o'clock, just 100 miles southwest of us, and it's moving 17 miles an hour. So let's see, 17. So if you, maybe 5 hours. I think it's a little earlier than that. I think landfall could be as soon as like 8, 9, 10. Makes sense to me. Cat 3, and we'll wait to see how the Hurricane Center kind of changes or deals with that little shift. This is still a very powerful storm, no doubt about that. And then it slices
we're
across.
Using the velocities here from our different radars, and this storm cell still is showing a lot of resiliency. This is going to be rural sections, Orange Osceola. That is going to be working on the east side of Lake Nona. The one out ahead of it, you can kind of see some of the contrast in colors start to disappear, but very strong winds over here near the Lake Nona area. But I think this is going to be one of our next big concerns as it lifts north into southern sections of Orange County, how much energy this can impart and continue to lift up here on the northeast side of Lake Nona. So there's a little wider vantage point for us right now. So all the green on here indicating very strong winds along with the heavier rain that's spiraling on in from Rockledge to Port St. John. But that particular, again, is in very rural areas. That particular tornado warning moving north and northwest. Keeping an eye on Lake Nona area. It doesn't appear that we have anything too wrapped up at this time. But as I use the storm relative, we can still see a little bit right over by Innovation Way. The Moss Park Road area, Narcoossee Road, right through here, and that's kind of where we have some of our cameras. So there is 417 and Innovation Way. So.
All right, Kylie, you stay safe out there, and I can certainly understand
Thank you
the
guys so
emotional
much.
part of it, of course. Paula Grown, of course, growing up in Plant City, said the same thing. That it's just...
from Stewart, but let me check on this. Chris, where were you looking?
Northwestern, just off the Beeline Highway, northwest of Indiantown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right in here. Yeah, that's right here. So let's go ahead and get a reading right here. 92.
Yep.
Mile per hour winds 85, 93. Yeah, this is something. Let's switch over to the velocity
Corridor
here.
is relatively rural, thankfully, but we've had several storms that continue to develop. And David, you've been showing some of the live wind gusts as well. It's getting pretty windy out there, even
Yeah,
in
you know, I
advance
was
of
just
these
looking at our
storms.
network of cameras behind the scenes here, and don't need me to tell you if you're watching or listening to us here in WDBO that it is getting quite breezy outside. These are the updated
Right
wind
now
gusts.
you can see here it's pretty light, which means, you know, as this kind of goes in a circular fashion, it'll be heavier on and off. But we have noticed that people here in Lakeland and in Polk County and our drive over here appear to be heeding those warnings. When I was driving into the station on 275 earlier today, nobody was on the roads. On the drive on I-4 from Tampa to Lakeland, we noticed not many cars on the road at that point either. And even driving around Lakeland, there really weren't that many people here. I know our colleague Rebecca Petit earlier was at gas stations watching people trying to get gas earlier today. But since then, people are really hunkering down here. I know this area was largely spared from Hurricane Helene. The concern being for this storm, those high winds that we may see later, any kind of flooding that we might see later as well. But as you can see, at least for the time being, those rain bands are kind of moving on out, and it's pretty light rain here for the time being. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Mary. We do want to turn our coverage now to Hillsborough County.
And ABC Action News reporter JJ Burton joins us live in Riverview. JJ, the last time we checked in with you, folks were very concerned about the downed trees that could happen through the storm. Any new concerns? How are things out there?
And the tree is still the big concern out here for folks in this neighborhood. We're in Boyett Springs here in Riverview, and we are here with Matt Bolden. You're one of our neighbors. You're right over there. We were talking to you earlier. The rain eased up, and now it's coming again. Yeah. It's coming hard in waves. So it's you, your dogs, your wife, and your son over there.
Behind here, but this thing's actually full of water. It's designed to protect these buildings, this infrastructure, from any kind of water or wave action. You can see these are actually bolted into the ground. This is a very unique system that we see in downtown Fort Myers. We also see other areas where we're looking at the typical precautions for storms. Sorry there, stay safe. Sandbags in front of Ford's garage with all kinds of plastic tape to protect the windows. We're going to keep on moving around here. There's sandbags in front of Starbucks if you want to zoom in over there. The streets are cleared except for this gentleman over on a scooter. Hope he stays safe. We are looking at all these pottery. I mean, these are taped, saran wrapped to the trees. This is how we're keeping downtown Fort Myers safe. I just wanted to show you those systems because it is unique looking at a drainage system like that. But here in downtown Fort Myers, we're not
in Metro Orlando, you got that alert. We did here in downtown. So from Oak Ridge to Lake Nona through downtown, we're keeping an eye. There's a little bit of shear right over here. But now, David, as you were talking about earlier, we're starting to kind of spiral these rain bands back in. They were moving
that's
more
exactly
north.
what's now happening, yeah.
And now we're starting to spiral this in from the south and east. So, again, we can see this very clearly in early warning Doppler 9 radar, our radar network. So right in through here, there could even be, that could be a pair. It's kind of hard to tell, David, but we've got double trouble perhaps poking in from just on the southeast side of Lake Nona. And I'll go ahead and stop this and put a time lapse on it because it's going to be moving. We'll go, say, west-northwest at about 30 miles per hour. So we're going to get a lot of bodies in the way here. It shows Lake Hart, but we're going to have a lot more people in this particular storm. 417 corridor, the Beachline Expressway, perhaps near or just south of the Wedgefield subdivision. Here is the Beachline, the 528 as we head east of downtown Orlando. Then we hit the 417, and that's where we got a whole bunch of people that are going to be having to stay in their safe rooms as this cell continues to develop. And I'm watching storms also coming in to the Micco, the Barefoot Bay area as well. So we've got that storm that we're tracking. David, if you would, divide and conquer. You keep an eye on Lake Nona for just a minute. I'm going to keep an eye on our friends in southeast Brevard County. These are all mobile manufactured homes mainly. So I think we're going to get a warning on this cell here pretty quick. It's going to be coming in just across the Indian River County line and moving northeast at about, let's say, 30, 35 miles an hour. So everybody in Micco, Barefoot Bay, Valkyria, Malabar, go ahead and get in your safe rooms and
Peace River, but also the combination of Charlotte Harbor all the way into areas of Lee County. And that's where I'm going to take you now, where let's go into Lee County. And every single spot is rising. And then you can also see some of the levels that are currently happening, and that does include, let me give you the current surge levels that we have, and I'm looking at the data right now. So the current surge that we have in the city of Fort Myers is at 2.5 feet. So we have a surge in downtown Fort Myers, and that's one of the tide sensors that we have in Lee County, that is producing water levels that are about 1 foot to 1/4 above the average high tide. That's a very important number. It basically tells you inundation. So that will be going up over the next couple of hours.
The conditions are heating up so fast out here and so furiously, and so you've got hundreds of people. In fact, right now, the number of people here at this shelter is nearly 1,000. For some perspective, the principal of the school, when I spoke with him, I said, is this the most people you've ever seen? He goes, Katie, the most I ever saw prior to this storm was back in Hurricane Helene just 2 weeks ago, where they had nearly 400 people who sought shelter at the school. Today, there are nearly 1,000. Across Manatee County, they have 18 shelters set up, and more than 10,000 people have evacuated from their homes and are now seeking refuge in those shelters. So that gives you an idea of just how seriously the people of Palmetto are taking this storm. Remember, Palmetto...
So this is going to put it up from the Wedgefield area through Bithlo and working into southeastern sections of Orange County right along the 417. But this is going to be a very long rest of the day today. I want to go ahead and take all the radars off here so you can see we have a tornado watch in effect also going through the evening hours tonight. A flood watch and flood watches out for the whole area, and you can see all the lightning down across the southeastern zones. That's going to be that next round of potential rotating storms that will be moving in to southern Brevard County. We quieted things down a little bit here as the hurricane is approaching the coast over by Tampa, and you can see it right now as we take a look coming through. So here's the center of our hurricane right there, and still looks like it's going to be coming in very close to Sarasota, perhaps late.
And this was near Alligator Alley over towards Miles City over into Palm Beach County. I mean, this one here. Now, it's important to remember, you can't look at a tornado and say, hey, this is an EF1 or 2.
Right.
This is determined by when they do a survey and they see the damage. So tornadoes are ranked by the damage that they do. So you can't tell that until after the fact, but that one looks like a pretty strong, devastating.
Said Manatee County is the direct hit. I just was like, I have to be strong for him because that's everything. I'm a single mom. His dad passed away 2 years ago, and that's all we got. So my mom, like half of her roof, lanai, came off from Helene, which wasn't even a hurricane. So now she's dealing with like a weakened house, and that's $200,000 that we can now probably not move to because we don't have any more money after that. But oh well.
You're getting emotional. How many tears that coming from?
I'm afraid. I'm afraid because no one has ever experienced what they're saying is going to happen at like 8 o'clock into the morning of Thursday. So when we leave here, if we're able to on Thursday morning, hopefully, you don't know. We might not even be able to because the roads are flooded. I probably won't even be able to get downtown. What am I going to do? Where do I go? If her house is destroyed, I don't have money. Everything is, it's hard. It's hard.
Do you feel the love around you? There are a lot of people here. There's a lot of volunteers.
Yes, everyone's been great. I personally know a volunteer. She's a principal at one of the other district schools here, and I decided to come here because I work with her husband, and I just feel like it's, at least I'll know somebody.
A lot of these outer feeder bands that are coming in from the south, and they will start whipping north and rotating back into the hurricane, which is now off the coast of Tampa. You've been looking at some of the winds here locally.
Yeah, this is Metro Orlando winds. Again, nothing like what we're dealing with down in southern Brevard County, but we've been stressing this over the last hour that this feeder band was really going to ramp up the wind. We got a 58-mile-an-hour Doppler estimated wind here in southern Sumter County. Map just updated, 50-mile-an-hour winds here. Northern sections of Polk County, about a 35-mile-an-hour wind in Kissimmee. And this is, again, the feeder band of activity.
And you get over to our supercells that we're watching, which has the tornado warning in it, and you can see we still have wind gusts of 44 approaching 50 miles an hour. Again, this is Doppler indicated, and regardless of whether we actually end up with a tornado or not, these cells are really increasing. And in fact, just got an update. Okay, that's going to be a Treasure Coast tornado warning down there. But you can see the winds are increasing here in central Florida. And I want to go back to the regular reflectivity mode here and kind of show you what I think may happen here, Tom, is the supercell is now getting impacted, I think, by this feeder band. And so we will see how that plays out. It may get absorbed into the feeder band. It may kind of get enhanced a little bit by the feeder band. But you can see the presentation of it just isn't as healthy as it was just, say, an hour ago, which is fantastic news because it clearly did a tornado in eastern sections of Osceola County earlier this evening. So here's
precautionary boil water notice starting at 8 p.m. tonight. So if you live in that area, that precautionary boil water notice starting at 8 o'clock tonight. St. Lucie County, we saw all kinds of damage throughout the day after tornadoes were spotted there. Martin County, we saw that semi turned over on I-95. Okeechobee, we know there have been at least 2 people transported to the hospital after a tornado moved through that community. And then we're also now starting to see some of the effects of Milton. Look at this video right here.
It's Jensen Beach Causeway right
here.
here.
It's probably been about an hour and a half or so, Matt. I'm just looking at my photographer. We've been here for a little while, and so we saw there was quite a bit of rain coming down. We didn't quite see the flooding yet, but I can tell you
We're going to be approaching the Lake Nona area. Let me flip. What is it? No, it's mainly strong winds. So east of the 417 right now, about 5 or 6, about 4.5 miles. Keeping an eye on this area right there. It's Dave's got a little extra outbound that's kind of flared, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's going to be about 4.5 miles east of the 417. Here's Lake Nona, Lake Hart community, and that again is racing up toward the northeast at about 30, maybe now 35, or northwest, 30, 35 miles per hour. Let me back it up. Boy, these things are just, they like to hide in the rain, but we can see you. You're not getting away. So very heavy wind and rain. Boy, this is going to be, again, a big flood threat, as we've talked a lot about. Look at how much heavy rain we're already putting down into our streets and our basins and our rivers. And the rivers are going to start running more rapidly and filling up and then trying to get into the St. Johns and the Little Econ and all of that. So heavy rain on the east side of Orlando. We have heavy rain along the coast in Brevard County. This will likely be the heaviest rain that you get from this hurricane because it is.
They have ran a red light and T-boned into the fire truck. We know there is a camera here at this intersection. Police say they're going to look at the footage to try and determine exactly what happened here, but obviously this is an example of what can happen when you're out and the conditions are like they are right now. This is just one of the incidents that we've come across. This crash here in downtown. We haven't seen a lot of cars out and about. We're told that the driver is expected to be okay. It was just minor injuries, we're told. She was taken in ambulance to a local hospital to be checked out. But as far as police say, the person who was driving this Tesla just has minor injuries. That's the very latest right now here in downtown Tampa. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys.
Thank you. Well, that's another good reason not to be out on the road. You just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, emergency vehicles are trying to get to places where there are emergencies, so stay off the roads for now.
Speaking of our first responders in Pinellas County.
Into a home that we can quickly run to if conditions get even nastier. It's windy out here. It's been raining off and on. You can take a look at the street. There is some puddling starting to form here. We're on Novus Street, and like you mentioned, it's not far from Sarasota High School. We're about a mile north from the high school, one of the major high schools in the area. Now, Sarasota County government officials.
We may have almost like a gust front that's coming through the 417 right now towards Lake Nona.
Yeah, oh, that's right there. I see it. That's this bright area.
Yeah,
so
there could be winds there over 60. Yeah, we're getting 55, 48, 42.
Yeah, velocity query. Okay, let's see what we got. So we've got 63. Okay, yeah. So very strong winds in Lake Nona. So there is the Wedgefield area. That's the beach line near Wedgefield. So Wedgefield right now, just some heavy rainfall. In your area, we were watching that that storm that just wouldn't stop spinning like a top down to your south. It has mainly just brought a lot of strong winds, but essentially treat this as a severe thunderstorm that's approaching the Lake Nona area right now. So again, Lake Nona along Narcoossee Road, we get in toward the Dowden Road. Here is Innovation Way, Story Park Boulevard. This is where we have some of the strongest winds in this particular storm. And again, there is a tornado warning out this. We can't rule out. Sometimes these can be so small that they are within the too small for the radar to actually detect. But David, I think you're right. I think that's going to be just a lot of strong winds. Here's the time lapse. And okay, right there. So that was our big prolific storm, and it looks like it just kind of got split.
Yeah.
So part of it's up here. That's good, but it's not good because there's a lot of wind still emanating out.
And there's still broad rotation in this as well, which is why the tornado warning is going to continue. It could still spin up.
They have people here from a wide variety of agencies. They've got FWC that's here, Army is here, fire, police, Sheriff's Office, of course, utilities, FEMA, people from nonprofits who are going to need to respond to folks in that recovery and response phase as well. One thing that they did mention to me is later on tonight, before we get into that point where there's going to be those power outages and any potential cell service outages, they really want people to sign up for Alert Pinellas. You can do that through the county's website. You know, I Googled it really quick and it was one of the first things that popped up for me. So that way, if anything happens, you're able to get those text alerts about what is going on here in the Pinellas County area. And for anyone really, I mean, you can go to your county's website and sign up for those alerts. So you get those alerts for wherever you are living in this community. Back to you.
All right, Brianna Arredondo, live for us there in Largo, the Emergency Operations Center for Pinellas County.
Has this storm sped up? I thought at one point we thought it was going to be like an overnight storm, and now maybe
I think it's a little bit faster. I think the point where the beginning of the eye or eye wall touches the land next couple of hours. We'll get a kind of a new track and some thoughts from the Hurricane Center, but now it's really just a matter of kind of watching the radar and watching the wind speeds and just getting a sense. Now we do that thing we talk about, we nowcast, we don't forecast.
Right.
Wind speeds.
So here is the airport proper. They have closed for the duration of this storm event. There was no one in there when Q McCrae was walking around there last night, but we need to really be careful. Right along State Road 436, that is going to work its way. I'm going to time lapse so you can actually see, over by Lee Vista. So that's where it kind of perked up a little bit earlier today, just minutes ago. So in the Belle Isle Pine Castle area, we're going to really be watching your area very closely. I'll put that northeast about as fast as I can get to go. But Belle Isle, Pine Castle, Holden Heights, keeping an eye out for you. Again, stay inside, away from windows. That could be either some strong wind shear or a brief tornado just on the north side of the airport heading through. This will be Conway, Belle Isle, Sky Lake, Holden Heights. Can't rule out certainly some wind damage with this, which we would expect with a hurricane that's going to be coming through. Sometimes it makes it difficult to make out what is perhaps a brief tornado or what is rotation in that storm. But you can clearly see that showing up right now. Not as well defined as these were earlier, but that's going to be very strong winds, about 60+ miles an hour. Over by Wedgefield, you're getting some very strong winds. There's a little bit of wind shear through here too. But this, David, is just a whole bunch of wind and a whole bunch of rain. As I go ahead and zoom out a little bit here, we're coming up, we'll be getting the 5 o'clock advisory, but quick reset. 4:45, we've had tornado damage in South Florida. We've had confirmed tornado on the ground in the Yeehaw Junction area. East of Holopon near 192, we're still
getting...
see
they put some hurricane lines on it, and I don't know if that's going to be enough line, to be honest. What you'll notice is a lot of people who have boats leave a really long line. So if the water comes up 12 feet, they have 20 feet of line, and it enables it to stay upright. I don't know if they have enough there, if we're getting 12 to 15 feet, but we'll watch that throughout the evening as well. Otherwise, it's pretty dry here. We don't have any water in the parking lot here. Again, you mentioned Ian. During Ian, I watched as cars floated around this parking lot. That came well after the storm passed, and that's what I guess we're afraid here too, is even though the eye of the hurricane is offshore past us, it's that storm surge that we're waiting to watch for you as well. Tiffany Rizzo and I are here, so we'll both be here all night watching the water come up. Last time it came up on 4th Street, so we have a lot of areas that we're tracking for you now, and we'll be here with you all night. Back to you.
Hi, Amy. Thanks. You know, people also learn lessons from Ian. You see, there's not cars there in that parking lot because last time they
got
did
him out of
float.
there.
So yeah, that people are learning and adjusting as time goes on.
Yeah, here's some video of a car unfortunately crushed by a tree near Bell Tower, but we did get shout outs from quite a few of our Wink News viewers in this area who said thank you so much for letting us know that it was time to get to our safe spot in the house, to get into the center of our homes, and they were given
Lake Nona,
and it's approaching Cimarron Boulevard too, north of the airport.
Yeah,
so yeah, two areas that are you're going to be taking some big wind, probably enough to knock out some power as well early on here in the event, unfortunately.
Yeah, that would be curious to get a break here if you want to pull up the statewide power outage map.
Let's do that real quick.
We'll see what we've got here. But right now, while he's getting that ready here, the Lake Hart area winds well over 40, 50 miles an hour. It's kind of like a big severe thunderstorm that we're tracking in this area. Nothing that really jumps out, though, as a rotating something that would be standing out like it was earlier. We could see it. It was plain as the nose on your face earlier on today. And so I think that, again, has just kind of merged into just a whole bunch of wind on the east side of Orange County. We're watching the Wedgefield subdivision carefully. You're kind of out there tucked in on the east side of Innovation Way. Okay. Yeah, so they're talking about if you're in your home or shelter, know where the safest place is during a tornado warning, center part of your home, closet, bathroom, and also we're going to have to really watch the flash flood threat with this because heavy rain in addition to heavy wind is going to be a big problem for a lot of us. So that looks to be, David, just a lot of wind with that. I don't see any rotation out of this right now. Can't rule out something small, but it's kind of caught up in such a large wind field that it's just wind sliding through near the Lake Nona area. We will continue to monitor this whole area.
How many times did we look out? I mean, it's not a matter of if it's when. Well, unfortunately, today is the when. So here's the timetable. High tide is later tonight. Here's a good little bit of positivity is the high tide is not particularly high. It comes later on tonight between 10 and midnight. It's about 2 feet. It was about a foot higher with Helene. So we are certainly looking at that water increasing based on the track. The NHC is going to have its new track coming out any minute. I'll let you know whether or not it's actually referencing the fact that this looks like there will be an impact on the bay. Again, I do not believe you are looking at that worst case 10 to 15 foot. I do not believe that. But I also don't think we're going to look out with 3 to 5 either. I think it's going to be somewhere in between. You could argue somewhere closer to Helene numbers, maybe a touch higher. But as you see here, I mean, there's the eye. It's west of Northport, and it is not moving due east, nor will it. So this is something that we're going to continue to track. Now, I'm going to check the new numbers from the Hurricane Center. But again, timing, the hurricane force winds will start moving onshore Sarasota County in the next couple of hours. There's already gusts well into the upper 60s. And that is just going to continue with power outages widespread across the region from west to east as we go on through the night. Now, I want to toss it over to our new meteorologist, Allie Blake. Allie's been with the company with Scripps in Baltimore for quite a while. And Allie, you're going to tell us a little bit about what's going on in terms of that wind field, because, boy, that is a much larger wind field, especially tropical storm, than it was just yesterday, right?
Yeah, Dennis, I mean, we could see the extent of the wind, almost hundreds of miles. And actually, we just got a report in that there was a 63-mile-per-hour wind gust out in St. Pete. So these storms are really starting to pack a punch as they get closer, of course, inland. And you can see this is one of our models. We have been mentioning, Dennis and the rest of the team, that unless the storm continues to take a hard right turn, that we likely see it move a little bit more north. But this is just a generalization of where the winds are and what exactly that you can see as the storm continues to move well on through. I mean, this is through about 5:30. We get closer to about 7. Yes, the storm is moving continually at about 16 miles per hour. So it is fast moving and moving off to the north and east. And as that storm moves through, we see some of the gustier winds with it and the heavier downpours that we're already seeing here in central Florida, I mean southwest Florida, as that storm continues to move well on through. Look, by about 9 o'clock, this is showing that right turn. I think we get a little north, but you know, it's just a matter of the track.
just a few miles can cause a big difference between the Sturge values and between wind totals across the storm as a whole. We continue to see still a 125-mile-per-hour storm as it moves through, and likely as it gets into the evening, we will see that storm, I think, maybe by about 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it just continues to move well into the central portion of the state. I still think those wind gusts are going to move up a little farther north, so for those in Hillsborough County, Pasco County, maybe even Polk, maybe some stronger totals as we get later into the evening. But I do think once we get to about midday tomorrow, a lot of that storm is going to be well out of the way.
We've got the port cam, we've got Daytona. If you guys want to do a little 2-channel and maybe go through some of the cameras, that would be awesome as we continue to monitor this storm that's in East Orange County. Go ahead. Someone was in my ear? Okay. So there is, where are we at, guys? That's an empty road. That's a good sign. Beach Line Expressway. So that's right there on the east side of Orlando and the Wedgefield subdivision. So again, just heavy rain through here. We haven't seen any additional rotation showing up out of that particular storm. I'm going to take another fresh look at it because things are always changing as we go through. But there's certainly some wind that just rolled through the Pine Castle area. A little bit of kind of a broad rotator through here. I think that's just strong winds at the moment. But the Oak Ridge area, Sky Lake subdivision, this is the Florida Turnpike, I-4, very populous area. We're down toward the attractions. The reason why they close things down is for weather just like this. There is 528 and 436 with a very heavy wind and rain there on the east side. And I want you to notice as we see the camera there, the very heavy wind and rain, lots of really bright, vivid green. And that's going to be the wind gusts over 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's just going to be a wall of this with the outer rain bands. This is, again, just an outer rain squall coming in around our storm.
Those heavier bands come through, the heavier bands of rain blowing some debris around there and knocking down trees.
With Milton just hours from making landfall in Florida, the state is getting a big help from Chicago. Tow trucks. 70 trucks are on their way thanks to multiple tow trucking companies. One company owner who is headed down to Tampa to lead hurricane relief efforts spoke about the importance tow trucks will have after Milton.
A lot of people don't look at towers as heroes, right? You know, but this is what we sign up for. This is a situation where when we call
southwest of Wellington and moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Loxahatchee, again, 7 minutes. Royal Palm, 9 minutes. Palm Beach Gardens about 22 minutes away, and that seems like a long time, but these can pick up a little bit of speed. It might be less than that. I would say if you see your town anywhere on the list of areas that come up when we click on one of these directional arrows, one of these storm tracking arrows that show you the direction that the cell is moving, that means it's time to take shelter. Even if it says 22 minutes, 24 minutes, Jupiter Farms, we want you to go ahead and take the necessary precautions right now because we have seen multiple rotating cells in some of these bands. It starts with one and then suddenly there's a second one ahead of it or behind it that kicks up.
60 miles an hour coming through Conway, coming through Metro Orlando. We could have a brief tornado somewhere in there, but it's not going to be as apparent as it was earlier today when it was clearly showing up on radar as it came through rural sections of southern Osceola County, came right over through Yeehaw Junction. We had it visibly sighted coming across 192 just east of Holopaw, and we're still hoping that it dodged the Holopaw area and was between there and Deer Park. It was on the east side of Harmony. But as I back out of the way here, this is again the beginning of our heavy rain and flood threat, and this will continue to go all the way through the overnight. And again, earlier today, we had some pictures coming in out of the Fort Myers area. This is live from Fort Myers, and you can see the onshore breeze very, very steady coming onshore as the winds around the hurricane continue to develop and move in. We're going to get, again, massive storm surge with this system right now. I want to do a little distance
whipping the trees out there. The water, you could see the raindrops coming down. Not the heaviest of rainfall at the moment through that area. As you could see how our radar is lopped on top of this camera map, you could see that most of the rainfall is really along 75 at the moment, but lighter showers right now. Let's get more of a look at some of our island communities. Here's a look. Wow, Fort Myers Beach at Diamond Head. That water again rushing towards the coast. You could see some flooding already. Look at those trees blowing. Very nasty looking out there right now. Let's just continue to track further to the south to get a good view of what everybody's seeing here. Here's a look over Bonita Springs. Gray skies, kind of hard to see out there. This is the Bonita Springs fire station, number 22. Gray skies, some water droplets on the cameras here. You could see those trees whipping as well. And we're going to just sink further south into Collier County, try to give you guys a look at what is going on there. Okay, this is coastal Collier County. Not seeing too much rainfall right now, but we should have some good shots of the water levels and some of the wind. Here's a look, Vanderbilt Beach. You can see that water level beginning to rise. The trees whipping in the wind, no surprises there. Okay, checking in on Pelican Bay. This is a rotating camera. Look at that water rushing onshore. Very nasty looking out there right now. This is why we have those evacuations in place for those coastal and island communities, because we're already seeing that water rush and rise towards the coastline, and we're not even seeing that peak storm surge just yet. Give you a few more shots before I send it back to the anchors. Here's a look from Belle Meade. Gray skies, raindrops on the camera, not too much in the way of wind just there. And then we're just going to take a few more looks out. Okay, here's a look at Marco Island. You can see that water again beginning to rush further inland.
I'm Chris Cato. We continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton, getting ever closer to this massive storm making landfall. It has weakened a bit, thankfully. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado in Nash. Paul?
We're going through the graphics. Look at the view. Look at downtown right now. The wind blow. Wow. Northeast at 20. So this is what we're waiting for to come in. And we expected this to happen. Now, unlike what I showed you during the 4 o'clock hour, this makes sense. The other one didn't make any sense because there was no way the track was going to make that quick of a right-hand turn. So we said all along, just south of Tampa Bay South makes the most sense last night. And I think landfall is going to be like Holmes Beach, Bradenton Beach, Anna Maria. And it's, you know, the core of the hurricane as it moves onshore is not one little point. So it's really the whole area. Because, as you know, again, and you can come back to me on a camera here if you want, it's not exactly a point. It's because the hurricane is like concave shape and that bleeding edge.
So very good news right there. And we say that, but when you made me think, when you say the strength of that wind, it's not only dangerous because the roads are slick, it's rainy, but I mean your car can actually be pushed from side to side with those strong wind gusts. So very dangerous conditions. You know, we've been reporting all morning and afternoon, though, folks still hitting the road. We were some of those people having to drive to work today. That was scary to be out on the road. So if you do not need to be out there, you should not be. You should be in place. And we actually have someone else we want to talk to. The Longboat Key Fire Chief, Paul Desi, is holding a press conference right now.
Yeah. Getting the boats on the water, waiting for the winds and the water to calm down enough for us to get there.
To go up. So this is based off of the data in downtown Fort Myers. And the good news is, ever since Helene and ever since Debbie, and especially Ian, we've been trying to get in more tide sensors. So we're building our network. We're trying, and I expect after this storm, we're going to build it even more. So let's analyze this data. Okay, I'm going to click right here, if it lets me. Come on, I know you want to. Okay, there we go. So now let's go to full. Let's go to full. And I will explain what we're looking at here. And this is what you can see at home. So the observed is going to be the water level in Fort Myers. You can see 1.73. That is our water level. The difference between the blue line and the red, that is your storm surge number. So as we do the math here, 1.73, and then you also have to factor in the minus 0.96. Our current surge in Fort Myers and climbing is between about 2.5 to 3 feet. And then our inundation, that is at 1.73. Now, for a reference, you see that 1.73 number during Helene, that number hit 5.12. So that's what I'm going to be watching at for a checkpoint. When we had Debbie in August, that number hit 3.2. With Hurricane Ian in 2022, that number hit 7.25. It's the all-time record in 60 years. So let's bring it back to me here in the Weather Center. That is how, at home, we can do this together. You can see those water levels both in Fort Myers. You can do it in Naples. I'll tell you what, let's do it right now. Let's bring up Naples. Okay, click right there.
What's the most impactful amount of wind and probably the heaviest rain? It's really right here. So all of this will end up moving through Manatee County, some of Sarasota County, and the storm surge south is going to be problematic from the point of landfall. And then all of this is going to end up moving up towards Tampa Bay. So think about this for a second. Along with the wind, we still have a good 4 to 5 hours of extremely heavy rain around Tampa Bay. And last time I looked was an hour ago. We're gonna easily end up with a foot and a half of rain on top of ground that has dealt with a wet summer. So there's going to be some flooding. There's no doubt about that. And these wind speeds here are probably running about 100 to 120, and some of that is going to start bumping onshore. Now, as the hurricane moves across the state, it's going to weaken quite a bit, but there could be some tree damage along the way, maybe an additional tornado or two, and we're going to watch that track all the way across. Is this incorporating the 5 o'clock data?
I was pulling it up to see if it did. Difficult to tell. I believe it does. It does, yes.
So this is the hurricane force winds, which is like the donut, the red part. Okay, that's the hurricane force winds. Is there any way to zoom in? Can you manually zoom in on that?
Yes.
Just to kind of show, get in real tight on it if you can. There you go. Thank you. So that red area is where we're expecting winds to exceed 75 miles an hour. And it's all of Tampa Bay. It's South Tampa. It's some of Pinellas. I mean, it may not be, I'll be honest, it may not be 100% on, but this is a general feel. And then, so those of you that said, what can I expect in my town? This is a good illustration of what you can expect in your town. You should know where you are on the map. And this is the hurricane force winds moving across the state towards Orlando, towards Melbourne, out by the Cape, maybe up to Daytona. Now, it gets smaller because the hurricane is weakening and the amount or where the hurricane force winds begins to shrink because it's been over land for a long time. Let's go back. I think this is a good graphic. Again, so pick out your location, and a lot of you are going to have winds over 60. And then the yellow, just so you know what you're looking at, because I think sometimes the map's confusing. Yellow is tropical storm force winds. Orange is winds 60 plus, and red is hurricane force winds.
To see again, so a new tornado warning showing. You can see that purple shaded outline. That means that there's a confirmed tornado on the ground. So that's why that warning is purple as opposed to red. So that's the difference between two colors. Purple means there's been a confirmed tornado on the ground. Red means radar indicated with those two types of warnings, and they're in that same vicinity. So here's the tornado right here, just north of Royal Palm. Now we're sneaking into a place like the Acreage, almost into North Lake. So between Okeechobee and North Lake is where we're seeing the strong rotation in that tornado on the ground. So heads up, safe shelter in the Acreage. This is a no-joke situation. You need to be taking this very seriously, as we have seen multiple confirmed tornadoes on the ground as we speak. And you'd see Brooke has plotted these cities and neighborhoods, and you can see how quickly this storm is moving. So you can see your neighborhood or your city, and that's how many minutes it is going to be moving closer towards your area. But the main focus is going to be right along Okeechobee Boulevard, back out towards North Lake, so between Okeechobee and North Lake. And then as we go in towards northern Royal Palm, along State Road 7, the Acreage right there, that's where that tornado has been confirmed. So that's why that purple warning
did populate. So that's the difference between the purple and the red. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground through Royal Palm, back out towards Loxahatchee Groves, and near the acreage as we speak. So, Brooke, again, we continue to monitor this. It's going to be right here. Can we go street level? Look at this, 111, and then she's querying what we're seeing. So, look, this 15 plus 111, that's winds of 120, folks. That's the real deal. This is a big tornado on the ground just north of Royal Palm. Now as we approach the acreage and just to the north and east of Loxahatchee, Lion Country Safari, that area again, 120 are at least the winds we're seeing in this area right now. You need to be in your safe spot. This is no joke. I'm not here to hype it. This is the real deal. Winds as high as 120 right now in this confirmed tornado that's right here for this Palm Beach County tornado warning that is now getting close towards North Lake Boulevard. So now we'll be talking about big weather impacts moving closer towards North Lake, that new community of Avenir right there along North Lake, almost to the beeline. That's where this
waves, the ocean is just piling up onto the roads. I don't have any other words to describe it besides grand. This is just a grand thing to be looking at. Not in a good way, in almost an intense, scary way, because you see how powerful those waves are crashing onto the roads. Imagine if your cars were here. Imagine if people were in this area. There's no shot. You can go up against intense waves like that. And I want to take us over here so we can really see how much the ocean kind of starts to translate into the roads here. You kind of lose where one starts and the other begins because there are so many intense waves crashing up against these structures that we're seeing here. And there's also a good reason to understand why you shouldn't be out here. We are leaving immediately after this because it is not safe. You're starting to see some of these debris, sticks flying up and out, and it's one of the reasons why Sanibel is evacuated. It clearly is not safe out here, so that's why people should not be in this area. The water is, it is intense, guys. It's intense out here, and we're going to keep you updated on how people in this area are doing. But again, I want to say emergency services also had to evacuate themselves when I was here on Sanibel looking at some of those preps. Let's just go back to this bridge because you cannot get there with a normal car. It is too difficult because the wind and the waves combination, it's just too powerful.
And Glenn, look, look at that. That is a debris. That is a debris signature that continues to be in that area under that tornado warning. Brooke, let's go street level and show what we're tracking again as we take a look at what's going on here. Let's get right there. This is right off the Turnpike and then St. Lucie County, right off the Turnpike back out towards Orange Avenue. So this is approaching the Fort Pierce area, right up 95 and the Turnpike. Now, my friends at home, you see this blue shaded area? That's what we look for with the debris tracker. Blue indicates the debris that is being sampled by our radar. So debris signature coming down right now between I-95 and the Turnpike across portions of St. Lucie County. So around Fort Pierce, this all generally lifting towards the north very quickly. So we'll track that as well. Let's go back to the actual reflectivity.
Really quick, Chris, let's if we can, I know we're tracking that one. I wanted to go to Barron 8 really quick. I want to show you this on Barron 8. This is right to the northeast of the acreage, and we'll have them switch your computer over there so you can see it too. Look at that right there.
Goodness gracious. Look, Brooke, let's go down here.
I'll take you down to street level right here. This is coming up on North Lake.
There's North Lake. Now we get into
Bay Hill Drive.
83rd, North Lake.
This is a tornado on the ground here. This is debris.
This is, guys back there, if we can also look at our Palm Beach Gardens camera, face it out towards the west again and see if we can capture this. This is super concerning. This is the real deal confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm getting a debris signature, which indicates there's damage that is going on just to the south of North Lake as we take North Lake from Palm Beach Gardens all the way out towards the west of the acreage. Look at this. Let's get in street level some more, Brooke. Again, North Lake's here. Then we get into the north. All right, sorry, Glenn. And then we get into our streets here, the number of streets in through the acreage. This is just to the south of the Avenir new development out there off of North Lake. I mean, you just don't get these signatures at all, Glenn. We continue to track that debris area in the bright blue right off of North Lake, just to the west of the gardens again, and we continue to hear gusts of those very damaging winds coming through on our rooftop as well, Glenn. Let's do a future track of that debris ball since we do have that confirmed tornado, because the next areas are going to be approaching the Beeline Highway and North County Airport. So this is a very strong tornado that is on the ground, and our radar has sampled
Give me 1 sec.
the atmosphere, and what it has shown is there's debris that is being sampled by our radar. That's right off of North Lake Boulevard on the western side of Palm Beach Gardens. Brooke, are you with me? You've got the Glenn's with me as well.
Yeah, we're right here.
Okay, so
we can't do a future track on it right now. I can give you a track.
Yeah,
on
like
it,
a
though,
track.
for here.
Look at the, can we focus in on the one also next to St. Lucie Village real quick? Look at the debris ball right there. So that's
okay,
confirmation
so
that
let me do this future track real quick. We'll go up there. Just look at this. This is the western side of the Gardens, North County Airport. Again, there's some corporate offices out there. Seminole Pratt is out there as well along the beeline. Heads up, because this is coming into the farms very quickly, right off of Indiantown. Heads up, this is a confirmed tornado, and it's a strong one on the ground. So again, heads up, Western Gardens, up the beeline, Jupiter Farms, just toward the west of Palm Beach Gardens proper. You stay in your safe shelter, get in there right now, because this is a confirmed tornado that is doing some damage on the ground. Now, Brooke, let's go.
2 minutes from the North County Airport there, Chris.
How many, 10?
2 minutes.
2 minutes to the
from
North County
Airport.
Okay, so heads up around that area. Brooke, let's go to the St. Lucie Village area again as we are watching that tornado as well.
So Chris, right now we just got a notification saying that there's likely a tornado obviously on ground whenever we have that purple box showing up, and it says Fort Pierce, Vero Beach South, and Indrio around 5:15. Or rather, most likely a tornado on ground. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. This is life-threatening. There's likely debris flying around, so this is right around the St. Lucie County Airport near Indrio, moving.
I mean, look at that. Let's go in. Let's go in deeper with the street level, right here.
Yeah, I'll take you in here.
Thank you, Glenn. So 95 Turnpike there, St. Lucie County Airport. Let's sample the winds and see what's going on. I'm sure it's 90, 100 right here. Yeah, this is very concerning. Particularly dangerous situation happening right now. We don't get those, folks.
No.
That means this is the real deal. This is a strong tornado. I mean, look at this. My goodness, look at that debris ball, Glenn and Brooke. This is very concerning.
There
I
are
have not, Glenn, and we've been here for a bit, right? So
there are times when sometimes we see something where we think that might be a debris ball. This is some of the most definitive examples.
And Brooke, Brooke, you grew up in South Florida.
I've never seen anything like this.
This is crazy. I mean, and this is a confirmed tornado, particularly dangerous situation. This means, folks, life-threatening. If you live out towards Lakewood Park, this debris ball is showing that there is a tremendous amount of debris being sampled by our radar. Again, this is an extremely dangerous tornado that is coming down right here. And you can see your streets right there, right off of Angle Road through that area of St. Lucie County. And look how quickly it jumps up, because this thing is moving quickly. Now we've got the debris ball now crossing closer in towards Indian River County as well. So this was just over the Treasure Coast International Airport. And now we've got look at that. Now.
And it's possible, Chris, that it did a little jump there too.
But Glenn,
it's possible it picked up and set down again really quickly. But what we're talking about here is it's easy for us to pick up the couplets sometimes. You can see the red and the green next to each other. But a debris ball is actually dust and debris coming up from the ground with a very special setting that we have on our radar to show where that is happening. And that is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Glenn, we thought the blue colors were enough, right, to show us the signal. Now we've got purple colors, folks.
So let's make another, just bring up Jupiter Farms area. I know we've been talking about it.
Yeah, down to that
Beeline Highway, again, another very dangerous situation, Chris, that we're picking up on, of course. Potential for a tornado, most likely on ground. I think we are seeing some signature of
Glenn,
debris.
Yeah, I'll drive down here.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'll take it down.
Let's go down into that Palm Beach County. Yep, it's another one. It's a confirmed tornado on the ground with that purple warning. Look at that, Glenn. Let's sample that red shaded area right there as we go in towards North County Airport. Let me
clear everything off of here too. I have too many things up right now. Hold on 1 second.
Goodness gracious. That is,
I was on the West Coast during Irma, and we got the direct hit in Marco Island, Fort Myers, and I remember the East Coast just being pounded by hundreds, or it felt like that's what I heard, hundreds of tornado warnings. And are you feeling like this is a very similar situation, Chris?
It's worse. Let me just keep it real. Look at these winds. Again, let me show you what we're actually querying so you get what we're doing. So when we highlight these areas, that is the winds that the Doppler radar is surveying in this storm. Now, those winds are just above the ground level, so of course they have to mix down. So we usually subtract about 10 to 20 miles from what we're sampling. But we're sampling winds of 120 right now over North County Airport. So that is a very dangerous. And then you go into Seminole Pratt. You've got the business offices over there. You're almost now approaching Indiantown in the Beeline Highway. So let's track that, Brooke or Glenn. Let's do like a track, and because now we're getting closer towards Indiantown Road and Jupiter Farms area. You can see again your streets here, Jupiter Farms, right there, 4 minutes.
So now we're getting a confirmation that this is an extremely dangerous tornado just crossed I-95 close to Lakewood Park right now. Again, confirmation, Martin County, two potential tornadoes, one southwest of Stewart, the other coming out of Palm Beach County. If you live in these areas, please take shelter immediately.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's get. I'll keep
significant damage in Lakewood Park.
I'll keep Barron computer number 8 on Palm Beach County. Brooke, why don't you take Barron 7 up to the Treasure Coast, and we can flip back and forth between those two.
We can flip between. Okay,
that would be easier to do.
So Glenn, are you going to do Palm Beach, or Brooke's going to have Palm Beach?
I've got Palm Beach. Brooke has the Treasure.
I don't know what the symbol is. Look at the symbol right now.
Look at this. This is rare.
This
you
is
don't
showing
get this.
some crazy
This is
thing
the
right
real
now.
deal. Let's put because we can actually, through our Barron radar, click on that, and it tells us what to expect. If we can click on that icon and show what we're tracking, it's going to populate a box that's going to have, again, some weather information. There's the box right there. What does it say, Glenn? It says the winds shear.
Yeah.
What is that, 92?
It says 47 right there, but I don't think that's...
No, the one below that.
Sorry, yeah, 92 miles per hour.
92,
I'm sorry.
so those winds are at least 92. And look at the VTI. We look at the VTI. I know there's a lot of numbers and stuff. Let me just break it down for you. VTI is what we look for on a scale of 1 to 10. The higher, closer to 10, the strong likelihood of a pretty good tornado. So we're approaching 5, and I have never seen this icon on our maps at all.
Nope.
This is let's go and zoom in because I want to track this. We've got 2 areas to track, and this is now moving into Jupiter Farms. And we've got a lot of folks out there. Let's do that yellow area. I haven't even seen yellow before. I mean,
I guess it's picking up winds around 80.
Yeah, we've got 70, 80. Barron's saying 90. Again, there's the tornado. Let's do street level.
So we're seeing, Chris, again, we're getting reports that there's significant damage around Lakewood Park.
Okay,
so we're
that's
probably going to send a
where we
reporter
are
out
right
there.
now with this one. Here's Lakewood Park, and right there. So right around Indrio Road. Again, confirmed tornado here. Look, folks, if you live Florida Ridge, Lakewood Park, White City, you need to be in your safe room right now. Stay there until we give you the all clear because these are long track tornadoes and they're not playing around. I mean, look right here. I mean, I'm just being very serious about this. This is a very serious situation going on right now, especially through Palm Beach County and also across the Treasure Coast. Is this, Glenn, is this the Palm Beach County?
No, that's the Treasure Coast
So
right there.
now look at this. This icon popped for that tornado as well.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go back down to, if you want to go back down to just north of the North
I just want
County
to toggle
Airport
between
now.
because we've got simultaneous.
Let's go back and forth. We'll tell the director to just flip back and forth between the two.
Oh, wow. Is there any way we can start pulling up these pictures that we're getting in right now? We're seeing looks like trailer home damage. It's devastating right now that we're seeing.
Goodness gracious.
What's your source on that?
I'm looking
They're
this up
coming
right
in through
now.
email? Okay.
Glenn,
so here's a look at Jupiter Farms.
Palm Beach?
The debris ball is not as clear now.
Okay.
I'm on, Brooke is up there. Why don't we switch Chris back over to
Chris,
Barron
this
8?
is...
Okay, here's some video out of Stewart.
Yeah.
Okay, so look at this. I mean, Colonial Drive, we are seeing just a tremendous amount of damage ongoing as we speak. I mean, look at that. That is indicative of a very strong tornado that ripped through Stewart. And this is not the only scenes, we are getting damage video of Okeechobee, St. Lucie. Here's from the Palm City Bridge.
Vero Beach, please take shelter. These are words right now from the National Weather Service. If you live in Vero Beach, take shelter now.
Let's go back to that one because
Indian
once you
River
get to
Shores,
Vero,
take shelter now.
let's go back to, so we're going to go to Brooke's weather computer and track that one real quick. So we've got 2 simultaneous, strong, life-threatening tornadoes on the ground as we speak. Brooke, okay, so here we are at Vero Beach. Heads up if you live in Vero, so that means anything south of State Road 60, otherwise known as 20th Street, in your safe shelter, especially if you live right around the Walmart there. Get in your safe shelter. Out towards the beaches, get in your safe shelter. So we're talking about US 1, you take it up toward 20th, so that includes 13th, 14th, 17th, 20th, and then points out towards the west. You need to be in your safe shelter right now. We'll let you know when you are free from danger, but look at that. That is a confirmed life-threatening tornado that is on the ground right now through Vero Beach. And it is a PDS, which means particularly dangerous situation that is ongoing right now. Look
Chris,
at that, bro.
I'm gonna add also, while we're tracking these tornadoes, I am getting pictures and video from Vero Beach, Port St. Lucie, of unbelievable flooding in those areas too. So on top of the immediate threat for the tornadoes, we're seeing, I'm seeing cars almost complete, like at least halfway submerged in some of the neighborhoods in Vero Beach.
I also got from one of my Facebook folks.
Yes.
Saying Lakewood Park, Florida Ridge area, they were getting a lot of flooding being reported in through that area. So we've got multiple, guys, stay home. Don't go anywhere.
Chris, look at the debris ball over Florida
Let's go
Ridge.
down. Let's go there.
Heading towards Nevins, Vero Beach.
Let's go street level, Brooke.
We're as street as it gets.
Okay, we'll check in with him in just a little bit again once he gets to that area. And just let know, our Steve King is in our live tracker. And Steve, if you're hearing me, be safe out there. I know you're doing some tremendous work for us again as you're on the way to what we're tracking right now up towards that area. Just a flash of power right now here in Palm Beach Gardens. But you can see right here that debris tracker. What we're looking at is we got some blues. The radar is sampling some debris, whether it be wood, whether it be dirt, whether it be something. The tornado is causing damage. That's what we're seeing right now. Let's go street level, Brooke. Let's Florida Ridge. So this is now crossed into Indian River County, just still south of 20th. So if you live from Florida Ridge along US 1 and then points towards the northwest, I mean, now we're getting to populated areas here across Vero Beach South and parts of Vero Beach, especially just to the south of State Road 60, 20th Street. I mean, this is no joke, folks. Get in your safe room and do not leave. Do not travel right now at all. We're not only tracking this life-threatening tornado, we've got one in Palm Beach Gardens we'll go to in just a little bit. So let me track this again and we'll go to the gardens. Here's a look at this debris tracker and that debris ball that is coming through. Look, goodness gracious, Florida Ridge. Back out towards, you cross from St. Lucie. This is that sail that was over the Treasure Coast International Airport. You cross US 1, and you also, again, that debris ball, where's that? Is that riding up right along the coast, or that US 1 and 95? No, there we go.
Yeah, that's heading up. That's heading up toward Nevins, Vero Beach.
I mean, look how quickly it's moving.
It's
goodness gracious. All right.
I think some of these are jumping a little bit, but yeah, the rain bands themselves are moving 40, 45 miles per hour.
And look at that
to the
VTI,
north.
Glenn, 7.4.
Yes.
Let's go down to the Jupiter Farms.
That one has become a little less defined, but it's still, you can certainly see the couplets. Let's switch over to Baron 8 for Chris so he can take a look at that real quick, right behind him. And you can see it right here, just north of Rude, just to the west of Tequesta. Let's go ahead and put some trackers on that. And
so this is for sure in Jupiter, just north of Jupiter Farms.
Yes.
So now we're crossing into Martin.
Here's the 95. Martin County.
95 and Bridge Road right there as you take it out towards Hope Sound. Now, I don't think this is going to move in Indiantown, so I think you're fine for right now, our folks in Indiantown. But now, I don't know if we have Yasmin still here. I mean, she's been doing a long day as well. But if we can check our traffic cameras now that we're crossing into Martin County, so this is going to be 95, mile marker at least 90 to 97. If we've got some traffic cams in through that area to see what we're watching, again, mile marker 90 to about 97. And still a little bit of debris. So I'm not looking at anything that was as strong as it was, Glenn, over the acreage and back towards Gardens. But still, this could be a weaker confirmed tornado that is on the ground right here across 95 as we cross in towards Martin County. So that's what's happening. That's what is happening. So heads up next, Palm City, if that holds together. Palm City is what we're going to be tracking if that holds together. So with that being said, that's what's going on there. Still looking at a pretty good couplet there. Look at that, Glenn.
Yeah.
Another one popping up.
Another one popping up near Palm City here.
This is the...
There's no... that may be the northern end of that previous tornado warning. Yeah, that's on until 5:30. So that may have to be extended up into Port St. Lucie and into White City.
But that's concerning, Glenn, because that one is moving in towards Becker. and out towards 95 and the Turnpike. And then once we get into Becker and Gatlin, and here we go again, Port St. Lucie. I know you've seen a lot. So this is what's going on now in Martin County. Confirmed tornado on the ground right along 95. Again, if we can check out our traffic cameras, 95, mile marker 90. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go. Okay. DJ, thank you. You've got something pulled up? All right, here's what we're watching. You see how that cloud is lowering right there in the distance? Look at this. This, you could actually see that cloud is beginning to lower, which eventually, let's go back to that camera.
We might actually see a tornado develop right there.
Okay. All right. I mean, look, so here's the storm.
There's a couple things there, Chris. There's a couple
Turnpike.
of
What's this?
like
Turnpike
right
in
there.
706. So this is Indiantown and the Turnpike. So now what we're looking at.
It's going down, Chris. It's dropping down right there. It's dropping down right there.
Look at that. That is that tornado we've been tracking just coming out of the farms. This is the Turnpike in Indiantown.
There it is, coming down to the ground right there.
Look at that. Look at that. This is right along. Guys, if there is any way we can do a split screen with the radar and show you what we're tracking in live. Look, there it is, touching the ground as we speak. Indiantown and the Turnpike, just north of you. This is not in Jupiter Farms. This is now happening in Martin County. Get back, let's go back to the, just
stay
keep
on the
me
camera.
on this camera. So it dropped. So it did touch the ground right there. This is around 95, almost to Bridge Road. So what we're looking, I wish they could zoom in a little bit for us at the DOT camera, but what we did see, Glenn, is we saw the lowering of that cloud, the wall cloud, like we say, drop down. So it did touch the ground. Now it's starting to lift up a little bit. And I think that's what we have been seeing with these tornadoes is they touch the ground, they lift back up, and they bounce to another location.
Yes.
And that's what's going on. So that's the method of operation of these storms. I just can't believe we just saw that happen.
Yeah.
Live on air with the
I have never, we've been doing this 20, 25 years or more. I've never seen that happen on camera before like that. That's incredible.
And now we're starting to see the rain start to fill in. So it'll be hard to see if this is actually on the ground with that rain. And like we heard Sandra was talking about this morning, rain-wrapped tornadoes. This is a very dangerous situation. Let's go back to radar again as we track these two areas. So that's still out there. Let's go back up to Vero Beach because that's another one.
You want to switch to me? I have it, Chris.
Go ahead, switch to Barron 7.
You can switch to Barron 7, Chris. I will have the Vero
we're good.
Beach up.
You got it right there.
Okay, so here we are. This is the Vero Beach. Look at that.
You can see the hook,
there
man.
It is.
You see it.
Let's go in. Let's go in street level, Brooke or Glenn.
I'm in.
Okay. Look at this. This is Gifford, 20th Street, the beaches. There's that debris ball right there.
There are two debris balls. There's one to the north. There's one over in go to Fellsmere. There's one over to the west there, Brooke, if you zoom out even more.
Yep.
We've got Fellsmere. We've got all kinds of tornadoes touching down here along the northern Treasure Coast.
Folks, let me reiterate this. Don't go anywhere. I know I'm not telling you what to do. Please don't go anywhere. It is just not the time. This is very dangerous. This is unprecedented. If you lived in South Florida, you know this is the real deal. This is the stuff that we see in the Midwest, and it's happening across South Florida. Do me a favor. I don't want any loss of life. I don't want anything of that, and I don't want any more damage than what we're seeing right now. Please stay home. Please heed the advice from your local officials because you just can't mess around with these type tornadoes, and they are big, and we continue to track them again. All right, let's go to that new video that we're getting in. This is what the North County Airport, Glenn, Brooke.
Yeah.
Look at that. That was that storm we're tracking. Now that is, oh my goodness. Yep. That's that cell that crossed the Beeline Highway around North County Airport.
Yeah, Chris, this is actually right over the Loxahatchee Slough. My husband just shot this and sent it in. So this is...
Tiffany, this is almost out towards the Western Gardens.
Yes, this is actually looking over the Loxahatchee Slough, if you're familiar with that. PGA Boulevard is just to the right, so just north of this, but that is looking towards the North County Executive Airport, and this was on the ground, Scott tells me, for quite a while because this video goes on and on, but this is the exact cell that you guys were talking about near the North County Executive Airport. This is just within about a mile of PGA National, just through the Loxahatchee Slough.
Goodness gracious. Tiff, you've been here for a bit, right?
Listen,
Felicia.
I was born and raised in Palm Beach County, and I have said to several people today, I have never seen a tornado outbreak like we're experiencing right now. You have been in South Florida for most of your life, too.
And we've covered storms like this. And, I mean, to have a tornado outbreak of this magnitude here in South Florida, it really is unheard of.
It was hard to keep track of all of the tornadoes that you guys were tracking earlier today because it just seemed, every 2 minutes, another one was popping up, another one was popping up. We know that there have been more than 70
tornado warnings. Yep.
70 tornado warnings since midnight, and we are still under active tornado warnings right now. So if you are watching us and just joining us, it is 5:30, and we are tracking these tornadoes as Hurricane Milton starts to make its presence known here in Florida.
Yeah, certainly. The storm less than 60 miles southwest of Sarasota as of the 5 p.m. advisory. Milton is a Category 3 storm with winds of 100 miles per hour. The storm has weakened significantly since yesterday when it was a powerful Category 5. But as you can see, we are certainly feeling the impact here with these tornadoes.
And we want to let you know we are getting a lot of damage video in, but we don't want, we're getting that turned around because right now we are still tracking some very severe weather. So Chris, we want to send it back over to you, but we are managing to kind of go through all this video, and we'll be able to share that with you momentarily. Chris.
All right, Brooke, are you driving the radar, this radar image right here? Or is that Glenn?
It's Brooke.
It's Brooke. Brooke, let's go back out towards the eye, because what I want to do is talk about the potential landfall and see if that's been up. Let's go out to the eye, and then we can actually do that drawing tool and see, check the center of circulation and then draw that to land and see how far out mileage-wise we're from any kind of land.
Do you see that? About 40 miles.
Did you do it from the center right here?
Yes.
Okay. So we're about, what, 40, 45 miles?
Yeah, about 45 miles.
Still moving
from
16, 17?
Yes.
Okay, so we're about, what time on my Apple Watch?
So we're about 8:30 is what we were estimating.
Yeah,
for
we're doing
landfall,
about 9.
Yeah.
So 8:30, 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Levels live in progress, and we're going to do this together. So here is, and there's nothing better live than this. This is going to be, and I'm here controlling this. You see the red line? That is our water level. In blue, that is the astronomical tide, or basically the high tide, low tide, and what you see above it is the difference in the surge. Okay, so, and tell you what, yeah, let me hop on over there. Let me hop on over there. So right now, what we have in blue and red is your water level, and where we are seeing the difference.
So it's definitely wobbling. When you guys were talking, Nash came over, and we kind of looked at the radar together, and we have President Biden talking about the hurricane situation.
A few hours, Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, the western coast of Florida. Already we're seeing impacts from the storm, including significant winds and heavy rain. And there's also been frequent and widespread tornado warnings throughout the day, and they're continuing and expected to expand as Milton moves overland, including a few that have already touched down in South Florida. Currently, Milton is a Category 3 with wind speeds up to 120 miles per hour. But no one should be confused. It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century. Both the heads of the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service made it very clear in conversations I've had with them earlier today. Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. And we've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrators...
Sherry out there, where's she at? Okay, so we're going to check it, but that's what she's seeing right now. Okay, this is, we're seeing that picture on the left-hand upper top right there. It's out of Port Salerno going on in Martin County right now. So that's in this general vicinity that we're tracking just north of Hope Sound in that area. I mean, look at these winds. You get the very bright greens. That's indicating very damaging winds that are coming down. So Port St. Lucie, still looking at a little bit of rotation. We'll track that.
Category 3 status, but they are dropping. They're at 120 now, 120 mile an hour sustained winds, and the gusts are a little higher than that. We're going to be dealing with that as the system moves in, especially into the stronger winds into Manatee County at Anna Maria, also into Palmetto, as well as Ellington, and then stretching northward into Pinellas County. So that's where the strongest winds are going to be felt. It's in that red that you see right there, just to the west of Sarasota, that's now moving into.
Has been kicking up those waves. Here's a new assessment of some of the wave heights that we have right now in Southwest Florida, upwards of about 20 to 30 feet in the core of
reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people in Florida. An incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's
pretty dark storm clouds. And those witnesses, they didn't see any damage, but then Carlo Pellegrino, photojournalist, and I, we went down and we saw the damage firsthand. We saw a street light that was slanted, almost coming down. We saw a tree that had come down as well, and crews were struggling to actually clear that tree because of some power lines it was connected to. So a very big mess. We also talked to another witness who said that they saw the tornado begin to form over a neighborhood but not touch down in the neighborhood itself. We're actually seeing, believe it or not, the sun coming out to our right there. Might be a little bit of glare, but if you look at that, that's actually the sun trying to peek.
Let's go back to me, because what are we looking at? Right there. So there's your storm. There's the eye. Most of the wind right there. The extreme wind right there, coming up close on Sarasota. But what's really noteworthy about this storm is all of the squally weather is at or north of the center. Now remember, this is spinning counterclockwise. So all this red right here is moving away, but there's still a lot over here. And that red, that's just heavy rain. So overall, I talked about the freshwater flooding issues. There's already flash flood warnings in effect. And there will be more heavy rain for hours to come. So we've covered the rain. We've talked about the surge.
There could be a lot more of these projectiles, missiles, if you will, that have been picked up. And if you get one of those hitting you, you're going to get in obviously serious trouble there. Once again, the storm is going to be moving east. Looks like it's going to make landfall either in Manatee, Sarasota, or both counties. They usually pick one city. And as I said earlier, Manatee County has never been hit by a landfalling hurricane, and that may be soon changing as the storm has shifted east. So Karen, Summer, there you have it. Looks like it's making a break toward our coast. We said that is a possibility, and it looks like it's going to happen. Thankfully, it's not a 4, and thankfully, it's gotten down to a low Category 3, but I can't believe I'm saying that. You know, we're going to get a 3 hurricane here, which is a major hurricane, but it's on the low end. And it's still going to cause a lot of damage, obviously, as it blows on through. Thankfully, it's not that large in terms of width of those winds. But I don't want you to think, because we don't have any rain.
Where the center of this storm is, Paul, we could still see roughly 10 feet or more of storm surge in some spots.
Let's take a look at some more cameras while we're here, because I think they always have a big impact. Let me actually start. It always helps if I hit play, or nothing happens. Hold on. Okay, so that's Naples and And then then we look at the situation.
Bob, I'm wondering, while we still have you, so you think very little potential it'll go down to a Cat 2 now? You think it stays a Cat 3?
Well, it looks like it's going to make it. This is making a break to the east. I think it could go down to a Cat 2 before it makes landfall, but still, a Cat 2 is still damaging and still can bring a lot of power outages. So a 3 or a 2, it's not going to matter at this point. It's not going to be a strong 3, and that's a real big deal. So it's still going to cause a lot of damage as it moves across the state and into our coastline.
Okay.
It's interesting what Bob says, because it's not just going to hit our area. That storm will continue to move east. So for those folks that evacuated to Orlando, middle part of the state, on that same path, you're going to feel the effects of this storm.
Right,
still.
and Bob mentioned our own windows here at our, built-in studio right now, and we see the wind picking up every now and then. We do want to let viewers know, because we've had some people who have been worried about those windows. Those are Cat 5 impact glass windows.
Yes, in a very safe environment. We were going to, everyone very worried with the potential of a Hurricane 5 hitting us, but it does appear to be decreasing in size, as Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan is telling us and assuring us. A Category 3, possibly a 2 when it makes landfall. Unfortunately, it does look like it will be impacting the Suncoast.
Yeah, and I think right before we went to Bob, we talked to the Longboat Key Fire Chief, and he gave us news we certainly didn't want to hear. His men and women, fire and police, been working 4 or 5 days before this, trying to get everybody to leave. They personally made these visits, and they are telling us 100 to 200 people will not be leaving their homes, including people who are on the first floor of these condos.
Yeah, that was shocking to hear.
Yeah.
First floor, they've made several efforts, and unfortunately, Chief Desi saying they do believe there will be fatalities as a result of this storm and the residents not leaving.
Right, and he's saying at this point it's too late. They cannot go and get you, even if you call 911. Winds, he said, was not an issue, but the issue, in fact, was the rising floodwaters, and they're moving up fast.
Yeah, the equipment just cannot get through that standing water.
So now they're just going to have to wait, and as Summer said, he says he fully expects fatalities.
Yes, and a reminder for everyone, if you are in place right now, wherever you are being asked to stay in place. Dangerous driving conditions as the wind speeds pick up. Bob telling us Category 3 storm possibly dropping to 2, wind gusts up to 120 miles per hour, and even when before the hurricane makes land, we're experiencing strong wind gusts around the Suncoast at this time.
Yeah, Bob was saying,
I can't believe it. The first thing I noticed was the debris flying in the air, and then I noticed that twister type of cloud was just twirling right, and it was coming right at us. This is amazing, and it's so scary.
Terry, you safe?
No, this is Port Salerno, y'all.
Port Salerno,
Yeah,
Terry.
we're safe.
Okay.
We never got out of the car. We never got out of the car because it seemed so dangerous.
Goodness gracious.
Oh my gosh.
That's Port.
Terry, are you okay?
This is where one just hit. Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
We're fine. Thank God. But that was kind of amazing that it happened so quickly, which just goes to show you can't. Oh, look, it's down there. You can still see the debris.
Okay.
Terry, be safe. We love you.
Gosh.
Terry, just thank you for that excellent reporting. And goodness gracious. So again, it's been the method of operation. These things are coming. Oh, look at those winds. Debris ball right there again.
Yeah.
Let's go street level as we go up towards the north. And then we have Terry's image right there as well. And we're bouncing back between her and Steve King. They're generally in St. Lucie, Martin County. So we go up here. There's that rotation. Now, oh goodness. Now we're almost into Port St. Lucie. Anything on the Jensen Beach camera?
The Jensen Beach camera?
Do we have that one up?
Let's go street level, Brooke or Glenn, with the rotation.
It's kind of the squiggly thing at the bottom of your TV set down by the banner. That's the storm. So this is going to end up sliding like this. And what's going to happen for the next several hours is all of this rain will keep on redeveloping. This is a significant problem. And what's interesting about most hurricanes, it's usually something's left out. Usually it moves too fast to produce a lot of rain. Usually, sometimes the tornado threat isn't big. This hurricane is producing everything that you can get from a hurricane. The whole gamut of weather hazards you can get from a hurricane is being produced by Milton. There's nothing being left out. We're record-breaking tornadoes.
Over 70 warnings this morning.
70 tornado warnings, including some edge tornadoes that you see in Oklahoma in the mix. And then you've got storm surge flooding, and then you've got freshwater flooding. And we've learned
this before in our area. It's just
very similarly, you know. I think, Chris, I think it's understandable because we're all having similar reaction. Tiffany and I both, I was holding my breath. Tiffany got emotional because, you know, we're watching Terry and Joel, our friends, in a car, and we're worried about that.
Right. I was just thinking, when I saw that wedge tornado coming close to Terry and Joel, I was like, goodness, I really hope it's moving away. I was just hoping and praying that it was moving away from Terry and Joel.
And as soon as Glenn said, okay, it's moving away, I was able to breathe again.
But it's hard to recognize exactly where it's
Which
going when it's so
direction.
rain-wrapped, and you can't really detect it with your naked eye, and that's what makes it so dangerous.
And we don't know which direction Terry was facing. We didn't know if she was,
Right.
you know, where she was exactly.
Yeah,
there.
but I mean, still, we're getting debris right there on our radar. Glenn, let's go in there and see what's going on, where that cities are. So
this is right along the coast.
Right
So
along
this
the
is
coast. So our
Waveland,
Jensen
just
Beach
north.
camera might be able to pick up something.
Have it facing, you can see the conditions deteriorating
Okay.
on WSI 1 where we have Jensen Beach up on. You can really start to see those winds picking up, and I mean, look at those waves kicking in. So, and there's another area that I want to focus in on too, just to the south of Fort Pierce. It looks like there's other broad rotation there.
Okay, let's go there, Brooke.
So you evacuated like you were supposed to. What about the residents and visitors? Did you have anyone to your knowledge that remained on the island?
I'm hearing there is probably just a handful of people. I think this is probably the biggest evacuation we've ever had.
Definitely. Do you think Helene made a big impact, making people realize just how serious these storms are?
I think it was a real eye-opener for a lot of people and all of the people that have lived there their whole lives. I know with Hurricane Helene, I took 3 feet of water in my own home. So,
sorry to hear that.
Yes, we lost every single ground floor in Holmes Beach. Lost everything, I'm pretty certain.
Mayor, we spoke with the Longboat Fire Chief. They had 100 to 200 people who did not evacuate, including people on first floors. You said about a handful. I'm assuming your men and women did everything in their power to try and get them to leave. What were their reasons? What was the reason they were resisting?
Unfortunately, I think it's because they don't like to wait to get back on the island after evacuation. Even though I make it a goal that we get everyone back on the island, I think with Helene, it was record time. It was just like, you know, the second day after they got back on. But people are anxious. They want to make sure and protect.
Go on.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, so we're looking at
That tractor trailer
the Florida
looks like.
Turnpike, which appears to be the southbound lanes. That's a truck that has overturned on the Florida Turnpike southbound lanes, but also directly ahead of us on I-95 is another tractor trailer that's been overturned. We actually were slowed down in traffic because of this overturned tractor trailer that we're driving up to right now, and I'm actually going to zoom in on it, the one that's directly in front of us. But we saw to our right, again on the Florida Turnpike, another tractor trailer that was overturned. So this is the one that's holding up traffic on I-95. Unclear the effects of traffic on the Turnpike right now due to that overturned truck that we saw to our west. But at least 2 trucks overturned, and this is just minutes following you, Glenn and Brooke, telling everyone about the tornadic activity on Indiantown Road and the Florida Turnpike. This is about 4 to 5 miles north of Indiantown Road on the Florida Turnpike.
The potential for hurricane force winds all the way across the state off to the East Coast, because remember, this forecast does call for this storm to be a hurricane through and through from one coast to the other. It's very rare that that happens, but it takes a major hurricane like this, and even with the weakening trend that we talk about, the drier air getting into it, still a powerful hurricane, major hurricane expected on landfall.
Can we pull up the Earth Cam again? Yeah. On that, let's see what's going on down at some of these piers, and we'll go. I always think looking at what's going on live. This now looks like it's maybe frozen. There you go.
I'll work on getting it up.
Yeah.
A lot of these cameras freeze, of course. You can imagine the connection as a hurricane's making landfall.
Yeah, it's
we may have lost it. No, there it's back.
Yeah.
Local authorities and see if what the result of that was. And actually, as I'm wrapping up the live shot, just wanted to let you know we're seeing what appears to be possibly another, sorry for that emergency alert.
All right, Steve, be safe, buddy, out there. Yeah, unfolding as let's get back to the radar. Let's see what's going on with the rotation and see where we're pinpointing another. Here's Jensen Beach, whiteout conditions right there through Martin County. Let's get back to the radar as we continue to see more tornado warnings going on. All right, zoom it out a little bit. As we go out towards St. Lucie County, you're under a tornado warning. And what I've seen, Brooke and Glenn, is any area is capable of dropping down a tornado at any moment.
Yeah.
It'll be on the ground for what? Quick, it was what, 1-2 minutes? And then lift back up in the sky. And so we're still under this tornado warning for Port St. Lucie, right there just north of the almost out towards
in the background. I'll step out of the way, give you a better visual of kind of what you're looking at. You can see the wind blowing the rain, whether it's down on the ground or just in the air. It's blowing sheets of rain kind of across the way. We're in a neighborhood in Port Richey. This is right on the water. This is one of those many neighborhoods in the county that went through quite a bit with Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. Some of these homes had several feet of water inside. The home we're actually standing at had 4 feet of water inside, and you know, neighbors are really just worried about the potential for round 2 with all of this. I mean, you can see the wind and the rain picking up quite a bit right now, and this is just the very beginning. It's only expected to get worse into the evening hours with the combination of the rainfall and all of the wind. Emergency officials here are really still concerned about the potential for storm surge flooding and flash flooding. Those are the main concerns, similar to with Hurricane Helene. So again, a lot of people here are really just worried about the potential for more flooding yet again. You can actually hear, honestly, I'm not even sure if it's sirens in the distance or the wind whistling and howling, but this neighborhood in Port Richey, again, by the water, has been pretty
Stay there. Unless it's emergency, stay home, please. Please, just it's not worth risking your life in these types of weather conditions. It's unprecedented, what we're seeing right now.
I'm wondering what we're going to see out of North County Airport there in Palm Beach Gardens as well. We try to effort some video out of there.
Let me go back to the desk real quick.
Yeah,
Of course.
come on
So,
back over here.
Glenn, Chris, one thing I'm really concerned about is the sun's going to set in about an hour around 7.
It's been a big talker because they had a possible tornado touchdown here today. I'm on LaSalle Avenue here. I mean, there's no other way to prompt this. Take a look at this. This is an RV that has fallen over perfectly, I might add. It is balancing on these 2 tires right here. That's what's holding this RV up. And on the other side of this RV, this Jeep. Look at that. I mean, there's really not too much to say. It is just a wow factor kind of moment. And this is that possible tornadoes what caused this. And I'm talking to Adam and Evie here. I hear you guys went through that tornado earlier. Talk to me about what led up to that.
Yeah, we did. So we were at our house and watching the news, obviously, and watching the storm come in, and got the announcement that Villas was 2 minutes out from a tornado. Mm-hmm. And so we got everybody to the closet. And when we were inside the closet, our ears started to pop, and we heard they say the freight train is coming, and we heard the howl of like a freight train, and it was only lasted about a minute, but we were pretty sure that a tornado came on the outside. So.
Yeah. Do you remember what that was like? Was it loud?
Loud.
It was loud? Yeah.
Scared?
Were you a little scared? No, you're fearless. You look like it. Talk to me about how have you guys prepared for Milton? I know we're kind of in the thick of it here, so.
Yeah, so we don't have power right now, unfortunately. The tornado did take out our power. So we went for a little walk to get a little fresh air, and while in between the rain bands. So we got our windows boarded up, and we did everything we could to be prepared for the storm. And now we're just watching the track, and looks like it went a little bit towards Tampa, and hoping that's the case for our sake, but obviously feel bad for the people up north. So
absolutely. And one last question, just looking at this RV, what was your reaction when you saw this?
We saw it actually on the Facebook, the group, the neighborhood page, and we obviously saw it was a street right next to us, so we walked around the corner and saw it. But pretty wild. I'm glad it's not my RV that's standing on its end, but you know, we're just out here looking to make sure everybody and all the neighbors are okay and safe and happy to be safe ourselves. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Adam. It was so nice to meet you. It was so nice to meet you, Abby. Continue to be fearless through this storm.
On Milton, the majority of the really bad, really heavy winds, and this is better news for our area, not for our friends to the north, but a majority of the really strong winds are on the northern side. So if the storm tracks across this way, a majority of the really, really heavy hurricane force winds could be well north of our area, which would be
Thank you so much. We want to go right now to our reporter, Michaela Redmond.
Yeah, she has an update on a shelter-in-place order in Sarasota County. Michaela.
Just moments ago, the fire chief for Sarasota County saying everybody needs to stay where they are, and there is a shelter in place currently happening across the county. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
I'm Fire Chief David Rathbun. As the hurricane is nearly a couple of hours away from landfall, now is the time that we're encouraging everybody to shelter in place. Now is not the time to be out on the roadways. We're getting some reports of localized flooding. The winds are starting to pick up, and it's not safe for the general public to be out there. First responders are still able to respond and will continue to do so until the winds reach 45 miles per hour sustained winds or 75 mile per hour gusts. But it is unsafe for the general population to be out roaming the streets. That would just become a hazard when it comes to flooding waters, etc. So now really is the time to shelter in place. Stay in tune with your local media for any other thing that's going on in the community. Your safety is paramount for us, so please, please, please shelter in place.
And of course, I'll continue bringing you the latest information as soon as I get it here at the EOC. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC 7, your local station.
And of course, the Sarasota EOC, Manatee EOC is, along with the Charlotte EOC, working 24/7 monitoring this storm as it
Our viewers, the Fort Pierce area, a lot of people hurt and taking out of mobile homes that we're getting reports of. It went by the Wawa and Kings Highway.
There's a new one? Oh, a new tornado warning has been issued. Where is that, Brooke?
This is now issued for Indian River County, East Central Florida, obviously, northeastern St. Lucie County, and southeastern Indian River County. New warning just issued.
See, this is what we mean. Every time we want to go to damage video, there's a new warning that's been issued.
Right. Any debris on that one, Glenn?
Let's take a look at it and see. We're definitely seeing velocity here. Is it the one by St. Lucie Village, Brooke?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's this one here.
Okay, and I was getting video from someone in Lakewood Park just a short time ago where they were seeing some flooding. They were already out of power in that area. So if you are listening on our radio partners or on our app, you should be in a safe room right now. To anybody who's living in that Lakewood Park area, Florida Ridge, this is the video that Deborah sent earlier today. Showing how they were already dealing with some minor flooding. This was hours ago.
Continuing to monitor the roads. You should not be on the roads right now. However, some folks still heading out there, so we're going to get an update on that.
Yeah, we want to check in with our traffic anchor, Ted Noah. Ted.
Hey, Karen, Stephen, and Summer, you know, it's amazing. I was going through some of the cameras here on 511, which is a great tool at home with F-Top, and seeing still folks on the roads. It shocked me on 41 because I had seen an alert that there were some issues on the 41. One of those is 41 Constitution. The traffic signal's not working right, so I thought that would be a four-way stop when you're out when you should be out, which is not now. 41 at 57th Street. There's some northbound flooding already. 2 right lanes are taken out there on 41 with that. And then I also just saw an alert from the Florida Department of Transportation. Right by 75 on the east side there of 75, there's some flooding there blocking out the lane already. Now, I did grab some clips that I wanted to share with you if we have those. The first one's going to be the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Now, this was just a few moments ago that we actually got this video. Look at this. The camera is rocking at times. Of course, there's no traffic on if you get the sunshine.
We're also getting new video from Hurricane Milton as it continues to approach our Gulf Coast. This is also in Bradenton. The Bradenton Police Department actually put this out, and you could see the flooding right here along Riverside Boulevard. Right there, and obviously officers are there to make sure that drivers aren't going through, and we're starting to see that water come through, and this is just the beginning of what's going to be a very long night, Wendy.
Any reports, though, of what conditions are? Do you have any idea what the island's looking like right now?
Yeah, we are at our offsite, our temporary operations center. We are monitoring our cameras. Our cameras are still up, so we're seeing beach camera footage, and we're also seeing the street level views. So we do see some water coming up, and over specifically, I'm looking at Gulfside City Park right now, and we do see quite a bit of water coming up over that parking lot. So we know this is just the beginning, and we're going to keep an eye on it as long as we can, as long as we've got that feed and can see what's going on.
So now that we're getting into the thick of the storm and you're watching that, are you starting to think about what's next, what comes tomorrow morning and what comes tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, as soon as this storm passes, there will be a team that will head out with the first responders. First of all, to make sure, working with FDOT, that the causeway is sound and safe to cross and free of debris, and then they will assess what's on the island, the amount of floodwaters, and then any debris that's out there. So very similar to Helene. We'll make sure first.
Midnight Pass, where we saw during Helene the Gulf of Mexico come across this area. And if you look very carefully, it's faced to the north, this shot, on Midnight Pass. And if you look beyond that traffic signal, you could even see that there's some ponding in the roadway. Let's hope that's not the Gulf of Mexico coming across like last time. So I don't know if the earlier, were they able to hear the earlier part of the report talking about 41? No? All right, so we're going to do that again. 41, guys, at 57th Street, FDOT is saying that there's northbound flooding, and that has taken out 2 lanes. Also, 41 at Constitution, the lights have gone out already, the traffic lights. So
these are a collection of john boats and dinghies tied up here at this marina, the Marina Jack, right on Sarasota Bay. You can see they are bathtubs right now. It's clear waters, it's rainwater. There have been no waves lapping over the side of them. This is all rain from just the past several hours. But again, storm surge is the big concern here across Sarasota County. And you guys have a better vantage than I do, so you can probably see better than I can. But look across this little finger of the bay at those yellow houses over there. They're pretty close to the water. They're not too far off of their seawalls, but I can't tell, but it sure looks like the waves are just barely starting to go over the seawall there. This area obviously felt such severe impacts from Hurricane Helene not even 2 weeks ago. Now they're bracing for this hit of perhaps 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, worst case scenario here in Sarasota County. I was talking to someone just a few minutes ago who's worked at this marina since he was 18 years old. He said the water is already high, and he can only imagine what 8 to 12 feet of storm surge would do to this marina. You know, these docks are pretty solid. I'm standing on a concrete dock, and it floats, so it goes up the pillar that it's attached to. But if we were to get 10 to 12 feet of storm surge here, it would probably dislodge from the pillars that it's attached to. So that is the fear here in Sarasota. And you look over there, that's downtown Sarasota, to give you some perspective about where we are. Just driving through a little while ago, kind of like a ghost town there in downtown Sarasota. You have some people staying in the big high-rise hotels who evacuated from the barrier islands like Bird Key, St. Armand Circle, Lido
Last night we saw so much localized flooding.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And you worry about that for those neighborhoods that were already dealing with that flooding last night.
You see those boats that are lined up here in the marina, they are starting to wobble back and forth a little bit. You might be able to see some of the palm fronds in the background behind them. They are being pushed by the wind as well. But again, the big threat
just a really devastating scene to see around me right now. You can see in the distance, we'll zoom in, this house, well, I guess I could say was a house. Not much is there anymore. I mean, we're off 98 in Okeechobee County, where we told you earlier this road was blocked off. And sorry, did you guys say something?
Keep going, Rachel. Apologize. Just keep going.
Okay, just checking. And so if we zoom back out though, take a look at everything around us here. We're looking at the contents of this home. You've got a dishwasher, you've got the microwave, you know, everything that was in this home is now in this field. It's really, really sad. And, you know, we did talk with officials earlier, and they told us that as a result of the tornadoes, they did have 2 people taken to the hospital. They didn't clarify exactly where those people lived. We don't know for sure that area, but as you can tell around me, I mean, this entire scene is just really heartbreaking. We've had a few neighbors out here helping to pick stuff up to bring to the people that live in this home. But overall, it just shows you how strong these storms were. All of this debris, everything from inside the home just blew over into this field. We'll keep you guys posted on anything else that we're seeing in this area and any more damage. But for now, in Okeechobee County, Rachel Perry, back to you.
Back to you guys in the studio for now.
If you noticed again, Chad's photographer is up high, so they do have a safe place to get. Chad, be safe there in Sarasota. Actually, they just tweeted out not too long ago, 8,600 people evacuated in Sarasota as well. So we know a lot of people heeded the warnings, especially after Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you've gone through a hurricane like Helene, I think a lot of folks who didn't evacuate said, I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing this again. I'm not sticking around. And it's good that they didn't, because I think
Bradenton, Palmetto, Ellington, and out in Anna Marie Island. Now, this is going to be interesting to see the next update coming up here in just a few minutes about the winds. In fact, the 6 o'clock update has come in. We're going to update that in just a minute. If we can move to the next graphic, we'll see. Let's see. 120-mile-an-hour winds moving to the northeast at 15. I think this is an older one, 948 pressure. Yeah, this isn't the new advisory yet, but still, this is the strongest part of the storm we've seen so far, and it's now on the coast into Manatee County and into Sarasota County. I can see behind me the trees are gusting. There's some wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. They're just based on what I'm seeing. So some trees are going to be snapping right now. There's also going to be power outages happening as we speak. That power outage graphic that we showed you, those numbers are only going to go higher over the course of the next hour or so. We still have a problem. The 9 to 13-foot storm surge is going to be happening now that the eye is getting closer to the coast. It's going to be rising. That water is going to be going up, especially near the center and to the south. So Tampa Bay, if it continues on this easterly course, is going to be spared the high storm surge, it looks like at this point. Not the catastrophic surge, but still some problems there. Also, Anna Marie Island in this kind of position with the center right here, you're going to get offshore flow.
That close to it, and then you see neighbors running across the street. Because once it's up like that, Chris, you don't know where that's going next, whether it's going to touch down there, come right down the street at them. And you could hear it in Terry's voice.
Yeah.
And she was in shock more than fear at the moment.
Right.
And I'm sure that's what a lot of the neighbors are experiencing.
We were yelling at the TV, get out,
Right.
get out of
I'm
there.
not sure she was hearing you.
No, I don't think she was, but it felt better us yelling at the TV.
And understandably so. And I think that we are going to hear stories, Chris, of so many people going through this. And as we've made the point, we have small EF0, EF1 tornadoes.
Right.
That's what we're used to in South Florida. I will venture a guess we'll see way beyond that.
The other
as far as the power.
The other IFB, please. Yeah, thank you.
Is this still Port Salerno or is this Wellington? Okay, look at this.
Oh my gosh. Is this that Westlake tornado?
This was the Wellington, this was that tornado near Wellington.
And people fleeing it, driving down the street
My
trying to get away.
We have so many images coming into our newsrooms.
What were you saying, Glenn?
Wind speeds right now, what do we have? Let me see, 61, 61. Venice now is 68. When that eye wall kind of bumps on shore is when we may start seeing 90s and 95s and 100s. And we'll start showing you that live when that happens. But for now, I think we did pretty much a full update on the system. Back to you, back in a bit.
Thanks, Paul. Catch your breath. We'll get back to you in a bit here. Hurricane Milton is going to bring a lot more damage to places that have already seen so much. Places that were just devastated.
If we can maybe advance to that graphic, we'll see. It's in the show list. So, again, there's the graph showing it going right through Manatee and Sarasota counties and then out into the Atlantic. And as we get through this graphic, we'll show you the next one.
So that hopefully can lower some stress and anxiety. And we hope that everybody took this storm seriously, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be with you all night and all the way into tomorrow morning. So that way there will be no surprises with that storm, and you will be constantly updated. So here is the storm as the eye wall is working its way onshore now. The eye wall is basically the worst part of the storm, and that is what they are experiencing in Sarasota County as it is rotating around the storm. Now, the center of circulation is actually right here. There is the center of circulation as that has been working its way to the northeast.
You're telling me to get, okay, got it. I wear contacts during hurricanes because it's pointless to wear glasses and I don't even like to wear goggles. My wife would probably tell me that that's not a good idea, but I like to see what's happening, and this is the best way I can see it. The leaves are really starting to blow off this big oak tree behind this house. So you got a lot going on right now. It's all the elements starting to come together. As you heard meteorologist Jason Adams explain earlier, the timing as he walked you through neighborhood by neighborhood and that inner eye wall, the eye wall of the storm, when are you going to start feeling the impacts? And it was that 7:30 hour that we're really going to start feeling potentially hurricane force winds here, is where we're going to start feeling it, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30 in the Bradenton area. So that's where we are right now. This is the strongest wind that we've experienced so far, and the rain has been anything but on and off. It has been
in Sarasota County since you were a year old. How is this storm really different? You have a lot of friends up and down the barrier islands as well.
Yeah, so this storm has definitely been more nerve-wracking than most. Irma's the only one that really comes to mind that was similar to this one. We evacuated for that one, but since then we've done some stuff to fortify the house. We put impact windows in. We've got upgraded the roof equipment, and we decided to ride this one out here. Getting back, driving through a tropical storm in Irma was a little difficult. So we decided we were going to...
Please be patient with us, and we do appreciate you joining us here, whether it be you're watching us on cable from your home or listening to us on radio, or maybe you're watching us online. Either way that goes, again, we are so grateful to have you joining us now as we reset. We had Summer Smith and Karen Kim. They are taking a break. Rob and I will be with you for about the next 2 hours as we continue to bring this ongoing coverage of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, and Stephanie, I think it's so important to point out right now that if you haven't moved, haven't done anything, at this point, stay where you're at. That's at least from the top officials in both Manatee, Charlotte, and in Sarasota County, sheltering in place because it's no longer safe to be on the roadways. The only people on the roadways at this point are the first responders, right? They've got a key job to do. Hopefully they are hunkered down in somewhere safe. We heard of some police departments out near some of the barrier islands. They were actually uprooting where they usually do their daily business and going, in fact, to higher ground, and that is key. So where you're at is where you need to stay and really kind of just hunker down, stay with us. Obviously, this is a fluid situation. It's going to change now. It's certainly going to change over the next several hours.
Yeah, it is indeed. We've been hearing from the forecast that a few hours ago, Bob talked about how that storm had weakened, that it had gone from what we were seeing in Category 5 at one point to a Category 4 and then a Category 3. So that was good news, and we were happy to hear that. But again, it by no means means that we are out of the woods. We are still experiencing high winds. There was still that potential for life-threatening storm surge in some places along the Sun Coast. So you still need to heed those warnings. Hunker down wherever you are. Now is not the time to be venturing out to check things out. We want to take you now to our traffic cam. I believe we have the traffic cam, guys, and that is going to be US 41 and University Parkway. And take a look at the video there on your screen.
Wind is really whipping out there. The bands. We've been talking about the banding. I came in about noon today, and even at that point,
a real
with the
concern, but expected. That's what we were expecting.
Yeah, that's more concerning too. Paul, thank you. I think, like you mentioned, probably in another hour, things will increase and the weather will get even worse. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. Maybe you should get to a safer location if you think that tree might be coming down too. So we'll check back in with you in just a bit.
you know, it's good to not see is all those debris piles behind him, like in so many other neighborhoods that we know. And that when you see just how strong those winds are in that tree behind him, that was the concern for all the debris. And I know that was the mission, to get as much of it picked up. So happily he's not in a neighborhood where you have those giant piles. All right, let's go now down to south in Sarasota.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Julie Solomon joining us live from there. Julie, I know your mom lives down there. I know you have friends down there. Did you get the impression that they evacuated or at least hunkered down to prepare for Milton?
Yeah, my mom lives in an evacuation zone B, so obviously she's taking precautions. I have childhood friends. Their parents are here. They've never evacuated pretty much in their entire life, but they also left and moved more inland to some of the other counties and got out of Sarasota. So I still have, you know, a ton of friends as well as family in Sarasota. I'm not far from Sarasota High School, which is where I graduated high school. We're about a mile from Sarasota High. We're along Novus Street. We're in a backyard here at one of the homes. These trees and branches and palms have been waving back and forth. We're keeping our eye on a shed that seems to be shifting as the winds pick up. But this is some of the nastiest weather that we've seen here today. Sarasota County at 5:15 put out an alert on people's phones. We got, you know, a shelter-in-place alert. Sarasota County then followed up on their social media accounts, urging people now is the time to shelter in place. Do not go on the roads. The only people on the roads should be first responders. So they're telling people to just shelter in place at this point because the roads are no longer safe. They also said they do have reports of flooding. They didn't give specific locations, but they say they are getting some reports of that. They also, at Riverview High School, it's one of the main high schools here, they have National Guard soldiers that are stationed there to respond after Hurricane Helene. So they're all stationed there getting ready for this as we see some of the nasty weather move in. I'm going to send it back to you.
Take the difference between these two values. The surge is at 4 feet. The water level is at 3.26 and rising. For a comparison, Helene was at 4 feet. So we'll have to see how high it gets. I would like to show you some of the live conditions that we do have across Southwest Florida. This is at the Naples Pier. The water continuing to come in from the Gulf of Mexico. We also have Fort Myers Beach. This is going to be at Margaritaville. The water coming in from the Gulf, the inundation, as that stream continues to load. We also have another shot from Margaritaville. You can see the gusty wind getting pushed up, the camera shaking left and right, and there is inundation right here, if you can see that on the map and on this camera on the right-hand portion of your screen. Also would like to take you to Marco Island. Here's kind of a tour of the area. Marco Island, not seeing much in the way of inundation. That could change, but it looks like it's not far off in this shot right here.
Rain is unrelenting. We're already starting to see flooding in the streets. The conditions are deteriorating as Hurricane Milton treks towards Florida.
This is it, folks.
Hurricane Milton's outer bands are lashing the Florida Gulf Coast, and it only gets worse from here.
It'll keep picking up hour after hour.
You will be. And it's unfortunate, and that continues all the way up our coast. And this is the type of water and surge they'll see, you know, for lovely Siesta Key and Longbow Key and Bradenton Beach and all the way up to Anna Maria. And Anna Maria is going to have some problems too. You know, let's think about this. And, you know, we keep on talking about this science. I mean, Kim did a great job of just discussing it. This is the same area that just was devastated by Helene, and at least as much water, if not more water. So it's this ridiculous 1-2 punch that almost sometimes doesn't seem fair. It just doesn't.
Especially not fair when we look at cameras like this. We discussed earlier, this is the Naples Fishing Pier, already sustained so much damage from Ian. They were looking to rebuild it in a much bigger way. And here we are again. They're kind of in the crossfire for some strong, heavy storm surge on the south side of this system. Remember, Naples is far south of the center of this storm. It just gives an idea of the power of it as those onshore winds are pushing through southwest Florida. And this is a great map to check out the wind gust angled offshore right now. That's why winds are driving the waters off of Pinellas County in many spots. Areas to the south of the circulation are starting to see those winds tilt back to the north. And in some spots, like we're seeing in southwest Florida, all the winds are starting to shift out of the south and west and move onshore. And that's what's driving the storm surge already. But numbers are just going to climb as this pushes on land here soon.
Look at this, 77 is the highest we've seen so far in Sarasota. And so sustained hurricane force winds. Wind gusts, but they'll have sustained hurricane force winds pretty soon. The Hurricane Center is watching this. They adjusted the track a little bit, and from this point, it's really about watching the center on radar and just kind of watching it move across the state. And we're going to pay attention to you. I know a lot of you are not here and not here, but you're here inland and you're watching on TV going, okay, talk to me about inland areas, and the weather is going to come your way, and we're not going to talk about sustained, I don't think 80 or 90 inland, but there'll be some hurricane force gust, and that's the type of wind, unfortunately, that can cause trees down and power outages. There's a 77 gust in Sarasota with still the eye offshore. St. Pete 61. Strongest winds we think are right here. But the rain continues to come down, and what's happening over in Pinellas and Hillsborough is pretty much nonstop. And the problem is, as Nash expands on this bit more, is that it goes back here. And this is all going to move in tandem with the hurricane.
Reports, Rob, about water on the streets, and we're seeing some of those puddles and the ponding happening. So we're going to keep our eyes out for that as well, because
in most of these businesses, their first floor inundated with water had to be cut out. Here we are in front. I only checked this business really quick. This is actually Blue Sushi, closed down, not because of a storm, but it is closed down. I did talk to some people who are staying in here in these condos, and they're taking their dog on that last walk. We have tarps over here. Tarps outside of this business. We're going to keep on going because there's some more interesting methods as we go. Again, businesses have done all that they can. Now it's time to wait and see what Milton does. Here outside of one of my favorite ice cream shops, we have not one but two, some kind of metal awning taped down, and then sandbags over here. This is where that video was taken that I will never forget. Coming right down this way, water rushing in during Hurricane Ian. It was strong, it was wavy. Now I do want to note, as we cross the street and kind of get away from the wind over here, in the last about 10 minutes we did see the lights start to flicker in downtown Fort Myers. It's because of these gusts of winds. That's when we start to feel power outages. The lights did turn back on, and we are happy to see it. Now we're coming up on two areas I do find interesting how they protected themselves. One right here. This is air inside, plus we have sandbags. This may actually be water inside. And this is a method we've seen a couple of places do. We're coming up on the new location for Bruno's of Brooklyn. We've boarded up windows. This is what it looks like outside of Izzy's as well. We're coming up on the new location of Bruno's of Brooklyn, where they're using a very interesting method. It's water inside of a massive tube almost, but they're also going with sandbags. We're gonna keep on walking over here. Chesney, we're gonna cross the street safely really quick. And you can hear that wind. You can probably see it in some of the trees. With Chesney, we can go up to them. It's gusty in downtown Fort Myers. Okay, and we're nearing the end of our journey. Outside of Ford's Garage, this is a restaurant that got a lot of damage during Ian. Water inside. We have sandbags, we have boards, we have taped up pieces of plastic, just trying to keep any kind of water out that does come in downtown Fort Myers. Now here we make it to our final destination. This is outside the new Bruno's of Brooklyn location. This is called Tiger Dam System. This is water in here. This is to help stop wave action, to keep water out. They've also paired it with sandbags out. This location isn't even open yet. They're just trying to keep it as dry as possible.
Move to the left a little bit and you will see a lot of that porch, a lot of that roof right now in the trees next to the house. As we continue to follow the path, if you keep on moving down a little bit, you can see all the debris currently in these trees. You'll see all of the trees that were snapped in half, all of the branches that were snapped in half, other trees that were uprooted completely in the distance there. A lot of damage here was done. When I was talking to the neighbors, they were telling me this kind of came out of nowhere. They had an idea that there were tornadoes in the area. They were getting those emergency alerts, but nothing was happening. And then all of a sudden, everything was happening.
It sounded like a train, like a train coming right at you. It's like you have to get out of the way. You know, that's what it felt like. And I hurried up and ran out to the living room, and I said, "It's coming," and it just got louder and louder until it was on top of us, and we heard things hitting the roof, and we were like, "Oh no!" And I heard things hitting the shutters in the front of the house, and I was like, I hope that doesn't come through those.
I'll look now at some more of the damage here caused by this tornado. I'm told by neighbors here that was somebody's shed out there that was completely torn apart by this tornado. Emergency officials have been over there for hours now. I'm also told that 2 people here were injured. They had to be taken to the hospital. We do not know their conditions right now. Investigators tell me they are still looking into everything here, still trying to figure out exactly what happened, how much damage was done. But just from looking at it, you can tell a lot of damage is done by this tornado. In Okeechobee County, Ari Height, WPBF 25 News.
Ari, thank you. Let's look at power outages right now.
And I'm only left to believe that this tornado started back by that RV and made its way up through the villas. Now, again, I don't know that for sure, but that's what it looks like. Look at this. This is off of Kent Avenue and Terrace Lane. I'm looking at an entire palm tree laying down. There's 2 of them. There's one down here, but this one, it definitely takes the cake on how big it is. I don't know that I've ever seen the bottom of a palm tree before, just laying down here. And if we continue to move this way, you'll see
quickly, Rob, as we saw with Hurricane Helene, that there's nothing that you can do to stop that. You just need to get out of the way. You know, it's the old saying, you know, hide from the wind, run from the water.
Yep, turn around and don't drown.
Yeah, and that's what really needs to happen here. The other thing is, as we heard from Manatee County officials, they did bring the river well below flood stage.
Right, very smart.
So that was a good thing.
Proactive.
Yeah, we don't want to see a repeat of what happened with Debbie, where homes inland flooded. People that had never, ever flooded before ended up flooding because of the Manatee River. So officials are staying on top of that, obviously doing the best they can to prevent as much flooding as possible. Really quickly, I have some news coming in here. I want to read it. It's regarding the Sarasota Emergency Services. All emergency services in Sarasota are grounded. Sustained winds are officially too strong for first responders to be on the road. We talked about this happening. We are now at that point. If you need help, Sarasota responders can no longer get to you. Shelter in place. Do not put your life at risk by leaving your home. If you do experience an emergency that requires first responders, they are saying that you should still call 911, and emergency services will help you as soon as the roads are
very
safe
protected.
again.
They've got barriers on the water, and then just above them they have that $1 million aqua fence that works so well in Hurricane Elena. Also, it's kind of a strange scene out here is that there's hundreds and hundreds of birds just kind of flying through these hurricane winds. Some really not taking refuge. There's a few on the dock, but I would say, you know, just the hundreds just flying through the sky. It's kind of a weird scene in downtown Tampa. Very quiet here as well. Not a lot of people out. We've not really seen anyone since we've been down here all afternoon.
It's coming in at a side angle, but it's coming down pretty good. The palms of the trees quickly moving there. Don't see anybody out there, and that is a good thing. We don't want you to be out in this. And again, on any other day, you know, it's usually beautiful, it's tranquil, but this is a new unknown that we're all dealing with, folks.
Yeah.
This is a historic storm, and though the models are changing by the hour, we just want to err on the side of safety for everybody, because what we saw in Helene could just absolutely pale in comparison to what Milton holds over the next 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, you can see those palm trees, Rob, and they do give you a good gauge of the strength of the wind. Obviously, it's getting stronger by the hour, but sometimes in previous storms that we've seen video of, those palm trees can literally lean. I mean, they can almost go horizontal, and that is, you know, that's what they're designed to do. Palm trees are designed to do that because they were created in these environments where you get hurricanes. So it's interesting to see the palm tree. Oh, there's a little wind gust there. It's interesting to see the palm trees sort of being that nature's wind gauge, if you will.
Right, and look at just how that condition is changing as you and I are sitting here. Now it is getting kind of that side banding to it, right? So it's kind of, it feels like it's kind of whipping to the side. Certainly not something you want to be out walking in, and absolutely not something you want to be out on the road driving in at this point. Again, as we're saying, first responders, you know, they got to keep themselves safe too. So don't be that person that has to say, can you come out and help me? I'm stranded on the road right now, because we don't know if and when they can get to you, and that is certainly the worst case scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Rain's still coming down there, but again, hopefully you are hunkered down. Again, I'm Rob Wells, along with Stephanie Stanton in our makeshift studios here in Lakewood Ranch, taking the show on the road, whether we wanted to or not. Mother Nature said, find a new home. So here we are, again, leaving our beloved 10th Street studios in downtown Sarasota. In fact, in an abundance of caution. We have a team of folks, an army, who did an amazing job over the last few days getting us here. And the main goal is that we want to be here because we want you here. And we do have, I believe, the mayor on the phone. We have Mayor Gene Brown on the phone from the city of Bradenton. Mr. Mayor, thanks so much for being with us. It's Rob and Stephanie. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Thanks for having me. And important that we get people to realize shelter in place.
Yeah.
We're seeing some of the video of the winds really picking up there and kind of really whipping around. Paint a picture of where, first of all, where are you, and what is the view from your particular vantage point at the 6 o'clock hour?
Right, we're in our Public Safety Operations Center on 59th Street, just down from Blake Hospital, and we're getting very strong gusts, and the rain has seemed to have subsided a little bit compared to earlier, but then all of a sudden we'll have heavy rain and big gusts, and we're starting to see, and what's, you know, obviously concerning is the storm surge, because we know with Helene we had 6 feet, and if we're talking maybe even double or triple that, you know, it's people that might not have thought they should get out, and they're in their homes, and the water coming up is the dangerous part.
Yeah, it is very scary. Mayor Brown, I understand that the first responders are at the location you mentioned. Sarasota Emergency Services now telling us that they are grounded. What is the status of your first responders? Are you guys still able to get out there? Are you grounded as well and hunkered down?
No, I think, the last I heard we were getting close to it, and I think it's going to be that we are grounded, if not yet, any minute, and they were trying to clear the calls that we had. And it's just one of those things that we can't put our police and fire into harm's way from the wind and the debris that's out there. We got a lot of the debris up in the city of Bradenton, but unfortunately time just ran out and we couldn't get it all up. And we're fearful for their safety because we need them when the storm's over too. And that's what we've got to do. And at our Public Safety Operations Center here, we have
feet and rising, 3 to 4.5 feet and rising, the current surge levels. Camera shaking, winds gusting about 50 to 60 miles an hour. I'll show you that momentarily. Let's also get you a live look from Punta Gorda as well as Port Charlotte. This is going to be a spot to really monitor as we go into time. And right now, overall, not bad, but that is subject to change as we go deeper and deeper into the night. So the 6 o'clock advisory, we are getting these updates now every single hour. The National Hurricane Center does that when it starts to approach landfall. The Cat 3 has winds of 120, pressures at 948 millibars, pushing to the northeast at 15, as the wind shear, as expected, has taken somewhat of a toll on the storm, but still it is going to be fairly impactful and significant, and already we are seeing that. Would like to get you an update on the water levels. We have a network and we have a sensor to show you all these spots. These are sensors. It's a combination from NOAA, the USGS, you name it, and every single spot is rising. Now, if you see in a couple locations, there's a little number. That's the inundation in feet. So 2 feet of water above the usual high tide currently around the Myakka River with a sensor in Sarasota County. We also have more spots seeing water levels rise. Normally, Fort Myers starts to flood at 2 feet. We're at 2.32 and rising. That's the case for Sanibel towards St. James City. And you saw the live shot from Everglades City. They are seeing storm surge, and so is going to be all the way up towards Naples. And Naples has been rising fairly quickly with some of that surge. Let's analyze the core of the hurricane right now as it is approaching the Florida coastline and its eventual landfall, as the worst tornado threat, let me step out of the way, I'll show you that, has now worked its way either offshore in the Atlantic or right along the East Coast. Now we're entering the main phase of the hurricane force winds, and that's going to be on the northern side especially of this storm. That's going to be working its way up Tampa Bay towards Hillsborough and Pinellas County, but we are already starting to see one of those outer bands, the eye wall, that has been working its way through areas of Charlotte and Sarasota County. Let's switch over to, we have so many products that we can use, heavy rain, but we also can use wind, and let's do another update. This is basically kind of under the hood of this storm, seeing inside of it. And the winds right now, I would say, again, based off of this analysis, you typically hit white. That's like 130, 140, but let me show you that firsthand. And the wind being picked up in the northern, yeah, there it is, 140. In the northern and western eye wall, that's going to be heading towards the densely populated Clearwater, as well as Tampa Bay, Ruskin, down the road towards Lakeland, spots like that, and St. Pete. So it's going to be very destructive. They may not see winds of 140, but it's going to be up there. But what we will see in Southwest Florida is the southern and eastern eye wall. So it's right here being picked up. So let's analyze the wind in that part of the eye wall. That's going to be working its way towards Sarasota as well as Charlotte County. And some of the winds being analyzed in there are upwards of, you will see it plotted on here shortly, I would say based off of the blue, the darker blue, yeah, we're hitting about 80 to 100 miles an hour. That is in the eastern side of that eye wall, which the heavier rain can bring that down to the surface. It's not impossible. We can't rule it out. Let me take you back to some of these bands moving around areas in Charlotte County. I put a time lapse on it. The reason why the hurricane disappeared, I switched to our local radar. And as we do a time lapse on it, you're going to see where these areas of rain are coming from, where they're heading. This is the eastern eye wall. This is the eastern eye wall of this storm as it is rotating around the storm. Boca Grande, North Fort Myers. Winds will pick up when you get this rain. The winds will really pick up when this band works its way through. Not much at the moment for Collier County, but looks can be deceiving. You saw the storm surge come in around Everglades City moments ago live when Nikki showed you that on the camera, and then more areas of off and on rain as we take you primarily inland. Let me show you some of the current wind gusts that we do have. The winds have been right now. This is live.
And I want you to look at the red here. So, you talk about this is the way that the hurricane wall is spinning, okay? So these winds are coming around, all right, whipping around like this. And where you see the red, that is that intense wind. And this is where this rain is just pummeling through the area as it starts to make its way onshore. It's already crossing land here. This is the first part of the eye wall, okay? So who's getting some really, really intense winds? You can see right here in the Bradenton area stretching across the Skyway Bridge as well and moving up. So again, we've had some gusts of winds of 77 miles per hour. We're going to have more graphics for you right now coming in Sarasota, Bradenton. In this area, 59, 61 in St. Petersburg. And also remember that northeast quadrant, that's where all those intense rain comes and also the intense wind. So we're going to have more graphics for you coming up. I'm going to send it back to Rob and Stephanie.
Appreciate it, Leslie. Hey, just getting some other updates that we want to bring you up to speed on now. We're taking you to Charlotte County, where Charlotte County Emergency Services, we've learned, have officially been suspended. Again, that Charlotte County Emergency Services suspended. That means that all first responders, as of right now, they are unable to respond to emergency calls in the area because, quite frankly, the conditions are just too bad out there on the roadway. So if you need help, here's the drill. You still can call 911, but just understand that it could be a lot longer than usual for those folks to get to you safely and to get you safely to whatever help you may need. Again, Charlotte County Emergency Management saying that services will resume. That is when weather conditions permit. And as we know that these storms, as they shift, as they change, we just can't predict when that will be at this point.
Yeah, we want to take you now to a live shot. This is our ABC7 tower cam, and you are looking right now over downtown Sarasota. You can see the clouds, the ominous looking clouds off in the distance. This tower cam may be deceiving because it doesn't look as bad as some of the other videos, live videos that we've seen, the winds look fairly calm here, and maybe that's what Leslie was just talking about, the eye wall, or are we too far? Is it because we're further south? We'll have to get some clarification on that. But
I always do the judge of the trees, and it doesn't look, at least at right now.
Yeah.
Again, this is a fluid situation that can
Right.
change momentarily, but at least at now, at this
we are
point,
about 30, how many miles south of Bradenton? About, what, 20, 30 miles. So, yeah, so we're going to keep our eyes on that tower cam. But, you know, again, it just tells you, Rob, that, you know, it can be deceiving.
Absolutely.
Because the winds can change in a split second. And our tower cam, you can see how close we are to the coast, which is why we all decided as a station.
This is Pelican Bay. That should be a beach, and right now it has turned into the Gulf. This is a camera that rotates on a 180-degree angle. And then we also have Diamond Head. Let's take a look at Diamond Head, as this as well will be updating momentarily. And there it is, the storm surge live in progress along Fort Myers Beach as the wind rotating around the hurricane is forcing up the water. So, Chris and Lois, what I'm going to do is I'm going to toss it back to you guys. I'll get those NOAA sensors working. I'll get you the latest water levels in the storm surge, and I'll be back in just 1 second.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. It's good. We want to pass along some breaking news to everyone out there right now. We have just learned from Charlotte County that their emergency response services have been suspended. That means the fire and rescue will not respond if you call for help, and it's all because of those high winds that Matt just showed us. It's just simply too dangerous for the emergency crews to be out there. Now, you can still call 911, and they will be keeping a list and rundown of the emergencies and then prioritizing them as they need to be able to get back out there. But it's going to take for the winds to die down and for the conditions to be more safe again for them to be able to do that.
Yeah, you heard Matt. Pinellas and Hillsborough, but just portions of those counties. And I don't think it goes all the way up to like Palm Harbor. Does it come up to Tampa?
It does, yes.
It includes Tampa? Okay.
Palm Harbor, it includes as well. That's the cutoff point. It stops before Tarpon Springs. It's drawn before or after Sarasota, so just north of Sarasota to just south of Tarpon Springs.
So give us a minute, and Jim just walked in, and we'll get back to the graphics machine because I think it's important that we visually show you what we're talking about. We know the general area, and we'll come back and we'll show that on a graphic of who's got this extremely rare extreme wind warning that I don't remember the last time I've seen it.
But before you go, Paul, does this mean that these winds are going to continue for that long, or could those be gusts? I know you said sustained.
It's sustained winds of 115. It means you'll experience. It doesn't mean you can have 3 hours of sustained winds of 115.
Okay.
It means there will be a spell of sustained winds of 115, and then as the storm goes east of us, the winds will start diminishing. But those winds are going to start moving in, but maybe not at this level, but those winds will start heading in.
And the key will be where on that cone or where around the eye wall we're
Sweep that I was talking about earlier, where you know this is not the time to be out there walking, taking pictures, or certainly there's at least, I see 2 vehicles, maybe 3 there, and they're just creeping up what appears to be a very slow moving as the storm kind of hits. So goodness, I would not want to be out there, like I said, coming in today at noon. I thought, did the window pass already? Because I hit one of the bands, and the bands was not funny as well, just to try to get through. But navigating at this point, I wouldn't even want to try that, you know. And like you said, keep in mind, we're going to be needing those first
in downtown Fort Myers, Amy Osher, Wink News.
All right, Amy, I guess it's kind of inevitable right now that we have to watch it rise, but a lot of people are going to be really interested to see, you know, watching for your property, watching different areas to see how high it comes.
It gives you some perspective. I mean, if you see how it is in downtown Fort Myers and you're a little further upriver, you might.
And they will be moving onshore as Milton also moves onshore. So the eye, very ragged. South of the eye, there's no weather going on. I mean, there's some wind, but we've been saying for days, if you live in Hardee County and this passes through, you might very well see stars, and you're not even in the eye, you're on the southern flank. And by the way, a lot of the Bay Area is going to be in the eye of this. And that is quite an experience where you go from the eye wall, where you have very, very heavy winds, and within a matter of a minute or two, the winds go calm and you're in the eye. And very often, Not saying to do this, but very often people run outside to see what it's like to be in the eye of a hurricane. Again, I'm not saying to do that, because what happens is on the other side, although that being said, the other side will be much weaker, because this is literally being cut in half. As Jason was talking about, it's quickly turning into what would be called a hybrid or a subtropical system. It doesn't have the look or the characteristics of a tropical system, which is a warm core system, as opposed to a winter storm, a nor'easter, right? And a nor'easter, think about it, a nor'easter has winds that expand out much, much farther. The winds 150 miles with a nor'easter are every bit as strong as the winds near the surface. It's more uniform. A hurricane, most of the winds are right near the surface, right there, right? Right there. But in this one, it's a little different, where we've got that really solid band of wind and rain in the northern eye wall. And while that is not the eye, and how many miles, Jason? Maybe 20 miles from the eye wall, that northern band, something like that? Yeah. So, I mean, maybe 20 miles to the north, you're going to have winds every bit as strong, if not stronger, than right at the eye wall. And I can't say that I can ever remember that happening before. I mean, it's a very, very unique situation. So there it is. Landfall occurring in the next few hours. When landfall occurs is when you will have this extreme wind. So let me be clear about something, guys, all right? And we're going to treat this almost like a tornado warning, because in a sense it is, right? You are if you live in Pinellas County, especially the southern half, but we'll pinpoint it as it gets closer. If you live in Hillsborough County, if you live in Manatee or in Sarasota, you are going to have an area of winds that are equivalent to an EF1 tornado come through. The difference with this is it's going to last longer than an EF1 tornado. Might last 30 seconds. This could last significantly longer. So when you get to that point, you want to get away from your windows. If you have them boarded up, it's okay. But if you don't have your windows boarded up, you want to be in an interior part of your home. You want to be on the lowest floor. And if it gets bad enough, you'll go just like in a tornado in a closet or in a bathroom. I mean, we're not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this because the reality of an extreme wind warning is about as strong as it gets, certainly with a tropical storm or a hurricane. So there again, we have a hurricane warning remain in effect. No changes there. Current wind gusts anywhere from 66 in St. Pete, 62 in Venice. These are the current wind gusts. It was 74 just a few minutes ago in Venice with hurricane force gusts.
Determine whether they're in an unsafe situation.
Well, they are in an unsafe situation, and right now they just have to do all that they can to shelter in place right now. It's too late to get out.
And just quickly, what resources are going to be standing by for when this storm passes through, and how will you deploy those resources?
And that's a great question, because we are prepared to respond. But what we need to alert everyone to is that as you evacuated, thank you for doing that. But as soon as the winds die down, you can't come back into the city immediately. We're going to have to check those areas that have been flooded to ensure everyone's safe, and it's safe to get back in there. I promise you, we will get you back in as quickly as we safely can. So please just stay posted and wait for the official word to go back into those evacuation areas.
All right, Mayor Jane Castor, thank you so much for being with us.
Watching the water get closer. Again, I just talked to him. I mean, he's like, we're praying that it doesn't get any closer. Joe, we're praying for it with you. You know, he just got back in that house. It's so beautiful. He's so proud of it. So many people I know are in that situation right now.
Yeah, I know so many people will be praying for Joe. Everybody just fell in love with him because he had lost all hope, and the community wrapped their loving arms around him and just brought him back to life.
And will again. I just hope he wants to do it again.
Yeah. Well, most people heeded the warnings to get out of Charlotte County, and for good reason. Englewood is dealing with intense conditions at this hour, and that's where Wink News reporter Maddie Herron is.
Check out this intense rain. It's wind and rain slapping us in the face. Right now we're on East Frey Street in Englewood, where I want to show you what some of the homes here look like. They're boarded up behind me, but as you can see, these are one-story homes, and it's one of the reasons why Charlotte County asked everyone in this area to evacuate. And a second reason is what I'm about to show you on the ground right now. It's this
services are now suspended, and they said that we'll resume those when it's safe to do so. But obviously, right now, the conditions out on the roadways are not safe for anybody to be out there. And they're just reminding residents right now to get to the centermost spot in their house, away from those doors and windows. And it's not the time to get curious right now because they don't want anybody poking their heads out. Because as we've been talking about throughout the entirety of the week, with all this additional debris on the side of the roadways from Hurricane Milton, there's going to be a lot more projectiles that are getting caught in these heavy winds. So they want everybody to stay inside and wait till the storm has officially passed to go and check things out outside. Again, they said that they are prepared to start doing rescues once it gets to safe conditions outside, but again, they can only do that when it's safe for those first responders to be out there. I think one of the main things that I've been seeing here at the Public Safety Center is it's truly a team effort, and there are so many resources here that will be dispatched here soon. List a few of them. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is here. Districts, National Guard, Urban Search and Rescue Task Forces, the Department of Environmental Protections, and the Department of Health. They also have some of these agencies with their counterparts at the state.
The problem is the storm surge is causing the water levels to go up. You can see where we started that. It was at about 12:30, and then since then we have been going up. And this is in downtown Fort Myers, and I can attest to this. It is flooding right along the river. We are at 2.55 feet, okay? So how we know what the storm surge is the difference between those two values. So it's about 3.5 feet of storm surge. You take the difference between that. But the more important level is the observed. That's the water level. That's when we start to get flooding. And you can see that NOAA knows this, and it has a gauge of minor, moderate, and major flooding. So right now in downtown Fort Myers, we are seeing about 3.5 feet of storm surge. Let's take it to Naples, and that has really been going up fast. And let me see if I can get a brand new update. That should be the update. Yeah, so same deal with Naples. They started to have their water levels go up at about 11 to noon, and then since then, it has continued to go up. And right now for Naples, they are seeing what is classified as borderline major flooding with the observed at 3.53. Their surge, let's take that difference. Yeah, it's about 4.25, so 4.25 feet of storm surge right now in progress for Naples. And we pulled up earlier the earth cam shot. Yeah, here's a live look of, oh, thanks. We'll look at Allstate later, as we do have the Naples surge level, again, about 4.25 feet and rising. And the other thing to factor in, everybody, is that, you know, we're here right now in the blue. We have to go through still more of approaching a high tide cycle. So you can take this line right here and kind of infer that we're going to continue to go up until we hit this peak, which is at about 5 a.m. So that's something that we do have to keep in mind, and that's just the water coming in from the hurricane. Now, there will be a time where we lose that pull from the hurricane as it starts to weaken. Boy, that's a long commercial. Let's go back to the storm, as we do have the water level still at about 3.5 feet. All right, let's see if longest commercial in the world. Let's see.
Extreme wind warning, like I'd mentioned a second ago. It looks like they are not going to extend it south into Sarasota County. So if there is any good news, it would be for those of you in Sarasota County right now, where it looks like this goes right to the Manatee-Sarasota County line, but they're not going, the National Weather Service is not going to extend it a little farther south. And we were just showing you this a second ago, but if you did miss it, let me turn off the warnings here on this map and show you what we're looking at as far as the potential for these winds, how strong the winds are inside.
Right here, it has the hurricane shutters on, and again, it doesn't appear that anybody is in this neighborhood or in this general area right now. Now, this house, the neighbor actually tells me the homeowner stayed during Hurricane Helene and actually had to swim out to the house next door that was on higher ground. So that just gives you an idea of how high high that water was that came in during Helene. Now neighbors in this area are bracing for potentially round 2 of some potential storm surge flooding and flash flooding that could come with Milton and impact parts of Pasco County. And if you look at this house right now, this house was destroyed by flooding from Hurricane Helene. The homeowner says he had at least 4 feet of water inside his house. His house is gutted right now. And by the looks of the debris that was scattered along the street in this neighborhood, so many other people were dealing with the same thing from the flooding from Hurricane Helene. As you can see behind me, these homes back right up to the water, and that has been a concern again with Helene and with Milton here about that water rising. One of the biggest concerns in the county along the coast is the potential for more storm surge flooding and flash flooding. Again, it's already been raining for the better part of the afternoon, at least better part of the day really here in the area. So that is one of the concerns. Again, storm surge flooding and flash flooding. At this point, if you haven't evacuated, that window has closed, and emergency officials are asking people really to shelter in place at this point. We will continue to have updates throughout the evening, but reporting in Pasco, Kylie Jones.
I want to talk about this graphic. We were discussing it earlier. Extreme wind warning is up until 9:30. This is done in extreme wind in extreme cases. Doesn't happen very often, and since I've been here 35 years, I don't recall one. Maybe when some of the hurricanes moved across the state, but I think back then this wasn't used much. All it means is in purple, which really covers essentially almost all of Manatee County, almost all of Hillsborough, almost all of Pinellas County. Winds may be sustained at 115 miles an hour. That's sustained, not gusts. Doesn't mean for 3 hours you can have a sustained winds of 115, that there may be a spell of that amount of wind as the eye wall begins to traverse the state from west to east or west-southwest to east-northeast. The highest likelihood, I think, of that occurring maybe a little bit to the south of some of these, the top end, maybe a little bit down here and down here. That is where the eye wall contains, we talked about this last night, the day before that, the core of the hurricane, the donut. The eye is the hole of the donut, and then surrounding that hole is the wind, the worst that the hurricane can produce or offer. That is going to slide east-northeast and head to the east coast. So this is up until 9:30. You should have had alert on your phone. I think it's actually required. This is one of those alerts, like a storm surge warning, that is required to be sent to your phone. This is until 9:30. Can we show current winds to see if we're probably not near that threshold? But let's see, you got 66 now in St. Pete. The eye wall is still kind of hanging off the coastline, but the winds will pick up as it begins to move onshore. So what is the advice? They say, Paul, what do I do? There's not really a lot you can do in basements. I mean, if I was home and one was issued from my location, the best course of action is to put yourself in a room that you think is the safest room in your house, whether it's a bathroom or maybe I'm not saying it doesn't have to be a closet. It could be a den. It could be someplace in your house that you feel you've got a lot of walls in between you and the outside and away from windows. Your biggest concern is really that wind blowing something around that would hit your window and compromising your house. That's really the biggest concern in these extreme wind warnings. I don't think there'll be enough wind necessarily to blow your roof off or something like that, but certainly can cause damage to your house. But anywhere interior of your home away from windows is the best course of action. So we'll have an update again and a lot more coming up. Here's the radar showing the heavy torrential rains which continue Tampa Bay north. Back to you guys.
All righty, Paul, thanks. You know, Disney World closed their theme parks early today ahead of this hurricane, ahead of Milton making landfall. And the cost of the closings, they say, could be anywhere from $150 to $200 million. That's according to analysts at Goldman Sachs. They say that will be the cost of closing Disney's Hollywood Studios, Animal Kingdom, Magic Kingdom, Epcot, and Disney Springs. Disney says these parks will likely stay closed through Thursday. And it's always, I want to show you this, always amazing to see this. Look at that. That's the International Space Station capturing some video of Hurricane Milton as it churned toward the Gulf Coast of Florida earlier today. And you can see it's clearly a monstrous storm, and it really has taken shape. And there are always incredible images from afar. I think a lot of us would love to be on that International Space Station right now.
Right, yeah. Well, you know, this morning, FHP troopers rescued a dog that was left tied to a pole by someone. Look at this video. This dog was found on the shoulder of Interstate 75 near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. And as FHP troopers approached the dog, you can see here it barked because it was scared. But troopers reassured it that they were there to help. And then you can see in the video, the dog was already submerged in floodwater up to its chest. Now, we shouldn't have to say this, but of course, FHP urges people, do not do this. You can take your dog to a shelter, or many of the shelters are accepting dogs. They're pet friendly.
Sure.
But the dog has been rescued, as you can see in the back of the trooper's car, and we actually heard that it was checked out by a vet, doing okay. Well, here's the dog in the back of the cruiser, and yep, as we just said, all checked out and doing well.
You can find more storm coverage as well right in the palm of your hand. If you have not downloaded the Fox Local app, please do it now, because it really is a great app. It's so easy to use. You can actually scrub back on the live newscast and watch it. You'll really need this for sure if you have any power outages, because many people are expecting it. Many people are already experiencing that. I know I'm getting some alerts in Pinellas County already. But the app has county-by-county updates, forecast videos from our weather team, all of our live newscasts. It's free to download for iPhone and Android phones, so please take advantage of that and don't wait till your power's out. Go ahead and do that now. And obviously, keep your phone charged as long as you can.
And those alerts on. Those are so important. And a reminder, if you do lose power during the storm or you need to save your device's batteries, several local radio stations will be carrying our newscasts, and you can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. Stay informed, of course, at fox13news.com, and you can always find the latest track for Milton and weather updates there. Well, we are staying with you on the air throughout the night as we continue to monitor Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, this is a tough one, affecting a lot of people, but we're here for you. We want to help.
They were talking about 10 to 12 feet and possibly higher, and so that's a pretty good roll of the dice for us if it holds.
Yeah, let's hope it does. I'm sure all of your county residents are hoping so as well. You have a very low-lying county, as you know, and the sheriff gave a very stern warning to residents, asking them to leave. Can you give us an update on how many people have come to your shelters, people who evacuated areas with nowhere else to go and came to you for a safe place to be?
Right. We've got several thousand people at 4 shelters that are open in Charlotte County, 3 that are run by the county, and 1 that's run by the Florida Department of Emergency Management. And obviously, they're all locals. We had very good compliance with the evacuation orders, especially in the A and B zones that we called for 2 days before the storm. And the highway, we're right by the I-75 here at the EOC, and we can look outside, and there's hardly anybody on the roads. So that's encouraging, and we're encouraging people to stay home. That's why we're not accepting any new people to the shelters, because we don't want to encourage people to drive in this heavy wind. You know, we're getting 50 and 60 mile an hour gusts, and that's not safe for driving.
Brian, what's your plan for tomorrow? I know you guys are always looking 1 or 2 steps ahead. What happens when the sun comes up tomorrow?
The first thing we do is at daylight and the storm is off the coast and the winds are below tropical storm force, then we'll send our crews out, our public works crews, to do what they call the initial push. And that means to check for areas that are flooded, the roads aren't passable, check for debris that's in the roads, and that's also that we can get the first responders out to start going down that list of calls that were logged the night before when we couldn't respond to those calls. So that's the first thing we do in the morning, and then it's a matter of implementing some of the other plans, getting some missions fulfilled from the state, having some of the support staff that we have go out and do whatever water rescues that we need to do, check on those calls where people either are stranded, like we saw after Helene. They were stranded in their house and they were calling to get picked up and taken to safer areas. So that's the first order of business. Get out there, clear the roads, get to people that need help, and then start the road to recovery.
Can I ask you, Brian, I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but I know you have all the different department heads that are with you in the EOC there tonight. I know people sometimes are hesitant to evacuate their homes because they're worried about people coming into their neighborhood, causing trouble, looters, and those types of things. What does the sheriff's office do to make sure that people's homes are protected, just to get them to evacuate?
Yeah, as soon as the winds go below tropical storm force winds, and there'll be a heavy police presence, just because there are so many people who are not in town, and so all of the police department and the sheriff's office are have everybody on shift. They're doing double shifts and A and B shifts, and so everybody who's working for those law enforcement agencies is working through this storm. So there'll be a heavy police presence and sheriff's office presence on the streets as soon as it's daylight and the winds are below tropical storm force winds.
Okay. All right, Brian, thank you so much for taking the time out of a very busy day and spending time with us. We appreciate it.
Well, first responders are assessing roadways in Fort Myers, too, and there's a lot of debris. Fort Myers police posted some images on Facebook, and you can see, wow, there is a lot of debris caused by some of those tornadoes here. They're moving a palm tree. This looks like it's on the McGregor corridor. We also saw some other pictures like these along McGregor near downtown Fort Myers. There you see the fire department as well with the police department in neighborhoods checking out the damage, trying to clear debris, keep things safe before the heaviest of the winds came. Most of this damage likely came from either straight line winds or a tornado. We've seen so much damage in Fort Myers or as a result of what seems like either a string of tornadoes or the same tornado system.
Those palm trees don't come down in wind that's not a tornado usually.
No, hurricanes, they usually withstand very well. Correct,
yep,
correct.
So it'll be interesting to see what that turns out to be. We'll show you some video of the early storm surge on Fort Myers Beach at Jefferson Street. This is associated with Milton, of course, sent to us.
There on 17th Street, just look at the wind taking those trees. Already one tree went down. Thankfully, we are not seeing people drive around anymore because for the last couple hours, there were still people out on the street. You can really feel these wind gusts going right now. Within the last few minutes, the city of St. Petersburg, as expected, shut down water to many parts of the city because they said, the sewer system obviously overrun with the stormwater surge and the threat of that. So they have shut that down. So it might not be a good idea to try and use the toilet at this point. Your plumbing might not work, but it is expected. And depending on how things go tonight, it could be more than 24 hours before it is put back on. So that is something that, could be one of the many inconveniences to come. And you see these are a couple apartment buildings here on Central Avenue. We've seen people actually watching ABC Action News because when we go live, we can hear them screaming at us, saying hello as everybody just waits to see what this storm will do to St. Petersburg, an area that was ravaged, like so many others, by the storm surge for Hurricane Helene. And now, if the storm surge is even more than Helene, you just don't even want to think about the possibility because people already lost everything. And we've been keeping track of Jack Skellington, the Halloween decoration from the Nightmare Before Christmas. He is still flying up there. So we keep saying that as long as he's still up there, maybe we're okay. But everyone here just waiting the best they can to get through this storm. But we are definitely seeing the effects here as the eye wall gets closer just south of us in that Bradenton area. But we're definitely feeling it here in downtown St. Pete. Live in downtown St. Pete, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. He just said waiting game, and I feel like that's what we've all been dealing with the past really few days. Honestly.
Yeah, 100%. And really, especially the last 24 hours.
Yes.
It's like, there's no relief that we're seeing the eye get closer and closer either. It is the waiting game, but we'll get through it.
Yeah, and we do want to go now to our ABC Action News anchor, Paul LeGrone. He's in the Bradenton area.
That's right. So, Paul, have the winds picked up since the last time we saw you?
Yeah, absolutely. They're picking up pretty strong here. I haven't measured it, but it's definitely 70 plus. And we actually saw some sparks. I believe the power lines were sparking over in this direction. The clouds are moving really fast above us right now, and the trees are taking a beating. The power lines are really starting to wave, and we saw some sparks coming from a couple of homes down there, and the power is flickering on and off. I want to take you across the street, all right? Because I want to check in with our good folks, Gigi and Carl. They're the best from Boston. Love that town. They're here in Bradenton, where we are right now, in the area called Palma Vista. A few miles north of IMG Academy, a few miles south of the Manatee River. I'm going to ring their doorbell. They know I'm coming. We cleared it with them earlier, so I'm not just showing up unannounced. I wouldn't do that to anyone. But we wanted to check in with them. They got their family in Boston calling, asking how they're doing, as we do have a bit of a lull in the wind right now. All right, Gigi, Carl, how are you?
Worried about the door blowing.
That's all right. How you guys doing? How you holding up?
Holding up. Actually, the power's been off and on, so we've been lucky to keep it on. How about you over there?
We're doing good. You can tell the wind's starting to pick up.
All right. Yeah, no, it's definitely picked up, and we're going to hunker down at this point. I mean, we were worried about the wind all along. It's just waiting for it to come. The waiting game is the thing.
The waiting.
How's the family in Boston doing?
We're on the phone right now with our kids in Boston, and they're listening to us right now and keeping in touch and hoping for the best for us.
Okay. Well, the house looks good so far. I see you sandbagged the garage and everything.
Yeah.
Windows doing okay?
Here at the Holiday Inn, but want to show you some video today. This is from the Cortez Fishing Village. There was still some time for people to prepare here to get their boats ready, and you have to think about the Cortez Fishing Village. They were impacted greatly from Helene. Now they have Milton, and the Milton has its eyes set on the Manatee, Sarasota County area. It's a very hard thing. This is a historic fishing village. This is a place that so many people have poured their lives into for decades. I want you to hear from one of the fishermen here who says, no matter what Milton brings their way, they are going to rebuild, and they will continue to be here for the community.
We've moved a lot of our boats around to another harbor to try and...
So we may look different and feel different, but we're still here for you. Okay, we've got another guest on the phone. We always like making new friends. This is Melanie Bevins. She is the Bradenton Chief of Police, and we are going to keep this as authentic as we are. So here she is. All right, Chief, can you hear me? It's Rob and Stephanie with ABC 7. Okay, terrific. How are things out there right now? Have folks heeded the warning?
I'll tell you, I would have thought so, but about 10 minutes ago, so we actually could go back to the police department. We spent the last 2 days getting 45,000 pieces of evidence and everything that's located to some secure locations, and we actually are sheltering some of us, a few of us, right across the street over at the Bishop Museum, the section that was just built in a Cat 5, and I'm here, and somebody was just screaming. They pulled up in a car from the roadway asking where they could get gas. So,
wow.
There's still so many stupid people out there. They obviously didn't know that they're driving around. But I do believe, for the most part, that people learned their lesson from Hurricane Milton, and a lot of them got out.
Chief, we are so happy that you're there and safe, but I've been to your offices many times. You are front and center right down there on the waterfront, albeit a beautiful view. Paint the picture of it, what it's like to be in that old building right now. And are you alone? How many folks are around you? And do you feel safe at this hour?
We evacuated that building.
City of St. Pete as well as Pinellas County have now stopped their emergency response because it is just too dangerous for those crews to be out on the roads right now. Now, earlier, just maybe around 6:30, we all got those alerts on our phones from Pinellas County. Anyone who was here in the area telling us to shelter in place because of those high winds. And I'm sure everybody, as we heard Nash and Paul talking about the National Weather Service having their warning about the extreme wind. So you should already be in your safe place by now where you're going to be taking shelter during the storm. Now, before those warnings went off, I can tell you that we did have the chance to step outside and get a little bit of video of the conditions here right outside of the EOC. And we did see the wind start to pick up as well, along with the rain. But I do also want to talk about power outages here. Obviously, there's already thousands of them happening all across the Tampa Bay area. But if you have power...
We just ordered new guns. The guns had to go somewhere. Really just everything. We left tonight. I was the last person in that building, and I grabbed my tower from my computer and headed out. So hopefully we can all walk back in there tomorrow. But the weather's pretty rough out here. We have a bird's eye view. We can see it pretty good. The water doesn't seem to be rising as quickly as we thought it would, so that's good news. But the wind is really, really whipping up.
Yeah, and that we have a picture on our screen in Bradenton. I believe this is far from where you are located. I believe this is on the Manatee River at the park near the hospital. Am I right? So we're kind of seeing live right now what you guys are going through. But the good news in all of this, according to our chief meteorologist Bob Harrigan, is that the storm ended up, the eye wall has made landfall a lot lower than what has been projected in the past. So that is, a silver lining in all of this.
Well, silver lining for us, devastation for our friends. I'm not exactly sure who's getting the brunt of it, Northport, Sarasota, but I will tell you, if we don't need help tomorrow from law enforcement agencies, we will be the first ones to offer our help.
Chief, that's a great point, and I want to take that up. With the eye of the storm and with how the trajectory of these things changes so quickly, especially along the Suncoast and what we've learned this season, how do you decide the day after what resources are needed where? I assume it's a group effort. It is a major conference call, if you will, to say, hey, we need to dispatch our crew here or there. How do you kind of navigate the resources and the road to recovery after to help other local areas?
Well, I'll tell you, from a city and county perspective, from an infrastructure, from down lines to debris, they do a fantastic job. Manatee County and Bradenton work so well together. From a police, law enforcement position, we get on the phone every day with each other. We have a great group through the Florida Police Chiefs Association. We put our missions in well in advance of what we think we may need should we experience the full brunt of the storm. And it's
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we're ready. Whenever you guys want to come to us, we'll be ready for you.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Again, Paul Agrone in Bradenton. We also have Mike Paluska. Mike is in Venice, I believe? Sarasota. Mike's in Sarasota. Mike, you're even closer. You're about 20 miles. Just measured it out here. So it looks, marginal right now, but I think it's going to go downhill pretty quickly.
Yeah, you know what, Paul? You know what, Dennis? It has, and it's getting pretty intense where we're at. There's a lot of trees in the backyard of the house, so I've positioned myself in the middle of the street, and nothing big's flying our way, but we're getting some really extreme gusts, and I just looked at the radar map too, and so I guess that southern part's coming in. You can tell that I'm not wearing a jacket because there's really no rain out here, which I think you were mentioning, that southern part's breaking apart and it's weakening, which is good news. We want this thing to fall apart as fast as it can. My photographer, Reed Moeller, is positioned up top, kind of in a bird's nest up there, and I'm just going to give you a lay of the land on where we are. These are some of the things that are concerning us, but we're pretty far away from them. You can see that transformer right there. We have been seeing some unreal explosions behind us, and it's not lightning, it's transformers blowing. Power went out here about 20 minutes ago, and then we'll have Reed Moeller pan to the left, and you can see these trees are whipping. We actually have a giant pine tree in the backyard that we are staying way far away from. Whoa, that was a good gust. We've positioned ourselves, and you saw that explosion out there. I'm not sure where my photographer's pointing, but you saw that explosion out there. by that house, Dennis. And so I think what we're going to start seeing, I know we're not in that extreme wind warning, but you know, this is intense. I wouldn't say it's as intense as we saw when we were in the eye wall of Hurricane Ian, but I think it's going to start to ramp up, what, maybe 30 minutes or so from now, and then we'll be in it, like you said, for maybe an hour?
Yeah.
Or are we going to get what Paul gets?
No, actually, he'll probably get more than you do, depending on where it is. But I don't know, looking from our perspective, that's coming down. And you know, you got those mobile homes right there. That's obviously a scary thing as well. So, I mean, really, you got to find a place of safety. You're right. You're not going to have to worry about rain. You're one of those people we were talking about. You're going to have a ton of wind, and yet it's probably going to be very little of any rain there.
Yeah, you know, and that's actually, I like not being in the rain because it's really hard to report when you're getting pelted with rain in your eyes. Just saw another explosion back behind Reed, and you saw that explosion out in the distance. And, you know, I think when we cover these storms, you know, you expect them to be front-loaded on the right side, Dennis, and I'm kind of trying to figure out why it's lopsided this time and going sort of towards the St. Pete area. Is that from the shear that came down with that cold front?
Yeah, the shear's coming in from the southwest, and what happens? Whoa, yep. Yeah, you can see that gust there. Yeah, it is lopsided. All of the wind, all of the rain is on the north side, and storms have a tendency to draw toward that where that strength is, so that's why I was lifting a little more north at first. But last check, it's actually kind of kicking back to the east, so it's wobbles. I mean, and you know that. You've been covering these a long time. You know how wobbles are pretty much unpredictable.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, one of the things that concerns me the most is we were out on Lido, and now we're getting even more storm surge here. And that's super concerning. I mean, you know, there's all these people that didn't evacuate, so my heart is breaking for anyone that's still there. Obviously, we've been covering Helene. I'll just see where this is going. I think we're still good out here for now. I don't think these are hurricane force gusts, but we're getting pretty close to high-end tropical storm force winds. I'm going to kick it over to these trees and have Reed zoom in on that backside. Those guys are really bending. We've got trees down around this neighborhood that we're in Sarasota. We're close to downtown Sarasota. We're about a mile from Sarasota High. My coworker Julie Salamone is super close to where we are as well, her Airbnb. And you know, I think where we're positioned here, I think we should be able to ride this out and give you guys coverage to see what's going to be coming up through Tampa. That's the most important thing, you know. I know people think we're crazy when we stand out here, but you know, you wouldn't ask a fireman not to run into a burning building, so sometimes our job requires us to be out working. There went another explosion behind me. Power's going to be out for a while here, I think. I mean, this area, as you know, is so inundated with pine trees, and we've seen them just falling on lines, on lines, on lines, and exploding. Huge explosions, like booms of big branches that are hitting our house. It's brand new, just built, block construction, second floor, and we really, I was worried a little bit about localized street flooding. I'm really not anymore. We're hardly getting any flooding in the street, and as you mentioned, we're not going to be the ones getting the rain. So yeah, it's really coming in now, Dennis, and I think there's one more really big gust here. I'm just going to check down the street. You know, it's actually, I have a clear line of sight to my left and my right, and I've got my field producer, Sean Daly, watching as well. We do want to be safe. I got 3 kids at home, and one is a month old. And so when it starts to get bad, we're going to go in. Mostly leaves now, Dennis. Mostly just leaves. These trees are holding up pretty good. So yeah, this is a good spot, and these power lines look like they're pretty stable as well. That transformer we thought might explode, but I think since the power exploded behind us a couple of times, this one's not energized anymore.
Hey Mike, how far are you from the water?
You know?
How far are you from the water?
We are, as the crow flies, Dennis, we're 1 mile from Sarasota Bay in evacuation zone E.
Okay.
So we're really close to the water, and we were in Lido Beach yesterday, and we interviewed a guy. He has a frame house. He's lived there 34 years. He was boarding it up. He said he didn't get really much water from Helene because he's elevated a little bit. He said, I said, hey man, how are you doing? He said, look, I'm gonna say goodbye to my house, and I hope it's here when I get back. And I know you know surge is hard to predict, even though they were spot on with Helene. So I'm just praying that that surge, that worst case scenario, as this thing falls apart, doesn't come in. Because I know right now where we are, we got that onshore flow. And Tampa's got that offshore flow until it kind of wraps around. The winds have been coming out from the east, Dennis. And you know, as they go counterclockwise, they're just going to wrap around this area. And then we're going to hit another spot so that we can duck in and out of cover. We got a really good spot here, elevated. So that's really good. I think the thing is tomorrow when we wake up in the morning, we're going to be looking at a lot different Tampa Bay area, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, a lot of trees. I mean, I think it's twofold. After Helene, we are going to get even more. I think the surge will be similar in the Bay that it was with Helene in the southern part. But for you, you're a mile in at an E. You said that's okay. But yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Sarasota, all the way up from Sarasota down to Siesta Key, I think they're going to see a 10 to 12 foot surge, and I don't think there's any way around it. So stay safe out there, Mike. We'll come back to you shortly as the winds start to pick up, and that will be rather shortly. Again, thanks. That's Mike Paluska over in Sarasota. We're going to go to Seminole, I believe. Robert Boyd is live in Seminole right now, and Seminole is an area that is actually under that extreme wind warning. So, Robert, it looks like you're okay right now, but I would expect that to go downhill pretty quickly.
Dennis, everything you've mentioned in the last hour has come true right here in real life for me and the crew in Seminole. Randy Wright and Kylie McKibben. Right now, the wind has picked up tremendously. It is really blowing. You look at these trees behind me. They are swaying back and forth. The stop signs rattling. I feel pretty safe, though, because the property, the Airbnb we're staying in, doesn't have any large trees in the yard or anything, and I haven't seen much debris floating around. So that's good news. But the wind is really picking up. Extreme wind, as you mentioned. And as soon as you mentioned it about an hour ago, that's when we saw it happen. Then you guys mentioned the power outages. And sure enough, you mentioned be careful, charge your phones. The power will go out. Sure enough, about 10 minutes after you said that, right here in Seminole, we lost power at our Airbnb. And then the third big thing that has been mentioned in the studio throughout the night is that once it gets to a certain point, too much danger for our first responders to go out. They won't go out, and that's what's happened right here in Seminole. No longer going out. If anybody has a medical emergency, unfortunately, they're going to have to fend for themselves. Police, fire, they are sheltering in place now. They're not coming out here to help people. So really, you got to be careful. If you decided not to evacuate, you really took matters into your own hands. But I do want to say this particular neighborhood here in the Seminole area, there was an evacuation order. So again, we feel safe about that. A lot of people taking precautions. When we drove around here earlier today, we saw a lot of people boarding up their windows. I would say at least 50 to 60% of the people in this neighborhood had storm shutters, boarded up their windows. They did everything they could to protect themselves. Wow, that was a pretty large wind gust that just came through. And I'm looking, but again, the good news is I don't see a lot of debris flying around, so I feel pretty safe about that. But the wind has definitely picked up, Dennis. And I'm just wondering, from your standpoint, how many more gusts are we going to see? How long is this going to last?
All right, Robert, thank you. It looks like the wind is definitely picking up, and from what Dennis said, it'll continue to. So stay safe out there. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. And we want to stay in our southern counties, and we move now to Sarasota.
Sarasota County, or are we going to Adam Walser?
We're going, I'm sorry, yes, Hillsborough County.
Yeah. Adam Walser, he's in the Hyde Park area. Adam, this is one of the first times we've actually checked in with you. What's it like in the Hyde Park area?
Well, the Hyde Park area is pretty much a ghost town. Normally this time of night it would be hopping with all the restaurants, all the businesses here, but right now it's a ghost town pretty much. We're staying at a small hotel called the Pally House Hotel, and it's filled with people, actually a lot of them who lost their homes or had significant damage from Hurricane Helene. They've been staying here for the last week and a half or so since they moved out to get to repair, so they're seeking refuge. And a few other people who I talked to who live down the hill, we're at a High Point here in High Point, but a few of the people who live closer to the bay in those houses that are maybe 100 years old, they also came to this hotel to seek refuge because of that fear of that storm surge. We don't know exactly what we're going to see there, but we have seen a significant amount of rain. We've seen the rain come down constantly. We've seen some squalls, really heavy winds and heavy sections of rain. As we drove around throughout South Tampa today, we saw there's still those piles of debris. So of course, with all the heavy wind moving that stuff into the roadways and all the rain, it should cause some flooding in this area. But right now, it's we haven't seen the worst of it yet. We're just seeing occasional rain. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Adam. We want to go back now to our southern counties because they are truly experiencing the most right now.
That's right, and Paul Lagrone is out in Bradenton. And Paul, last time we saw you, you were having power outages around you. Power lines were down. What's it like now?
Power is out. Power is out in this neighborhood. We have a generator, so we're able to continue to broadcast live to you. But yeah, the neighborhood is in the dark right now. These lights you're seeing are from us and our generator. We saw the wind has been consistently strong. This is nothing compared to what it was literally 5 seconds ago. So any moment now we could see a huge gust come in. It is all wind and hardly any rain. We're in Bradenton, a few miles south of the Manatee River. Okay, I want to go this way. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, just showing you around as far as the lights will take me. You see those trees whipping in the background, and that's our primary indicator of how strong these winds are. And again, literally at any second, we could get another punch here of wind. We're surrounded by water in the sense of the Manatee River's to our north, and the intercoastal is to our west. Heavy, heavy rainfall for hours until about 45 minutes ago, and it switched to all wind. I'm just shielding my eyes because I want to make sure that nothing's coming off of that roof. About 20 minutes ago, we saw several explosions and sparks. The power lines basically lit up, went out, and that's when the power on this block basically went out for everyone. Our friends over there, Carl and Gigi, they might be watching us if they have a generator, but I don't think they are. We talked to them live on the air when you guys last came to us. It's almost like the rain is being sprayed above us, and it's all wind. We are starting to get a little bit more rain right now, but mostly this is a wind event at this moment here. Of course, the storm surge is a different story because we already know that the Manatee River is flooding, and the streets near and along the Manatee River are underwater right now. We knew that before the sun went down. The police department here in Bradenton put that information out. And of course, the storm surge is the story that we're going to have to continue to monitor. Wind damage, I will say so far, we haven't seen anything, even though the wind has been strong. So far, these trees have held up, and so far, these homes have not seen it. I have not seen anything come off the homes or hit anything. The signs have remained intact. So despite the strong wind, even though we see some things waving in the wind, so far so good in that regard. But yes, now you're riding out a hurricane without power in the dark in Bradenton, as so many others are throughout the greater Tampa Bay region as Milton makes landfall here. I will say this, you know, we did see somebody ride their motorbike right through the street here right after our last live shot with no helmet or cover on. So you could say, well, Paul, you're doing the same thing. You're out in a hurricane, and okay, maybe you got a point. But I just don't want to see anyone. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. Obviously, you know, I want everyone to make it through this thing. So as I come back your way, you know, I think right now people are hunkered down. They're where they're going to be to ride this thing out.
Some people went to other areas of the state. Some people went to stay with friends inland. How many people went to your public shelters that you have open? What are the situations in the shelters right now?
We have more than 9,000 people in our county shelters, and we have close to 30,000 spots available. So, you know, there's still about 21,000 spaces that are free in our shelters. Estero Recreation Center is nearly at capacity. As you know, it was one of the first shelters that we opened. It filled up earlier today, but the balance of our shelters have plenty of space. And again, one of those things that we were able to operationalize within, you know, a 24-hour period to make that available to the community.
We know that you are working with all the different department heads at the EOC and members of the law enforcement and fire and all the emergency teams. We know that Lee County Sheriff is still taking calls at this time while many other areas are now pulling their crews off. Do you anticipate that that will happen soon as the winds pick up and they will be forced to pull their emergency crews off the streets just to keep them safe?
That's an active discussion that's going on here in the EOC. As you said, some agencies have pulled resources to a place of safety.
So right now, as we're looking at just before 7:30, that was
well, that's FPL only. That's not counting the entire statewide. So that's
we're looking at almost 69,000 power outages. That's across the state. With the winds here, my bet, with the winds gusting up as they are here, at least at Lakewood Ranch, I would have to believe that number will grow exponentially, if not the night. So it's something we're going to keep monitoring.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can hear people here behind us. Everybody is hunkering down, and it's been, people have been in here for hours. People tend to get a little, I don't know, stir crazy sometimes. So if you hear, some noise behind us, just know that everybody is just trying to cope it the best they can. And our team has been phenomenal. They've been taking care of us, and we really, really appreciate our entire team. And we would not be able to do this without our team here to serve you, the public. So you may hear some people behind us, and everybody's got to blow off steam because it's a high pressure situation.
The picture, we're in like a huge conference room here, right? So we're becoming friends with folks we never would become close friends with. So that's what it is. That's what it takes to get the job done. And know that we're here for you. North Biscayne Drive in Northport, we've got some viewer video. Take a look. Oh, wow. Look at the ponding. This is obviously from daylight hours, so we're assuming late afternoon, maybe very early evening. Look at the roadway completely covered. Obviously, these areas completely soaked from still the effects of Helene just 2 weeks ago. The waters, the ponds, the streams at max.
As you've been saying, it extends until 9:30 tonight, and that's for which counties are we looking at?
Yeah, that's for Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, and Manatee County. That goes until 9:30. This is something essentially as the core, as the eye and the core is coming ashore. This is what is reserved for that. So this is something, back in the past, they used to the only thing they could do is issue tornado warning after tornado warning, but just to make it a little more clear that we're not talking about tornadoes, we're just talking about the extreme winds with the center of the storm.
Okay. I've got a question for you guys that I think a lot of viewers, I've gotten some questions about it too, probably have, regarding what this eye wall looks like right now. And it's kind of a two-part question, if you don't mind. You guys can each split it if you want. Usually it seems like we have some of the worst and heaviest winds on the northeast side, but right now we've got them on the northwest side. Is that unusual?
Not unusual. Normally on, I'd say it's in the correct position. The north side of the eye in this particular case makes sense. We were looking at that cold front, Jim. That's what it's interacting with, and all the forecast models showed northeast side of that eye, we'd probably have the strongest winds with this storm.
And you see down at Central Avenue, you see the trees blowing. You see sheets of wind, sheets of rain just coming down 17th Street there, and just such force up against these buildings. And we definitely have some viewers in some of these apartments. We can see those folks there that we've been following for several hours now with the Jack Skellington decoration there on their balcony. They've got the light so we can see that Jack is still there. They've left him hanging up, and they're watching ABC Action News coverage. And I can look through some of the windows, and I see coverage, and we see people waving at us through here because everybody is just home making the best of this situation. Boy, look down 17th Street right now again as we see the force of these gusts, and something that's happened here as expected within the last hour is that they have shut off water for most of St. Petersburg. They had put that out earlier that because the sewer treatment centers would need to be shut down because of the potential storm surge again, and so you can't use your plumbing. That includes toilets. You can't operate with that surge, so it could take more than 24 hours to restore, depending on how bad things get here. And listen, some of these neighborhoods, whoa, that was a big sheet of wind. And kudos to photographer, videographer Jason Richards here, who is standing tall as this wind just comes through this balcony that we're on. But Northeast St. Pete, Shore Acres, all of you, hopefully, have gotten out of those areas because, listen, they flooded so badly during Helene, so we can only imagine what might happen this time. And, we reported this earlier in the day, but it's something to bring up again because of the threat of looting. So many neighborhoods that have been evacuated. If you hadn't heard, earlier today, somebody was arrested by St. Petersburg police for actually trying to burglarize a home in Shore Acres. And so, everyone evacuated there, and then somebody tried to steal, and they were arrested. As we look over the balcony here onto 17th Street, and just, you see the force of the wind, and we haven't even seen the worst of it yet. This is, and the other thing that, we've been thinking all along with all of the debris from Helene, all that debris in so many people's front yards that hasn't been picked up yet. Thankfully, we haven't seen any of that flying around, because that has been a major concern for so many people. What would happen with that, with these heavy winds coming through? But we are seeing it, we are feeling it, and we are hearing it, hearing the roar of the winds here in downtown St. Petersburg. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I can see the wind picking up again. Thank you, Eric. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. We now want to go to Tampa. That's where our Scripps reporter, Jenna Ray, joins us live from Ybor City.
Yeah, Jenna, how are the conditions there in Ybor City right now?
It's wet, and it's been wet like this for a few hours now. We saw the rain pick up, I would say, within the last hour or so. You can see this rain
place
coming.
that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael. No, sir. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's west coast. Many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there with confirmed radar signature, confirmed tornadoes. We do have Virginia Task Force 1, Ohio Task Force 1, and Miami Task Force 1 going into those areas to help with those structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood, this is really, really rough numbers right now, but about 125 homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes and senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, as the governor just said, you need to stay inside, stay safe, and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence and no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the 2nd floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge coming in, please just do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads may be flooded, blocked by debris, or have down power lines. Please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek shelter immediately and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris. by putting household items such as pillows, heavy coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over. If it goes from absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely in the eye of the tornado. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now, if you still have power, to keep those electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full.
Power lines down as well. Any number of pitfalls on Sarasota County roads right now as we really feel the bulk wind from Milton that we're going to feel here. The story here, though, will likely be storm surge, which they dealt with during Hurricane Helene just 2 weeks ago. They anticipate the bulk effect of storm surge to happen over the next 12 hours or so into the early morning hours. They believe that storm surge along Sarasota Bay and of course, Gulf of Mexico, too, along the barrier islands will rise rapidly, putting so many of those areas under feet of water. You know, you just feel for the people who just dealt with Helene a couple weeks ago. They were trying to get a path lined up to repair. Now they have this on top of them again, and with that track north of us, it means the storm surge will likely be worse here in Sarasota County. But we're going to stand by here at the place we're staying as we brace for another big gust of wind right now and send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, Chad, and we'll check back with you as the wind continues to get stronger and stronger. We want to go north now to Northport.
Yeah, and our Capitol reporter Forrest Saunders trading south. Tallahassee for Milton, moving down south to Northport. Forrest, welcome to this part of the state. How is it like for you out there?
Well, you would make a wonderful travel agent. I've really enjoyed my stay. Thank you very much. The accommodations are wonderful. No, it's been horrible. Guys, this is a terrible storm. I will tell you, we are now actually next to City Hall. We are standing in a safe zone. I don't want you to worry about me. But we were actually outside of the Northport High School just a little bit ago. We had a police officer come up to us and say, listen, I know you guys are doing the news, but it's not safe to be out here. You got to go someplace else because we lost the roof during one of our last major hurricanes down here. So you have got
an incredible amount of tornadoes associated with Hurricane Milton.
That's going to happen during one of these, right? That's the last thing, but it is. And we're seeing that to our friends and family of the South. Lee, Collier counties, you're under the gun with that, and that's been that way since this afternoon.
Yeah. He also mentioned that the ports are closed, but they will be reopening as soon as it is safe to do so. And again, as you stated, he is telling people to stay home, stay put until the storm has passed. He also talked about, or we talked about earlier, that flash flood warning for Manatee and Sarasota counties. And then the 125 homes destroyed. He didn't specify, officials did not specify exactly where those homes are located, but, you know, we can assume that there will be some homes which are damaged and destroyed, particularly mobile home parks, communities that are.
People staying right there across the way at the middle school. We are waiting to see if the power will go out on us. But I will turn it back to you in Tampa. I hope you guys are staying just as safe.
Forrest, thank you. You stay safe out there. It's our field crews that really, need to stay safe, and they are safe.
Oh, all right. Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phelps, when he says he needs to talk, he's got to talk.
Yeah, we got to talk. Yeah, I mean, you know, the reporters going through some stuff, but, you know, I want to focus on the fact that we still have an extreme wind warning. That's about the most serious wind advisory that we will get in the Bay Area. I've been here 30 years. It's happened one time in 30 years, and that was 7 years ago, whenever Irma was, and it was in Polk County. So the storm still has winds of 120 miles an hour, moving northeast at 15. It is weakening. The northern eye wall, all of the weather that Robert was showing, all the weather that you're seeing in Hillsborough County, and in Pinellas County, and in northern Manatee County. That is the northern eye wall of this storm, and that's where all of the weather is. All right, here are the forecasts for the wind gusts. We just had an 88-mile-an-hour wind gust in St. Pete. Matter of fact, we had it twice. So over the next few hours, we're expecting winds between 70 and 90, gusting up to 100 miles an hour. When you see that means expected winds of 115 miles an hour. Now, it doesn't mean the entire area, but it will be in some areas. And Allie's going to talk about that in just a second. There's the forecast where the eye will go, again, through the evening into the overnight hours, and then moving out off the East Coast by tomorrow morning. So at this point in time, there's the latest track, winds of 120. The forecast track is here. The actual track was here. It made kind of another wobble. It made another little bit of a wobble to the east.
By surging our resources, which is really unprecedented, we knocked out a lot of debris in like 72 hours. So we want to have a debris where there's incentives to do it and do it quickly. I don't want to have to, even talk about this now, but we're not out of hurricane season. There is the possibility of another storm brewing, and it's going to come into the Gulf. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But so we want to be able to have them with contractors and have them have things working with the FEMA reimbursements that make sense. And I think Kevin, I think Administrator Criswell has been very receptive to that because it does. It just makes sense.
Governor, in terms of the timeline of recovery, and last time with Helene, you were able to get search and rescue units kind of out there before, if I remember correctly, before the sun came up.
That'll happen again. Yes. So, yeah, they will do in the dark. That is totally, absolutely fine. It's just a question of making sure that it's safe for them to go out. So as soon as that storm passes, and the fact that it came in earlier than thought, that's good for the high tide because the high tide's not here yet. I think it'll help with the surge. But it's going to mean pretty much all the rescues are going to be done in the dark in the middle of the night. But that's fine. They're going to do that. All of our folks are doing that, and they will be on target.
Since you have so many people here in the state, more than previous storms, are you expecting things to kind of be restored quicker than previous storms? Like Helene was power back within a week. Are we expecting that even sooner, 3 days?
Well, we need to figure out how much power is out. I mean, we just don't know, right? And so we'll see. But I thought, we didn't get hit with Dorian, but it was coming, so we prepared. I thought maybe we had reached 50 with Dorian. We didn't. We reached in the 40s. We did 40,000s for Ian in the 40s. This is the first time we've crossed 50, and so I think that that's good. I think there's a lot of people that are excited about going to work. I know Floridians really appreciate these guys when they get out there. And if you look, the fact that it's going Sarasota across, that's heavy Florida Power and Light territory. Those guys are a well-oiled machine at this. They do a really good job. A lot of their infrastructure handles the storms very well. And so a lot of times when you're talking about power restoration, if you have the people there and you go quick, you can potentially reconnect relatively quickly. If the whole thing is blown out where you have to rebuild it, it takes longer. My sense is that if it's a lot of FPL stuff, their infrastructure probably is going to be able to weather a lot of this, so they'll have to do some reconnects, but maybe not a full rebuild. Fort Myers Beach for Hurricane Ian was FPL, and they could have gotten the power back on very quickly. It was too dangerous to hook it up because of the homes with the storm surge, but their substations actually did pretty good. So I think it remains to be seen with that. Now, in terms of the search and rescue personnel, I'd like nothing better than to be here tomorrow night telling you we're sending all of it back to the states. I would love that, to say, you know what, we did whatever we needed to do, just like Helene, and then 12, 24 hours later, it was fine. Thank you, and you guys go back home. We would love to do that. I'm hoping that we're not going to need them to be long, but it's just going to depend on what the damage is. So we'll see. I mean, look, these storms, it's like how many, what population, how many people, how much infrastructure, and this thing has come up. It kind of went east into Sarasota County. I don't know where they're going to say the landfall was. Maybe Venice, from what I'm looking on the radar. Maybe middle Sarasota County. But if it cuts across from there, there's a lot of rural areas. Whereas if it would have gone into Tampa Bay and rode up I-4, that's like millions and millions of people. I do think north of the storm, there's a lot of precipitation. I think you're going to see inland flooding in central Florida, north central Florida. I think you're going to see storm surge in northeast Florida, places like Daytona Beach, Flagler Beach, St. Johns County. I think you will see that coming on the backside of the storm. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But bottom line is we have the resources amassed. We'll use all that we need. But yes, I hope I can just send a bunch of them home to say, you know, we got the job done.
FHP posted a video earlier today of a dog chained to a fence. They went rescued it. Do you know what's happening with that dog?
I mean, first of all, what kind of an animal would just leave a dog chained to a pole in the middle of a hurricane? I mean, it's just unbelievable that somebody would do that. And so I'm thankful for the FHP folks out of Tampa for rescuing the dog. They did bring it to the vet. The dog has a clean bill of health. And who knows, maybe we'll do some adoption, put the dog up for adoption, and we can have some people in Florida come and compete for it and take it. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, people do a lot of dumb things, but you just see that. And so I hope they find the person who did it. And that person should have the book thrown at him. We've got very good laws in Florida against animal cruelty. You know, these dogs, we've got dogs that are going to be helping in the storm. These police working dogs, they're great. They're great canines. So we don't have tolerance for that in Florida. I thought it was outrageous that somebody would do that.
Can you talk about the size of the storm and what people should expect from the wind fields, how wide the eye is, or anything like that as it comes on shore?
So it's interesting. I think the storm did deteriorate because of the wind shear. I mean, we were here, 24 hours ago, and it was 180 miles an hour. And no one thought it was going to come ashore at that. But I think a lot of people thought it was going to come ashore as a pretty strong 4. And it ended up coming as basically a mid-level 3. Now, it doesn't mean there's not storm surge. It doesn't mean there's not hazards. There is. It's a serious, serious storm. But in terms of some of the damage that we're going to see from wind, there just is a big difference between 140, 150, and 120. We saw with Hurricane Ian, which was basically a Category 5. I think it may have landed just a tick below. Of course, we saw it with Hurricane Michael, which was a Category 5. As you get into the 120 range, 115 range, still hazardous, can still do a lot of damage. But Florida buildings in particular, new ones, they're going to be able to withstand that for sure. And so I think that likely, look, I'm cautiously optimistic that with the Florida building code that you can do. Now, the storm surge is a different story, and we've had storms that, Hurricane Michael was not necessarily known for being massive storm surge, even though it was like a tornado and it obliterated so many structures. And then there have been other storms that have been Cat 3 that produced massive storm surge. So I think it's too early to tell on that, but I think the fact that whether it was the shear or whatever happened, the fact that it did weaken before it made landfall is going to be benefit to us compared to what we were looking at 24 hours ago. But regardless of the winds from the storm directly, we've already seen probably more tornado watches than I've ever seen. I was talking to people, do you ever remember? No one remembers ever seeing this many tornado warnings that have been done. So that spun off a lot of tornadoes. And you have them, it's not like, there was Fort Myers, but there was Palm Beach, there was Port St. Lucie. I mean, it was all over the state. So that is a hazard for sure. And I think we're likely to continue to see those throughout tonight.
Have you seen your data from FEMA about the incentives for debris removal crews to get more of them coming in here?
So, as the governor said, he and I had a conversation today with Deanne Criswell. She's actually coming in here tonight at some point in time when weather permits to be with us tomorrow. But I will say she said that we were on the right track. She felt like that was a very good idea to get some type of incentive for individuals to come here. Maybe, again, incentivizing people from maybe west of the Mississippi, west of the Ohio River, so we're not competing against people that are in North Carolina. But again, we talked about some potential opportunities there, and she was going to get her some of her senior directors to come in, and one of them, Robert Pesapane, who is actually over that entire program. is actually traveling from D.C. tonight as well to actually sit down and have a conversation with us so that we could all get to a situation where we think the best move forward, we can take that best move forward. However, as the governor also alluded to, there's I think a parallel path, and you know that we don't do bureaucracy, we don't go in linear paths, we don't throw all of our eggs in one basket. We are talking about reaching out for Emergency Management Assistance Compact, EMAC, or mutual aid through other states to start bringing in some other DOT-like, public works-like individuals to help us with mutual aid. To, again, we don't know what might happen in the next 10 to 15 days. We want to get some of this debris picked up again. We've shown how government sometimes, unfortunately, usually private sector is better than us, but we've shown them that we can get this stuff done, and we can get it done quickly if we cut through the bureaucracy. So we're going to look at the incentive-ish program, and we're going to also look at bringing in mutual aid from other states.
Well, I mean, and, the thing is there could be another storm this season, but the debris, I mean, the standard practice with this debris, the way it works, is it takes months and months to do debris. I mean, I remember Michael, how long it took to do the debris. Ian, there was debris. I mean, and a lot of it is the local governments are worried what FEMA's going to reimburse and this and that. And I'm just thinking to myself, the incentive should be to get it done as quickly as possible. And, it's a difficult situation because you have Mexico Beach after Hurricane Michael. They had $90 million of debris cleanup. And I think their annual budget was $5 million. So they obviously need that reimbursement. And I think they got 100%. Oh, yeah, they did, because I went and got it from President Trump, 100% of reimbursement for the first 45 days. But to have the debris for 6 months, a year, or more than that, and I would never think that we would be able to say that government would do better than private. But when we took all our trucks, they're all over the state doing all this stuff at the normal course of business, and we said, okay, this is a hazard. Let's do emergency 24/7. And they were going, and they picked up 3,000 plus loads of debris on Anna Maria Island, on Madeira Beach, all these places, and then brought them to this landfill. As I said, this is a local responsibility. I don't think the state can be in the business of cleaning up everybody's debris. First of all, we just are too big of a state. I mean, there's no way a state government can do that. So this was kind of an extraordinary circumstance, but we also have to look at why is this always a problem? And I think what Kevin is doing, I think, is smart. I think the administrator will work constructively with him, and I think we'll probably get somewhere that's going to be more efficient and more effective.
Governor, although that has bureaucracy, you have made a decision in the past legislature to set aside
Katie, thank you. Stay safe. And I remember she did say 1,000 people were at the shelter that she was at earlier, so clearly people were heeding those warnings.
And 10,000 in the whole county did evacuate, which is great.
Truly great to hear. So from Katie, we go to Paul. The Lagrones are truly doing the most in this storm right now.
Team coverage here. Paul, I know you had power outages, power lines coming down. It looks like the wind is picking up.
Yeah, the wind definitely picking up here in Bradenton in this neighborhood, Palma Vista, and the wind still coming, I think, from that southeast direction. When it flips, it's going to be coming from the opposite direction. We're getting very powerful howling wind gusts at times. Also, the rain is coming down, and every now and then, here comes another one. You can see the trees behind me. They get it. That's when you hear it. That's when you kind of get the heads up. Sometimes it comes just right at you. The power has been out in this neighborhood for almost an hour. It went out as we were reporting live, and we saw the sparks with the power lines. You know, quick story, by the way. So my wife is on the other side of Manatee River in Palmetto, Katie, covering the storm. Here I am. Our kids are with my parents in Plant City, riding out the storm there. But you know, Katie, you know, she went through Hurricane Andrew when she lived in Miami, and I think it was her dad and her brothers that rode out the storm in their old house in near North Miami Beach, and it was her and her mom that actually I think at least tried to get to a shelter. So Katie is certainly no stranger to riding out major hurricanes. Between the two of us, we've racked up a lot of time in these storms, but we spoke to some neighbors right next door, okay? So a lot of this neighborhood, they're riding out the storm here. They boarded up their homes. I'd say it's about 50-50. But I'd say most people here stayed, and we talked to some folks, a whole family over there, a grandmother, a mother, husband presumably. They're all there. They got a candlelight situation going on right now with the power being out. We have lights because we have a generator hooked up to our live truck. Tim, if you want to pan over and just show. ABC Action News, obviously. And that family, they told us, look, we feel safe, we feel good. Right now, they feel okay with this storm, but we're approaching the eye coming our way. This is the strongest wind that I've seen so far, and it's been pretty consistent, but it's consistent in a way that's like, okay, you know, punch, lull, punch, lull, punch, lull. It's not like straight. And when it is straight, it's more like straight for like, okay, 5, 10, maybe 15 seconds, and then it lulls back down and you get the rain. So it kind of like goes in spurts. And I talked before in other storms how even depending on where you're standing, you'll experience the wind in a different way. It's almost like rivers of channels of wind. Right now, because of safety concerns, and I'm so grateful to have Tony and Tim with me. They're complete pros at what they do, and logistically have set us up in such a way where we're able to cover and witness this storm and bring you these images live in real time of Hurricane Milton. And I do feel safe, in large part because of them. You still have to keep your head on a swivel, though, especially when that wind switches back the other way. So, you know, and with it being nighttime, I think it adds an extra layer of caution for everyone who is riding out this storm. And it's almost one of these things where you can't fear what you can't see. So if you are inside, like our friends Carl and Gigi across the street that we spoke with, you're just riding it out. Hopefully you have a generator. If you don't, maybe you call it a night and just hold on tight to each other and see what you're dealing with the next day. You know, looking at their house right now looks good. Everything looks fine. But it's the cumulative effect of the wind, of the rainfall, of the storm surge. And we do know that to our north is the Manatee River, and it's already flooded over its banks, and there's street flooding along that. That was to be expected, and the storm surge, as Dennis was saying, could be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 feet. And then, of course, you have the rainfall that has been steady all day, the wind that is starting to pick up, and over to the east, or rather, yeah, the west, I should say, is Tampa Bay and the Intercoastal as you get over to Bradenton Beach, where no doubt the storm surge is going to cause some damage. So our thoughts are with those folks. Hopefully they decided to evacuate. That's a strong gust of wind. I am hearing reports of folks on Longboat Key that are calling for help. They did not evacuate and that's not a good situation to be in, because right now first responders cannot get to you under these conditions. So, you know, we cover this storm in real time, but in the back of our minds, we're just holding on to hope that no matter what, when it comes to the property damage, we'll deal with that in the light of day. We just want everyone to be safe. As I'm looking at some glows in the sky, some transformers perhaps that are going out again. And I think that's the main concern right now, is it's nighttime, there's no power, the wind is howling, it's a long night with no power, with howling wind, and with heavy rain. Wherever you are, just ride this thing out, be safe, and that's how you win. That's how you beat this storm. That's how you beat Hurricane Milton, is you wake up the next day, your feet hit the ground, and you can get to work and turn the page. And that's what we just got to hold on to. Don't lose sight of how special this place is. I know we deal with hurricanes. I know that it's, quite frankly, you know, I don't want to say a certain word, but let's just say we all know that this was a heavy day and a heavy couple of days leading up to this. I'm from here. This place is personal to me. I grew up here. It's in my blood. It's part of my family, multiple generations. This is part of who I am. Let's not forget what makes Tampa Bay so beautiful and so special, and a hurricane is not going to change that. We had a bad month, and I'm not to minimize it at all, and I know it is not over, and we'll get to the other side of this, but that's the thing. We will get to the other side of it. This is a beautiful place. This is where we win Super Bowls and Stanley Cups, and we come together and we have boat parades and we create wonderful memories, and there's beautiful things to see. And I don't know these people. I went up to them randomly, and they couldn't have been nicer. It's a place where people come from other parts of the country to live their best life, their best version of that life. And it's filled with great people, and we've seen how people reacted to Helene after that. They didn't cower in fear. They came together and they did what they had to do to get people back up on their feet, and that's what they're going to do after Hurricane Milton, as soon as it's safe to get out and about, and know that the state has resources in place to get the power back on and get us back up and running. So I don't mean to preach, okay, but I'm not passing through this town. This is my home. This is my hometown, and I'm proud to say that. And I know the people of Tampa Bay. I know who you are because I'm one of you. And not only will we get through this, we will learn something from it. We will come together, and things are going to be okay. So I know it's scary. Just get through the night, and we'll get back up and running tomorrow.
Paul, you can preach anytime you want.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Really important.
Yes, beautifully said, my friend, beautifully said. We'll check back with you in just a bit, but beautifully said. And, you know, not being from here, born and raised in Cleveland, I have been here 20 years. It feels like home to me as well.
It's home for
But I'll tell you, it is a beautiful place to live, and we have to keep that in mind, too. And, you know, in the winter, you're from Boston, right? We know in the winter, that's why everybody comes to Florida, and we live here, and that's why it's beautiful. Okay, we want to get to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Important information right now, Paul. I'm sorry, Dennis.
Yeah, Wendy, we're about to make landfall. Landfall is about to occur, and, you know, it could not be a better example of how wobbles can go any way and every way. Because over the last 4 or 5 hours, in fact, when it's done, we'll go back and show you, but you had dots going due north, and then all of a sudden, just boom, went right. And instead of going into northern Manatee County or even close to the bay, I suspect landfall is actually going to be around Osprey or Vamo, between Sarasota and Venice. I think that's where landfall is going to occur. Now, what makes it more challenging is we always think about, you know, if you're right at the eye, that's where the heaviest winds are. Well, usually it is, but not this time, because this storm is quickly turning into more of a winter-type nor'easter storm, where the winds have expanded. The storm is weakening. It's absolutely weakening. But our winds are significant. We just had a 96-mile-an-hour wind gust in St. Pete. In Sarasota, rather. St. Pete at 89. And if you look here, we still have that purple color. That is the extreme wind warning, which means winds up to about 115 miles an hour until 9:30. You take a closer look, I mean, there it is. Pinellas, Hillsborough, and most of Manatee County. And think about that. The eye is going to be down here. You normally think, okay, it's a hurricane. The heaviest winds are north and east of that eye, but in this particular case, and I think with good reason, because of all the shear that we have been just talking about, harping about for the longest time, for the last 3 or 4 days, it came to play, and in doing so, it really caused the bulk of the energy to be outside of what we typically think would be a typical tropical system right around the eye. It's on the northern eye wall. And Greg and Jason and I were talking about it. Quite often when you have a storm, this happened, was it with Helene or was it Debbie? Which was the one where it went up toward the top where the convection was?
It was Helene.
It was Helene, okay.
Yeah.
So here's what happened, I think. So you've got almost all of the deep convection, the strong storms, the heavy rain in the northern eye wall. And as this storm was going north, all of a sudden, it kind of got a little lopsided, and then all of a sudden, boom, it wobbled off to the right. It literally made a right turn. Boy, that kind of sounds familiar. It's kind of Charlie-like, doesn't it? But at the end of the day, the overall track still brings our area, and when I say our area, our core counties of Pinellas and Hillsborough, and even into Polk, because I think there's a legitimate chance that this purple box would be extended over here. I mean, I think there's at least a chance. It is going to weaken as it moves in, but we'll see if the Weather Service says, you know what, maybe Polk County might get it on the act as well. But these folks are expecting winds up to 115 miles an hour. And I've been getting some video. Last check, we had 175,000 people without power in Pinellas County. And I suspect, I have little doubt that number's probably higher now. So we still have all of this rain and we have all of this wind, but what we are not going to see is the surge, at least in these northern counties, all right? Pasco, Pinellas, with this center this far south and going offshore, you are having all of this water pushing offshore. Now, as it continues to move this way, it's still eventually going to push some water in, but it's not going to be anywhere near what it could have been if the track was a little closer and if the storm was a little stronger. Remember, this was Cat 5 earlier today. Now it's barely a Cat 3, soon to be a Cat 2. Tons of rain in that northern eye wall. And this might very well, I think it's going to be twofold. I mean, I think we're going to have a lot of trees down tonight, and we'll see it tomorrow. And so we have all of the power outages. We're going to have some trees on houses. You know we are. And then we have the flooding that's going on with this because this is far from over. I mean, these areas have already seen nearly a foot of rain, and there's a lot more on the way. So flash flooding, certainly expected for the next several hours. I mean, you can see it right there. I mean, there it is. And in that red right there, that's where those winds from Bradenton to St. Pete and across the bay, those are winds that are gusting between 90 and 100 miles an hour. So here's the bottom line, guys. All right, we have been talking about this thing for days. We've evacuated, we've prepped, and now we're to the point where this is it. And in 4 or 5 hours, the worst of this will be over. And tomorrow, you know, we'll get together, neighbors helping neighbors, and we'll get through it. But I think at least in a smaller sense, the people who live on the bay, you know, that was always the big question mark. That was, I mean, you guys know what I'm saying. The prediction from the Hurricane Center was a 10 to 15 foot surge. Now, yes, it was a worst case scenario, and we kept saying that. Look, this is worst case. Probably not going to happen, but it could. Well, now those numbers are probably going to end up being not only high, extremely high, and even the 6 to 9 that's the current forecast might very well be on the high side. So, unfortunately, on the flip side, you're going to be dealing with a lot of wind and some heavy rain as well. So again, here it is. These are the current wind gusts, 77 in St. Pete, 72 Bradenton and Sarasota. I have yet to see a 100 on here, but I kind of think we're going to see one. What was that again, Eliana? Okay, so, you know, we're talking about Sarasota winds. And as a matter of fact, the eye of this storm is, believe it or not, actually south of Sarasota. And I think we're going to get landfall any minute. And about a half hour ago, we were talking to Mike Paluska, who's in Sarasota. Mike has a knack of finding the eye of the storm. And so does Paul. I mean, that's a good 1-2 punch when you've got people who are out there storm chasing. But Mike, so you're around there and you've got winds of hurricane force, but where you are, clearly power outages, but things look okay right now for you.
Well, that's what I was actually just texting Jason Adams. And I know that he just told me we had a gust of 96. That's what I was about to say, a gust of 96 miles per hour at SRQ previously, but I think I'm in the eye right now because I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna go out a little farther. You won't be able to see my face. Andre, you can come out, man. Right now, it's safe. I mean, Dennis, we are in the eye of this thing.
Yeah.
Look at what we had maybe however long ago, and then look at this, man. This is unreal. It was just absolutely out of control here. Let me take this light down. It was absolutely out of control here, and now we came out to do our hit, and our phones obviously aren't updating as fast as we want them to do with the radar, so I was texting Jason. We're in the eye right now. We've got zero rain. I mean, I'm trying to see what the skies look like above me. A little bit of low, thin layer of clouds. I've been in the eye wall of several storms. I've never been in an eye of the storm, and it's everything you said it would be. It is so calm. It is eerie. It actually feels pretty weird. I can hear everything now. I can hear generators running. The wind is just super light. I mean, it's almost like a breezy, nice evening in Florida. I can show you a little bit about where we are. We still see a little bit of explosions in the back. Let me run you through where we are. I know people were worried about our safety. We actually just set up because it was so bad earlier, where we're surrounded by 3-block construction walls in a second-story house, and we have been ducking in and out of cover and trying to be safe, of course. And I can tell you that this feeling now, Dennis, you've been in the eye of storms. It's scary because we know as fast as it's moving, I think 15 miles per hour or so, we're going to get that back end of it, and it's going to just ramp up. So that's why we tell people not to go out in the eye of the storm and go far from their shelter, because it's just going to turn on like a switch. This is a street here in Sarasota. We're about a mile from, I'd say, Sarasota High School. We're 1 mile from Sarasota Bay. And honestly, we've had very little rain. The rain has been pretty much nothing. My photographer, Reed Moeller, I'm gonna walk over to this house if you can track me. And I've got photographer Andre Amial here. And I wanna show you this house because this has been scaring us. Reed can zoom in a little bit. I'm gonna crank this light down a little. This has already been ripped off, this carport. They've already lost the entire front part of their roof. This thing has been dangling and slamming into this over the past hour. And they've got these crazy weird wind chimes. And we tried to take them down because we didn't want them to get blown off and just nail us. It's like a metal sort of flipped up flower, but I couldn't take them down because they're bolted in to that. And then there's another one on this side. You can see this right here came up from underneath some of their vinyl siding. And this house, this is a wood frame, old school, who knows when it was built, 1950s. And so this has been terrifying. We've been hearing explosions. We've been seeing the power take hits. You can see that thing now kind of still flopping with a little bit of the breeze. Transformers have blown. We had a really, really strong bolt of lightning that lit up everything, and then we heard thunder. And typically these storms, when they're building, Dennis, as you know, we get a lot of lightning when we see them out in the Gulf. Not normally when they come ashore. So that was pretty scary. And it's scary to be out here at night when it's whipping. I mean, I won't lie to you. I was mentioning to my photographer and my team, I've got a newborn at home. I've got 2 beautiful girls, and I know everybody's worried about our safety, but we are so lucky that our producer, Jillian Ramos, found this Airbnb that has just the most amazing bunker. There is stuff on the roof, Dennis, huge pine limbs that went down. Just one slid right up to the back door. The windows in our house are hurricane rated. The sliding glass doors are heavy duty. We did not go anywhere near the backyard. In fact, we were gonna do a hit back there, and we were like, no, we're not going back there. There went another flash, another explosion of a transformer. Power actually came back on for about 20 minutes. Oh, big boom. And look,
you are going to get the backside. You are going to get the backside of the eye, but it's not, and we always concern ourselves. If you're in the eye, then you get the other side, and it comes really quickly. But the southwest side of the eye is pretty weak. So it looks like, you know, you're going to definitely get more.
Yeah.
You'll get more rain, you'll get more wind, but it's not going to be like what you had earlier. So that's a good thing. Mike, I have a question for you. How many people stayed in the area right there? You're in a non-evacuation. You said you were in an E, I believe. So did most people just kind of board up, hunker down, and say we're hanging in?
The last time that I saw a car drive by, Dennis, was 3 hours ago. One truck, I don't know where they were going. That's the last time I saw a human being other than the team that I have here. We did see someone, I don't know what it was. There was like a power flick, and we thought there was someone in this house over here. But we didn't see anybody come out. So, I mean, there might be some folks here, but there's one car in this driveway, and then all the way down this street that I'm on in Sarasota, there's absolutely nothing. There's no cars in the driveways. All the houses are, some of them boarded up. And so I think people even in E, where we are, a mile from the coast, I checked our elevation, we're at about 30 feet. I think they felt pretty confident, obviously, but who isn't spooked after these back-to-back-to-back storms? And I had one question for you. I was reading an article, Dennis, and it was talking about how Mother Nature has certain patterns where our weather can fall into this cyclical pattern. And I wonder if you've seen that, or I'm not a meteorologist, but I mean, you obviously know I read all this stuff up. Is there some pattern with how these storms are coming in, or is it just we got unlucky with these cold fronts?
No, I mean, there absolutely are. I mean, we had it back in '04 when we actually had 4 storms. 3 went right through the area. And there are certain features that make it more likely. But, you know, once you're in October, Mike, you know this, things light up in the Western Caribbean. If there's going to be a hurricane develop, it's the Western Caribbean. And because we're in a La Nina now, it makes it far more likely that they'll develop, and the water is still so warm, it's just kind of all the ingredients came together. And, you know, I mean, we got another advice. Is that another extreme wind warning that just came in? Flash flood warning. All right. So, yeah, obviously all the rain. So anyway, I mean, at this point in time, I mean, you've gone through the worst, Mike. It does appear that you're still going to get some on the backside, but overall, you're not seeing a ton of damage where you are. Is that safe to say?
That's safe to say, yeah, except for this old school house with this carport, and those always get ripped off during storms. We never pick a house that has a carport, because if it doesn't have the hurricane straps, the carport goes, it takes the whole roof, and then that's bad news. So yeah, I mean, just seeing this thing come in from the Pacific and then building up in the Yucatan's been pretty incredible this year with everything we've had.
Well, it's never happened. I mean, we've never seen it happen before. I mean, we looked at it, we saw it could happen, but you know, the mindset is, well, if it's never happened in 150 years, it's not going to, and unfortunately this time it did. Mike, thanks again. Mike Paluska, live in Sarasota. Oh, yeah, one more?
Yeah, I hear crickets now, Dennis. I hear literally every animal that we didn't hear, the crickets are out, and they're loud. And we did see a lot of birds gliding through the bands, so maybe we'll get some more flamingos or something down there.
They always say that. They say when you're in the eye, you start hearing that stuff.
Yeah, I'm hearing birds chirping to my right, and, you know, my senses are overloaded because you're out in the middle of the pitch black, and so, I mean, I can't see much. I mean, Andre's got the light, but, yeah, I mean, I'm hearing birds, I'm hearing a generator, I'm hearing crickets. I mean, it's almost like it was so loud, now it's so calm, it's like surround sound of nature's coming back, which is, I don't know, maybe this is like the eclipse or something, but, yeah, this is spooky.
All right, Mike, thanks. Yeah, Mike Paluska live in Sarasota, where the worst has certainly gone through. So, and you look at, we're going over to Chad Mills. Chad is also in that area as well. And Chad, you look like gosh, you could be in the eye as well.
Yeah, I believe we are. I haven't been looking at the radar, Dennis. We're having some problems with cell phones right now, but it is really calm. And like Michael was saying, you still hear some wind, but it's kind of like being at the beach on a pleasant summer day. You kind of hear the waves. You know, that's not what we're hearing. It's the trees blowing, but it's very pleasant. We can hear the tree frogs in the background. We can hear some crickets chirping as well. This is very different than what we were seeing, Dennis, just 30 minutes ago when we were getting big hurricane force gusts here. We are also in Sarasota. We're near Honore Avenue. We're not too far from I-75. We're more inland. We're about 5 miles from downtown and Sarasota Bay. And just like Michael was saying, I've covered a number of hurricanes, not nearly as many as you and Michael, but I've never been inside the eye. It's kind of one of those bucket list things, and it is, as Michael was describing, kind of an eerie situation, knowing that we just went through all of that, all of the rain, all of the wind, and now, it's still a little breezy right here, but there's a calm to it, and you see as you said, Dennis, with the kind of tale of two cities for this hurricane, with rain to the north and, you know, being more dry to the south, taking off the rain jacket because we haven't had rain in about 2 hours, Dennis.
You are going to see something on the backside, but the worst is over because you actually had that eye very, very close. I'm waiting any minute to get an advisory from the Hurricane Center that this storm made landfall probably around Venice. The center is right around Venice. But folks, let's get back to what is imminent right now, what is pertinent, what is dangerous. I mean, that's kind of why we're here. It's our job to try to keep you safe, not just to show the reporters out there standing in the middle of a storm. I want you to know what's going on, and that is some serious wind across areas of southern Pinellas, Hillsborough County. That red color right there, those are winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. We still have that extreme wind warning, and that's going to continue for another hour. But what you're seeing right there, you know, so Chad and Mike are down here, right? They're right there. They're in the eye. We're in the northern eye wall. This red color right there is the strongest wind with this storm. And obviously, we're going to continue with our warnings for the next several hours. Current wind gusts, 77 miles an hour. Hurricane force gusts in St. Pete, 59 in Tampa, 72 in Bradenton, 72 in Sarasota. So when we get an advisory, and we've only had one, I've been here 30 years, we've only had one extreme wind warning that I can remember, and that was in Bartow 6-7 years ago, whenever Irma was. It's kind of all a blur. So that's something we're going to continue. But fortunately, with the storm down here, it's an offshore flow, and that lessens the threat of surge for the bay. So the 6 to 9, there might be some spots that are going to verify on the low side. I kind of doubt they're going to verify on the high side. I want to go over to Jason now. He's got some stuff to share with you as well.
Yeah, guys, go ahead and pull up Max 1. We're getting transformers that are blowing out here in Tampa right now. As Dennis said, the northern eye wall is coming into our area. So just moments ago, blue sky lit up all over here in West Tampa. There, of course, is Ray J. There you go, right there. So we're now getting into the strongest wind gusts so far for Tampa right now and beginning to see those transformers illuminate the sky here as that northern eye wall has moved into the area. So the worst of the weather has so far been in St. Pete, down south of Bradenton and Sarasota, but now it's really beginning to pick up here in Tampa, and we'll likely start to see a lot of power interruptions, if not complete power outages, setting up here for us across Hillsborough County. So here's where the winds are right now. The highest gusts so far, you can come back out to me, 96 mile per hour wind gusts here in Sarasota, 89 mile per hour wind gust in St. Pete, Venice at 90, and we're at 76 in Brooksville. Tampa so far at 60 miles per hour, but we are just, again, beginning to get into the eye wall here in Tampa. So really quickly, I want to show you why we're starting to see those transformers blow here in Tampa this evening, and this is it. The northern eye wall has made it out of Old Tampa Bay and Hillsborough Bay. If you guys can come back out to me, we can talk a little bit about this here on the monitor too. But that's where we're looking at the strongest winds so far coming into Tampa, and I'm really concerned about this band here. That's moving now up to MacDill Air Force Base in South Tampa. That's the one that's already produced the 96 mile per hour wind gusts here to our south and 89 mile per hour wind gust in St. Pete. That's what's moving into Tampa right now. So in Hillsborough County, we're likely over the next hour going to start to see some significant power outages begin to show up here. I know a lot of you have been saying, hey, what about Pinellas County? It's really bad here. And you're right. You have been stuck in the northwestern eye wall now for a good hour, hour and a half here in St. Pete. And that's why we've seen those gusts up to 90 miles per hour. We've also seen up to a foot of rainfall, and we now have a new flash flood warning that encompasses Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater, and the rainfall totals within that area here from Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater are now approaching 12 inches of rainfall, and we still have another 6 to 12 to go. So there could potentially be some spots with 2 feet of rain by the time we get into this. So it looks like we just took a power hit here in Tampa as I was literally talking about how the worst is moving into Tampa. Not sure if we're still on, but I'm going to continue to broadcast here for you as we watch the power kind of come back on here again in the city. So once again, the worst of the eye wall now setting up for us here from St. Pete into Tampa, and we are now beginning to see those power interruptions and power outages setting up for here for those of us here across West Central Florida getting into the Tampa area. So there it is, northern eye wall, worst of the weather here, Hillsborough and Pinellas County at this point, and these power interruptions, power outages are going to continue for us as we continue through the next hour to hour and a half, because again, this is the worst of the weather with the eye moving just to the south of Tampa in Sarasota and Manatee counties at this point. Northern eye wall, we've been talking about this for hours and hours, that this is where we're going to see the strongest winds. And as we look at the winds inside the storm, these brown and gold colors here and these bright blue colors that are rotating into Tampa, those are the ones that are showing up at 90 to 100 miles per hour. So we'll likely start to see some more reports coming in here over the next few hours of wind gusts like we've been seeing so far here in Sarasota and St. Pete, sitting at 90 miles per hour. Just had another gust in St. Pete to 81 miles per hour. Brooksville, you're gusting to 72. MacDill Air Force Base just had a 58 mile per hour gust. Tampa International Airport 59 as well. 65 showing up for those of you in Winter Haven. So as our equipment starts to kind of fire back up again, and as we get back up from our little power hit here a second ago, this is the worst part of the storm happening right now. This is the worst as far as the wind and the rain goes. We're watching the surge numbers down south to see if those numbers start to rise, and we are getting reports of major flooding now in Fort Myers and also in Naples as our winds are coming back in off of the Gulf. So while the surge, we're awaiting it here in Tampa Bay, especially south of the bay for Manatee and Sarasota County, it has already started for areas to the south as we're seeing those winds wrapping around this system and piling up that water here, up the Caloosahatchee, over Fort Myers Beach, getting into downtown Naples. Where north, where we are, we're actually seeing the winds continue to move offshore, and that's actually lowered the water level here in Tampa Bay this evening. We've started to see the waters rise, and then these really strong north-northeast winds coming around the corner, around the eye wall here. That is what's allowed us to not get the water rise, at least at this point right now here in Tampa. So these offshore strong northeasterly winds continue for us, and we're looking at those winds potentially gusting again upwards of 100 miles per hour as we see that extreme wind warning continue here. So St. Pete, Clearwater, and all points in between into Tampa, these are areas that are seeing the worst of the weather right now. While we got the calm weather happening here in Sarasota, Dennis, you've got something.
Yeah, according to what I'm seeing here, Milton officially makes landfall in Siesta Key.
Gotcha.
As a Cat 3 hurricane with 120 mile an hour winds. So there you go. We have landfall in Siesta Key.
So that's why Michael Paluska's live shot and Chad Mills' live shot down there in Sarasota and Bradenton, they're in the calm, because that, of course, is where the landfall happened. So if you're unfamiliar with where Siesta Key is, there it is right there, still within the eye of the hurricane. But it's just to the north of here. We're starting to see the back edge of the eye wall, the western eye wall now, beginning to move back into Anna Maria Island, Holmes Beach, and Bradenton. And it's just, unfortunately, we are stuck in it. This is what happened during Hurricane Ian in Sarasota County, Northport, over toward Arcadia and Wauchula. Remember, we had the northern eye wall go through there, and they ended up with 20 inches of rainfall. Not out of the question that we don't see that happening here in Pinellas and Hillsborough County, as we're already seeing reports of up to 12 inches of rain in Pinellas County. So freshwater flooding, a major, major concern for us, along with these wind reports that are coming in showing multiple areas seeing those 60 to 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. I'm trying to see some of the latest.
I got one more question for you, Jason.
Yes, sir.
Greg and I were just talking about this. Is Siesta Key technically in the Bay Area? Because if it isn't technically, then the Bay Area still was not hit by a major hurricane.
Yeah. I guess
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Hurricane Center.
I mean, it's southern Sarasota County, so isn't that technically the Bay Area? I don't know. It just came to mind.
Yeah.
Winds if you want to go to her.
Where's Kylie?
Seminole. She's in Seminole, I believe, in St. Pete.
Yeah, let Jason finish up.
Yeah, so we'll zoom in here to where Kylie is. Again, central, basically all of Pinellas County right now in the eye wall, but again, the worst of it right in St. Pete, Pinellas Park, and Seminole. So Kylie, if we do have you, we're really starting to see the worst of the storm sitting over top of you in Pinellas County. What does it look like out there?
Yes, Jason, within the last several minutes, I mean, this is the worst that we've experienced here so far. I'm standing kind of near our vehicle here just because of how strong the winds are at this point. Amazingly, we have not seen a lot of debris going down the road or anything. Of course, we're mindful. I'm here with one of our photojournalists and another reporter, so we're all keeping an eye out for each other. But I want to show you behind, if you can see, Randy, the stop sign moving, you know, in the wind here, and the rain just coming down almost horizontal at this point. It also, you can see a light right now. We saw neighbors across the street come out with an actual flashlight. just to take a look. But the reality is this whole area that we're in immediately in Sarasota has lost power. I'm holding my earpiece so I can continue to hear you guys. But just down the road, not the entire area has lost power. But we are, of course, right now in an extreme wind area. We're told that this is going through until 9:30. But as we have gone around, fortunately, earlier today, you guys, a lot of people in this area, they were expecting the wind. They were boarded up. They had their different storm preparations. And so this is an area, just to give you guys an idea, we are not in an evacuation zone right now, but we are, again, in an extreme wind area. It was about a couple hours ago now that, in fact, the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office said nobody else is going out. Emergency responders, it is too late at this point for us to come out to you because of the conditions of the road. And what you can see right now, in terms of the extreme wind, it's just too dangerous. So as we were listening to Michael Paluska and Chad Mills and how calm it was in their area, you can see that that's certainly not the case here, as it is, the wind is starting to tell us. Again, this is the strongest that we have experienced right now.
Thank you,
what
Kylie.
are you guys seeing with where we're at, and what else can we answer?
Yeah. So Kylie, you're looking at those winds that have been in St. Pete sitting at around 80 to 90 miles per hour. I imagine that's what you've been contending with here for the last few minutes. Let's get it back in here to the studio because we really want to focus on the radar at this point. We were just talking about, yes, landfall officially at Siesta Key here from the National Hurricane Center, and the eye wall, the northern eye wall, is unfortunately where the worst of the weather is, and it is in the most populated part here of Tampa Bay, in Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete. So Hillsborough and Pinellas County, this is where our worst is going to be here, and it will continue this way for the next couple of hours. We've got the strongest winds that we've seen so far from the system moving into Tampa. If you were with us 10, 15 minutes ago, we took a power hit here at the station, thankfully getting things back online for you so we can continue to cover this storm for you. But again, downtown St. Pete, Gulfport, Boca Ciega, St. Pete Beach, Paso Grill, Treasure Island, Johns Pass, Madeira Beach. This is the worst of the wind and the rain. The surge is staying to our south. We could see a little bit of bay surge with this northeast wind coming into downtown St. Pete because we have winds coming in from the opposite direction. That could push some of the water up here and give us a little bit of surge, but it doesn't appear that we're seeing water rises happen pretty rapidly at this point now in Tampa Bay. Where we're seeing the highest water rises are, of course, down to the south of the eye wall. So we're just stuck. We are completely stuck right now in this band, and look how slow it is moving to the east. While the storm itself is moving at about 15 miles per hour to the northeast, the band is about 70 to 80 miles wide. It starts here in Thonotosassa, Plant City, and Lakeland, and it goes all the way out into the Gulf of Mexico here from Anna Maria Island up to Paso Grill. And with the storm moving in this direction, that means this is all going to slowly move in this direction and put us, unfortunately, in the spot where we could see up to a foot to 2 feet of rain. Well, we've already had a foot in portions of St. Pete and also Pinellas County. We're possibly going to add another 6 to 12 inches of rainfall on top of what we've had. So again, freshwater flooding and extreme concern for us here as we're looking at the new flood warning that came out, and the National Weather Service tags them with what type of threat is in the warning, and this is a considerable threat. So it's a pretty heightened risk that we're likely seeing some flash flooding. So in Palm Harbor, Tarpon Springs, Clearwater, still locked in the rainfall. The strongest part of the eye wall is now in St. Pete. Look at this, Pinellas Point. My goodness, this is about as red as it gets on the radar when we're talking about extremely heavy rainfall. These rainfall rates could be upwards of 4 to 6 inches per hour within this northern eye wall. That's also the case here at MacDill Air Force Base in South Tampa, most of which, of course, was evacuated because of the threat for surge if the eye would have made landfall to our north. But we're locked in downtown Tampa with it right now as well, completely covered up in extremely heavy rainfall and wind gusts that could exceed 80 miles per hour. Again, the strongest that we've had so far was at the eye wall. Just updated with Tampa International now, 74 mile per hour gusts here at the airport. That could potentially been the gust that knocked us briefly without power here. So hurricane force gusts with this eye wall now in Tampa, the strongest winds we've had so far in Tampa. If you are east of Tampa, you are in the northern eye wall as well. Riverview, Gibsonton, Palm River, over towards the Palm Eau Claire area, Valrico, Brandon, over to Plant City, Mango, Seffner, all along I-4, getting up to Thonotosassa and up toward the Hillsborough River State Park. It's just really starting for you all as that eye wall is all the way back out into the Gulf of Mexico. So we're stuck in this heavy rain band for the next 3 to 4 hour period, and that's why that flash flooding potential is going to be extremely high. When we talked about the extreme wind warning, when it comes to flash flood emergencies are what the National Weather Service issues as far as it being the top tier for severity and danger when it comes to flash flooding. I can't imagine that we're not going to start to get those from the National Weather Service here over the next few hours. Flash flood emergencies possibly coming to St. Pete, Clearwater, Tampa, and then areas to the east. Lakeland, you are on the northeastern edge of the eye wall. It's continuing to fill in here as well. So we're locked in with the heavy rainfall. Your wind gusts will probably start to pick up. We've already had 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Linder International Airport. We'll likely get to the 75-mile-per-hour gusts here like in Tampa coming up momentarily. So widening out, the worst of the rainfall, the worst of the wind is in this band right here that's basically parked itself from Seffner, Brandon to Tampa, Plant City as well, and then down into central and southern portions here of St. Petersburg. This is where we're looking at rainfall rates again that could exceed 4 to 6 inches of rainfall per hour. We are
Brooksville gusted is 76.
So even up to Brooksville, we're seeing hurricane force gusts.
76 mile per hour wind gusts. That is the second time they've gusted over 70.
So 70 mile per hour plus wind gusts here in Brooksville, that far removed from the eye wall. And this is why, unfortunately, those power outage numbers are really going to start to crank as we go into the remainder of the night. Flash flooding also a concern for those of you north. Look at south. Look at how dry it is in our southern zones where the eye actually has come on shore and will be moving. It's going to be incredibly different to see the gradient between not much rain down south to the extreme rainfall weights that we're seeing here up north with this eye wall basically moving right along I-4. And this is panning out pretty much how the National Hurricane Center and what we were thinking would happen with this is if it makes landfall in Sarasota, Manatee County, that northern eye wall would set up that potential 6 to 12 to 18-inch water rainfall totals, and that's unfortunately what is coming to fruition. So I think once we get past the severe and dangerous wind threat with the eye wall, it's really going to be about flash flooding and water rises that are happening not from storm surge here from Pinellas and Hillsborough County north, but unfortunately because of the water rising on our creeks, our rivers, our streams, all of these are going to start rising pretty rapidly, and that's why we have the warnings out. I'm going to turn the warnings back on. There are going to be a bunch of them that show up. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Thankfully, I'm not seeing any spin or tornado warnings showing up at this point. It's bad enough when you're contending with 70 to 100 mile per hour winds. Remember, the extreme wind warning set to go for another 45 minutes. We'll see if they do extend it east as the eye wall begins to move to the east. But again, the worst of it is right now moving through Tampa Bay, Pinellas, Hillsborough County, getting over to Polk County. Not forgetting you in Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus. You guys are socked in with very heavy rainfall here as well. But when it comes to the winds, that's where we're seeing them the strongest. And that's going to continue as it slides to the east and to the northeast. Greg, are you seeing anything that I'm missing so far?
No, I mean, I'm concerned about this rain band, obviously. I think that rain band in south of there is where there's going to be a new center that's going to reform, and this is just going to keep this in Hillsborough County. It's going to start moving northeast. The winds here are going to be locked in for at least another couple more hours.
So you're talking about it potentially here, basically right along I-75, I-275, where they come together, and then to areas north and east. So what Greg is talking about is basically what we were looking at. This is the zone right in here that is going to run into extreme rainfall totals that could exceed a foot, if not a foot and a half, maybe closing in on 20 inches if we do not get this band to start moving off to the east-northeast pretty quickly. So that's the band that's the worst of it right now. And of course, within it, we've got the winds that are really, really strong too. I'm going to just do a couple of plots here just to see what shows up. Let me pause this for us, see what we're looking at. These winds should start to come down a little bit, though, now that we're seeing it moving onshore. But clearly, what we're looking at is these are the wind heights that are elevated. This is not what's actually happening down at the ground. So you take about 5 to 10 miles per hour off of these. So either way you look at it, we're still looking at Category 2 winds showing up on our radar. But as it's moving onshore, of course, it made landfall with 120 mile per hour winds here in Siesta Key from the National Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center, giving us that information as well. Power outages, we are looking at. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside here in Tampa right now where we're seeing this rain band set up over top of us as well. This band is sitting over, is that in Ybor City? Is that downtown? He's in where? Hyde Park. So that's in Hyde Park. So that's what it looks like. They're getting the camera shot ready for us as the rain is coming down in Hyde Park. Surprising that we still have power there because those power outage numbers. Lauren, have the numbers started to spike here in the last hour?
So I just refreshed Tico, and it's 124,000 in Tico and Duke.
254,000 is Duke Energy.
So it's nearly doubled.
Yeah. So Adam's standing by in Hyde Park, and it looks like it's just the rain is pretty intense, right? Adam?
We got lots of rain and lots of wind. Let me just step out here for a minute, and you can kind of see how it's coming down and how it's getting pretty gusty. It's certainly taken a turn for the worse in the last half hour or so. Really coming down. It's been coming down all day, but it's really intensified in the last few minutes, and we're getting these squalls of wind along with it. We've seen the power blink on and off quite a few times, so we're not sure how much longer we'll have power here, but we're here at Hyde Park. More or less abandoned. Only our hotel has anybody here right now. But we have certainly seen the rain and the wind pick up quite a bit in the last few minutes as this storm is getting closer to Tampa, and it certainly has intensified quite a bit. You can see from these pictures, the wall's just kind of screaming in. This rain is kind of coming in. We're in a protected area right here. For those of you familiar with the Hyde Park Village, there's big parking garages right here, but the wind is still whipping along that. And on these cross streets, we can see the wind just coming through there. Lots of water just coming down, just a wall of water as this rain continues to fall at a huge fast pace right now. So this is probably the worst conditions we've seen so far in the last few minutes, guys.
Yeah, we're going to continue to see that being the case here because, again, this eye wall, it's almost as if it's stationary. It's moving, but we're not seeing that water, that rain band move at this point. Also want to take a look at the radar again, show you what we're looking at because, again, very important, the worst of the weather happening right now, Hillsborough, Pinellas County, as the eye has made landfall to our south. I want to sneak over here into St. Petersburg because we have seen 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts here from St. Pete, and we do have Eric Waxler, who's out live in St. Petersburg in the northern eye wall. If we do have him, let's go ahead and get it out to him and see what conditions are like there. Eric, not sure if you're with us or not, but we have had 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts showing up in St. Pete. What are you seeing?
We're seeing those wind gusts for sure. We're on Central Avenue and 17th, right in front of a building that is protecting us, but you can just see the wind swirling. I mean, it's like we're seeing a band right here going down Central and curling around. I mean, the power of this right now, and you can just see absolute sheets of rain coming at us in a circular motion. And look at this street sign right here. Jason, if you can pan back right here, look at the stop sign just blowing in the wind like it's nothing. And you're seeing, and then people want to experience it. And we've got a guy that just came down here. So we're in this hotel. The power, there were some power surges. In fact, I just heard a transformer, what sounded like a transformer blowing. But this is wicked. No other way to describe it. Yeah, and guys, they shut down the elevators here because they didn't want to get have anybody stuck in the elevators, as you can imagine. And we came down to the first floor. We had been on the third floor balcony, but as conditions worsened, it was not advisable to be up on a balcony anymore. But we're down here on the ground level. But you can really get a good look. Again, this is Central Avenue, a couple apartment buildings right here. And the wind ferocious right now, the worst by far that we have seen. Sheets of rain just pouring down, coming up against these buildings. And, you know, we talked earlier again about the danger of all those construction cranes that are working on projects in downtown St. Petersburg, and what could happen if 100-mile-an-hour plus wind hits those things. The city put out a warning advising people who live near those buildings to definitely relocate if possible or go to interior spots. So if you're by one of those cranes, definitely beware. We are seeing the amazing power of Hurricane Milton here in St. Petersburg, north of the eye wall.
Eric, it's Dennis. I got a question for you.
Yes.
So, you know, you're talking about the wind, but you guys have had a ton of rain, too. Are you seeing any flooding around there?
No, where we are, thankfully, we are not seeing. But I mean, if you just look down the street, I mean, you see what looks almost like a river, but it is definitely not that deep yet. But where we are is high enough ground. We're just a couple blocks from Tropicana Field, which, as you probably know, has been used as a staging area for the National Guard and all the linemen, the electrical workers that are here. So we are in high ground, but we can only imagine, you know, what all this rain is doing to the saturated areas that were flooded out by Hurricane Hermine.
You know what, though? You know what, Eric? I think Jason and I just kind of figured out maybe why there's no flooding. Because we have a reverse surge going on in the bay right now. So whenever the wind's blowing everything in, that water's going to flood more. But now the bay is draining. So the water that you're getting is draining.
Yeah, and, you know, we've been noticing, you know, you expect as you're looking west this way and a hurricane is coming from the Gulf that we would see the clouds and everything and the wind going this way. But all day long, it's been going the opposite. We saw clouds moving west towards 275, just trucking along, and now all the wind and everything in these sheets of rain are going in that same kind of direction away from the bay, so that kind of goes along with exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I remember there have been times where we've had onshore, well, Irma we had the reverse surge, and we had all that rain and nobody flooded because of the same thing. So you know what, that might very well be why we're not seeing it. It makes a lot of sense. So Eric, thank you very much. We'll check back. Just so you know, we're looking at it. You probably have another 60 to 90 minutes of that before things begin to wind down. At least you've reached the peak, though. I don't imagine it's going to be any stronger than that because that eye has moved inland, so it should start weakening even quicker. Again, Eric Waxlow, thank you very much, live in St. Pete. So here's the latest, guys. We got a lot of stuff to go over. Landfall, Siesta Key, down to the south. What we were saying is you have a offshore flow. What that means for the bay, we have a reverse surge going on. In other words, the water is going out. And with that being said, that makes it a lot more challenging for flooding to occur because there's obviously no kind of backup at all. When that water drains, it's got plenty of spots to go. Whereas if you had an onshore flow, when the water tries to drain, it runs into literally reverse flow, and it can't happen, and we get a lot of flooding. So with this offshore flow, because the low is here, and fortunately, it's substantially inland. I mean, to the south, rather. So, you know, 4 hours ago, this is just a perfect example of how fickle wobbles can be when it comes to these storms. I mean, it was going north and then it moved a little bit. And I'll be honest, literally us in the Weather Center, Jason and I had this exact conversation. It's like, okay, it's got to make a hard right turn to actually make landfall anywhere near Sarasota. It made a hard right turn. I mean, and it's just one of those things where none of the models are going to show that because it's unpredictable. That's why it's called nowcasting. So at this point, there's your eye. It has moved inland. So think about it. All of the areas to the north have an offshore flow. Now, eventually, when it moves north up here, it's going to eventually bring back an onshore flow. But by then, it's more than likely far enough away and weaker that I would expect, Greg, I mean, don't you guys agree that the surge levels of 6 to 9 might even be high? Yeah. I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, so we've been saying this for hours. It all boiled down to just how close that center gets to the bay, and it's pretty far south of Sarasota, Siesta Key. Now, it is going to move this way, but as it does, it's going to weaken. So I'll tell you guys, it's hard to say we dodged a bullet considering what we are looking at in terms of all of the wind. There are trees down. There is flooding. There will be a lot of surge areas south. Sarasota, Siesta Key, Fort Myers, all the way down to Naples. They've been getting surge for a while. But the bay, the surge threat in the bay is significantly lower now. In 3 hours, that's how it changed. And I'm not trying to make light of it at all, but we were sitting here debating, did the Bay Area escape a direct hit from a Category 3 hurricane? I guess it's, do you define Siesta Key as in the Bay Area? It's close, right? I don't know. People smarter than me can figure that one out. But anyway, so we still have that extreme wind warning in effect until 9:30. Now, I think it's very possible that that could be moved to the east. I mean, it seems like it's a possibility. but you've got Pinellas County with a foot of rain so far, and what, another 6 inches easy possible before this finally moves through. You've got winds gusting anywhere from 80 to nearly 100 miles an hour. Sarah, I believe we said that Siesta Key had 120 mile an hour winds at landfall. That's what I heard. I didn't get that from an actual report, but I believe that's what the NHC had reported. So that would be by far, and it makes sense because how many times did we say right at landfall? And usually just to the right and north of that landfall spot is where you get the extreme winds. So with that being said, you have 2 areas of wind. You've got one near the eye moving across, and then you have this massive eye wall that's bringing all of this heavy rain and all of these gusty winds. There will be roof issues. We wake up tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of trees down. There's going to be a lot of issues with roofs. But boy, at least in terms of the surge for our immediate area, we're escaping. I mean, I don't think there's any other way to say it. I mean, I think we are. I mean, is it possible the Indian Burial Ground pulled their magic again for the surge? I don't know. But I'm telling you, it's looking pretty good for the surge threat now. It really is. As you continue to see this move from north to east, look, it's going to continue, and it's going to continue for quite a while. So for the folks who evacuated to Orlando, you're going to get hurricane force winds. And I know there's a lot of folks watching us right now on streaming. And since there's 250,000 people without power, let's remind people how you can watch or listen to us even without power. Because from now, for the next 4 or 5 hours, there's nothing worse than being in a house with no electricity, pitch black, hearing trees and branches and everything going out, and you have no connection to the world. So here are our radio partners. You can tune in, and they'll be simulcasting our coverage. And in addition, you can also download our ABC Action News app. That's either on Google Play or on iTunes. You do that, you can actually watch our coverage. On the radio, it's fine if you don't have the ability to download it, but you don't get to see what it is we're showing. And radar, seeing the radar can be super helpful. But down where landfall occurred, right here, as Chad and Michael showed you, it's quiet. Wouldn't be surprised if the stars are out in some spots, but yeah, they're still getting wind, but just not nearly as much on the backside. Jason, you got something?
St. Pete gusted to 94, and we have Tampa International that has gusted now to 82.
All right. And you know what? I think those numbers are going to be kind of solid. I think they're going to probably be our maxes. Would you not agree, guys?
Yeah. And
so,
there's what it looks like right now here at our station, and our roof is popping because of the winds that are going over it, so yeah.
And I will share a funny story since I made fun of Wendy. I made fun of Wendy because she was talking about golf ball size raindrops in one of the live shots with Lydia.
And anyone from up north, I'm getting emails and Facebook messages saying we knew exactly what you meant. And we support you.
Yeah, okay.
He just doesn't understand.
Yeah, they just don't have the heart to make fun of you. All right, so yeah, golf ball size raindrops. Well, what I said might have been worse because Greg's over in the Weather Center and the lights are moving because obviously we're in a hurricane. The lights are moving pretty good. And I walked over and I look at Greg and he's like, Dennis, the lights are moving like this. And my response was, what, is it windy? And I was serious. And I will tell you why. I used to work in Los Angeles. And when I think of lights moving, I think earthquake. I'm like, all right, you're going to throw an earthquake in here too, then I give up. All right, so, but at the end of the day here, you know, obviously we are still tracking some real significant weather. And we're going to go to our reporters and we're going to continue covering this. And we are by no means breathing a sigh of relief. But with the surge, I mean, I guess you could say we're breathing a sigh of relief because the levels with a storm this far south and an offshore flow are significantly lower than they would be. As a matter of fact, a reverse surge is going on, and it would not shock me at all if we get some people who are out there and they see the bay pretty much dry, like we had with Irma. I believe we're going to go to Jenna Ray.
Yes, she's in Ybor City.
In Ybor City with an update on how things are popping in Ybor. Jenna?
Hi, you guys. You can hear and probably see this wind behind me. This rain is whipping. We were out here an hour ago and it was not nearly this intense. Take a look at the street behind me. You can really see how fast and hard this wind is whipping this rain. Just a few seconds before you guys tossed to me, we did see the lights flicker. That's about the second time in the last hour that we've seen that. Again, in Ybor City, we still have power at the moment, but as this wind is picking up, obviously that becomes a threat for a lot of people here. Now, we've been talking to people in the hotel that we're staying at. A lot of Tampa residents are actually staying at this hotel. A lot of people from St. Pete and from the coast, they came in more inland for the storm ahead of it. A couple that I talked to, they spend half of their time here in Tampa and another half in the Midwest, and they say that they just went through Helene obviously a few weeks ago, and they said that it scared them. They were out of power, and so they made the move to evacuate for this hurricane, and they think that they made the right decision. Obviously, we still have power now, but you're seeing as this makes landfall the impact that this is having here. Again, we almost have horizontal rain whipping at us at this intersection. You can see, I mean, this intersection, it's almost crazy to picture and to see. I hope it comes across as intense as it is that we're seeing out here with this whipping rain. The trees are whipping back and forth. We're seeing tree branches being pulled off of the trees. Now, a lot of businesses in this area did prepare ahead of the storm, and you can see some of these boarded up businesses across the street from where we're at. A lot of businesses in Ybor City look like this now. Boarded up windows, boarded up doors. A lot of them have that sandbag reinforcement. We're also seeing some lightning. We haven't seen that here yet, but again, within the last hour, as this storm has ramped up, we're seeing these more intense effects of the hurricane coming in here. We are in a safe location. We are not in an evacuation zone. So as you guys mentioned, with the weather forecasting and what's coming forward, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see this whipping rain and this wind coming in as this continues to intensify.
All right, Jenna, thank you. We actually just took a power hit here as well. So, you know, you're not alone out there. We're not alone here. Of course, many counties in our area are actually out of power completely. So thank you, Jenna. We want to turn now to Pinellas County, where the winds have been picking up out there, as many of our counties have seen.
Yeah, truly. ABC Action News reporter Robert Boyd is live for us in Seminole right now. Robert, how are conditions there where you are?
Well, me and the crew have been in Seminole, in Pinellas County most of the day, and this is the worst we've seen it by far. This minivan right next to me, every few minutes you actually see it kind of shaking back and forth. That's how powerful the wind has been. Trees just swaying back and forth. Stop signs rattling. We're hoping nothing comes loose and goes flying. Right there, that's a pretty big wind gust that just hit me. The good news is hardly any projectiles. I haven't seen much of anything flying that could hit us, which is good. That means the people who live in this neighborhood batten down the hatches. They put everything away. They got the patio furniture. They got all the lawn ornaments. They put it away. That's good news. So right now, nothing really flying around, which is good. We're watching the trees go back and forth. As far as power outages, I think Dennis, I don't want to get this wrong, I think he said a 250,000 people without power. We'll count us in on that 250,000 because the Airbnb that me and the team were staying in lost power hours ago, probably around 6 o'clock. Most of this neighborhood is dark, and then we see these flashes of light in the distance. It's not lighting, it's just to get more power outages, more electrical explosions. So right now, very dangerous out here. We feel safe though because this area is, despite as crazy as it looks, was not an evacuation zone. They let the people stay here for the most part. Everyone's inside. I don't think I've seen a car drive by in about an hour or so. So people are staying safe, staying inside, and that's a good thing. And keep in mind, Pinellas County emergency, any kind of first responder, they're staying inside too. So if there's any kind of emergency out here, you're kind of on your own, so please stay safe. As tempting as it might be to even look out the window, you know, stay in a safe place in the middle of your home, away from windows, because the wind is coming, and you just don't know if something could break loose. Oh man, that was a big wind gust. You can see this van, I'm going to hold on to this van right now. I'm actually going to get a little closer to the garage and get back into safety. But right now, this is the strongest we've seen it all night long, and we'll be out here throughout the storm and continue to monitor it and just hope the people stay safe. Back to you guys.
All right, Robert. Yes, please stay safe. Get into a safer location if you can. Jason, go ahead.
A little bit of information we're just getting in from the National Weather Service. While we're seeing the reverse surge happening in Tampa Bay where water levels are coming down, those east-facing beaches, so MacDill Air Force Base, Bayshore Boulevard, because of the east wind pushing out in the opposite direction, we are seeing some flooding on this side of South Tampa and also on this side of St. Pete and also Anna Maria Island. We're getting an east wind, which is actually causing a storm surge on the bay side. Now, as far as numbers go, we haven't gotten those numbers, but we are getting reports of flooding in those areas. So again, even though the surge maximized at highest to the south of our area with now very strong 80-90 mile per hour northeast winds, this is creating flooding on east-facing beaches, east-facing coastal spots here, I should say, from Anna Maria Island now north to St. Pete, also on Bayshore Boulevard in South Tampa near MacDill Air Force Base is where we're looking at some of that. So I just wanted to pass that along because we've been watching the storm surge so closely, and while we're not getting those 6 to 9 foot total rises in these areas, we haven't gotten any numbers yet from Sarasota or Manatee County as far as heights of surges go, but in Fort Myers Beach, storm surge there. Naples is seeing major flooding right now with storm surge down in Naples. So maximized to the south of the center, but some of our spots here as well are picking up a little bit on the storm surge too. We took another power hit. We do have more gusts, some of the wind gusts that I'll pass along really quickly, and then I'll get it back over to you, Wendy. 96 in Sarasota still, a new one of 94 in St. Pete, and Tampa so far, the highest gust, 82 miles per hour here at Tampa International Airport. So that's the very latest that we have.
All right, thank you, Jason. And by the way, usually that side of Bayshore, closer to the base, near MacDill Air Force Base, doesn't normally flood. But after Helene, during Helene and after, we saw flooding in that area that we've never seen before. So, and I'm sure the ground is so saturated, as we've talked about, this is only making it worse. We do want to stay in Hillsborough County right now. Scripps News reporter Lillian Donahue is in Tampa on our ABC Action News parking garage right across the street from Raymond James Stadium.
Yeah, and Lillian, I don't know if you heard this earlier. We took a power hit less than like 5 minutes ago. So talk about the conditions outside. For people who don't know, ABC Action News is right across the street from Ray J, so it's in that West Tampa area.
Yeah, you heard that power hit. Well, we saw that power hit. We've seen at least 2 transformers blow in this direct area, and of course power go down twice here at the station before quickly coming back up. But these are the strongest winds that we have seen so far in this storm. And mind you, we're being blocked by wind right now, but there's kind of like a tunnel of wind coming through where we park a lot of the cars. But you can see across the street over at Ray J Stadium. I mean, it's just completely almost, I don't want to say white out, I would say gray out right now. If you're looking at this wind level here, sustained strong, the strongest we've seen so far, especially if you zoom into those lights. That's really where you can see that wind, where it's coming from and just how fast it's coming. We've also noticed it whipping around as it hits the buildings, kind of almost going in a circular motion before continuing. I'm from the Midwest, and I learned how to count how far lightning strikes are by the thunder. And I'm telling you, the lightning that we've seen here recently, very close. Some close to the point that I actually went a little bit further into the garage for a few minutes before I felt like it was safe enough to get to the edge here. But again, just kind of showing you these conditions. The ground completely saturated right now. No one outside, thank goodness, because of what we're seeing. Of course, these winds, these gusts are coming in and out, but we can feel the power of Milton as it's coming in. And like I said, you heard it, we saw it, those transformers blowing. That one, there was one over there behind you. There's also one over that way. And I think there was a third. It could have also been lightning, but it did have a pretty immediate boom. So like I said, when you're counting how far, going old school, how far this stuff is, it's really close to us right now. And that's kind of exactly what we're seeing. Back to you guys.
All right, Lillian, thank you.
So we do want to stay in the Pinellas, Hillsborough areas because those are the counties really seeing the brunt of the weather right now.
Yeah, that's right. And our Eric Waxler is standing by in downtown St. Pete with what the weather conditions are out there right now. Eric?
Yeah, I haven't used the word deluge in a long time, I think, but I would say it is definitely appropriate right now. We have just had an onslaught of rain now for a few hours here in downtown St. Pete. Central Avenue that way, we are on 17th Street. We are protected by a 7-story building here, the True by Hilton Hotel, and it really is giving us a unique perspective because it's we're seeing the wind and the rain whip around in a southwest motion, like almost like we're in a band. And if you look at these cars, if you've ever seen a vehicle put in a wind tunnel to test aerodynamics, I feel like we're getting a look at that when some of the sheets of rain come over these 2 trucks that are here. You're really seeing that exact thing as the water comes over these cars. Just an incredible amount of wind, and we look off into the distance. You see the trees, you see the power lines, the street signs blowing around here. This is by far the strongest that we've had here, and we've had some strong gusts. We were on the 3rd floor balcony if you were watching earlier, and as the conditions worsened, we got off that balcony. They closed the doors, they locked them, but those doors were shaking from the wind, and now we're down here on the 1st floor and really getting an incredible look at the power that Hurricane Milton is giving us here in downtown St. Petersburg. It is something to behold. It's all we can do is hope that everyone here is safe, and we're hearing transformers blow. So we just hope that everyone here is safe as we continue to monitor conditions. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Eric. We do want to go back to Paul in Bradenton now.
Yeah, you know, a lot going on. Then he was in the eye of the storm, and obviously this is the other side of the storm. Paul, what a difference just an hour makes, huh?
Yeah, wind is really picking up now, and it's coming in from, what would you say, guys, the south? North, sorry, north. Coming in from the north, so that is not quite the opposite direction as it was earlier, but it is switched back for sure, and it's coming in, blowing toward the house. So the difference is we had this row of homes in this neighborhood shielding us from the wind in our earlier reports. Now you don't have that, and so the rain, like nails to the face, it's blowing sideways and up, and the wind is actually stronger now, even though, as what I looked at on the radar. Okay, all right. No, we're good. Yep. Okay, we're seeing some things blow up behind me, transformers. So the wind is definitely strong. It's interesting how, I mean, I guess it's perspective because the wind is blowing from a different direction, so you're feeling it in a different way. I know behind the house there is some damage. The wind blew down the fence behind the house earlier because the wind was coming from the north, and so again, the house shielding us earlier in our live reports. So behind the house there's damage. Now it's coming from the other direction, blowing not quite toward the house, but in this direction. And so we're seeing some signs really take a beating, some trees take the beating, and the rain, you know, quite frankly, it's like nails on the face. We spoke with the next door neighbor, because this neighborhood, a lot of people stayed here to ride out the storm. Wow, okay. And they're in their garage, literally next door, 10 feet from us. I want to quickly toss to that interview. Go ahead, go ahead. Ask a question.
Hey, Paul, it's Jason. You answered my question. The reason why I wanted to talk to you as debris is flying by you, so be careful, buddy. Watch it. You answered the question, though. I was talking about how the winds were reversing now that the opposite side of the eye is coming in, and you are right now on the very extreme edge of the northern eye wall, that northwestern eye wall, and winds are still estimated at 80 to 90 miles per hour here in that. So, yes, you answered the question I was going to ask you. We're talking about the opposite wind direction. Appreciate it, buddy. Be safe out there while we continue to watch your shot. I do want to come back to me real fast, though, because I am seeing something that's a little bit of a concern here in Tampa and also on the east side of Tampa. So as we look at the radar, we're starting to see the eye wall rotate and kind of pivot a little more to the east now. But look at how bright these red colors are showing up here from Riverview to downtown over to Brandon and Valrico. Extremely heavy rainfall rates now moving into these areas. And along with those extremely heavy rainfall rates, this is where we're now going to see the 70, 90 mile per hour wind gusts that we've had back to your west begin to shift a little more more into our inland spots. Those power outage numbers continue to rise pretty quickly, and I know some of you saying on Facebook, hey, Fishhawk, Lithia, Bloomingdale, Brandon, we're really taking it on the chin right now. What's it look like? And that's the reason why here in inland Hillsborough County now across 75, you're beginning to see that part of the eye wall kind of stuck in place here over Highway 60, Brandon Boulevard, getting up to the Valrico area, and then also up to Sefner and Mango as well. It is still stuck in place here in Tampa, especially from Tampa Bay and to the east. So we're talking about South Tampa, MacDill Air Force Base, getting up West Shore, the Veterans Express, up to Carrollwood, Lake Magdalene, Temple Terrace. All these areas here to the north and east side of I-275 are also now stuck into the worst part of this storm. It's been a little more to the west over the last hour, but we're finally starting to see a bit of a push moving to the east with the eye wall continuing to slide off to the east. Heading back to Pinellas County, finally some good news, a little bit of good news for you guys. The bright red colors that were sitting over top of us with those 96-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 94-mile-per-hour wind gusts, starting to shift east and more so over South Tampa and MacDill Air Force Base. So maybe a little bit of intensity letting up here for those of you in Pinellas County right now, but overall, we're still looking at the eye wall being the focal point for these very strong winds, and we've got about another 15 minutes or so of that extreme wind warning, which continues here for Pinellas County, even though we're starting to see this eye wall again pivot toward inland spots as well. So where we were in Bradenton and where we are in Sarasota, we're now on the backside of the eye. The eye no longer as clear on radar as what it was, since it's now, of course, moved inland, but we're now on the backside of it, and even though the intensity as far as the rainfall isn't there, the winds are. It's still an eye wall, regardless of whether you have rain there or not, and that's what's still going to provide some stronger winds like Paul was seeing a second ago here in Bradenton, Sarasota, Siesta Key, down south through Casey Key, and also getting into portions of Nokomis. I do want to point out that we are seeing significant surge now in places like Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers Beach, and Naples. That's where we're seeing maximized surge, and we are getting high water flooding now in these areas, not from rain, but from the surge that's moving onshore as the eye continues to move inland. It's possible that we see water rises back here on our coast north of where the eyeball made landfall once this shifts inland and we start to see our winds turning back and off of the Gulf of Mexico. So while we may have escaped the brunt of the high surge where the eye and south makes landfall for areas north, we still have to watch and see what the backside of this hurricane is going to do as it moves inland, because that could potentially set us up with a little bit of water rise at the coast. Or right now, we're seeing a negative surge. Clearwater Beach is down 2.5 feet from normal high tide. Normal tide level that it's at right now, it's down 2.5 feet. So we are not seeing surge flooding in Clearwater Beach. We're seeing freshwater flooding as we are through most of Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco counties tonight. But the surge flooding is down south, and we may start to see that creeping back up to the north. Once again, the backside of the eye wall shifts inland, and the backside of the hurricane starts to turn our winds back around off of the Gulf of Mexico. So that's where the worst of it is right now, here moving into northeastern and central Hillsborough County along I-4, I-75, I-275 from the Hillsborough River State Park area south of downtown Tampa, getting into the Riverview, Brandon, Gibsonton area, and also now still holding tough in St. Pete. It's starting to shift over to I-75 in our southern zones where you've been in a little bit of a rain lull, not wind, but rain. Now you're getting that extremely heavy rainfall pushing back on shore here from Tampa Bay, from Apollo Beach over to Ruskin, getting into Waimama, and over toward Port Manatee. We're going to start to see some extremely heavy rainfall rates for you guys as well. So that's what we've got going for you now. Just wanted to give you those updates. Again, very, very concerning to see this eye wall starting to shift. It's good, it's bad, because the good news is that extreme 4 to 6 inch rainfall totals per hour that we're seeing within the eye wall are going to start to move a little bit out of the areas that have picked up over a foot of rain in Pinellas County already, but that's now going to start shifting inland into a couple of eastern spots here as well. Dennis?
Hey, Jason, have you shown velocity? I was in the newsroom. I'm curious what the wind is with this stuff.
So unfortunately, it looks like the velocity is not giving us the true accurate estimate because of where Ruskin is versus the eye wall. But what I've been seeing is what you can see is where you still have the golden colors here and the bright blue colors here. Those velocity scans are still showing up at over 80 miles per hour. So of course, as this starts to move inland, those values are going to start to come down a little bit. So we've got 66 here, 67. Let's see if we can go.
It does look like Pinellas is coming down a lot, though, on that.
Pinellas County, it looks like it's coming down as the eye is starting to shift inland and that heavy band is. But look here in east over toward Brandon, like I was just talking about a second ago, and Plant City, Mango, Sefner. This is where we're still getting those winds on the east side of the eye wall coming in with potentially gusts over 90 miles per hour. So Maybe a little bit better for Pinellas County as that shifting east. Still kind of the tough situation, though, here from Pinellas County. And then, of course, where the eye wall is down to the south, the back side of the eye wall. That's why Paul's live shot was getting a little hairy there with some of the stuff starting to fly by behind him. That back side of the eye wall is bringing in some of those stronger winds now, and the extreme winds back into places that were quiet. And by the way, the winds in the eye in Siesta Key, Dennis, the National Hurricane Center, or the National Weather Service said they were measured at 1.7 miles per hour within the eye in Siesta Key as it was going by.
Wow.
Insane.
And they had a max wind of 120, I believe I saw. By the way, just letting you know that Greg D, the reason he's not here is because he found a raincoat and he's going to go outside and do a live shot outside.
There you go.
So, yeah, so, you know, he's like, I got to be out in there.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's stuck in here all the time with us covering it, so it's very rare to have 3 meteorologists here at one time to get him out there to go out. And so we'll get out to Greg's live shot as soon as we get that set up. But yeah, ladies, that's the latest. I just wanted to give you a heads up now in inland Hillsborough County. This is where we're seeing some of those 80+ mile per hour wind gusts begin to shift east.
All right, thank you, Jason. We're going to talk about some power outages. Obviously, you've been talking about the winds, especially in Pinellas and Hillsborough counties. At this point, the statewide power outage, more than 1.1 million people in the state do not have power right now. This is the TECO map. TECO reporting more than 166,000 customers without electricity. Duke Energy has over 346,000 outages and 115,000 in Pinellas County alone. Florida Power and Light, 127,000 people without power in Manatee and almost 160,000 people without power in Sarasota County. So big problem right now.
Well, yeah, especially statewide, 1.1 million. That's a lot of folks. It's an important reminder we want to tell you about. We want you to be able to reach us and stay in touch 24/7 during and after Hurricane Milton. So please scan that QR code on your screen to download our apps. This way you can stay connected to us even if you lose power or signal, and watch us on your phone. And to download our apps, just take out your cell phone and go to your app store, search for ABC Action News, and then just click on download. And once you are in the ABC Action News app, you'll actually see our live feed at the top of our homepage. And we want to stay in Tampa and cover what else is going on, especially in Hillsborough County.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Adam Walser is in Hyde Park for us. Adam, oh yikes, a lot of wind and rain, huh?
A lot of wind and rain. In fact, the hotel where we're staying just lost power a little while ago. They're on emergency backup power, and they were handing out glow sticks so that some of the guests could find their way back to their rooms. But we've been lucky so far. There's street lights here, so we can see what's going on, and you can see the rain continuing to come down. As we talked about in the last live shot, that is a big parking deck. It's about 5 stories high, so it's actually shielding us from a lot of the wind. But when you go to the intersection, there's basically a wind tunnel that's just sucking all that rain and all that wind. If you look up against that building, you can just see it flying through there. So it just kind of depends on where you're standing as to where the wind's whipping up. You know, we've gotten these gusts probably 70, 80 miles an hour like they were saying just a little while ago, but then we'll get just pelting rain and periods where there's not that much wind here. So it's continuing to fall. We've obviously gotten a huge amount of rainfall because it has not stopped the entire time we've been here since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So obviously it's going to be a lot of rain here in Tampa for people to deal with. And all this rain is going down towards Tampa Bay. That's about a half a mile from here. All these smaller roads are draining onto Bay Shore, so there's obviously going to be flash flooding in addition to the concern about the storm surge later on tonight. So it's something you don't want to be out in tonight. It's terrible conditions. We actually have seen people out here driving around, but it's extremely dangerous at this point because of these huge wind gusts and, of course, the rain standing on the road. I'm reporting live from Tampa. Adam Walser, ABC Action News.
Adam, thank you. We want to take a look at the conditions now outside our own station. Meteorologist Greg D is standing by. He's been inside for all of our coverage. He's finally now outside.
You needed to get outside, Greg. How are things looking out there?
You know, I've been looking at the radar all evening. I really wanted to see what this rain band is like as that center of Milton heads up into southern Hillsborough County. We're really getting, I think, what's going to be the maximum winds here in Tampa over the next couple of hours. So take a look out. We're in our parking garage. So just so you know, I am in a safe, shielded location from the wind. I got to tell you, the one thing that really stands out being out here
is the sound. And if you've lost power at home, you know what I'm talking about. It is this constant roar of the rain and the wind. Now, the wind themselves, when you look up towards Ray J, at the top of the stadium, it's pretty steady. It's consistent at whatever speed it is there up there now, probably in that 50 to 60 mile an hour range. The gusts here at station level, when you look at the parking lot, they come and go. And that's related to how hard that rain is pushing the wind toward the surface. When you get a little bit more of that rain pushing that wind funnel that's just above the ground down, you get a big gust and you can really see the wind start to move the trees. And at other moments, as I'm looking now here where our station truck is parked, the wind is not that bad. And that's kind of how it's been here since I've been here. Very inconsistent, coming in gusts. The gusts stronger at times than others. The rain is the other thing. I understand what Wendy was saying now with the golf ball size raindrops. That's exactly, Wendy, I mean, it is traveling up my arm. I've never had water do that, but literally is going up my sleeves. That's how, when I stick my arm out, you can literally feel the wind pushing the rain. And that's been the problem, the horizontal rain here. Just coming out here to this live location, there are doors already at our station that need to be barricaded, where there are towels and protective blankets, because the wind is literally pushing the rain through the door. It's not draining, it's just pushing it in any kind of gaps. And I bet a lot of folks in the Bay Area are seeing that. It's just the wind pushing the water in. These winds are going to hold on here for quite some time. Checking out the radar this evening, I think what's going to be happening here is over the next couple of hours, as Milton continues to move into southeastern Hillsborough County, this heavy rain band is really going to impact folks in places like Tampa, Riverview. I bet folks right now watching in Brandon, Mango, Dover, Plant City, Seffner, that's where some of the heaviest rain and wind is. Maybe starting to lighten up a little bit in Pinellas County. And now that main rain band with all the wind moving up toward portions of Polk County, Lakeland, over towards Gibsonia. My phone's going off. Another flash flood warning has been issued here across the Bay Area, and that's just something that's going to be going on. I just heard another wind gust. You can hear that. You can really hear the wind just watching it out here in between the building. It's the building that funnels the wind as well, really pushing that rain horizontally. So several more hours of this to go in the Tampa area, then we should see the wind lift east and northeast. And I think that highest wind core probably going to shift to the I-4 corridor and points north, as you see it swirling here around the studios. That's the latest here in Midtown Tampa at our studios. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Greg, I do want to ask you a question, and if you can't answer it, maybe Jason or Dennis can. I'm getting quite a few emails from a lot of folks about the timing. You mentioned it's going to be a couple hours in Hillsborough County, for instance, that this is going to take. But I have folks in Hernando, Citrus, Pinellas asking how long do we have to hang in there, because some of them still have power and they're like, if this is going to last any longer, I'm going to lose power any minute. So do you have any idea based on what the radar looks like now?
Well, you know, incredibly, Wendy, we've been kind of talking about this in the Weather Center all evening. Brooksville has gusted over 70 miles per hour with a top gust of 76. 3 times, I believe, in this storm. They're nowhere near the eye. So if they're already gusting to 76, it's going to be several more hours before the center moves far enough away from Hernando County to really see those winds drop. Now, if you look at places like northeastern Hillsborough County, where the heaviest of the weather is moving in, Thornado-Sassa, back over towards New Tampa, that USF area, heading over towards Zephyr Hills, that 301 corridor, heading up past the Hillsborough River State Park on your way into Pasco County, that area is in the worst of it now. You're looking at 2 to 3 hours. So for those of you that are going to be close to the eye, on the northwest side of that eye, the worst of it is about 2 to 3 hours. For folks farther north, Citrus and Hernando County, Pasco, it's going to be longer than that. This is going to be a really long night for some folks, as this thing is really slowing down, guys.
All right, thank you, Greg. Let's go now to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips, because Dennis, what Greg was just saying, we are not even close to over.
We're not. And overall, right now, surge is the lowest threat, which is insane to think of, considering I think a lot of us, myself included, thought it would be ultimately the biggest threat. There is some flooding going on the east side of areas in the bay, because you're getting the reverse surge. The water is being pushed out of the bay, and a landmass like South Tampa that can actually block that wind, that west wind blowing everything out, of the east wind rather, blowing everything out, and it will flood. So we are getting some reports, but overall, compared to what they will and are seeing south of Sarasota and Fort Myers, I don't want to say we dodged a bullet. I can't say that because certainly we have right now a flash flood emergency in effect. When the Weather Service starts using words like catastrophic flooding, that gets our attention. And your phone probably just went off if you live in Pinellas or Hillsborough County, because that was just issued. 10 to 14 inches of rain so far, and there's still a lot more on the way. I mean, the eye is right here. It's moving in this direction, and eventually it will take this northwestern side of the eye wall with it, but not before they see another 4 to 6 inches of rain. So we're going to see some areas that are going to see 20 inches of rain. There is only one thing that helps a lot with this, and that is that same offshore flow. Because if water was being pushed in, there'd be nowhere for this rain to go, and it would back up, and we would see catastrophic flooding. I'm not saying we're not seeing it now, but I'm saying the fact that this flow is still significantly offshore, that will allow the water to drain instead of backing up. So that is one favorable thing in how things are setting up right now. In fact, that's an area right here. I can't zoom in on it. Let's go ahead and go over to, okay, yeah, Jason can walk on over there. So you've got this area in red, and that is where the reports of catastrophic flooding are occurring right now with 10 to 14 inches of rain. So the red diamond right there it is until 2:30 in the morning. Radar indicated catastrophic. Now that's an interesting setup, because this means this is not reports from people. This is not somebody calling the Weather Service saying, yikes, I'm flooding. This is just the Weather Service saying, man, you guys have had 10 to 14 inches of rain. This is crazy. There's got to be some serious flooding. And I'm sure there is. But again, my point is it could be even worse than actually it would have been if the flow had been onshore. So this will continue for another 5 hours because this rain is going to take quite a while to go through. I want to talk about our inland counties, because at this point, that's where a lot of the questions are. Where is Polk County going to get rain, and how much wind are they going to see? And what about Highlands County? And what about areas toward Orlando? Well, there's a weather phenomenon, and I won't get too sciencey with you, but it's known as a sting jet. And what that does is when a system like ours, which was tropical, transitions to a non-tropical system, a winter-type storm, you often have a rush of air that comes in behind it. And that rush of air can easily go 70, 80, maybe even 90 miles an hour. So I really think that the I-4 corridor, even though the eye of the storm, I would probably guess this is going to be Cat 3 soon, now that the eye has actually moved over land. Two, rather. Yeah, I mean, if it goes down to 110. We haven't seen it yet. What's the latest on it?
By the way, 16 inches of rain now at Albert Whitted Airport, coming in from the National Weather Service. Wind-wise.
Got to talk it louder, Ileana. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, winds at 115.
All right, winds are 115, so we're down another 5 miles an hour. So 5 more, and we're down to a Category 2 storm. And rain is certainly falling. Look, Polk County is not really getting all that much in terms of what's compared to Hillsborough and Pinellas, but it's on the way. So as we go through the next hour, we're going to continue to track the rain as it moves east. We're going to continue to track the wind. But I'd say if you live in Pinellas, in terms of the wind, the worst is approaching it being over. I mean, I'm not saying all of it, but, you know, we've now expired. Matter of fact, yeah, Jason's gone. I think he's gone. But the high wind warning was set, the extreme wind warning was set to expire at 9:30, and we're at 9:34. So I'll tell you what, let me toss it back to LSG and Wendy. I'm going to check from the Weather Service and see if we actually have seen that expired or extended or moved over to the east. So let's go on back to the anchor desk.
Yeah, Dennis, and you were talking about Polk County, and actually we have our own Mary O'Connell, who's actually in Lakeland right now, and you wanted to know what the weather and, you know, rain and wind was like out there. So Mary, do we have your live shot up? There we go. Take it away, Mary.
Hey guys, yeah, this is certainly the worst that we've seen since we've been here earlier this afternoon, and that's to be expected at this point. It's really windy. You can see over my shoulder here. This is kind of the only glimpse of light we have because the other street over is mighty dark out there, but you can see it is blowing sideways. We've seen some of these tree branches fall to the ground here. It appears that some of these houses still have power. We've seen some lights in the distance go off. We still have power here, but you can see it's pretty nasty outside here. I know Polk County officials said a lot of people did go to shelters here, which is obviously a good sign that people were taking it very seriously here in this area. And obviously we're just keeping an eye on this rain here because it has been an absolute downpour in this area for the last several hours, guys.
All right, thank you, Mary. We want to go down to our southern counties, move back to Manatee County and the Palmetto area.
Yeah, and that's where Katie Legrone has been all evening long. So, Katie, how is it?
Yeah, hey guys, we're dealing with a lot of gusty winds again, but I will tell you, and some rain, quite a bit of rain at this point, but it's kind of coming in squalls. However, this is actually the most comfortable I have felt standing outside of the garage of the home that we're staying in really the last probably hour and a half or 2 hours. I mean, it was pretty ferocious there for a while. And so from what I understand, in fact, I even asked our producer, what's going on in Palmetto? Because we're just getting these gusts of winds yet again and this rainfall. And so this is the back edge of Hurricane Milton. I mean, this is the residual effect of Hurricane Milton coming into Palmetto. And of course, remember, Palmetto is sandwiched in between St. Petersburg to the north, Sarasota, Bradenton to the south, and we are on the east side of 75, so we are pretty good inland. In fact, there's 2 shelters that are just up the street. Matt, if you want to go ahead and pan over, you can see, if you can see in the distance, there's all those cars. That's actually a middle school, and adjacent to that is an elementary school, both of them packed with people, upwards of 1,000 plus in each shelter in each of those schools. So certainly people have heeded the warning. They've heeded the advice to leave. This area, Palmetto, of course, is a coastal community. Almost nearly all of it was under evacuation zones. But right now, we're just getting kind of that back end of the storm. And, you know, you can see across the street, you know, the power still at least appears to be on. I mean, there's a couple homes that look pretty dark, but we're not quite sure if that's just because they're all boarded up. This is a neighborhood where we are located in this neighborhood. Every single home has either boards up or shutters up. I did end up talking to the folks in that home across the street earlier this evening, and they actually are not the homeowners. They're actually here seeking shelter from nearby town Ellington, just up the road. But right now we have these gusts of winds, but you know, it sort of reminds me a little bit of what we dealt with earlier in the evening when we first started to really feel the gust for the first time, but it is the first time in a while that I have felt comfortable actually standing outside bringing this live shot. Before, if you recall, we've actually been, we're just a few steps inside this garage. We even had a portion of the garage door down, you know, about a halfway or so, just a little under a halfway, because we were feeling these gusts of winds so ferociously in this area. Guys, that's the very latest. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Katie. We turn now to Tampa, and that's where our Scripps reporter Jenna Ray joins us live in Ybor City.
Yeah, it's just about 9:40 here tonight. Jenna, how's it looking out there?
It's definitely intensifying. I talked to you guys about 30-45 minutes ago. It was intensifying then, and now it's intensifying again. Take a look. These winds are just insane out here. You can see the rain being carried by this intense wind. It is whipping across the street. We've got palm trees ahead of us whipping back and forth. It almost looks like this rain is moving circular. It's crazy. It's going horizontal. Over the last few minutes, we've seen several transformers nearby and on this block blow. We've had huge, not explosions, but it looks like an explosion of this massive blue light that we're seeing in the sky. A loud noise for a few minutes. The power did go out here at the hotel that we are staying at. elevators. People were actually in the elevators when that happened. The elevator doors got stuck shut, but luckily the power was able to turn back on. As you can see, the lights are still on here in Ybor City despite this crazy wind and rain that we are experiencing. A lot of people staying in this hotel behind me are actually from the Tampa area. A lot of them living closer to the shoreline, closer to the coast. They wanted to come inland to kind of brace for Hurricane Milton, and they say that they're doing just that. Again, we still have power, but those winds are definitely intensifying, and we're seeing those effects with transformers blowing. But for right now, the block that we're standing on, and as far as I can see, there is still power up where we are.
All right. Thank you. We'll check back with you in a bit. We want to stay in our southern counties where the strong winds are coming into Sarasota County as well.
Yeah, and that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska. So, Mike, last time we talked with you. Okay, yeah, last time we talked with you, you were in the eye.
Yeah, we're here.
I mean, incredible to witness that. So what is it like for you now? Are you getting what Katie was getting in Palmetto?
Yeah, in fact, we were just setting up because, I mean, we were relaxing. I mean, I wouldn't say relaxing, taking a little bit of a break, and it just started just going. So we actually had to go to the back of the house. I'm going to have my photographer just come out real quick so he doesn't get hammered by this wind. But this is a tree that we've been worried about the entire time. Look at this pine tree. This is what we've been worried about. A couple of limbs came off earlier during the eye wall, and it actually landed right where Reed's backing up into, right by the door. So now everything here is coming from the northwest. So we have a huge building. Reed's under a patio, so he's good. I want to show you that tree real quick. But it was really crazy because with the eye, it was so weird because we didn't have anything. So now you can see it. I'll step out of the way. We'll show you some of these trees here. I mean, it is absolutely howling. And this is why you say, you know, if you're going to go out in the eye, fine. But you got to remember that the backside's going to come back around. And now the unfortunate part is we have a 9 to 13 feet storm surge potential here in Sarasota. And this is when the water starts getting pushed onshore. We've had an offshore flow here. It's been getting pushed and sucking water out of Tampa Bay. And now, as this storm, you know, goes counterclockwise, it is going to start pushing water into Sarasota Bay. We're about a mile from Sarasota Bay. Still not too crazy with the rain, but the winds have ramped up. We're getting these bursts of tropical storm force gusts. I think we had a hurricane force gust in Sarasota Airport, SRQ, 96 miles per hour when we were reporting in the eye of the storm, the eye wall of the storm as it came through. Now we're here in a neighborhood just outside of downtown Sarasota. One sec. Yep. All of those flashes that you see, that's not lightning, those are transformers exploding. And I've got a block construction building to my right, and the building that I'm in is actually blocking everything that's coming in. So whatever's going to fly over is going to clear this two-story building, and it's going to go right over my head. So we know we're okay to be out here reporting. We are probably going to get some hurricane force gusts here where we are. You know, you can tell where we're at. We're at a nice place. Obviously, they have a pool. I know people have been talking about draining their pools. I actually had to drain the pool here at the Airbnb because it started to flood over the top. So I went over to the pump, I drained it out, and then we turned it off. And so, I mean, that's good because, you know, you don't want that overflowing into your house. That's just as bad as localized flooding, freshwater flooding. So yeah, what a weird thing to have this thing just spin around after being so calm. You guys saw a report maybe 45 minutes to an hour ago, and now we're gonna get out in it. Let me just see what we got cooking over here, just so you can kind of get a perspective of where we are. So we're in a neighborhood, Sarasota, and you can see these trees here. Everything is blowing now behind me to the northwest. There's a shed over there that the roof blew off. There's a house in the front of the yard where the roof blew off. So whatever was impacted earlier by the winds that were coming from the east, now whatever was loose and is compromised is now going to potentially be hammered from the northwest. So that's why you got to know this thing runs counterclockwise. So yeah, we're gonna try to get reset, figured out this situation because we kind of just jumped out here. I'll get my photographer Reed Moeller on the tripod. and then you guys can come back to us. But I think we're going to be in this for maybe the next hour or so. Oh, huge explosion. Huge explosion. The good thing is we're not, see all the debris around me? The good news is we're not hearing anything hammer our roof or our window anymore. When it was coming in behind me over the top, we were getting hammered with debris, so that's why we were in the front yard. I think this is probably the safest place that we can report from right now and probably be out in it for a long time, because I'll just show you this house here. That is a block construction. So we're blocked but with the wind by that. And then if Reed just sort of pans around towards me, we'll just sort of show you this real quick and then we'll send it back. But this house, it's sturdy and everything is basically going that way. So we're going to keep reporting. The big issue here, I think, this wind's going to die down. And then as the high tide comes in, it's the surge. The surge is going to wipe people out. And that is horrific and heartbreaking. And that's what we're looking at now. So don't think because it was calm earlier that it's calm now. You're going to realize it flips on and it just starts howling and it just keeps going. So I know tomorrow morning when we get up, we're going to see some awful images and people are going to be waking up to a lot of damage, and people are going to lose a lot of stuff. But as long as you stay safe, you keep your life, your stuff can be replaced, put it in a dumpster, send it to the landfill, you're good to go. For now, we're live here in Sarasota. Michael Paluska, ABC Action News.
All right, Michael, thank you. I actually have, again, been receiving quite a few emails from viewers out there asking me questions I simply cannot answer because they're weather related. I've gotten several emails from Pasco County folks, especially in Wesley Chapel and areas that are more inland. They don't understand what's going on. They felt like there hasn't been enough, talk about what's going on there. But I also got a couple emails about flash floods, especially in areas where there's no river, no stream, no canal. What does it mean? Because they're getting apparently warnings about flash flooding, so they're wondering, what does it mean to them?
They are. I'm just over here listening to the side of our building, just like.
It is a little concerning, for sure.
Yeah. Jason's face is like, So, yeah, I mean, look, we were talking about this a minute ago. First of all, the extreme wind warning expired. Not going to be reissued. So, at least according to the Weather Service so far. So, that's huge. So, the areas that had the heaviest wind, the extreme wind, that warning has expired. And yet, Sarasota Bradenton Airport on the back side just had 102-mile-an-hour wind gust. So, on the back side of the eye, right there, there's your eye, there's the back side, coming in like there, 102-mile-an-hour wind gust. So, there is a ton of wind still going on out there. In terms of your question, Wendy, so we talked about a flash flood, right? Flash flood emergency. Radar indicated. So what that means is the Weather Service has seen that there's a ridiculous amount of rain that has fallen in an area, and the majority of the time that will cause extreme flooding. But the thing is, we have not had any reports of that yet. At least we haven't. Maybe they have, although I have not seen. Have you seen anything, Jason, in the chat? I haven't either.
The only thing is they said 5 inches of rainfall in 1 hour in St. Pete. That put it over 16 inches of rain, that total.
So 5 inches of rain in 1 hour might break the all-time record, because I remember we had about 5 inches of rain this summer in one of our thunderstorms. It was 4.92, I think, and that was an all-time 1 hour rainfall record. So that might very well be that record. But regardless, my point is, so what Jason's pointing at things over my head, that's never safe. That's, okay. So, obviously it's gonna, no, never mind. Anyway, our sister station, WPTV, had the same thing happened years ago, and there was some real issues with water coming through the roof. Now Wendy and Lauren are all looking too. Anyway, all right, so same architect, I believe, but I digress. Stop. Anyway, she's like, stop. Anyway, all right, so what I was saying is, this is considered a considerable threat. Now that's actually lower.
That's the new one.
Okay.
So you've got the.
There was a catastrophic threat.
That's the red box.
Okay.
I'll pop it up for you.
So anyway, you've got a radar indicated area of flash flooding, and that is catastrophic. So all that is an algorithm that says if you get X number of inches of rain in a short period of time, it can cause catastrophic flooding. We have not seen the report yet that that has actually happened. Now, folks in Pasco County, we love you. We love you. But we're focusing on the areas that have seen the heaviest rain and the dangerous wind. I mean, that makes sense, right? I mean, we want to let everybody know what's going on, and that's why we're showing you the radar. But if you haven't heard us talking about your particular spot, then your particular spot is significantly less threatening than other areas. And those areas were Hillsborough and Pinellas County. And as we said, the winds gusting over 100 miles an hour in Sarasota at the airport on the backside of the eye, which is, again, right there. So the answer to your question is we don't have any verification of catastrophic flooding, but when a certain amount of rain falls in a certain amount of time, it would fall under the flash flood warning, or again, yes, if there's someone that notifies or sends pictures, or FHP or whatever notifies that there is significant flooding going on. Certainly rainfall of 5 inches in 1 hour, you would think there is going to be that. There's only so fast that water can drain. But again, and we talked about this earlier, this offshore flow is not backing anything up. If the water was coming onshore in this area, we would be getting ridiculous flooding across the area. And I'm not saying we're not. I'm saying the odds are less likely that it will be as widespread with this offshore flow. Wendy, does that answer your question, or were you not listening because you were looking at the monitor?
No, I think it answers. You were very thorough, and I think the folks in Citrus County, thank you. I don't know if you got to Hernando County and, Pasco County and Wesley Chapel. Okay.
I did, and again, my point is, we got you guys. We got you. So if we're not talking about your specific spot right now, it's because your threat is very low and we're not getting any reports of anything. Look, remember when we were saying this? Okay, so my producer just says we're going to go and talk to Kylie in Seminole, and we've already seen how bad the wind is in Seminole. Now, I actually think it may be improving shortly, but not right now. Kylie, you hanging in there?
Yes, Dennis, we were listening to you guys about the wind starting to die down, but honestly, we are not experiencing that yet. I am out here with Robert Boyd and our photojournalist, Randy Wright, and we all agree within the last few minutes and right now, this is the worst that we've experienced. You can see that I'm bracing myself against our vehicle right now just because we don't want to take any chances. Where we are right now, this was not in an evacuation zone, but so many people have boarded up. It's dark behind me because the power is out, but what we have seen, and I heard Michael Paluska talking similarly, what you might at first mistake as lightning is really transformers going off. We've seen the lights kind of going in and out around this area. So as we've gone around earlier today, of course, we are in place right now. I'm able to quickly go into the garage if anything gets more dangerous, just so people at home realize kind of the setup that we have here. But a lot of people in this area have boarded up for this very reason that you're seeing right now. The wind, the extreme wind that, again, we're hearing should be dying down soon, but out here in the field, at least where we're at right now in Seminole, in Pinellas County, we are not experiencing that at this time. We can tell you we've seen no cars going by. A few hours ago is when they said first responders can no longer be out on the road because of these conditions. We've seen the van honestly, like, rock back and forth a bit. Behind me, kind of one of our biggest indicators as we step out here of the wind is a stop sign back here that Robert is eyeing for our safety that is just going ferociously back and forth with the wind in this area. So this is what we're experiencing. Again, as this storm makes its way in, it's still very strong where we are, you guys. Again, we're in Pinellas County in the Seminole community right now.
All right, thank you, Kylie. We actually want to go to Paul LaGrone. He's in Bradenton and really having some extreme weather out there. Paul?
Yeah, the wind is now furious and punching and pretty punishing. We're seeing some debris fly around here. We got the live truck here to shield us a little bit, but that wind is coming right at the house. They already have one of the palm trees down right here. You see that? That blew over. Some debris from who knows where. out there flying around here in the driveway of this home. I see off in the distance, Tim, there's stuff flying around back there. So that's always a concern. But this wind is the most intense that it's been, and it's been like this, by the way, guys, nonstop for, I would say, what do you think, Tim, the last hour? Yeah. The last hour, nonstop punishing wind, and it's coming toward the house, so it's switched back around, and it brings with it the kind of rain that just kind of goes sideways and in all directions. It's loud, it's damaging, there is no power. Homes are riding it out, some of them in boarded up homes, and they don't have power. The only thing you hear is the wind and the rain. And not to be, too dramatic about it, but this is the kind of wind that that leaves a mark, that does some damage. We mentioned earlier how the wind was changing direction.
Hey, Paul.
And it's definitely done that.
Paul, it's
yeah,
Dennis.
go
So
ahead.
I want to interrupt for you for a second. So you're on the back side of the eye right now, and there was a 102 wind report at Sarasota Bradenton Airport. So that's the highest we've seen. How far are you from that airport? Because you're in the same spot.
I don't have the exact mileage on that, but we are far. Okay. Well, there you go. I got somebody's raft from a nearby pool that came flying by.
Yeah, I mean, you are in the area with the strongest wind that's been reported with this storm so far. The back side of the eye, 102 miles an hour. And we froze. Let's see if we get him back. Nope. Well, we'll keep trying. Obviously, weather issues, 102 mile an hour winds. So we'll go back to him if we can. But as we said, we've been showing a lot of wind. Eye is now down to the south. Landfall, Siesta Key, we had a report of 120 mile an hour wind there. Moving on shore, offshore flow here, blowing the water out. I think, Greg, you got to figure, I've not had reports, but the bay, matter of fact, look at the, I'm curious if we can look at the water levels.
Yeah, they've been going down.
Yeah, you said they're going down, and my guess is they're going to keep going down as long as we continue to have this offshore flow, which we should for at least a little while longer. What you got?
McKay Bay is 4.5 feet below where it should be.
There you go. McKay Bay is 4.5 feet below where it should be. So it is certainly possible, and we are obviously not encouraging anybody to go out to the bay, but I'm sure if there's people out there going around, they're going to see an extremely low, maybe not as dramatic as Irma, when the entire bay dried out, when it pushed all the water out. But overall, our biggest concern right now, twofold, and surprisingly, it is not surge. Yes, there will be some surge, but considering the original forecast from the NHC of 10 to 15 feet, nowhere near that in our area. You go south of Sarasota, you go Siesta Key, you go Charlotte County, you go Fort Myers, they will see an extremely high surge. But right now, for our area, let's go ahead and cover everybody. Citrus and I was going to say you could put on Jason's mic, but I think he's out somewhere, isn't he? Yeah, okay. Citrus and Hernando County picking up some very heavy rain, the winds gusting 65. All right, Pasco County, 65 to 75. Hillsborough County, 75 to 85. Pinellas County, 65 to 85. Polk County, 35 to 55, but you will be seeing an increase soon. The green box there, those are flash flood warnings. Those are also this, as we said, catastrophic flooding. That's the area in red. And that is not, thank you, Jay, that is not something that has been observed. That is something that it is radar indicated with what appears to be an all-time 1 hour rainfall record. What was that again, Ileana? So we're going to show some quote from our producer, really bad rain in Tampa. So let's go. Are we going to? Ruda. Okay, so Ruda with really bad rain in Tampa. What do you got for us?
Yeah, you guys, well, the rain's been coming down all night, really, but now it's really wind. It is not let up. The howling, I mean, the trees are now starting to sway. The ground is a mess with debris. We've heard those explosions. Those are transformers going out. What looks like lightning, but isn't. But is those transformers going out. Now, this area does still have power, but we took a look at those maps. There are a lot of people that are in the dark tonight as Hurricane Milton now really shows its power. There's a 7-Eleven behind me, and you can really see that wind kind of coming off the roof there. And we're standing under an overpass, so we are in a safe area, but you know, all you can really say is what a mess. Some of the people that have had things blocking their windows to try to prevent this, it's gone. And there's been things going down the street, debris already coming down. Of course, this area already getting hit by Helene, just one thing after the other. We were in Davis Islands yesterday. We talked to one man who's just saying, I'm tired. You know, this has been such a rough 2 weeks for this community, and they're doing the best they can. If anything, this community is resilient, and you really see that through how they prepared for this. But stepping just a little bit further, the wind is going, you know, north, south. It's really, we're in the thick of it here. It's kind of no which way direction. There's really no way to tell what way the wind is going, but this is West Tampa, and this area is really taking a hit, and we just continue seeing those transformers going out. We thankfully in this area still have a little bit of power here, but gosh, this thing is mighty, and branches are starting to come down. Some trees coming down as well. I don't know if you can see the debris, but it's coming down the street, and thankfully everybody's out of this area, no cars. But really, once the morning comes, this will be a sight to see. I mean, people's livelihoods really will be turned around. We're hoping that everything stays safe in this area and around the community, but we're going to keep you guys an eye on what's going on here. But strong winds, strong rain, yeah, it's happening here in Tampa.
But Ruta, I mean, looking at what I'm seeing here from a viewer's perspective, it looks to me like a lot of those folks have power still.
Yeah, and thank goodness. I mean, they were preparing for the worst. We could see the prep that these neighbors were doing, and there is still power in pockets of Tampa. So I guess it just depends on where you are. Now, flooding, of course, you guys have mentioned that all night. Now, we're in a little bit of an elevated area, so there's not too much going on here. Over there, there's some power lines, so we're staying away, but that's where you really are starting to see the water accumulate. It's really up to your ankles now, even higher. That's just taking a little bit of a dip in the road, and that's where a lot of those houses are. So I'm sure they're taking those extra precautions. We'll have to see how this shakes out, as we are going to see a lot of that flooding in this community, already seeing it a little bit downstream.
Thanks, Ruta. Appreciate it. Heavy rain and some power outages in Tampa. We also have our Adam Walzer. Adam is live downtown, I believe he's in Ybor, with some very heavy rain as well. Adam, we are hearing, I'm not exaggerating, we are hearing this studio creaking and groaning with the wind and the rain. So where you are right now, it looks like it's about the same. I mean, it's definitely coming down.
Oh, it's coming down, Dennis. And what's happened in the last few minutes, and you're the meteorologist, so you probably know why it's doing this, but the wind's changed direction. So one of the things you might see is some of the water on our camera lens. But just in the last few minutes, this has started piling up right here. It was actually blowing the opposite way a little while ago, so I don't know what's going on, but this wind is just whipping around, and the rain is just coming down in torrents. I've covered quite a few hurricanes here since I moved to Florida about 11 years ago, and I think this is kind of the worst one that I've seen since I covered Hurricane Katrina in Mobile back in 2005. So this one certainly, I know we were sideswiped by Irma and Ian and some of the others in Idalia and weren't hit directly, but this certainly is showing a big punch with that heavy wind gust and the rain that just is non-relenting. It's just been coming down since 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I'm surprised, frankly, that we're not seeing more flooding on these streets right now, because it's just been coming down, and the wind's now pushing it, you know, towards the buildings and into the streets here where it wasn't before. But certainly we have very, very lousy conditions here.
I'll tell you why, Adam, and let's bring in Greg on this as well. You answered your own question in the sense that the winds have changed, and what was blowing offshore and allowing water to drain, you're now clearly that water's not draining. Greg, are you seeing this, that you know, the winds changed recently, and now all of a sudden that water's building up?
Now
and he's in Ybor.
And there are some of these tide models that were showing that as the eye passes Tampa Bay, the wind turns onshore, and you're going to get a bit of a water rise behind the storm. But here is the deal: when that happens, the winds will be lighter, the center will be farther away, and it is not going to be the equivalent of what would have been a surge as the storm is moving in. So yes, we could see, and I think it is forecast in some locations to see a low water rise tomorrow morning and overnight, but it's not going to be anywhere near. Now, the other thing that's also happening, Dennis, is we're heading into a high tide.
Yeah.
So the high tides in the Bay Area are between midnight and 2 a.m. So there's some tidal forces with that as well. So you've got the winds have slackened from being offshore to at least onshore, and then you've got that high tide cycle that's coming as well. So here's what's going on right now. There's the radar behind me. So the heaviest rain band and where all the nasty wind is starting to shift away. At least the heaviest rain is shifting away from Tampa. Now, here's who's getting it. Northern Polk County. You are getting hammered right now with this thing. Polk City, Davenport area, Kathleen, Gibsonia, right across 98, and then it kind of curves back down, right down 98, or I should say 301, down into northeastern portions of Hillsborough County. So it's this rain band back here. This is where the heaviest rain is, and it's in this that you're going to see some of the heaviest winds as well. I've got, say that one more time. All right, Forrest Saunders is in Northport right now. That's southern Sarasota County, seeing some really bad wind. Forrest, you're getting into the backside of Milton. Tell me, what are you seeing? How have things changed there over the last couple of hours?
Oh, they've gotten so much worse. I would say, so this is some of the strongest wind that we've seen. In fact, I've got a bunch of trees that are upwind of me. And when these gusts start happening, it starts blowing seeds into my face, little acorns and stuff that are pelting me. Fortunately, we are still in a safe place. I promise you very much that I am safe, but it is very annoying. But this is actually some of the worst conditions that we've seen here in Northport. I mean, I think initially when the storm came through, we did get a lot of rain and we did get some wind. But I haven't seen wind like this yet in this system. So, I mean, it's hard to stand at times. I'm not that much of a weakling. I'm about 170 pounds. I think I'm a little closer to 175 these days. It's been a tough couple of months with politics. But I will tell you that it has definitely picked up. We lost power here finally in Northport. That was something that we had been kind of waiting to see if it would happen. We'd seen some flickering of the lights. But it finally did give way, and we lost power maybe about 45 minutes ago to an hour. So, you know, hey, kudos to the utility system for hanging on as long as it did, but here we are now in darkness, with the exception of City Hall, which you might be able to see over my shoulder there. That is a generator. Unfortunately, we do not have one. We're just running off the old car battery right now. But we are, again, safe, but the winds, I'm telling you, they are killing me right now.
All right, Forrest, we'll hang in there. We will check back with you as you continue to cover Northport. Dennis, did you want to show any other counties? No, he says no.
I can take it here if you'd like.
Yeah, please do.
I can take it in the weather center. We are kind of checking out the studio just behind the scenes a little bit. We're hearing creaking. Our studio lights are swaying. The monitors are swaying a little bit. So we're just checking out, making sure that the building is okay, and we think it is. I think what's happening is that some of the set pieces, the way they're attached, the building is flexing and they're moving a little bit, the natural motion of the building here with the wind blasting from the north and east. That may make you feel better, but hearing the creaking behind me doesn't always make me feel better. I did want to show you where Forrest was, though, here before we go down to Sarasota. He is in a part of the storm where there's not a lot of rain. It's down here in Northport. And they're still getting some really strong winds. And this is that backside. The stronger side of Milton has been that western eye wall. So that's now going to swing into Hardy and DeSoto counties. You're on the front side of the storm. It's going to get quiet. Wauchula, you're going to be in the center of the storm, Zolfo Springs, and then the back side of that system moves in, and the winds are going to be stronger behind it. That's what we're getting in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco County. Pasco County, I'm not going to forget about you. You're in that too. Now, the heaviest winds and rains are just to your south, but you're still getting very, very heavy rain. See, looks like we're taking some power hits here at the station. The monitor is flickering in and out. All part of the process that is happening here. All right, we did have somebody in Sarasota that we can go to. Let's go down to Sarasota and see what's going on down there.
Hey, Greg, it's Chad down here in Sarasota, and just what Forrest was saying in the southern part of the county, we are seeing here in the city of Sarasota some of the strongest wind we have felt all night. We're staying at an Airbnb that's about 5 miles inland from downtown, from Sarasota Bay, and it's not safe to venture out too far from this house right now because, as Forrest was saying, there's stuff coming from all over the place, really pelting us. You can see this is a shingle that was ripped off within the past hour or so from one of the homes on this cul-de-sac. Just gives you an impression of the damage that these homes are sustaining right now. Now, we don't see any big examples of structural damage or anything like that, but I would say that, you know, probably within the past 30 minutes or so, you will likely see more trees down from Milton in this Sarasota area. There were already a number before the eye got to us, but this has been really fierce over the past 30 minutes or so. Big gust right now. You can see the trees behind me just dancing in the wind. I'm up against the side of the house right now, so I have a little bit of break from the wind because you can't see them. We have some huge trees that are just to my right. We are a decent enough distance away, but as I look at them, you can definitely tell the tops of them thinning out as the wind really works these trees here in the neighborhood we're at in Sarasota. You know how quickly things change. The eye was on top of us just a short while ago, around 8:30 or so. It was still, it was quiet, it was eerie. All you heard were frogs, generators, neighbors coming out to walk their dogs, kind of chit-chatting at just how surreal it was to be in the middle of the eye. All of that has changed as we really feel the effects of this backside of Milton. Greg, I'm just curious what kind of gust that we're potentially feeling here in Sarasota right now.
Well, Chet, honestly, the strongest wind gust in Sarasota was after the eye passed, and that was 102 miles per hour, and that's one of the highest ones we've seen in the area. I gotta ask you, because you spent Helene up in the Big Bend. How would you compare the wind with this and what you're seeing there in Sarasota to Helene up in the Big Bend?
I feel like all of it is relative, but you know, from where we were during Helene, which was Cross City, about 20 minutes or so from Horseshoe Beach, which really bared the brunt of Helene in the state of Florida, it wasn't really anything like what we've experienced so far. The wind during this storm has been more whipping. Helene, I don't know if it was just how we were situated at the hotel we were at, but yeah, we saw trees down, we saw power lines down the next day, but in terms of wind, what we're feeling right now on the backside of this storm after the eye passed through Sarasota, more extreme than what we felt. As you see, light stand right next to me, might be out of your view, just pushed by the wind from Milton. Greg.
Chad, thank you. Stay safe out there. You're going to get some of the strongest winds right now, so just be careful out there. It's going to last for a little bit longer. Looks like you are in a protected area. We're also going to go up to Seminole this evening. We've got Robert Boyd there, who is also experiencing some very strong wind. Robert, you're on the backside of Milton. It's been the stronger side of the storm. Is that what you're seeing there too? Is this pretty much as bad as it's been all evening?
I would say if you had a scale from 1 to 10, about a half an hour ago, it was a 10 as far as how bad it's been. Maybe now we could dial it back to an 8.5. It's still pretty bad, not quite as bad as it was maybe a half an hour ago. But as you can see, I'm still getting pelted, very windy. That's why I'm standing so close to Randy Wright's minivan here, so I don't get blown away. It's still pretty bad. These gusts continue to come. You think, okay, we're out of the bulk of it. It's going to get better, and then the gusts pick up again. But I would say it was a little bit worse about a half an hour ago. Still very dangerous. Obviously, stay inside. Don't come outside. And we've seen that in this neighborhood. It's completely pitch black behind me because everyone's lost power, and it's been like that for hours. We lost power probably around 6 p.m. But we're hunkering down. We're being safe. This was not an evacuation zone, so again, it was safe to be here. And a lot of people boarded up their windows, boarded up their homes. That was a good thing to do because this wind has been whipping. Fortunately, that we haven't seen a lot of projectiles, not a lot of patio furniture or anything flowing, by. But again, these gusts you think, okay, finally we're out of it, and then bam, you're hit again. So, Greg, my question for you, because personally I'm interested, how much longer are we going to expect this wind to be this rough?
Well, Robert, I think the worst of it is past you already, and I think it is going to be slowly improving. But here's the problem. It's moving so slowly, I think you're in this for at least another hour or two, and it's just slowly going to get better. Hang in there, buddy. I know. The rain, the horizontal rain, the wind.
I will. Thank you.
It is tough. All right, Robert Boyd in Seminole this evening. I wanted to show you what is happening with our tide gauges. Jason and I have been looking at this, so we're going to get a little geeky here and start to pull up some of the information. So what's been happening is that the wind has been offshore. And what that's caused, that's the red line right there, it's caused the bay to drain. This is at McKay Bay. The water has really pushed away. Looks like about 4.5 feet drop in McKay Bay compared to where it's supposed to be. But in other places where the wind is starting to turn onshore, look at this. This is really interesting. This is in Port Manatee. This is on the south side of the bay. The water level was basically flat. Then the center of Milton moved by, and the wind turned onshore. And look at the spike in that water level. Now the bay is much higher than it was forecast. The level is higher, and it is continuing to climb. So we're going to have to see how high these water levels get, but they are starting to go up. That's not the only one that's seeing that water rise. We're also seeing Clearwater start to rebound. So Clearwater, the water was getting pushed out into the Gulf of Mexico over the last couple of hours as the winds on the backside of Milton blew out into the Gulf, down to the south and west. Now, as the storm is passing by, the winds are turning back onshore, and you see the water is starting to come back. Now, it's still below where it should be, so this is not heading toward flooding. What I'm saying here is it's just returning to normal levels, but we'll see. Will it stop at the normal level in the next hour or so? Or as the storm pulls away and the wind turns more onshore, will we start to see the waters maybe get a little bit higher than normal? We do not anticipate a major surge at any of these places. This is Old Port Tampa. You see the line still going down. The wind is still draining the bay in that direction, in that location. And St. Pete as well, below where they should be because of that wind offshore. So this is something we're going to be monitoring through the overnight. We are headed toward a high tide cycle. St. Pete is after midnight tonight, so we've got another couple of hours to watch this. And then there's another one tomorrow morning that we'll have to monitor as well. But by then, I suspect the storm is probably going to be a little bit too far away. All right, we've got Michael Paluska down in Sarasota, who's been getting absolutely battered. Winds there tonight on the backside of Milton, gusting to over 100 miles an hour. Michael, tell me what you're seeing there now. How have things changed? What's going on?
Hey, Greg, good evening. You know, the wind shifted, so we had to retreat to the backyard. I got a really big overhang here protecting me, but man, it is getting a little bit unreal out here. I just got a text from some homeowners on Lido Beach about what they're seeing that we met the other day, and they told me they're starting to see water filling up in their street. And then a good contact of mine, Jamie Samuels from Send Me Mission, said that someone on Punta Gorda is starting to see water come up really high. Right now, she told me that her friend said it's just as high as it was during Helene, and we both know that this thing is still putting an onshore flow in, and so that is super concerning. You know, we know we set records with Helene, and if it's already at that height and this thing's blowing through, that's definitely a problem. I just got that text maybe 5-10 minutes ago. Right here in Sarasota, we're pretty much in downtown Sarasota, just in one of the suburbs, and this is way worse than the front side of the storm, the front eye wall. We're on the back side of it now. I thought it was going to fall apart a little bit, but man, it is howling, and it just like that. We were in the eye wall, or we were in the eye, and now we're in the back side of the eye wall. And, you know, the radar, it was very deceptive. It didn't show much, but we knew those winds were coming. So it's, you know, it's so hard to predict these things. We knew it was coming, but like, oh, you know, maybe it'll be a little bit less than it was. This is worse. I'm going to have my photographer, Reed Moeller, sort of walk us back here through the backyard. I'm not going to go past this fence because debris is flying in the yard over there. There is actually a house over here. I'm going to turn my light on, and there is that roof right there. I'm going to tamp it down. That roof is starting to peel back the aluminum. That's a very nice, super sturdy house, block construction, but you can see that part of the roof is starting to peel back, we've had explosions and horrific sounds. Just, it's pitch black out here. You hear metal grinding, banging, flying, hitting things, getting swirled about in this thing. And that roof, I mean, I hope it holds, but if we get a good gust, it's gonna peel back. We've already seen one carport type roof already get peeled back. Let's take you back here on this side. We're gonna spin you around and we'll show you these palm trees we have in this backyard of this house we're at. We'll spin it around here to the left and then we'll start seeing pretty big winds out here. All the way out in the back is where some of this stuff's coming down. You can see right there, Reed, see that tree branch? It already snapped off right there. That branch is just being held on by a couple of vines. There you go. You know, I think we're getting some hurricane force gusts here right now. You can tell how it's going right over the back of me. All the debris is flying over my head, away from where I'm standing. I'm not really too worried right now about where I'm at because we do have this sort of defilade that's protecting us. But man, you know, any tree that's damaged, that's compromised, that's waterlogged, that's soaked, you see these huge root systems just come up. I don't think you can hear. Let me just put this out here. Listen to that. It is blowing in from the west, northwest, intense. The back end of the storm really has been way more powerful at this point than when we were in the eye wall when it was first coming ashore and the wind was blowing from the southeast. That's just a testament to how powerful these storms are. So we're in this block house. It's 2 stories. We're in Sarasota, and when you hear that metal banging, you have to look because you never know what's going to be coming your way. All of this is going over the back of me right now. I'll step in a little bit under this overhang just to get a little bit of cover. But man, you're starting to hear the howling. You're starting to hear that quintessential sound of a hurricane coming through. This is not like we saw when we were in Venice for Hurricane Ian. The winds for Hurricane Ian never really stopped. They were sustained hurricane force. There we go. So a lot of these houses are new construction on this section of the block where we're at. Big block homes, new. There you go. All right, it's blowing through. It is just so creepy to know that tornadoes spawn out of this. We've got more lightning than I've seen. We've seen more transformers exploding. Power's been out for several hours now. And then I'll just kind of peek over here. I have a wall here. I have a big brick wall right in front of where I am. So there's no debris flying towards me right now. And if it does, it's going to go over my head. But man, when you think about a storm, and we saw what this was, when this was a Cat 5, thank God we had that wind shear that kind of broke it away and lightened the load. That doesn't mean that we're not going to get what we got. But imagine a Cat 5 when it was just north of the Yucatan and before the eye wall replacement. Thank God we don't have a Cat 4, Cat 5 right now because that would be unreal. We know this area is going to get hit. We know people are going to lose everything. Lives will be lost. We do know that, and it's the worst part of this storm. But as I think I was listening to Paul Legrone, we will rebuild. We'll clean this mess up. You can't save your own life if you didn't evacuate. Now, honestly, of course, we shelter in place. It's too late. You wonder who didn't evacuate and who's still in their homes on the barrier island. I pray to God that people heeded the warnings that we've been saying and they got out of here. I'm going to tick back a little bit and just show you a little bit more of our scene setter. We've been getting these bursts in and out. We've had some really intense gusts. And so we're going to pan across and just show you that. There's one more. So, you know, we'll get you back to the radar, Greg. But, you know, here in Sarasota, we're absolutely right now getting hammered by the back end of the eye wall. We'll send it back to you.
Michael, stay safe down there. That wind, incredible. Dennis, you can really hear it.
You can,
behind
yeah.
you.
And we got several things popping up. First of all, storm is now Category 2. It is weakened from Category 3 down to Cat 2, winds of 110 miles an hour. Flash flood warnings now include Pasco County and northwestern Polk County. We told you guys when it got to the point where you are at the worst, because at this point, that's what we're focusing on. We're focusing on the areas that have seen the worst weather. And it's still all of Pinellas County, most of Hillsborough County, northwestern Polk County, and all of Pasco County under flash flood warnings. And that is until 4 a.m. Again, radar indicated catastrophic flooding. I just went out for the first time to look at what's outside our studios. We are located directly across the street from Raymond James Stadium. So Himes Avenue is between us and Ray J. And Himes Avenue is a river. It is literally a river. Wendy's looking at me like, what? I mean, I've worked here since day one. I have never seen the water like it is right now. I mean, there's obviously no cars out there, and it is a river. And it's because we have seen such ridiculous rainfall totals. Here are some of those totals. Now, it says over the last 24 hours. The reality is it's been the last 6 hours. We have seen over a foot of rain across southern Pinellas County. Most of Pinellas County has seen 10 to 14 inches of rain. So that's why we are having flash flooding, and it's not over. I mean, it just isn't. You've got Pasco County, anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rain from Dade City, Wesley Chapel, back toward Land O'Lakes, over toward Holiday, Hudson, Newport Richey, that entire area. And Pasco County, it has not been raining as long as it has in Pinellas and Hillsborough, at least the heavy stuff. So these totals are even more impressive because they're rivaling what's been going on in some of the other spots in a shorter period of time. Northwestern Polk County, from Lakeland back up toward the northwest, 8 to 12 inches of rain. And again, the point is, you note that 4 a.m. this flash flood warning remains in effect. So that's 5.5 hours from now that it's going to continue. Really, this is getting to the point where there might not even be a definable eye anymore. This is getting really, really close to converting to a non-tropical system, and it's elongating, and in doing so, the wind spreads out. And obviously, so does the rain, because rainfall totals are just off the charts. There it is, winds of 120, 110 miles an hour, making it a Category 2 hurricane officially. East-northeast winds at 16 miles an hour, the pressure continuing to rise. Latest wind gusts, 84 miles an hour in St. Pete. And speaking of St. Pete, our Eric Waxler is live in St. Pete, where he's right in the middle of it, literally the strongest winds on board. Eric, how goes it?
Yeah, for sure, Dennis. Just when you think we've seen everything that Hurricane Milton can bring to us, it just steps it up a notch. And again, we're just off of Central Avenue, a couple blocks from Tropicana Field, and we've seen the wind and the rain going in a southwest kind of circular motion around the hotel that we're in, and you can really see it with the sheets of wind right there on the corner of 17th and Central. And if you look further down the street, you see some trees down. I mean, nothing major. Most of the trees here are still standing, but this wind and rain has been just so heavy now. I mean, we're not talking about 90 minutes. We're talking about at least probably 3 hours of the heaviest rain that I've seen in quite some time, and no sign of it letting up right now. And if you look down, we've heard transformers blow, as you've heard other reporters around the Bay Area mention, and that sound, I mean, there have been a couple times where I've heard a sound that it sounds like an airplane is flying over our heads, and it is just the wind going up against some of these buildings here in downtown St. Pete. And you're looking down at First Avenue, and I saw it looked like a river of rain in the air, I guess is a good way to describe it, because just these sheets of rain going down the street towards Tropicana Field over there, and you see the lights flashing. Again, power surges. Our hotel, as far as I can tell still, yes, does have power here, but it is an intense situation here, as just the strongest winds that we've seen from Hurricane Milton tear through downtown St. Pete, and we're again on the north side of the eye of this hurricane and feeling every bit of it right now, guys.
Eric, question for you. So, I mean, we reported 84 mile an hour gusts. Actually, it was a 92. I'm not seeing any damage. I'm seeing a lot of wind and rain, but I'm not seeing any damage. Are they, I mean, is it okay so far?
Yeah, again, just other than a few minor, trees down, I have not seen anything catastrophic. Our biggest worry going into the storm was the debris left over from the last hurricane, that it would be airborne everywhere, and thankfully we haven't seen any of that go by. But yeah, I haven't seen any major damage. Now, that being said, we're also not by the coast. We're taking shelter, as we should be, by this hotel in a strong, secure building. So hopefully we won't see too much when we venture out once this storm passes. But just looking around, I mean, other than these sheets of rain hitting us in the face, everything is relatively okay, at least for the moment.
Yeah. All right, Eric. Thank you, Eric Waxler, live in St. Pete. Greg, we're going to take a look at our traffic cam outside our studios. This is, there you see it kind of blowing in the wind. You were looking at it. I was looking at it. What would you guesstimate those winds are outside our studios?
I don't... Probably in that 60+ mile per hour range, right?
I was thinking 65 to 70 maybe.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. They're consistent. And then you just get periodic, really strong bursts.
Now, I see a map that you have over there with some additional rainfall totals.
I had to go into our computer and literally find whole new colors to put on the map, because the normal colors that we use just don't work with this kind of rainfall. So it kind of shows you better in a little bit more detail as far as where the heaviest rain has fallen. And it's basically from about the runways at MacDill down to the south and west over into southern Pinellas County, where we are estimating, now these are radar estimates, 14 inches of rain today in St. Pete between downtown and the beaches. That Seminole area, 12 inches up towards, it looks like maybe Dunedin, over towards the north part of Clearwater, 10 inches near Eastlake. You go up towards Carrollwood, Northdale, 11 inches estimated by radar. Out towards Terra Verde, 16 inches. That's already where the Weather Service or the Hurricane Center had as the top rainfall range. So we're going to be exceeding that. I think some places here may pick up 20 inches easily. And now this heavy rain band is spreading up. The heavy rain is spreading up to the east and north, following the center of Milton as it continues to move east-northeast towards Zephyr Hills, Thenoto, Sassa, Kathleen, Gibsonia. And I think it's these areas here that are probably even a little bit more susceptible to flooding. As the monitor goes out here, as we experience power fluctuations around the station. The sounds in here, I wish you guys could hear this. Maybe you can over my mic. There's a creaking over my head right now. Everyone's just looking to see if something's going to fall on my head as I'm talking about this. The building it's taking a force. That wind is coming in from the north and east. It's hitting the building. The building is flexing and moving, and we definitely see that. We've been seeing that now for a while, and you may be experiencing that at home as well, especially doors and windows. You hear that creaking, that sound. And if you've lost power, I know it probably makes you a little bit anxious, and it's totally fine. There is a little bit of bend, a little movement built into our buildings, right? They're not solid. We imagine them as built completely solid, but there is a little bit of flex, and they're going to be just fine. These types of winds are not going to destroy your home. And I think it's important to say that, okay? You are safe inside of your home. We've got building codes here, and especially when you look at the areas I-75 West, a lot of you around the Bay, 155, that's what your house is built for. So winds of 60, 70, even they gust to 100 miles per hour, which is the highest we've seen so far. Your home is going to be just fine. Yes, it definitely gives you anxiety. It's a little nerving to hear all that sound, and especially with your power out, you're suddenly a lot more sensitive to the sound of the outside because there's nothing making noise inside the house. But it is going to be okay. Your house will hold together. The building is going to be just fine wherever you're taking shelter. And we've seen these strong winds, not just here in Tampa, but really north. I saw a wind gust recently. The strongest I've seen, this is in Polk County. Folks asking in Polk County, I saw a report out of Winter Haven. I'm probably going to miss this report here because there's been so many coming in. I don't want to get it wrong. Winter Haven, gusting to 79 miles per hour. So hurricane force winds in north central Polk County. That's ahead of Milton. You might get the stronger backside. Now, by the time Milton passes Winter Haven, it'll be even weaker. So this may be the top wind speed, thinking about it here, as it heads down I-4, just south of I-4. But these are pretty strong winds. Multiple wind gusts into the 70s in Hernando County. I'm sure Pasco County. Haven't gotten a lot of reports out of Pasco County in terms of specific wind reports, but I am sure that there are folks that have been gusting 70 to 75 miles an hour, maybe even 75 to 80. Zephyr Hills, Wesley Chapel, the Land O'Lakes, Lutz area back over towards Odessa, and maybe even the western parts of the county toward Newport Richey. I've got another reporter to go to in Ybor City. Let's go out to Ybor City, see what's going on there. What's going on?
So those winds that you were mentioning, you can probably hear and see right now. They've intensified even more. You can see this whipping rain at this intersection behind me. This is the type of wind and rain that we've been experiencing here in Ybor City for the last several hours. Those lights just flickered then. It's kind of been doing that for the last few hours as well. We've had a few transformers blow in this area also, and so we've had a couple power outages, but the power has turned back on. I want to take you inside for just a moment to show you how prepared this hotel is. So obviously we just talked about those transformers blowing when this happens. Obviously there's a chance that we could lose power from this storm, and inside this stairwell, I'm going to have my photographer walk in so you can see there are flashlights in every corner of this stairwell. We've been taking the stairs because the power and electricity has kind of been iffy over the last few hours, so we didn't want to get stuck in the elevator, didn't want to risk that. So the hotel is prepared. There are a lot of people actually from the Tampa area that are staying here. A lot of people say that they came, they were living on the coast from the shore, and they ended up coming inland because this hurricane was coming. And so again, it's here. We're seeing it. The wind again whipping consistently. We do still have power here in Ybor City right now. It's been pretty consistent. Again, we've seen a little bit of outages here and there, some transformers blowing, but it's really been pretty consistent. I do want to show you, we talked a little bit about this debris that we're seeing and some of these damaging winds. I don't know if you can see this in the street, but there are some tree branches down. God, this wind is just insane here. Tree branches down. We've seen some signs wiggling back and forth, but that's really all we've seen. We haven't seen sustainable damage, anything like that. All of these windows along these shops here in Ybor City still intact. A lot of businesses did board up their windows and doors ahead of the storm, even putting sandbags in front of them to have that extra reinforcement. Again, these winds are whipping at extreme speeds right now. We can see it, we can feel it when you're inside. I heard another reporter talking just a few minutes ago about that whistling sound. We were inside the hotel a few minutes ago and you could hear exactly that. So we're seeing that on the ground here. I'll give you one last look before we toss it back to you. These whipping winds, this rain really carrying through this part of town right now.
Jenna, thank you. Amazing that Ybor still has power, actually, with all that wind. Most of the neighborhoods here around Tampa are starting to lose power quickly. This is a live look outside. This is the FDOT camera at Dale Mabry. Look at the force of this wind. While Jenna there was reporting from Ybor, it literally sounded like the Amtrak rolled by the station. We're not near the railroad tracks. It was very, very loud. You could feel the building vibrate. And those winds forcing their way down Dale Mabry, really getting channeled down the road. You see that camera pointed toward the north. The wind on the backside of Milton is out of the north, northeast, and eventually northwest. So we're blowing the bay out, the bay water out into the Gulf of Mexico, and it's all due to these very strong winds. The majority of what we're going to see due to these winds is going to be tree damage. When you look at what the wind has done overall, that's going to be the biggest concern, is tree damage. You're going to hear it's going to be a lot of cleaning up, picking up, cutting things up. Hopefully a lot of these trees and tree branches obviously miss homes, cars, and property. But in some cases they won't. You're going to see some structural damage from things that fell or were blown over because of the wind. The wind itself probably okay for most homes. These are not that strong wind gusts. Consistently 60, 65, we're getting gusts into the 70s, some near the center of the storm into the 80s, but those should be okay for most places except mobile and manufactured homes. Those were the ones that a lot of the officials asked folks to leave if they're in, even outside of flood zones, because those are not designed to really deal with a wind like this. And the consistency of the wind, I mean, that's really been, I think, one of the things that's going to be a hallmark of this storm is that, remember, the extreme wind warning for the Tampa area was issued 4 hours ago. Now, that's since expired, but it doesn't sound any quieter outside of our building since then. The wind has consistently kept up, and it just keeps moving through. Let me show you the latest radar here. So there's the storm. Now, the center of that storm of Milton, as I'm going to animate the radar here, probably starting to shift into southern portions of Polk County. So it's probably in this general area here. I would say the eye is still intact or some sort of low pressure center. So it's generally south of Dover. It's now past 301, should pass just south of Mulberry and then head down 98. So Bartow, Fort Meade, you're probably getting some really nasty winds right now. And then looking down the line, Frostproof, Lake Wales, Winter Haven, Auburndale, Lakeland, I know you're in it already. Really, really strong winds there. Speaking of Polk County and Lakeland, we've got Mary out there this evening over in Lakeland. All right, Mary, tell me what's going on. You're kind of entering the stronger part of the storm now. Have you seen conditions change over the last couple of hours?
Oh gosh, yes. It's been terrible the last couple hours, and you can tell just by looking over my shoulder here, this is really the only portion of light that we can show you here, but you can see that rain is just coming down sideways, and you can tell how much the wind is blowing the trees right there, right in your direction. And then periodically we'll get pretty big gusts of wind that take you by surprise because they come in these little bursts. Surprisingly though, we have power still here right now. It's flickered on and off for several hours, but we still have power. We did lose internet, but we do have power at this point. And you can tell from these other houses here, they've got lights. And mostly it's pretty quiet out here. We did see, unfortunately, one car on the road, which we don't want to see because this is just torrential rain. These gusts of wind are mighty strong right now, and we only expect it to get worse, you know, as the night goes on.
Mary, have you heard of any reports of any kind of damage in your area? I don't know if you had a chance to contact anyone, if you reached out to anyone, or been able to even hear of anything or see anything in your area in terms of damage.
No, not at this point. I know Polk County officials earlier in the evening, and this is before it looked like this outside, they had said they had some reports of some localized water in the road, and they had down power lines and some power outages in certain areas. That was about 5 o'clock in the evening, so that was a long time ago when they had mentioned all that. So you can imagine at this point we're probably seeing more power outages throughout Polk County, even so here in Lakeland. And we did check the street just on the other side of the place that we're in right now to see if there was any water on the road there. It looked clear at that point, but right now you can feel the wind when it blows the house too. I mean, it's pretty strong. We expect it to be like that for a little while more.
Last question, Mary. Are people listening to officials? Are they staying in? Are you seeing people out and about, or are they really paying attention to this storm and staying in while this worst part moves by?
For the most part, we are seeing people stay in. Maybe 2 minutes ago, right prior to us coming on live, we did see a car go around the corner. We were like, what is that light? Was there a transformer going? No, it was headlights coming down the road because the street just on the other side of this house is pretty dark right now. Earlier in the night, we did see another car go by, but other than that, it has been really quiet here. And Polk County officials had said earlier that they had about 5,500 people who had gone to shelters and heeded the warnings. If they didn't want to shelter in place at home, they were at all the county shelters. So they had quite a bit of people who decided to shelter at one of the public shelters and get away from this storm at their own home if they didn't feel safe there. So that is something that we love to hear.
Mary O'Connell in Lakeland this evening. Mary, stay safe. The worst is, I think, to come. I think Mary's actually going to see stronger winds and heavier rain as the center of Milton passes down to the south of Lakeland, south of Mulberry. So that's going to be an interesting place to check in with later tonight as we continue to track Milton across the state, which, by the way, is a Category 2 hurricane now. It's a top-end Category 2. Remember, Category 3 starts at 111. This thing is at 110 right now, and there's going to be a slow weakening phase, but it is forecast to remain a hurricane until it gets to the East Coast, and then it'll transition to a extratropical system out over the waters of the Atlantic. We do have Forrest Saunders down in Northport, southern Sarasota County. The last time we checked with him, he was getting some of the strongest winds he's seen with this storm. Forrest, tell me what's going on down there now, and are you getting rain with this, or is this mainly just a lot of wind?
It's a lot of wind. I mean, it feels like someone is downfield spitting on me right now. That's kind of what the sensation is. Not that I've been spit on a lot, but I'm just telling you, that's sort of what the atmosphere is like, right? I think the thing that is most annoying is I keep getting pelted with acorns from the nearby trees. I mean, these are my people, and they're throwing stuff at me. Things have been getting maybe a little calmer here and there. The gusts aren't quite as bad as they've been. The sustained winds are having these moments of lulls, right? So it's just sort of these big, strong gusts every once in a while that almost knock you off your feet. So we are maybe starting to see a mellowing of Milton as he moves further towards the central part of the state. And obviously you mentioned the weakening as well. Still nobody out in town. Northport is basically a ghost town right now. It's also in the dark. A couple hours ago, we lost power. And really, kudos to the infrastructure here because it held out for a long time. We saw some flickering. We did hear a few transformers blow. Eventually, yes, the power did give way, and now we are sitting in the dark. And the big question is, how long will we be sitting in the dark? I know that the state is very focused on restoring power as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, it might be a little bit. There are, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000, somewhere in between those numbers of linemen that have been staged all across the state, ready to be surged to the areas that need power restoration the most as soon as the storm clears. But of course, we still have a little bit of time for that. As you mentioned, again, a Category 2 hurricane is nothing to mess around with, which is one of the reasons why you are still not seeing anybody out on the roads. As far as damage, I have not seen much in Northport, in the immediate area at least. When you get further towards the coast, in those coastal areas where you had some of the storm surge, we have seen some of those cameras that have been set up. There is a good deal of water further towards the water. And then, of course, Northport has a bay, a river, and so some of that water might have pushed up and flooded some of the low-lying areas. Sarasota County does have an evacuation order in place, but we are just on the outside of that and staying as safe as possible. That is the latest out here in Northport. I'll send it back to you.
Forrest Saunders down in Northport this evening. Forrest, thank you so much. Slowly pulling away from him, so they'll look at southern Sarasota County where Forrest is here off 75. They're still on the backside of it, but the center of Milton is starting to gain distance. Now, I do think he's going to get more rain, so folks down in Northport, some of this rain is going to wrap back around the backside of Milton, so there's going to be a little bit more rain with this wind. Heading up the coast, Manatee County. Now, this is a place that really got hammered as Milton was coming ashore down towards Siesta Key. Paul Agrone is down there in Airbnb checking things out. Last time we were there,